The Supreme Emperor System. With a single thought, one can bestow blessings upon the masses, and with a mere gesture, vanquish myriad foes. Standing upon the pinnacle of both mortal realms and celestial domains, with the sun, moon, and stars as one's crown. With the system in hand, I possess dominion over countless worlds. This is a tale of fervent legend, a chronicle of an immortal emperor. As you stand at the zenith of myriad paths, do you, like Qin Ming, feel an echo of solitude? Fight, fight, fight. These are not teammates. They are inferior to a shrimp. In a modest apartment in the land of Huaxia, the unemployed youth Qin Ming, engrossed in a game, suddenly erupted into a tirade. In a fit of rage, he slammed his laptop shut, perhaps too forcefully, for with a resounding bang, he felt a jolt of electricity surge through his body, and then darkness enveloped him, rendering him insensible. Accompanying his unconscious state was a chilling system voice, though he could no longer hear it. Ding! The Supreme Emperor System is preparing for installation. Ding! The Supreme Emperor System has been successfully installed. New identity information is being imported. The Emperor ascends the throne. A resounding voice suddenly jolted Qin Ming from a stupor, his eyes snapping open to behold a grand dragon throned before him, leaving him momentarily dazed. Flanking the throne were two exquisite palace maids, gracefully fanning him with large palm leaves. Their lithe figures and delicate features rivaled those of top models. Qin Ming blinked vigorously, striving to ascertain that he was not trapped in a dream, and it was clear he was wide awake. Have I crossed over? He mused, surveying his resplendent imperial robe of purple and gold, a heavy crown adorned with jewels resting upon his head. So, I have become an emperor? Originally just a hapless youth on Earth, Qin Ming was unexpectedly transformed into a legendary emperor, an exhilarating twist of fate indeed. To challenge emperors and defeat the heavens, it is my turn to rewrite the saga of an alternative emperor. Qin Ming reveled inwardly as a well-rounded young man of the 21st century. He had read numerous tales of transmigration, where the protagonists ultimately ruled supreme. Little did he expect such fortune. Becoming an emperor right from the start made things remarkably convenient. As Qin Ming envisioned a glorious future, a nearby young eunuch flicked his dust whisk and coldly remarked, "Your Majesty, what are you doing? You have delayed the auspicious timing for your ascension. Can you bear the consequences?" At this, a surge of anger ignited within Qin Ming. He was the emperor. How dare this eunuch speak to him so insolently? Just as he was about to retort, an influx of information suddenly surged into his mind, autonomously activating and swiftly melding with his memories, enlightening him. It turned out this realm was known as the 3,000 Realms, a world where everyone practiced martial arts comprised of martial disciples of the Yuanwu realm, martial masters of the Lingwu realm, and martial spirits of the Danfu realm. Among them, the Yuanwu realm was the foundational stage of martial arts, divided into 9 levels, each elevation doubling the power within the dantian. He had crossed over as a prince of the Tianhua Dynasty, and this moment marked his coronation ceremony. However, this young prince was frail beyond measure, his cultivation weak and plagued by illness since childhood. The recent preparations for the coronation had exhausted him to the brink of death, and just as he was about to ascend the dragon throne, he succumbed, leaving Qin Ming to inhabit his body remarkably. This young prince also bore the name Qin Ming. This throne is rather troublesome, Qin Ming lamented inwardly. The Tianhua Dynasty had long been a mere shadow of its former self. The old emperor had passed away 5 years prior, and civil strife reigned. Power-hungry ministers manipulated him into taking the throne, deeming him a mere puppet to control. Becoming emperor was fraught with uncertainty. A weighty pressure of Yuan power descended upon Qin Ming, making it difficult for him to breathe. Even a mere eunuch dared to treat him thus. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, but it dissipated just as quickly. He understood the precariousness of his situation. Being emperor was no easy feat. Lacking absolute power, he could not afford to antagonize anyone. Even this young eunuch, Zhang Shi, had formidable backing. He must tread carefully to avoid inviting peril upon himself. The imperial throne of the Tianhua Dynasty was not so easily claimed. Only through patience could he emerge victorious. Only when he grew strong enough could he eradicate these treacherous ministers one by one. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Ming turned and revealed a nearly obsequious smile. Do not rush, we shall proceed promptly. Chapter 2. System Activate. From this point onward, Qin Ming need not concern himself with the proceedings. Although every step is merely a formality, it is nonetheless essential. A tradition passed down from the founding Emperor Qin Wu. Each procedure must be meticulously observed. Failure to do so may invoke divine retribution, akin to an ancient curse. How peculiar! Where's my golden finger? Qin Ming silently cursed, pondering why, despite his transmigration, he possessed nothing at all. Suddenly, a voice resounded in his mind, startling him so much that he nearly leapt from his seat. Though he managed to restrain himself, had he caused a commotion, the eunuch might have personally reprimanded him. Are you, dear host, in search of this system? Have you decided to activate the Supreme Emperor System? Another voice echoed in his mind, and before him materialized an ethereal interface, causing his heart to swell with joy. Indeed, he possessed a golden finger, the Supreme Emperor System, which sounded quite formidable. Activate, activate. Qin Ming's heart brimmed with exhilaration. In an instant, the interface displayed a cascade of messages, accompanied by sounds that left Qin Ming utterly captivated. Please select your activation mode. There are 3 options available for you: the Refined Ruler mode, the Tyrant mode, or the Supreme Overlord mode. Congratulations, host. You have officially activated the Overlord version of the Supreme Emperor System and received the Overlord Starter Pack, which includes 3 Grade 1 Ascension Pills. Each pill allows a martial artist at the Yuan Wu stage to elevate their cultivation level by 1 tier unconditionally. They may be stacked, but become ineffective after 3 usages. Remember, true overlords must possess unparalleled cultivation. A bottle of low-grade bone powder, capable of rendering opponents into nothingness. Effective against cultivators below the martial sovereign realm. Remember, a true hero leaves no trace in their actions. 3 sets of ever-changing masks, each can be reused multiple times, allowing the wearer to transform their appearance and demeanor, simulating various levels of aura. Once damaged, they cannot be repaired. Remember, a true hero does not seek their own demise. When necessary, one must change their identity and remain adaptable. A glimmer of light flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. The system not only provided him with corresponding tools, but also aimed to truly mold him into an extraordinary hero. Based on the host's physical condition, the system automatically selected a cultivation method, the true martial emperor's canon, imperial level. Imperial level cultivation. Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Had there not been someone by his side, he might have shouted in joy. In the Tianhua Empire, there had never been an imperial level cultivation technique. Although the founding ancestor was known as the martial Emperor Qin, renowned for his prowess, in Qin Ming's memory, the martial emperor did not practice an imperial level technique. The term imperial signifies the pinnacle of cultivation methods, exceedingly rare, and even earthly monarchs find it difficult to obtain. Nevertheless, Qin Ming understood that with his current strength, it would be challenging. However, with the system, he felt confident in restoring the emperor's majestic aura. Ding! The main quest has been activated. The host must gain control of the royal palace within 1 month. Failure to do so will result in the host's automatic destruction. Side quests will trigger randomly. The host can accelerate their realm advancement by crossing borders to defeat enemies. Subsequently, the interface transformed, revealing all of Qin Ming's attributes. Host, Qin Ming. Realm, first level of Yuan Martial Realm, Martial Apprentice, Vital Energy, 103. Mode, Hero Mode. Cultivation Method, the true martial emperor's canon, Imperial level. Mystical Powers, Heart-Shattering Strike, Eminent level. Martial Weapon, Blood Sovereign Sword, 3rd grade. Summoning, None. Upon reviewing the information provided by the system, Qin Ming gained a general understanding of his own strength. However, the system was indeed ruthless. If he failed to complete the task, there was no need for enemies to eliminate him, as the system would self-destruct. Chapter 3. Breakthrough, ascending to the 5th level of Yuanwu realm. A few minor eunuchs watched Qin Ming's hurried figure and could not help but scoff. Indeed, he was but a puppet emperor, lacking any semblance of imperial grandeur. The supervisor could rest easy. Just a waste of a first-level Yuanwu realm. What waves could he possibly make? They should keep a close watch on the Empress Yong in the rear palace. Do not let that old hag disrupt the supervisor's plans. He paid no heed to these thoughts, locking the door behind him and commencing his cultivation. Opening the storage compartment, Qin Ming commanded the system and simultaneously retrieved 3 Ascension Pills. Could they be used in conjunction? Let me put this to the test. 3 Ascension Pills selected. Does the host confirm simultaneous usage? The system prompted. Yes, use them. Qin Ming nodded vigorously. Time was of the essence, and he needed to enhance his strength as swiftly as possible. In an instant, the ascension pills vanished from the storage compartment, and a surge of radiant energy erupted from his dantian. His aura continuously climbed, emanating a terrifying might, as if an ancient ferocious beast were striding forth. After just a few breaths, Qin Ming exhaled, having successfully ascended 3 levels. When he checked his personal attributes again, he found his energy value had risen to 403, a clear indication of the 4th level of Yuanwu realm. If my memory serves me correctly, that Zhangxi is merely at the 7th level of the Yuanwu realm. Once I have mastered the true martial emperor canon, I shall swiftly deal with this insignificant underling. Within a month, I will seize control of the entire imperial palace. For I am the true sovereign of this dynasty. A glint of determination flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. Having been granted a second chance at life, what purpose would it serve to live in obscurity and mediocrity akin to my previous existence? I shall rise to prominence. As I opened the true martial emperor canon, I issued my command, and in an instant, the vast sea of ancient texts and symbols from the canon flooded into my mind, radiating with brilliance as if creating a realm of its own. The profundity of this imperial canon is such that even the mightiest of nobles may find it inscrutable. However, with the aid of the system's dissection, I encountered no difficulty in grasping its intricacies. If only I had had such a system to assist me in dissecting exam questions during my college entrance examinations, I would not have settled for a mere vocational degree. Attending Harvard would have been effortless. Qin Ming sighed at first, then his heart swelled with joy. The previous owner of this body possessed a rather lackluster talent for martial arts. Otherwise, he would not have been confined to merely the 1st level of the Yuanwu realm. As for myself, I had no prior experience in martial arts, let alone any training. Yet, with the system's support, I seamlessly entered the realm of the true martial emperor canon, accomplishing this feat in less than an hour, something even the genuine martial emperors would likely struggle to achieve. Within Qin Ming's dantian, spirals of energy swirled frantically, ceaselessly absorbing the vital essence of the outside world, akin to a ferocious dragon devouring the quintessence of heaven and earth. Fortunately, the emperor's palace was fortified with certain formations that instinctively contained the internal flow of energy, preventing it from attracting the attention of the palace attendants. The true martial emperor sutra, an imperial-level technique, far surpassed the esteemed methods propagated by the Tianhua Dynasty, its formidable power truly astonishing. Merely after one night, Qin Ming had shattered the confines of the 4th realm of Yuanwu and ascended into the 5th realm, with a vitality value of 550, his energy surging exponentially. Congratulations to the host for achieving a breakthrough through personal cultivation. A reward of several feather transformation needles has been granted, capable of killing silently. Remember, strike when the moment is ripe. Even if it requires employing underhanded methods, that is the essence of a true hero. Additionally, 2 level 1 ascension pills have been awarded. Qin Ming was elated, not anticipating rewards for his advancement. The feather transformation needles possessed considerable potency, ideal for executing stealthy strikes. Even a warrior of the Danfu realm would find themselves in peril if struck by one. Alas, the old dog of the Eastern Depot, with his impenetrable cultivation, would likely remain unscathed by the needles, making matters more complicated than they needed to be. As for the ascension pills, they held little value for Qin Ming now. Yet having them was better than none. After a night of cultivation, he felt a gnawing emptiness within his belly, prompting him to leave his chamber and stroll outside. With his enhanced cultivation, his confidence had burgeoned significantly. Should he encounter the arrogant servant Zhangxi again, he would face him without fear, ready to sweep him aside. Chapter 4. Come on, I am terrified. Qin Ming casually sought something to satiate his hunger, intending to resume his training, when he was interrupted by the tumultuous clamor emanating from outside the palace. Frowning slightly, he made his way toward the source of the commotion. Outside the palace, several eunuchs were chasing a palace maid, their voices lewd and boisterous. The maid attempted to evade them, but to no avail. Little beauty, don't run away. Come with us. Master Zhang has specifically requested your service. To be chosen as Master Zhang's companion is a privilege. The maid, with her bright eyes and radiant smile, appeared alarmed. I serve His Majesty. I implore you all to exercise restraint. His Majesty? You mean that worthless emperor? What does he amount to in the palace? Following Master Zhang, you would live in luxury and want for nothing. One young eunuch guffawed. As Qin Ming stepped out of the palace, he witnessed this disgraceful scene unfold, his anger igniting. These young eunuchs were exceedingly audacious, daring to lay hands on his sole maid, Chuaner. Master Zhang, that Zhang Shi, deserves punishment. Moreover, after integrating his memories, Qin Ming no longer regarded Chuaner merely as a maid, but as his only kin. Your Majesty. Upon seeing Qin Ming, Chuaner rushed towards him as if he were her savior. Having served Qin Ming since childhood, their bond was as close as that of siblings, devoid of any reservations. Step aside and hand over Chuaner. The eunuch barked. She is specifically requested by Master Zhang. How dare you interfere? Seize him. Oh, is that so? Zhang Shi turned his gaze toward Qin Ming. Indeed, Qin Ming replied, feigning ignorance of the situation. Then move aside and allow me to take her away. Offending me. You would find it difficult to ensure your own safety, let alone protect her, Zhang Shi declared arrogantly, as the young eunuchs, emboldened, advanced towards him. Your Majesty, save me. Naturally, Chuaner was reluctant to part ways with Zhang Shi, casting a pitiful glance at Qin Ming. Rest assured, Qin Ming spoke gently to Chuaner, then turned his attention to Zhang Shi. You are Zhang Gonggong, are you not? I recall you are a eunuch. What need do you have for palace mates? Have you not been thoroughly cleansed? When it comes to sharp wit, Qin Ming was unmatched. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of the young eunuchs shifted dramatically, particularly Zhang Shi, whose demeanor darkened to an extreme. Impudent! One of the eunuchs bellowed. Kneel. Acknowledge your guilt. Another shouted, completely disregarding Qin Ming, except for Zhang Shi. These young eunuchs all possessed the cultivation of the sixth realm of the Yuan Wu stage, their fierce aura surging forth as they pressed towards Qin Ming. Zhang Shi merely stood there calmly, a chilling smile playing on his lips, as if watching an amusing spectacle. Was this emperor truly foolish or merely pretending? How daring to utter such words! It was a death wish. One could hardly blame others for it. Chuaner, take this pill. Qin Ming seemed unfazed by the young eunuch's threats and offered a pill to Chuaner. Without hesitation, she consumed the pill, and in an instant, she felt a warm surge in her dantian, as if she were on the verge of breaking through her realm. Your mother always said you were exceptionally gifted, and it seems she was not mistaken, Qin Ming remarked with a smile. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chuaner suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Your Majesty, you seem different from before. Originally, Chuaner had already attained the sixth realm of the Yuan Wu stage, but due to her timid nature, after taking the Xingyuan pill, she effortlessly crossed into the seventh realm. Zhang Shi and the others were unaware of the nature of the elixir that Qin Ming had administered to Chuaner. Yet Zhang Shi was exceedingly displeased, exclaiming, eliminate this emperor. In an instant, a young eunuch stepped forward, delivering a forceful strike, his palms seemingly ablaze with seething flames. Even before the impact reached Qin Ming, a fierce gust of wind surged towards him. However, Qin Ming stood there with serene composure. In a fleeting moment, he aligned his index and middle fingers and unleashed an attack, channeling the essence of the true martial emperor's cannon from his dantian. It was as though a divine entity resided within him, radiating celestial light, endowing his strike with immeasurable power. The vital energies of heaven and earth trembled violently in response, as if an invisible tempest sought to obliterate all in its path. The young eunuch's hand was instantly shattered. Yet, the might of Qin Ming's strike did not cease. It pierced directly into the eunuch's chest. In that instant, the young eunuch's eyes widened in shock. Blood and flesh erupted from his chest, exploding from his heart. This was the heart-shattering finger, a technique that annihilated all, targeting the very core. Ding! The host has defeated an opponent beyond their level and received system rewards, 10 vitality points. Please continue your efforts. Qin Ming rejoiced, realizing that this method could elevate his cultivation. Thus, these individuals would serve to aid him in his ascension. Chapter 5. The Emperor Strikes Back. Everyone was astonished. Was this truly the puppet emperor? How could he possess such strength? Have you concealed your power? Zhang Shi exclaimed in disbelief. You have been feigning weakness, deceiving even the governor and the prime minister. No, I am genuinely weak. However, even the meek have their limits. Unfortunately, you have trespassed upon mine. Now, I shall settle the score with you. Qin Ming proclaimed loudly, seizing the opportunity to purge these treacherous minions while no one was watching. Do not approach. Zhang Shi finally acknowledged this puppet emperor, realizing that he was not as ineffectual as he had presumed. Their previous arrogance had merely been a path to self-destruction. However, Qin Ming's offensive erupted suddenly, disregarding Zhang Shi's words. With an imposing demeanor, he wielded the Blood Emperor's sword, exuding an aura reminiscent of an ancient sovereign. With a single, horizontal strike, he instantly dispatched a sixth-tier martial apprentice. The blood-soaked sword radiated an eerie brilliance, yet the sanguine essence quickly dissipated, absorbed by the Blood Emperor sword, which seemed to gain even greater power. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Blood Emperor sword has leveled up to the 4th tier. The remaining eunuchs, witnessing this, hastily attempted to flee, but Qin Ming executed 2 swift strikes, eliminating 2 of them without a hint of mercy. Chuaner, intercept them, Qin Ming commanded. Initially stunned by Qin Ming's prowess, Chuaner, upon hearing his directive, dashed forward without hesitation, fulfilling his wishes. Having advanced in her cultivation, Chuaner's speed had significantly increased, allowing her to swiftly block Zhangxi's path. Her jade-like palm extended towards him, striking down with grace. Have you lost your mind, you little girl? Zhangxi felt as though he had encountered a specter, as if trapped in a dream. What has become of this world? With a thunderous roar, Zhangxi unleashed a fierce punch, intent on obliterating Chuaner, confident in his superiority given his higher cultivation level. However, what Zhangxi did not anticipate was that Chuaner had already reached a level of cultivation comparable to his own. Although his strike had repelled Chuaner, it was merely due to Chuaner's lack of combat experience, rendering him unable to exert control over his own strength. Chuaner staggered backward a few steps, a trace of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Chuaner! Qin Ming felt a pang of sympathy. At that moment, he had already charged forward, the Blood Emperor's sword cleaving down towards Zhangxi. Zhangxi attempted to defend himself, yet how could he withstand the unparalleled sharpness of the Blood Emperor's sword? With a resounding crack, both of Zhangxi's arms were severed, blood splattering onto his dragon robe. Zhangxi's anguished scream echoed through the vast palace. Were it not for the immense size of the royal residence and the fact that Qin Ming's quarters were seldom visited, his cries would surely have drawn attention. Thud! Qin Ming planted his foot firmly upon Zhangxi's chest, dispatching the few young eunuchs in attendance. He had already ascended to the 6th level of the Yuan Wu realm, with a vital energy value of 605. Do you truly wish to kill me? I am the adopted son of Lord Chao. Zhangxi coughed up blood, but did not forget to invoke Lord Chao's name, hoping to preserve his life. Am I, the true dragon son of heaven, beholden to the whims of an aged eunuch? Qin Ming sneered as he lifted Zhangxi by the collar and delivered a resounding slap. Crack! The sharp sound resonated as Zhangxi was sent flying, losing teeth and one side of his face swelling grotesquely. Zhangxi was about to speak when another slap struck him. He could not evade it. With another crack, the other side of his face also became swollen. Indeed, those who are incomplete are utterly useless. Qin Ming did not hold back his sharp tongue. Having ceased further conversation with Zhangxi, a swift strike shattered his skull, sending a spray of liquid splattering forth. The suddenness of it caused Chuaner to shut her eyes in fright, leaving Qin Ming feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet he simultaneously experienced a surge of exhilaration. This was far more entertaining than any game, and his admiration for the life of the strong only intensified. To truly ascend to the pinnacle, one must not be beholden to the whims of others. Although he had the power to eliminate Zhangxi, he still had to bow to the authority of the Eastern Bureau's overseer, Chao Jinchun, lest he invite disaster upon himself. Your Majesty, what shall we do with these corpses? If Master Chao finds out. Chuaner, a clever young woman, quickly grasped the implications. If word got out that Qin Ming had slain so many, it would undoubtedly bring him immense trouble. Take your leave for now. I shall manage everything, Qin Ming replied, his smile imbued with a hint of enchantment, compelling Chuaner to nod in acquiescence before departing. Once she was out of sight, Qin Ming hurriedly looted the treasures from the young eunuchs' bodies. He then retrieved a powder from his system, lamenting, regrettably, I cannot leave your corpses intact. Do not hold it against me. Such is fate. With that, a mere scattering of the powder caused the bodies to dissolve before the naked eye, flesh and blood rotting away as white mist rose, enveloping the scene in a noxious odor. Qin Ming then produced a mask and, with a mere thought, transformed his visage entirely. Chapter 6, Eastern Palace. Chao Jichun, after erasing all traces from the ground, he donned his new face and made his way toward a palace within the imperial grounds. Only by defeating enemies beyond his current realm could Qin Ming accumulate vital energy. The minor eunuchs he vanquished elevated his energy to 605 points, but after slaying Zhangxi, his energy reached 615. He lamented the missed opportunity, pondering how much more energy he could have garnered had he eliminated Zhangxi first, as defeating foes across 2 minor realms should yield greater rewards. Ding! The host has ascended 2 realms in a single day and received a reward, 1 level 2 ascension pill, which can assist a spirit martial realm warrior in breaking through. Qin Ming stored the ascension pill, intending to utilize it once he entered the spirit martial realm. Long live Grand Eunuch Zhang. Along the way, many individuals saluted Qin Ming, as his appearance perfectly mirrored that of Zhang Shi, with identical demeanor and cultivation, leaving no trace of flaw. This incited further ire within Qin Ming. He was a sovereign, yet found himself overshadowed by a mere eunuch within the palace. A reformation was imperative. His destination was a crucial location within the palace, the residence of the Eastern Bureau's chief, Chao Jinshan. It was unprecedented in the annals of the Tianhua Dynasty for a eunuch to possess a palace solely for himself, a blatant affront to the imperial family. Qin Ming was furious, yet he understood that Chao Jinshan had wielded power within the palace for many years, and uprooting him would be no simple task, especially given that Chao had cultivated an invulnerable body, impervious to blades and flames. Even a stealthy attack with a feathered needle might prove futile, potentially inciting Chao Jinshan's wrath. Before long, Qin Ming arrived at the palace where Chao Jinshan resided. This palace, known as the East Hall, served as the headquarters of the Eastern Bureau. 2 young eunuchs, with an air of obsequiousness, addressed Zhang Shi, who was a favored confidant of the supervisor, hence his presence at the emperor's side for surveillance. Is my adoptive father inside? Qin Ming inquired, mimicking Zhang Shi's haughty demeanor. He is in the inner chamber receiving several heads of departments. I have heard that the 4th head has been reprimanded for his ineffectiveness in handling matters, one of the young eunuchs whispered. The 4th head? Qin Ming's mind swiftly recalled information regarding these 4 heads. Although the original Qin Ming was deemed inept in cultivation, he had grown up within the palace and possessed a certain understanding of the hierarchy of the Eastern Bureau. Aside from Chao Jinshan, the bureau was also comprised of 4 prominent heads, not eunuchs by trade, but rather trusted aides handpicked or trained from the common folk, each possessing considerable strength. However, these 4 heads had stagnated at the 8th level of martial mastery for many years, unable to transcend to higher realms. Should they remain in this state, they risked being abandoned by Chao Jinshan. It is said that an assassination attempt on Supervisor Chao failed, and the 4th head was dispatched to pursue the assailant, but alas, the rogue managed to escape. The supervisor is prepared to reprimand the 4th head, another eunuch reported, eager to curry favor with Zhang Shi. I understand. Qin Ming nodded, and then pushed open the palace door. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by a magnificent aura. The hall was resplendent, radiating with countless beams of light, far more splendid than his own sleeping quarters. In the inner hall, an elderly man with hair as white as snow yet a visage of youth sat upon the dais, vehemently berating a young man below him. The youth appeared to be in his 30s, with an eagle-hook weapon dangling from his arm. He exuded an aura of valor. Yet at that moment, he was compelled to endure the scathing admonishments of Chao Jinshan. Pay your respects to your adoptive father. Qin Ming approached and bowed, his demeanor remarkably composed. Aspiring to become a formidable hero, he sought to emulate Cao Cao, who had once acknowledged Dong Zhuo as a father figure, biding his time to eliminate him. Now, under the guise of Zhang Shi, he could not afford the folly of pride, lest Chao Jinshan detect any hint of insubordination. Oh, Zhang Shi, your arrival is most timely. Behold this unworthy 4th disciple. I have nurtured him since childhood, yet he proves to be so disappointing. The eldest, 2nd, and 3rd have all attained the realm of martial spirits for many years, while he remains stagnant at the level of a martial master. Truly, I have misjudged him. Chao Jinshan openly humiliated the 4th disciple, showing him no mercy in front of the other 3 heads. The remaining 3 heads stood aside, seemingly relishing the spectacle, as they were all rivals vying for favor in the eyes of Chao Jinshan. Father, please temper your wrath. The 4th disciple has merely erred momentarily. A slight reprimand will suffice. There is no need for such anger, Qin Ming suggested with a smile. Still, you provide your father with peace of mind. How fares the young emperor these days? Chao Jinshan inquired. The young emperor is, after all, quite ineffectual. He is well aware of his position and has resigned himself to despair, Qin Ming replied with remarkable nonchalance, nearly convincing even himself. That is satisfactory. Take the 4th disciple below and administer 70 strokes as punishment. Do it. Yes, sir. Qin Ming nodded and then turned his gaze towards the 4th head. I apologize, but you must be taken away. Chapter 7. Capture. A glimmer of coldness flashed in the 4th head's eyes as he looked at Qin Ming. He wished to resist, yet ultimately restrained himself, for Chao Jinchuan's prowess was unfathomable. He could not afford to act recklessly. It was truly lamentable to possess such fervent patriotism, yet be unable to serve one's country, and worse still, to be controlled by a eunuch. A wave of desolation washed over the fourth head as he was escorted away by the dantian guards, with Qin Ming following closely behind, tasked with executing the sentence. The fourth head's innate talent had reached its limit. It seemed that a change in the position of the fourth head was imminent. The voice of the second head rang out, causing Qin Ming's eyes to flicker with intrigue. It appeared that the second head coveted the fourth head's position and intended to place one of his own in that role. The first head nodded in agreement, but ultimately, the selection would be determined by the supervisor. Afterward, Qin Ming could no longer hear their conversation as he led the fourth head to a secluded room and instructed everyone else to leave. He smiled at the fourth head. If you wish to administer punishment, please do so. I, Han Mao, will not flinch even once. The fourth head was far less courteous toward Zhang Gonggong, snorting coldly in response. Truly, you are a man of unyielding spirit. With such punishment from the supervisor, you must feel quite resentful. Indeed, Qin Ming remarked with a smile. Simultaneously, he began to access information, eager to uncover details regarding Han Mao. Searching for background information on Han Mao, please hold on for a moment. Information search successful. A fee of 100 taels is required for access. Please make your selection. Upon seeing the situation, Qin Ming felt an urge to vomit blood. However, after plundering the riches of those young eunuchs, he had amassed a modest sum of savings. 100 yuan stones was not a substantial amount. Yet when he pressed the confirmation button, 100 yuan stones vanished from his possession, claimed by the system. Immediately, information regarding the fourth rank had flooded into Qin Ming's mind, enlightening him and allowing him to devise a strategy in an instant. There was no sense of resentment. You seek to find leverage against me and then report to the supervisor? Which rank head has bribed you to ensnare me? The fourth rank head retorted coldly. Do you regard me so lightly? Although I, Zhang Shi, am indeed shameless and vile, lower than beasts, I have heartfelt words for you. Fourth rank head. I implore you to heed my words. Qin Ming spoke slowly, rendering the fourth rank head momentarily speechless. It was his first encounter with someone who would so openly berate themselves. I have heard that you hail from another dynasty, having fallen into this one, where you were discovered and nurtured by the supervisor. Is that correct? Qin Ming inquired. Indeed, I have come from elsewhere, but what of it? I have been part of the Tianhua Dynasty for many years. I am already one of its people. If you seek to use this as a pretext to ostracize me, it may not suffice, Han Mao replied coldly. I do not aim to ostracize. I merely wish to convey that you possess fervor, so why toil under the eunuchs? Should you not dedicate yourself to your homeland and pledge loyalty to His Majesty? Qin Ming's expression suddenly grew grave, causing a flicker of hesitation in Han Mao's eyes. He soon forced a wry smile, stating, If you were not Zhang Shi, I might have believed your words. Alas, you are of the Eastern Depot. How could I trust you? These are your words. If I am not Zhang Shi, would you still believe me? With that, Qin Ming removed the mask from his face, revealing his true identity, causing Han Mao to tremble in shock. The fourth prince, no, your majesty? Han Mao could scarcely comprehend that the person before him was not Zhang Shi, but the emperor himself. Zhang Shi was the emperor, but what of Zhang Shi? Han Mao nearly gasped aloud, yet managed to stifle his astonishment. Kill him. Qin Ming spoke calmly. For years you have been a lapdog for the eunuchs, slaughtering the loyal ministers of the court, toiling tirelessly for them. But now, when Xiao has turned against you without mercy, would you still choose to die for him? A true man should aspire to serve his country, yet you have chosen to wallow in disgrace. I feel shame on your behalf. Qin Ming's words were harsh, yet this was the very effect he sought. He aimed to rouse Han Mao from his stupor. What man does not harbor the fiery dreams of a general who would willingly serve under eunuchs? Han Mao's spirit burned with fervor, and this was the intelligence Qin Ming had acquired. This man was not beyond redemption. He could still be swayed. He merely required someone to jolt him awake and fortify his resolve. However, the emperor's circumstances were far from optimistic, and as for my own cultivation, Han Mao sighed. Isn't our founding emperor, Qin Wu, a testament to rising from nothing? I am not alone. If I could gain your assistance, the path to success would be much simpler. However, a smooth imperial journey is not my sole desire. Regarding the general's cultivation, perhaps you might try this elixir. As Qin Ming spoke, he extended a pill toward him. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Han Mao was profoundly moved, realizing that this was not merely a puppet emperor, but an ambitious sovereign. He accepted Qin Ming's elixir and consumed it without hesitation, for life in the Eastern Depot was a perilous affair, and he had little time for pretensions. However, the effects of the potion astonished him. Overwhelmed by the Emperor's grace, he vowed unwavering loyalty from that moment forth. Chapter 8. Near exposure. The second great ascension pill was potent enough to unconditionally elevate a martial artist of the spiritual martial realm by an entire level. A feat that was nothing short of astonishing within the Tianhua Empire. Thus, when Han Mao felt his stagnated cultivation suddenly break through, his inner ecstasy was beyond imagination. In that fleeting moment, his perception of Qin Ming transformed entirely. How could this be a mere waste of an emperor, capable of producing such a miraculous elixir? There must be monumental secrets behind him. Consequently, Han Mao chose to pledge his allegiance without hesitation, for Qin Ming was the true master of the dynasty. Only by following him could one achieve great deeds, protect one's family and country, and secure a lasting legacy. Han Qing need not stand on ceremony, united in purpose. We could together forge an eternal empire. Qin Ming did not adopt the airs of a monarch, having already established his authority. He now sought to win the hearts of his followers. The position of the Eastern Depot was not insignificant and could accomplish many things. The emperor's benevolence was evident. Han Mao felt he had encountered a true patron. However, for the moment, it was necessary to impose upon General Han Mao. With a subtle glance from Qin Ming, Han Mao understood. Chao Jinshan had indeed commanded a punishment of 20 strikes, and that could not be diminished. Soon, the room was filled with the haunting cries of despair that sent shivers down one's spine. Qin Ming spared no effort. Each strike was rendered with chilling authenticity, ensuring that Chao Jinshan remained oblivious. Of course, Han Mao bore no grievances. A true man aspiring to achieve greatness must endure agonies beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. 20 lashes were but a trifling matter. He pondered for a considerable time, recognizing that he had never encountered this young eunuch before, yet he maintained his composure. "What is it?" asked the delicate young eunuch, momentarily taken aback, before smiling and saying, "Master Zhang, it seems the esteemed often forget. Today, you are to meet with Our Lady, and she has been waiting for you for quite some time." "Waiting for me?" A tremor ran through Qin Ming's heart, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The lady, does this Zhang she have connections to those noblewomen? In Qin Ming's memory, he recalled a few concubines, though he had never laid eyes on them. The powerful families directly offered their daughters to the harem, seeking to secure a share of the imperial pie. Regardless, the palace was the ancestral land of the Qin family, steeped in the legacy of Emperor Qin Wu. Ever since the demise of the late emperor, various ministers had schemed to lay claim to this heritage, and thus these concubines had entered the palace. It must be noted that the existence of the Eastern Depot served to balance the power of these ministers, as they had to consider Chao Jinshuan's influence and refrain from overreaching. It now appeared that these concubines were also courting the favor of the Eastern Depot. A rather ominous development. Upon contemplating this, a chill coursed through Qin Ming's heart. However, he did not allow it to manifest outwardly. Instead, he abruptly struck his forehead and exclaimed, look at me. I've become so overwhelmed with tasks assigned by the supervisor recently that I've regrettably forgotten about the matters concerning Her Highness. Come. Let us hasten to see Her Highness. Master Zhang, the esteemed one is indeed aware of the pressing duties you attend to, which is why she has dispatched me to summon you. Let us proceed without delay, the young eunuch replied, leading the way with Qin Ming closely trailing behind, concealing any signs of distress. "Oh, by the way, Master Zhang, have you attended to the matter that Her Highness entrusted you with last time?" the young eunuch inquired suddenly during their journey. Qin Ming was taken aback by this question, his heart tightening. He had no inkling of what task the princess had assigned, and he was still uncertain about which princess was being referred to. However, he maintained his composure, a layer of frost suddenly enveloping his countenance. He halted his steps and fixed a cold gaze upon the young eunuch. Noticing Qin Ming's sudden stop, the young eunuch was momentarily perplexed. But upon observing the expression on Qin Ming's face, he was somewhat intimidated. "Master Zhang, what seems to be the matter?" Qin Ming snorted disdainfully and replied, "Does Her Highness doubt my loyalty and send you to question me?" "And no, it is merely my curiosity that prompted this indiscreet inquiry, unrelated to Her Highness. She undoubtedly trusts you, Master Zhang. You are her most intimate confidant, far surpassing even me. That is reassuring. As for matters that should remain unspoken, refrain from inquiring. I will personally report all matters to Her Highness." Qin Ming secretly exhaled in relief, narrowly avoiding exposure. Fortunately, his imitation of Zhang Xi's arrogant demeanor was sufficiently convincing. And given that this young eunuch was also affiliated with the Eastern Depot, he was able to instill a sense of intimidation, regardless of which palace the eunuchs belonged to. They were all obliged to heed the commands of the Eastern Depot, a rule established by their ancestors. Zhang Xi, being the adopted son of Cao Jinshan, naturally held an extraordinary position. Chapter 9. Qin Ming's fury having subdued the young eunuch, Qin Ming finally relaxed. Observing the eunuch's palpable anxiety, he gently patted the young man's shoulder. There is no need to be so tense. You are a person close to the lady, which means you are one of ours. We will not harm you. However, we must remain cautious in these tumultuous times. Walls have ears, do you understand? Upon seeing the amiable smile on Qin Ming's face, the young eunuch's tension began to ease. He was well aware that this Lord Zhang was not someone to be trifled with. You speak wisely, Lord Zhang, the eunuch replied, revealing his name to be Xiao Detzi. Qin Ming merely smiled indifferently and urged Xiao Detzi to continue guiding him. As they proceeded, Xiao Detzi dared not speak further, which only deepened Qin Ming's suspicions. It seemed that the lady and Zhang Xi indeed harbored some undisclosed matters. The closest confidant of the lady? Zhang Xi certainly had many secrets worth uncovering, Qin Ming mused. After a brief passage of time, the two arrived before an opulent palace, Xiang Palace. In an instant, Qin Ming recalled the identity of its mistress, the daughter of the current Minister of Rites, Consort Yin. The Xian Palace exuded a grandeur far surpassing that of his own quarters, as though it were a sanctuary brimming with celestial treasures, suffused with a mist of violet aura and shimmering with auspicious colors, appearing even more extraordinary against the backdrop of the night. Upon entering, Zhang Xi was greeted by the sight of numerous highly skilled palace maids, none of whom could be deemed inferior to the young Detzi. What a captivating Yin Fei! Qin Ming silently etched this name into his memory before arriving at the entrance of the sleeping quarters. Without waiting for Detzi to announce him, he boldly declared, Your Highness, this humble servant Zhang, she seeks an audience. Enter, came a melodious voice from within, causing Qin Ming's very bones to feel as though they were melting. Although he had yet to lay eyes upon the Yin Fei, he could already sense the alluring aura that enveloped him. Yes, Qin Ming responded, his tone tinged with an unmistakable urgency. Stay here, Zhang Xi instructed Detzi, before gently pushing open the door and stepping inside. The chamber was dimly lit, yet it was permeated by an intoxicating fragrance. Qin Ming recognized it as Xian incense, an exquisite scent renowned for its efficacy in preserving a woman's youthful vitality. Simultaneously, it served as a potent aphrodisiac. Come here, what are you waiting for? Another sultry voice beckoned from behind the curtain-draped bed. As Qin Ming approached, he beheld a delicate figure reclining upon the bed, her long, elegant legs elegantly displayed beneath a resplendent crimson robe, accentuating her allure. The closer he drew, the more he was drawn in by the intoxicating scent of the Yin Fei. At this moment, Qin Ming was entirely convinced that there existed some unsavory dealings between Zhang Xi and the Yin Fei. The concubines had long entered the imperial palace. Yet Qin Ming never anticipated that a concubine would conspire with a eunuch, especially the bold Yin Fei, who had audaciously adorned him with a green hat. Wait, the Xian palace was not devoid of eunuchs. Why then did Yin Fei choose Zhang Xi? Could it be that Zhang Xi was not a eunuch after all? A daring thought suddenly surged in Qin Ming's mind. It seemed that Zhang Xi was far more than a mere supervisor. Qin Ming felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would not have disposed of Zhang Xi's body so thoroughly. However, even had he not done so, confirming whether Zhang Xi was a true eunuch would have been rather perverse. Your Highness, Yin Fei. Qin Ming imitated Zhang Xi's tone as he gradually approached the bedside. Faced with the exquisite and resplendent beauty before him, along with her alluring physique, he felt no admiration but rather a sense of filth. This was his concubine, entangled in an affair with a eunuch. No matter how beautiful Yin Fei was, she was no longer pure. He was unwilling to touch such a woman. When had he become so distant? Come, a moment of intimacy is worth 1,000 gold pieces. Yin Fei's jade-like arm extended, attempting to draw Zhang Xi into her embrace. Had Qin Ming not harbored aversion towards her, he might have succumbed to the temptation. Yin Fei was not only stunning, her every movement exuded an irresistible charm. Yet, confronted with her outstretched arm, Qin Ming resolutely chose to retreat, bowing deeply before her and stating, I am deeply sorry, Your Highness, for my failure to fulfill the task. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, the smile on Yin Fei's face swiftly faded, and with a hint of impatience, she remarked, "You truly are a dampener of spirits. Can't we discuss these matters after we have enjoyed ourselves?" Internally, Qin Ming cursed this seductive vixen, yet outwardly he maintained his composure, stating, "The servant has failed in his duties, which reflects poorly on your highness. Nevertheless, the matter of the map could be approached leisurely, as long as it did not fall into the hands of that old hag, the Empress Dowager Yong." "Empress Dowager Yong?" Qin Ming replied with a faint smile. "It appears that the inner court is quite lively indeed." Chapter 10. A beauty in embrace. The Empress Dowager Yong, a consort of the late emperor and the mother of the current Yong Wang, holds a position of immense power and influence. Even in this era of imperial decline, she continues to bask in the privileges of her status, residing comfortably in the depths of the palace and exhibiting an exceedingly domineering presence. Unlike Qin Ming, Yong Wang has long since come of age, having been appointed to govern a city and command significant military forces, thereby gaining considerable prestige that resonates with the Empress Dowager from afar. Within the imperial city, the Yong family's influence remains formidable, which has rendered the prime minister's residents unable to act against the Empress Dowager, despite their desire to do so. In essence, the imperial palace serves as a microcosm of the ongoing struggles within the empire, appearing stable on the surface while rife with hidden conflicts. It is utterly reckless for the Empress Dowager to abandon her tranquil life and instead engage in relentless rivalry with you, Lady Yin, Qin Ming remarked. Seeking to extract more insights into the ongoing discord between Yin Fei and the Empress Dowager. "Why are you speaking so courteously today? Has Chao Jinchun reprimanded you?" Yin Fei observed Qin Ming with a touch of curiosity. In the past, this impetuous fellow would have rushed in with fervor. Today, however, he seemed remarkably serious. However, the Yin Empress did not harbor any doubts regarding Zhang Xi's identity, for treasures such as the ever-changing mask were exceedingly rare, and she was entirely unaware of the existence of such a miraculous artifact. Instead, it was Qin Ming's courteous demeanor that prompted the Yin Empress to sense an urgency in the situation. Could it be that matters had escalated beyond their control? "Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, it would be better if we—" Just as Qin Ming was about to speak, the Yin Empress placed a delicate hand over his mouth, interrupting him. Her ethereal body brushed against his garments, as if they could feel each other's warmth. The intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her sent waves of enchantment through him. The Yin Empress exhaled softly, leaving Qin Ming unable to suppress his reactions. She was a bewitching woman, unparalleled in her allure. "Why do you refer to yourself as your servant? What has become of your former courage, my Zhonglang?" The Yin Empress's jade-like hand caressed Qin Ming's cheek, startling him. Were it not for his unwavering trust in the system, he might have succumbed to a cold sweat. Yet, Qin Ming internally scoffed, thinking how excessively sentimental the Yin Empress was, calling him Zhonglang so affectionately. Perhaps she should entertain herself with some cockroaches to satisfy her whims. "Do you think that Puppet Emperor will uncover our affair?" Qin Ming boldly wrapped his arms around the Yin Empress, feeling a mix of disdain and the necessity to play along to gather more intelligence. Nonetheless, the sensation was undeniably delightful. That Zhangxi lad was indeed fortunate. Qin Ming mused, and even if it were discovered, what of it? The Empress Yin appeared indifferent. If she could establish him, she could just as easily depose him. Who would desire to have an emperor looming over them, an eyesore in their midst, were it not for the necessity of counterbalancing the Prince Yong? When the day arrives that Grand Consort Xiao and Chao Jinshun bring down the Prince Yong, it is likely that this puppet emperor will be discarded in favor of the son born to Grand Consort Xiao. Qin Ming could not help but smile bitterly, realizing that he had many adversaries. Even Grand Consort Xiao was embroiled in this affair. At that moment, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in Qin Ming's mind, indicating that the host was facing the trials of beauty and the turmoil of the heart, urging him to remember that in chaotic times, true heroes emerge. Genuine dominators are never daunted by difficulties and must surmount all obstacles to stand unyielding at the pinnacle of eternity. All thoughts and dialogues transpired in the blink of an eye. Empress Yin noticed Qin Ming lost in thought for a brief moment and couldn't help but chuckle. "I must say, you are becoming increasingly captivating. It seems you have undergone some transformation, Zhonglang. Do you think this change is for the better?" Qin Ming embraced Empress Yin, and together they fell onto the bed. "Indeed, Zhonglang has matured further, enhancing our chances of success. Do not fret. The legacy of Emperor Qin Wu cannot be discovered in haste. There is no need for urgency." Empress Yin gazed at Zhang Shi with affectionate eyes. a flicker of fervor evident within. However, a weight settled in Qin Ming's heart upon realizing that what Empress Yin had sent Zhang Shi to seek was none other than the legacy of Emperor Qin Wu. Chapter 11. Emperor Qin Wu. Emperor Qin Wu, the founding sovereign of the Tianhua Dynasty, is an immortal legend. It is said that he reached the zenith of Yuan power in his cultivation, and even today, it is believed he has not perished, but rather resides in another realm, keeping watch over his descendants. Despite the current disintegration of the imperial dynasty, the reason no one has completely obliterated the royal family lies in the weighty title of Great Emperor, which resonates throughout the continent for millennia. Each successive Qin emperor has yearned to inherit the true legacy of their ancestors, yet regrettably, the illustrious Qin Wu emperor decreed that only descendants endowed with sufficient talent and fortune may claim his inheritance. This was intended to temper the younger generation. However, the future heirs, relying on the vestiges of their ancestors' glory, have grown accustomed to a life of indulgence, rendering them unworthy of such a heritage. Consequently, various factions have begun to entertain the notion that if the descendants of the Qin cannot enjoy this blessing, they would not hesitate to usurp it for themselves. Naturally, acquiring this legacy is no simple endeavor, as it entails an exceedingly protracted journey. Nevertheless, the Empress has dispatched Zhang Shi to investigate, and in Qin Ming's view, this indicates that the legacy has begun to stir, for such audacity would not arise without cause. While Qin Ming pondered these matters, the Empress had already commenced loosening his belt, an exquisite enchantress who was simply irresistible. With a bitter taste in his mouth, Qin Ming abruptly sat up, slapping his thigh and exclaiming to the Empress, how could I forget? I possess a confidential letter from my adoptive father that must be delivered post-haste, otherwise it may hinder significant affairs." Hastily, Qin Ming departed, and the Empress did not hinder his exit. Instead, her brow furrowed in contemplation of the unfolding situation. It appears that Zhang Shi had fallen entirely under the Empress's spell. Her allure is truly unparalleled, as this young eunuch was so entranced by her that he divulged even the most confidential matters concerning Chao Jinshan. If Chao Jinshan were to discover the utter incompetence of his only offspring, he might very well be driven to despair. Yan Fei commanded, and the elderly woman obeyed before retreating. Indolently stretching, Yan Fei mused, "What is it about this insufferable fellow that makes him unable to postpone matters until after our indulgence? Though it may be a matter of exploitation, it allows me to savor the joys of being a woman." Naturally, Qin Ming did not genuinely seek out Chao Jinshan. Instead, he discreetly altered his appearance in a secluded area, restoring his original form before making his way towards the palace quarters. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully navigating the beauties trial, earning a vitality boost of 50 points, and receiving a third-grade explosive talisman capable of annihilating a martial spirit master of the Danfu realm. Remember, as a formidable figure, one must always possess a safeguard for a graceful retreat. With the explosive talisman in hand, Qin Ming felt considerably more assured. Indeed, within this imperial palace, the strongest individuals were merely those of the Danfu realm. With this contingency plan, as long as he was not in a dire situation, he was confident in his ability to withdraw unscathed. However, Qin Ming did not linger in his joy. Instead, he began to contemplate the intricate dynamics within the palace. Today had proven to be exceptionally fruitful for him. Within the harem, nearly every consort had ties to the outside world, particularly the formidable Yong Tai Fei and Xiao Tai Fei. Yong Tai Fei had the backing of Prince Yong, while Xiao Tai Fei, despite her son's youth, had colluded with Chao Jinshan, effectively seizing control of the Eastern Bureau. These two formidable women were indeed quite challenging. Qin Ming thought to himself, "It appears imperative to establish my own power, otherwise it will be impossible to contend with them." In addition to cultivating his influence, Qin Ming was even more eager to enhance his own strength. He sought the legacy of the great Emperor Qin Wu. Ancestral treasures should never fall into the hands of outsiders. Chapter 12. The ambition of the Prime Minister that night. Qin Ming did not find rest, but instead devoted himself entirely to his cultivation. The Jinwu Emperor's Cannon, an imperial-level technique, accelerated his progress at an astonishing rate, nearly compensating for all innate deficiencies. In just one night, his cultivation advanced once more, allowing him to step into the 7th layer of Yuanwu realm. Of course, this was not solely due to the efficacy of the Jinwu Emperor's Cannon, but also related to his escalated combat from the previous day and the rewards he had acquired, which raised his vitality to 665. Coupled with a night of diligent practice, he broke through his limits. Cultivation and combat are indispensable. Qin Ming initially wished to continue his training to further augment his strength, but he abruptly sensed the approach of footsteps, not belonging to Chuan air, but rather emanating from another source. Though seemingly slow, each step was profoundly steady and effortless, indicative of a master. After practicing the Zhenwu Emperor's canon, Qin Ming's perception had become exceedingly formidable, far surpassing that of an ordinary martial apprentice. Chapter 13. 2 tasks for the royal decree to take effect. It required flawless imperial blood. Yet, what if that royal blood bore imperfections? A chill flickered through Qin Ming's mind. Is there a way to temporarily alter my blood? He inquired of the system. Yes, but it will cost 100 yuan stones, the system responded. Qin Ming's expression darkened. This system was rather burdensome, demanding 100 yuan stones in one go. He was hardly a wealthy emperor. Ding. Host, please remember that to achieve great things, one must not be overly attached to wealth. Only through sacrifice can one gain rewards. The system prompted. You urge me to spend money. How greedy you are. Qin Ming muttered under his breath, yet he swiftly paid 100 yuan stone. In that instant, it felt as if a transformation occurred within him, though he could not articulate precisely what had changed. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Han Mao performed the formalities of court etiquette. His respect for Qin Ming was genuine. Seeing that Han Qin has made progress in his cultivation brings me great satisfaction. Is your injury healed? Qin Ming personally assisted Han Mao to his feet, eschewing any pretense. My injuries are not severe, thanks to the divine elixir bestowed by your Majesty. I have now entered the 9th level of the spiritual martial realm, and it seems that my meridians have been significantly expanded, granting me the opportunity to strive for even higher realms. Regarding the second matter, do you recall the assassination attempt on Chao Jinshun a few days ago? Qin Ming inquired. I certainly have not forgotten, Han Mao replied. Having faced punishment from Chao Jinshun due to the incident and having pursued the assailant. What was the assailant's cultivation level? Qin Ming asked, intrigued by the audacity of one who would dare to attack Chao Jinshun. He was a formidable opponent, standing at the pinnacle of the martial spirit realm. He engaged in battle with Chao Jinshun. They were initially evenly matched. However, he inadvertently entered a deadly formation set by the Eastern Depot, which led to his injuries. Nevertheless, even then, I did not gain any advantage over him. As for the enmity between him and Chao Jinshun, I am unaware. Exert every effort to locate him and uncover the truth behind his grievances with Chao Jinshun. I hope he can be of service to me, Qin Ming commanded firmly. Understood. Chapter 14. The selection of the Eastern Depot after Qin Ming had clearly delineated 2 tasks. He bestowed upon Han Mao 1,000 transformations mask, which left Han Mao profoundly astonished, further deepening his reverence for Qin Ming, who possessed such an extraordinary artifact. Qin Ming owned 3,000 transformations masks. One was for his personal use, while the other 2 were entrusted to Chuan Heir and Han Mao, his most trusted confidants. With these masks, they could facilitate their endeavors with greater ease. Ah, Your Majesty, there is a matter I wish to report. Han Mao suddenly interjected as he was about to take his leave. Please do not hesitate, Qin Ming replied, intrigued. The Eastern Depot has recently commenced the recruitment of young talents, aiming to cultivate formidable individuals. I wish to discreetly select some promising candidates, Han Mao explained. In the Imperial City, various factions were also seeking to recruit young prodigies, beginning their training from the Yuanwu realm, as the strength ultimately developed would be the most reliable. Of course, the young geniuses recruited by the Eastern Depot will not be subjected to any cleansing rituals. They will simply be inducted as part of Chao Jinshun's private forces. How will the recruitment proceed? Qin Ming inquired, his eyes gleaming with interest. This matter is overseen by the 3-tiered leader, Inzheng. I have gathered some information indicating the establishment of 2 arenas, the Martial Disciple Arena and the Martial Master Arena. Those who achieve 10 consecutive victories in the arenas will be eligible for selection. Additionally, candidates may directly challenge those already selected. A victory would grant them immediate entry. Is there no arena for those without martial spirits? Qin Ming asked. Han Miao shook his head. In the Imperial City, the Danfu realm's martial spirits were among the most formidable warriors. Should one wish to enter the Eastern Factory, not only could they bypass the arena trials, but they could also partake in a plethora of resources. Qin Ming's eyes shimmered with brilliance. Relying solely on cultivation to elevate his realm was ultimately a sluggish endeavor. Within a month, he must ascend to the rank of martial spirit, for otherwise, he would lack the qualifications to contend with Chao Jinshun. It was noteworthy that even a peak martial spirit had failed to assassinate Chao Jinshun, indicating the formidable prowess of his innate abilities. Before long, Qin Ming transformed his appearance, confiding in Danner about certain matters, and then, disguised as Zhang Shi, quietly exited the palace. Taking a circuitous route, he arrived at the entrance of the Eastern Factory. Indeed, the atmosphere outside was bustling. 2 arenas had been set up, and numerous young prodigies were vying for supremacy, with several achieving consecutive victories. At this moment, Qin Ming had once again altered his visage, presenting himself as an ordinary youth, observing the crowd to grasp the selection rules. A roar erupted from the Yuanwu realm arena as a towering young man effortlessly lifted his opponent with one hand. His muscles radiated explosive power, seemingly on the path to sanctification through physical prowess. With a thud, he hurled his opponent off the stage, sending clouds of dust into the air, as if he had shattered the very bones of his adversary. The spectators swallowed hard, awed by the terrifying strength of this imposing youth. At the 8th level of the Yuanwu realm, his physical defenses were likely impervious even to 9th level martial apprentices. This young man, known as Pang Xiong, was indeed formidable. Below the arena, conversations ensued, with many expressing great optimism about the prospects of Pang Xiong. Does it belong to body cultivation? Qin Ming murmured. Upon arriving in this world, he gained much understanding. Some martial practitioners tread the path of body sanctification, refining their flesh and blood to the pinnacle, becoming impervious to blades and spears, shattering the heavens with a mere hand, known as body cultivators. Who else? Pang Xiong roared on the arena, his robust physique instilling fear in many. I shall come forth. Just as the crowd fell into silence, Qin Ming suddenly raised his voice, and with a single stride, he stepped onto the arena, his spirit soaring. 7th level of the Yuan martial realm? The onlookers quickly discerned Qin Ming's realm. This fellow, has he lost his mind, daring to challenge an 8th level martial apprentice? It is essential to note that Pang Xiong is no ordinary 8th level martial apprentice. He effortlessly tossed down a contender of the same realm moments ago, expending hardly any effort. Unless one is a 9th level martial apprentice, who could possibly subdue him? Yet here stands a mere youth of the 7th level of the Yuan martial realm, audaciously ascending the arena, appearing rather lean, akin to a mouse confronting an elephant, an immense disparity. Youngster, perhaps you possess considerable talent, but I advise you to withdraw. You are no match for me, Pang Xiong declared, a tremendous oppressive force emanating from him, rumbling ominously. However, Qin Ming was undeterred. He merely smiled faintly and replied, No need for that. I cannot wait so long. If you are too weak, I shan't find any interest. Oh, Pang Xiong found it quite amusing. In that case, I shall not hold back. Chapter 15. The sword-cultivating youth Pang Xiong was intrigued. A lad at the 7th level of the Yuan martial realm daring to challenge him was reminiscent of an ant attempting to shake a tree. It is essential to understand that Pang Xiong is not merely an ordinary 8th level martial disciple. He is also a formidable body cultivator, capable of effortlessly defeating opponents of the same realm. His terrifying strength renders Qin Ming almost insignificant in comparison. Young man, there is a considerable disparity between you two. It would be prudent to withdraw now, lest you find yourself at the mercy of unrestrained blows. The referee, standing by the ring, kindly cautioned Qin Ming. Thank you for the warning, but I believe this advice would be better suited for him, Qin Ming replied, casting a dismissive glance at Pang Xiong. You brought this upon yourself. Pang Xiong's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had spotted his prey. He was more than willing to add a victory to his record at Qin Ming's expense. Fat bear, is it? Victory or defeat can only be determined through combat. Qin Ming stood resolute, his demeanor marked by a hint of defiance. With a thunderous step, Pang Xiong surged forward, causing the entire arena to tremble with a resounding roar, as if an immense tide were crashing toward Qin Ming. A colossal fist, reminiscent of a mythical beast, barreled toward him, intent on obliterating him. This punch would be difficult for even an 8th level martial disciple to withstand. This young man is finished, someone sighed. We should keep our distance in this arena. Life and death are indifferent. If he were to be killed, the carnage might splatter upon us, another jested. Yet, Qin Ming's expression remained imbued with a smile, his gaze tranquil as a deep abyss. As the fierce winds from the incoming punch whipped around him, stirring his garments, his fighting spirit only intensified. When that devastating fist hurtled toward him, he suddenly thrust out his fingers, which seemed to emit a luminous aura of lethal intent, penetrating all barriers as it clashed against Pang Xiong's ferocious punch. Crack! A crisp sound resonated, prompting many to shut their eyes. Unable to bear the sight of Qin Ming's body being shattered beyond recognition, the image was far too gruesome. However, when they reopened their eyes, the scene before them was starkly different from their expectations. Qin Ming remained steadfast in his position, showing no signs of movement, while Peng Xiong's right fist bore a gaping wound, piercing through his entire arm, blood gushing forth in a horrifying spectacle. How could this be possible? The crowd was utterly astonished. Peng Xiong was a body cultivator. His punch had not only failed to injure Qin Ming, but had instead inflicted harm upon himself. How ironic. Did he employ a hidden weapon? Some speculated recklessly. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to come at me together, Qin Ming declared, his gaze directed downward, exuding an air of authority that left several individuals trembling internally, silencing their words. Peng Xiong let out a piercing scream, a sound that transcended ordinary pain. His entire arm had been rendered useless, a consequence of Qin Ming's mercy. Otherwise, Peng Xiong's heart would have surely exploded on the spot. I will kill you. Peng Xiong felt an unfathomable humiliation wash over him. As a martial artist at the 8th level of the Yuanwu realm, how could he be so utterly defeated? It was simply too embarrassing. Ignoring the blood streaming from his right arm, he took another step forward, launching a ferocious punch with his left hand, akin to a roaring lion pouncing forth, shaking the very fabric of space. You are merely bringing misfortune upon yourself. Qin Ming harbored no intention of killing this man. However, if he chose to stubbornly seek his own demise, he could not blame Qin Ming for the consequences. As before, Qin Ming stood calmly in place, his gaze piercing. Once again, he unleashed the shattered heart finger, a lethal technique that could obliterate any adversary in its path. Bang! This time, it was not merely an arm that was lost for Peng Xiong. His heart erupted violently, flesh and blood splattering across the arena, staining it crimson. The crowd gasped in horror. What a terrifying individual. He had slain Peng Xiong with a single finger. Am I seeing things? The spectators exclaimed, astounded by the sheer force of that strike. Qin Ming uttered a single word, yet his presence was so commanding that it left the crowd in awe. His name was Jun. Very well, having secured a victory. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? The referee inquired. Only at the 7th realm of the Yuan martial stage. What audacity! A chilling voice echoed, imbued with a murderous intent that sent shivers down many spines. Chapter 16. Consecutive victories. Jianhan was somewhat renowned in the imperial city, rumored to possess extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. Having mastered formidable techniques capable of contending with martial artists at the 9th realm of the Yuan martial stage, his sword was swift and fierce, once unsheathed. It was destined to draw blood. Upon his entrance, the crowd stirred with excitement, recognizing him as a destined prodigy who would undoubtedly pass the selection, even surpassing Peng Xiong. Wait until you truly achieve victory before boasting, Qin Ming remarked, his eyes gleaming with determination, clearly intent on competing with his opponent. Think carefully. Once my sword is drawn, your life will not be spared. You still have time to withdraw, Jianhan declared, exuding an overwhelming pride and an intimidating sword intent, urging Qin Ming to retreat. A battle of life and death. How delightful. Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. In such a contest, the potential for gaining vitality points was immense. What could be more enticing? It couldn't be better, Jianhan proclaimed as he brandished his sword, drawing it from its sheath. In an instant, a fierce radiance erupted from his black blade, descending upon Qin Ming with astonishing speed, resembling a bolt of black lightning. For an ordinary 8th-tier martial artist, even the first strike might prove insurmountable. Qin Ming's expression flickered. This opponent was stronger than he had anticipated. Yet, this was fortuitous, as the system rewards might be even greater. His purpose for coming here was not to join the Eastern Factory, but to swiftly augment his vitality points, striving to ascend to the next grand realm. The mightier the adversary, the better the honing of his skills. In the face of that unparalleled strike, Qin Ming retaliated with a pointed finger, emanating an ominous force of destruction. It surged forth, intent on clashing with Jianhan's black sword. My heavens! This fellow has lost his mind. Jianhan's sword was renowned for its swiftness and ferocity. To counter it with mere finger strength was tantamount to courting death. This young man named Jun was excessively arrogant, believing that having triumphed over Peng Xiong, he could dismiss all other foes. He was bound to suffer a severe setback. Jianhan was a formidable opponent. Who among the 9-tiered martial prodigies could best him? Several youths exchanged glances, clearly aware of Jianhan's reputation and filled with apprehension. A faint smile graced Yi Jianhan's lips. His sword was not so easily subdued. To attempt to withstand it with just 2 fingers was a naively reckless endeavor. Clang! It was as if metal were clashing, and the crowd could even faintly perceive the sparks flying. This clash unleashed a torrential wave of heat, utterly terrifying. Yi Jianhan's black sword appeared to be missing a corner. Those with keen eyes immediately noticed this scene, their hearts trembling in shock. Qin Ming's finger strength was indeed formidable. Not only had it not been cleaved by the black sword, but it had also shattered a corner of it. Was this youth defying the heavens? Yi Jianhan's expression was colder than his sword. Throughout his journey of swordsmanship, he had swept away all opponents with a single stroke. Yet now someone had managed to fracture his black sword, which he found intolerable. It is crucial to understand that this black sword was no ordinary weapon. It was a martial soldier, albeit a first-grade one, yet its power should not be underestimated. It was precisely through this black sword that he could dominate martial artists at the 9th level of the Yuanwu realm. Your sword is suitable for slicing vegetables, but it pales in comparison for combat, Qin Ming remarked with a nonchalant smile, showing little regard for Yi Jianhan's pride. Enraged, Yi Jianhan swung his sword with even greater ferocity. This attack was swifter. Qin Ming's expression shifted slightly, and he stepped forward, unleashing the full might of the shattered heart finger. It was a devastating technique, as if a stream of sword energy emanated from his fingertips, capable of tearing apart the very fabric of space. The host tore apart a first-grade martial soldier with bare hands, gaining 10 vitality points. Ding! The host defeated an 8th-level peak martial artist, earning 15 vitality points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Ming affirmed his thoughts. Indeed, the system rewarded him based on the true combat strength of his opponents, even granting rewards for tearing apart martial soldiers. Is there anyone else? Qin Ming boldly challenged opponents on the arena, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. After 2 battles, he had amassed 25 vitality points, a notable achievement indeed. Naturally, a series of martial disciples stepped up to challenge him, yet one after another, 5 contenders fell before him, unable to match his prowess. Those who displayed even a hint of murderous intent were swiftly dispatched, without a trace of mercy. Gradually, Qin Ming found his cultivation nearing the 8th level of the Yuan martial realm, which troubled him. At this rate, he would only be able to earn vitality points by defeating disciples at the 9th level. Finally, a disciple at the 9th level could no longer remain idle. Observing a 7th-level martial artist flaunting his might on the stage, undefeated thus far, his eyes ignited with a fierce light as he ascended the arena. Chapter 17. Further advancement. At this moment, Qin Ming's opponent was indeed a disciple at the 9th level of the Yuan martial realm. He was quite young, not yet 20. Yet his eyes sparkled with a sharp brilliance, clearly a prodigious talent. This made Qin Ming reflect on the weakness of the previous owner of this body. The world was filled with such gifted individuals, and as a prince, he had fallen so short, which explained why he was easily manipulated by others. Fortunately, he possessed a system. Otherwise, his life would have been destined for mediocrity, with no prospect for advancement. Without exchanging many words, this 9th-level genius unleashed a powerful strike, sending forth gusts of fierce wind alongside his palm, as if a colossal stone tablet were descending upon him, the force of his strike immensely profound. This was the great stone palm, the work of Jia Ting. Upon witnessing his attack, some recognized him immediately. This is a tale of a youthful prodigy, yet to rise to prominence, but whose innate talent is already evident and recognized by many. At this juncture, within the Eastern Bureau, a middle-aged man with white eyebrows strides forth, adorned with a golden crown and a resplendent red robe. Exuding an air of authority, he is none other than Yin Zheng, the third-ranking head of the Eastern Bureau. This selection process is under his purview. Although he resides within the confines of the Dan Mansion and holds little interest in the contests among martial apprentices and masters, it is imperative for him to discern any exceptional talents, as recruiting such individuals could further augment his influence. Yin Zheng's gaze swiftly fell upon Jia Ting, a remarkably outstanding youth. With a fierce strike, he emanates an unmistakable momentum that captivates attention. This young man possesses great potential for development, Yin Zheng mused. However, in the next moment, his expression froze as he realized that Jia Ting's opponent was merely a 7th-level practitioner of the Yuan martial realm. A battle of 7 against 9, a clash across the realms? A glimmer of intrigue flashed across Yin Zheng's countenance. Ordinarily, a 9th-level martial apprentice could dispatch a 7th-level opponent with a single strike, especially someone as gifted as Jia Ting, whose combat prowess would surely surpass others of the same tier. Yet, at this moment, the 7th-level youth was engaged in a fierce struggle against Jia Ting, their confrontation indecisive. Each thrust of his fingers was imbued with formidable offensive force, as if he were oblivious to the superiority of his adversary's realm, determined to overpower him with an overwhelming display of finger strength. On the arena, Jia Ting's monumental palm strikes descended incessantly, resembling towering stone tablets, instilling trepidation in the hearts of the spectators. Yet, regardless of his relentless assault, Qin Ming's finger strength consistently shattered these stone-like blows, growing ever more invigorated as if fatigue were a mere myth. As the battle reached its zenith, Jia Ting's primordial force waned, unable to sustain his onslaught. In contrast, Qin Ming, having cultivated the true martial emperor's cannon, possessed an abundant reservoir of energy, rendering any notion of depletion irrelevant. Even after numerous consecutive battles, he remained brimming with vitality. With a thunderous proclamation, Jia Ting's expression darkened, as he, at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the martial realm, found himself unable to subdue Qin Ming. Could he still be deemed a genius? With a furious roar, he summoned all his power, his mighty palm descending like an ancient edifice intent on suppressing the world for 300 years. Yet, Qin Ming remained unfazed, confronting the descending celestial tablet. He struck forth with his fingers, piercing through it instantaneously. His razor-sharp fingertip energy penetrated Jia Ting's chest, resulting in an immediate and decisive kill. This clash astonished all present. "The sovereign is formidable," they marveled, perceiving his imposing aura as that of an unrivaled monarch, capable of subduing even those of the 9th layer with ease. Congratulations to the host for defeating an opponent 2 realms above, earning 50 points of vitality. Congratulations to the host for advancing 2 realms within a single day, reaching the 8th layer of the martial realm, and receiving the esteemed divine ability, the Heavenly Dragon Fist, alongside 3 second-grade vitality elixirs. Remember, for a hero, the enhancement of personal strength is the foremost priority. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Qin Ming was overwhelmed with joy. Achieving the 8th layer of martial disciple brought him ever closer to the realm of the martial master. The second-grade vitality elixirs would serve as invaluable aids in his journey. 8 victories, please continue. The referee proclaimed, "This is indeed an impressive achievement." Yet, even Jia Ting was subdued, leaving many 9th-level martial artists present uncertain of their chances for victory, hesitant to step into the arena, which left Qin Ming feeling helpless. "There is no need to continue. Let him be directly selected." A faint voice emerged from within the Eastern Bureau, unmistakably belonging to the 3rd-tier head, Yin Zheng. Chapter 18. A clash of 2 tigers. As Yin Zheng's voice resonated, numerous individuals could not conceal their envy. This was a recognition of June, suggesting he need not endure 10 victories to be selected. Naturally, no one would contest this fact. His combat prowess was already well known. Undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the Yuanwu realm, with even Jia Ting proving no match for him. More importantly, he possessed merely a 7th-level cultivation in the Yuanwu realm. Should he advance further, he might very well dominate this tier. However, June's treatment far exceeded that of an ordinary genius with 10 victories, for he had already caught Yin Zheng's eye, leading to his immediate inclusion. "Thank you, my lord." Qin Ming smiled, accepting Yin Zheng's invitation without hesitation. Striding forward without revealing a hint of vulnerability, the 1,000 change mask could bestow upon Qin Ming countless identities, and even more. He could be Qin Ming or Zhang Shi. And at this moment, he was June. The Eastern Bureau warmly welcomed promising young talents. "Your aptitude is commendable. You will have the opportunity to meet the supervisor. Should the supervisor inquire which head you wish to follow, I trust you will possess the discernment to decide." Upon seeing Qin Ming step forward, Yin Zheng remarked with a smile, "The gathering of these prodigious talents cannot solely belong to Yin Zheng. Rather, after meeting Chao Jinchun, they are afforded the privilege of choice, selecting the faction to which they wish to align themselves. Indeed, although Empress Dowager Yong wields influence through her son, the Prince of Yong, she remains second in command within the harem, having never been the favored consort of the late emperor, and her sway within the royal family is still insufficient." Han Mao remarked, "Let us elevate Empress Dowager Yong, for if she surpasses Empress Dowager Xiao, she shall claim the foremost position within the harem, thereby gaining respect within the imperial court." Qin Ming replied, "Do you suggest that we elevate Empress Dowager Yong to the position of Empress Mother?" Han Mao was taken aback. "No, attaining the title of Empress Mother is no simple feat. I recall there exists the title of Grand Consort as well. Then it is settled. I shall now draft an edict, infusing it with royal blood to enhance its authority, and present it before the ancestral statue in the Grand Temple, proclaiming it to the world. Chapter 19. The capital in turmoil. A glimmer of determination shone in Qin Ming's eyes. He intended to demonstrate sincerity, ensuring that Empress Dowager Yong would place her trust in him. Once the edict, imbued with royal blood, was presented before the ancestral statue, it would gain an additional layer of legitimacy, earning the respect of all under heaven. These seemingly convoluted procedures were meticulously established during the era of Emperor Wu. And despite the presence of foolish rulers in later generations, none dared to defy these customs for fear of incurring the wrath of their ancestors. Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. Han Mao spoke reverently. Such flattery is unnecessary. There is another matter. How has it progressed? Qin Ming inquired, eager to uncover the identity of the assassin who sought to eliminate Chao Jinshun. I have ascertained the whereabouts of that esteemed senior, but given my position, I fear he may not easily place his trust in me, Han Mao remarked. Qin Ming nodded. After all, Han Mao was now the third-ranking official of the Eastern Depot and had previously engaged with that senior. Gaining his trust would not be a simple endeavor. It would be best for Qin Ming to take the initiative himself. Do you know who he is? Qin Ming inquired further. Not yet, it seems. To be connected with the late emperor, Han Mao could only speculate, unable to provide extensive details. I understand, Qin Ming mused, a faint realization dawning upon him. And then he dismissed Han Mao. He prepared to draft an edict to confer the title of Noble Consort Yong. Your Majesty, Chuanair approached Qin Ming. Is this course of action not overly perilous? The Noble Consort Yong harbors considerable ambition. Our predecessors fought valiantly, emerging from the brink of death to establish the imperial dynasty. At present, I am merely drafting an edict. What is there to fear? Qin Ming replied with a smile, assuring Chuanair that he had weighed the implications. To dismantle the Eastern Depot, the Noble Consort Yong was the most judicious choice. The edict, stained with imperial blood, radiated an extraordinary brilliance. No one comprehended why the blood of emperors throughout the ages could endow an edict with such remarkable efficacy. Yet all firmly believed in this being a rule established by Emperor Qin Wu, intertwined with fate, truly wondrous. Subsequently, Qin Ming stood before the ancestral statue of the great emperor and personally proclaimed the edict. In an instant, the heavens and earth resounded with a thunderous roar, as if beams of law descended, shaking the entire imperial palace. The Noble Consort Yong is elevated to the rank of Noble Consort Yong. This news swiftly spread throughout the imperial palace and soon permeated the entire imperial city, causing a palpable stir. The notion that a mere puppet emperor could issue a decree to elevate Consort Yong was bound to evoke numerous speculations. Many wondered, if not for the subtle instigation of Consort Yong, would the powerless Emperor Qin Ming have taken such a bold step? Although it was merely an honorary title and lacked any tangible weaponry or rare treasures, its implications within the palace were far from trivial. Consort Yong could wield this title like a talisman, potentially positioning herself as the preeminent figure in the harem. Even those within Consort Yong's quarters were rendered speechless. Their interactions with the young emperor were minimal, and they had previously employed various underhanded tactics against him during his childhood. This unexpected action from Qin Ming left them perplexed. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, this development undeniably favored Consort Yong. Her family, the Yong clan, celebrated this momentous occasion with great fanfare, for with Consort Yong's elevation, the Yong family would be in a stronger position to claim the throne should the young emperor pass away. In contrast, the prime minister's residence, the Shao and Yin families, along with the Eastern Depot, were decidedly discontent with this turn of events. They unanimously believed that Qin Ming had aligned himself with Consort Yong. And there was even speculation that Consort Yong had orchestrated Qin Ming's actions, a possibility that could not be dismissed. Nevertheless, the pursuit of one's cultivation remained paramount. After all, he was merely a puppet emperor, unworthy of hindering one's progress. It must be said that Chao Jinshun exhibited considerable affection for his own offspring, refraining from imposing excessive reproach upon Zhangxi. Foster father, I am willing to atone for my sins by rendering service. I implore you to allocate some men to me. I shall station them to guard the emperor's chamber, preventing anyone from visiting him unbidden. This way, no one can conspire with him in secret. Chapter 20. The Throne? The esteemed Consort Yong. Qin Ming appeared to have anticipated this encounter, displaying no surprise, but instead offering a gentle smile to the visitor. You knew I would come? The visitor, realizing her identity had been discerned, no longer concealed anything. She removed her dark veil, revealing a visage of exquisite beauty. The esteemed consort Yong was not as aged as Qin Ming had envisioned. In fact, she was remarkably well-preserved, seemingly in her early 30s, with a complexion as fair as that of a youthful maiden. However, her prolonged residence in the inner palace had imbued her with an air of unparalleled elegance, exuding an aura of dignified grace. If the esteemed consort Yong had not come, I would have found it strange, Qin Ming remarked with a smile, gesturing for her to take a seat, treating her not as a figure of lofty status, but as a peer and an old friend. Seeing Qin Ming's mature demeanor, a flicker of surprise crossed the phoenix-eyed gaze of the esteemed consort Yong. This young emperor was quite different from what she had imagined. Yet, the Qin Ming before her, commanding the tides of power, bore not a trace of weakness. The esteemed consort is too kind, Qin Ming replied with a serene smile. This is merely an act of necessity. I hope the esteemed consort can forgive me, having bestowed upon me the title of esteemed consort. Do you think I would hold it against you? After all, your late mother and I shared a good rapport. I shall consider this as a tribute to her memory. However, you mentioned this was an act of necessity. I am rather curious as to what has compelled His Majesty to such a state of reluctance. The noble consort Yong spoke softly, revealing that her relationship with the Empress, the mother of Qin Ming, was far from amicable, as both were mothers to heirs. How could their rapport be harmonious? I only hold gratitude for the kindness that consort Yong once showed, which is why I have decided to elevate her status. It is rather lamentable that as an emperor, I find myself in such a helpless position. Had I possessed true power, my actions would not be limited to mere titles. Regrettably, my hands are tied, leading to the rise of treacherous individuals, leaving me in a state of despair. Qin Ming sighed. The phrase treacherous individuals sparked a glint of interest in consort Yong's eyes. These scoundrels have invaded my palace, coercing me into bestowing upon them the title of king. Though I am the emperor, I am bound by constraints, and if this continues, I may not be able to protect the legacy of my ancestors. Thus, I seek your assistance, consort Yong, to lend me your strength, Qin Ming declared passionately. How do you know that I shall assist you? Consort Yong inquired with keen interest. For your adversary is no simple opponent. I cannot guarantee that you will aid me, which is why I have taken the initiative to elevate your title first. Even if you refuse, you are now compelled to comply. I am entirely willing to join forces with consort Yong to suppress the treachery, Qin Ming asserted. However, if you wish for my assistance, why not directly appoint me as Empress Dowager? This would grant me greater authority. Consort Yong's ambition was unmistakable. I believe that the title of Empress Dowager would be best conferred by Prince Yong, Qin Ming replied with a smile. Are you truly willing to relinquish your throne to Prince Yong? Can you swear to that? Consort Yong asked directly, for if Qin Ming agreed to this, her support would be assured. But does he genuinely wish to let go of the throne? Chapter 21. A strategic divide yet. Qin Ming's words did little to instill genuine trust in the Empress Dowager Yong. She sought a promise, a vow from the emperor himself. A decree stained with imperial blood possesses an enigmatic power, thus the emperor's oath must also carry weight, signifying a certain reciprocity. It can be posited that once Qin Ming swore his allegiance, the Empress Dowager Yong would almost instinctively join forces with him, peacefully indulging in dreams of becoming empress. Qin Ming was acutely aware of this dynamic. He harbored no resentment towards the Empress Dowager's assertiveness, for he recognized that retreat was not an option. His path lay only forward, with no alternatives available. Naturally, there is no issue, Qin Ming replied with a smile, his fingers poised as he raised them toward the heavens, proclaiming, I, Qin Ming, sovereign of the Tianhua Dynasty, hereby pledge to ally with Empress Dowager Yong, to eradicate the treacherous elements from the court. Should the day arrive when the court is purged, I am willing to abdicate the throne in favor of Prince Yong, to thereafter roam freely among mortals. Having spoken, Qin Ming turned his gaze towards the Empress Dowager Yong, inquiring if this was sufficient or if his blood was required. Truth be told, Qin Ming felt somewhat vexed. The customs of the Tianhua Dynasty were rather peculiar, with many matters necessitating the emperor's blood. Had he been the frail version of himself from the past, he would have been drained after but a few such demands. The emperor's vow, immensely solemn, aligned with the celestial forces, wielded in immutable authority. Should it be further imbued with imperial blood, it would transform into a blood oath, bearing even greater gravity. There is no need for that, Your Majesty. Such a precious life should not be so easily put at risk. This oath alone is sufficient for us to unite in purpose, Empress Dowager Yong replied with a serene smile. She had heard tales of a certain Qin emperor who had once made a blood oath, which summoned thunderous wrath from the heavens, leading to chaos and disorder. Such a commotion was simply too grand. Qin Ming also smiled knowingly, aware of the concerns of the esteemed imperial concubine Yong. His words were merely a casual remark intended to deepen her trust. As for the oaths, he was indifferent. To become an eternal emperor, you could not rely on fate. He sought enlightenment, aspiring to trample destiny beneath his feet, for that is the essence of a true sovereign. If causality exists, he would shatter it. Without an invincible heart, how could he restore the glory of the ancient dynasty? Now, let us discuss the course of action. After the imperial concubine Yong departed, Qin Ming settled his mind to consolidate his Dao fruit. Today, he had stepped into the 8th layer of the Yuanwu realm, with a few more battles. He would ascend to the next grand realm. Such a pace of cultivation, while perhaps not unparalleled, could certainly be deemed unprecedented. At dawn, as the sun began to rise, Qin Ming opened his eyes, a flicker of vigilance crossing his expression, sensing an impending arrival. With a wave of his hand, he transformed into the likeness of Zhang Shi. Although Zhang Zhouquan's demeanor was typically unruffled, upon hearing Qin Ming's words, he narrowed his eyes, intrigued. This little eunuch, was he merely suffering from an inflated ego? Or did he have the formidable support of Qiao Jinchun behind him? Recently, rumors had circulated throughout the imperial city, suggesting a close alliance between the Eastern Depot and the Prime Minister's residence, yet the source of these whispers remained elusive. Zhang had formed various conjectures, none of which revealed the truth. Given the current circumstances, could it be that Qiao Jinchun was the one disseminating these rumors? What scheme was he orchestrating? Chapter 22. A minor victory. This demonic dragon possesses the ability to devour pinnacle warriors of the martial spirit realm. The assassin had been ensnared by this beast. Otherwise, he would not have fallen prey to Qiao Jinchun's attack. Outside the Eastern Hall, Qin Ming and Han Mao stood at a respectful distance from one another. After revealing his identity, the two engaged in a conversation through their spiritual senses. At that moment, upon learning from Han Mao about the formidable power of the array formation, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Qin Ming's eyes. Indeed, the path of array formations was exceptionally powerful. If one could inscribe a lethal array before the enemy's arrival, the effort would yield remarkable results. It is worth noting that the art of array formations is fundamentally based on the intricacies of runes, distinguishing it from the martial path. When delved into deeply, it proves to be immensely potent, rivaling the strength of equally ranked martial practitioners. Qin Ming swiftly accessed information regarding runes and array formations from the system. He discovered that within the 3,000 realms, there exists a specialized profession known as rune masters, categorized from ranks 1 to 9. The first rank corresponds to martial apprentices of the Yuan martial realm, the second to martial masters of the spirit martial realm, and the third to martial spirits of the Dan Mansion realm. The status of rune masters is exceedingly high, comparable to that of alchemists. Moreover, rune masters can be further classified. Some specialize in array formations, intertwining and amplifying runes, and are referred to as array masters. Others focus on the crafting of weapons, infusing runes into robust materials to forge powerful arms, earning them the title of weapon masters, who are often the wealthiest among their peers. After all, each weapon is of considerable value, and every martial cultivator yearns to possess a weapon of exceptional quality. In addition to array masters and weapon masters, there exists another category of rune masters who primarily inscribe talismans, akin to weapon crafting yet distinct, known as talisman masters. After perusing this information, Qin Ming finally attained a rudimentary understanding of the art of talismans. His heart surged with eagerness, and he contemplated embarking on this path once the day's matters were resolved, pondering what assistance the system might afford him. Chapter 23. The Slaying of the Martial Spirit. Though Qin Ming was aware that Yin Fei would seek him out, he did not anticipate her arrival would be so swift. It appeared that her circumstances were rather dire. However, it was not Qin Ming she sought directly. Instead, she had dispatched someone to convey a decree, summoning Zhang Shi to her presence. Qin Ming inwardly scoffed but transformed into the likeness of Zhang Shi nonetheless. Preparing to meet this perilous beauty, she was indeed a formidable woman, and any lapse in caution could result in her enchanting charm ensnaring his very soul. Were it not for his entanglement with Zhang Shi, he might not harbor such disdain for her. Moreover, he mused, there were numerous concubines in his harem, and time must be allocated to bestow favor upon them all. With this resolve firmly in mind, he set forth toward the Xian Palace. Within the Xian Palace, Yin Fei awaited his arrival. Unlike their previous encounter, she was not reclining upon the bed. Instead, she donned a resplendent multicolored celestial garment, exuding a sense of solemnity as she awaited Zhang Xi's entrance. The Yin family boasted a venerable history in the imperial city, with tales suggesting that they were not originally of the Yin surname. Rather, a distant ancestor had amalgamated with the bloodline of the celestial swallow, thus forging the illustrious legacy of the Yin household. Consequently, they adopted this name. The family's totem was also a purple swallow. Gently pushing open the door, Qin Ming observed that the room was devoid of others and, in an instant, lunged toward Yin Fei. Yet, she deftly evaded him, her figure a blur, thwarting his advance and keeping him at bay. Although Yin Fei had not stepped into the Dan residence, she was ultimately a martial artist, significantly more formidable than Qin Ming, capable of evading him with ease, even overpowering him. Of course, if Qin Ming were to reveal all the treasures at his disposal, he would certainly not fear Yin Fei. However, he chose to conceal his true strength, merely feigning nonchalance. "Why does the beauty evade me?" Qin Ming inquired with a smile, pretending to lunge towards Yin Fei once more. "Why didn't you deem it worth a fortune last time?" Yin Fei retorted, her frustration evident. She was perplexed by Zhang Xi's unpredictable behavior. Previously, when she sought to share a romantic night, he had avoided her, and now, he seemed as fierce as a wolf, leaving her utterly confounded. "I am in good spirits today," Qin Ming declared with a grin. The Eastern Bureau was nearly subdued. "And you are in good spirits?" A flicker of doubt crossed Yin Fei's eyes. When she had dispatched someone to find Zhang Xi, she had not anticipated meeting him so soon, having heard rumors of his precarious condition. Yet, it appeared that the reality was quite different. Feeling bewildered, she sensed an oddity in the day's events. Zhang Xi seemed altered from her previous encounters. "Perhaps it is my robust health and swift recovery. Come, my beauty, let us not squander this splendid moment," Qin Ming suggested, pouring 2 cups of wine, handing one to Yin Fei, as if to toast in a ceremonial manner. "Which of you is the true Zhang Xi?" Yin Fei mused, perceiving that he was now a stark contrast to the man she had known before. No, not just 2, but 3 distinct personas. The original Zhang Xi exuded arrogance with a hint of ferocity, yet lacked any significant guile. The last time she had seen him, he seemed overly meticulous, as if he had undergone a transformation. But now, he appeared frivolous, as if deliberately evading something. "It is all me, your Zhang Lang. Whatever form you prefer, I shall embody it. Are you satisfied now?" Qin Ming approached Yin Fei, gently lifting her delicate chin and inhaling her fragrance, as if to become entranced by it. "I am not satisfied." Yin Fei forcefully pushed Qin Ming away. "I have treated you with kindness and even lowered myself, yet you dare to share false information with me. Are you truly intent on placing me in peril? How could I bear to see you perish?" Qin Ming replied with a slow smile, his gaze suddenly shifting towards the screen behind which someone was concealed. "Come out, it must be exhausting to hide your aura all this time." During his previous visit, Qin Ming had not detected her presence, but now, having ascended to the 8th level of the Yuanwu realm, his cultivation had advanced, and his spiritual awareness was at its peak. Even if the old woman tried to conceal her aura, it could not escape his perception. The old woman, slightly embarrassed, stepped out from behind the screen. Her eyes shone brightly, and her aura radiated with the strength of a martial spirit. Had it not been for Qin Ming's cultivation of the true martial emperor's scriptures, which nurtured the essence of imperial way, he might have been compelled to bow before the presence of this martial spirit from the Danfu realm. Yin Fei's expression turned sharp, her composure shattered. Is this truly Zhang Xi? A martial spirit from the Danfu realm, elevated and lofty, could also be perceived by him? The old woman and Yin Fei exchanged a glance, their minds communicating for a moment, confirming that it indeed was Zhang Xi, as his aura and realm were unmistakable. He was a martial disciple at the Yuanwu realm. Held in his embrace, Yin Fei showed no desire to struggle. Instead, she quietly examined Zhang Xi, seeking to discern any difference. Yet Zhang Xi's appearance remained unchanged, his aura identical, save for a slight alteration in temperament that left Yin Fei perplexed regarding the root of the issue. Perhaps he had been rendered more lucid by the beating? Qin Ming caressed the delicate and fragile form of Yin Fei, his heart stirring with endless ripples. Fortunate that his resolve was strong enough to not lose sight of his purpose for being there. Zhang Gongong. The old crone suddenly unleashed a furious roar, causing Qin Ming to involuntarily release his grip, a tingling sensation prickling at his scalp. Seizing the moment, Yin Fei extricated herself from Qin Ming's embrace and boldly inquired, "Zhang Lang, you have deceived me most grievously. Could you enlighten me as to why?" Simultaneously, the old crone's formidable presence bore down on Qin Ming, the two conspiring to unveil the secrets concealed within Zhang Xi's womb. I did mention it, yet I never implied they were to form an alliance. That letter could very well be a declaration of war. Qin Ming chuckled. A mere wordplay had embroiled the Yin family in turmoil, placing them in jeopardy. The old crone's aura was formidable, and in an instant, her withered, yellowed hand shot forward, enveloped in a torrent of elemental energy, intent on severely injuring Qin Ming. To those of the martial spirit realm, this residual force might seem inconsequential, yet to a martial apprentice of the elemental martial realm, it represented a lethal assault. As the shockwave collided with him, Qin Ming felt a jolt of excruciating pain, collapsing as if struck by the tidal wave of energy, succumbing to unconsciousness. Zhang Lang. Yin Fei gasped in astonishment, while the old crone appeared somewhat flustered. Could it be that she had truly slain this youth? The old woman moved with remarkable speed, stepping forward to probe Qin Ming's presence. However, at that very moment, Qin Ming's fingers twitched, and a slender silver needle shot forth with alarming swiftness. The old woman was completely oblivious as the needle pierced deeply into her heart. Her steps faltered. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Had she truly met her end in such a manner? This was the feathered needle, an assassination tool bestowed upon Qin Ming by the system. His seemingly frivolous demeanor was a ruse to incite their anger, ultimately granting him the opportunity to slay the old woman in one fell swoop. And now he had succeeded. Should this news reach the outside world, it would undoubtedly stir a tremendous uproar. Here was a formidable martial spirit, capable of commanding respect within the imperial city. Yet it had been vanquished by Qin Ming, a mere martial disciple. Such an astonishing feat. The Empress Dowager, Yin Fei, gazed at the slowly collapsing figure of the old woman, her heart racing with panic. She regretted having dismissed the eunuchs and palace maids. Her desire to keep her conversation with Zhang Xi confidential had led to this critical miscalculation. Now, even if she cried for help, no one would come to her aid. Was it Chao Jinshun who sent you to kill? Yin Fei demanded loudly. Chao Jinshun? Does he even possess the capability? Qin Ming declared. If I wish to kill, who shall dare to obstruct me? At that moment, Qin Ming removed his mask, revealing his true identity, causing Yin Fei to freeze in place, her expression turning to stone. She had indeed sensed something amiss with Zhang Xi of late, yet she could never have fathomed that it was not Zhang Xi at all, but rather Qin Ming. Although Yin Fei had never truly shared the emperor's bed and held little regard for this puppet ruler, she had nonetheless seen his portrait. The memory of a martial artist at the spirit martial realm far surpasses that of an ordinary person, and she immediately recognized Qin Ming. Qin Ming spoke aloud, his spiritual awareness expanding. He would swiftly take action at the slightest approach. The Eternal Emperor? Yin Fei chuckled. Your Majesty truly underestimates the heroes of the world. Striking from the shadows is not the conduct of a true man. Her tone grew colder, for her connection with the old woman was deeply intimate, and all traces of charm had long since vanished, replaced by an aura of chill. Despite her status as a martial artist of the spirit martial realm, she believed she could suppress Qin Ming. Alas, you can only resort to covert maneuvers, unable to step into the grand hall of elegance. How pitiable you are. Yin Fei pointed a finger at Qin Ming, causing a flash of cold light to pass through his eyes. In the next instant, a silver needle silently pierced her throat, vanishing completely within. Yin Fei's expression turned ashen as she realized she could not utter a word. One hand clutched her throat while the other pointed accusingly at Qin Ming. Her mouth opened wide in an attempt to speak, yet no sound emerged, regardless of her efforts. It was evident that she recognized the hidden weapon had struck her throat. Just as the cause of the old woman's demise had foretold, the silver needle seemed to meld with the very fabric of space, executing its strike without any disturbance, capable of taking her life in a mere instant. No matter how Yin Fei channeled her internal energy, she could not expel the needle from her throat. It felt as though it had become one with her, rendering her helpless. You are even more captivating in silence. Qin Ming gazed at Yin Fei, gesturing for her to refrain from any rash movements. Yin Fei, indeed frightened, had not anticipated that Qin Ming's silver needles possessed such lethal prowess, capable of taking a life silently. Though she was a martial artist, could she outpace the swift strike of Qin Ming's needles? Her eyes were filled with a chilling resolve, yet also an air of helplessness. She had never imagined that she would find herself in Qin Ming's grasp this day. Indeed, you are a beauty of unparalleled grace. But alas, I find myself powerless. The heavens may forgive transgressions, but self-inflicted calamities are inexcusable. According to the edicts left by the great emperor, you and Zhang Shi are to be punished by the eradication of your entire lineage. Qin Ming proclaimed. Zhang Shi has already met his end by my hand. And as for you, your demise is nigh. I shall meticulously settle accounts with your 9 clans. Qin Ming inhaled deeply, despite Yin Fei's undeniable beauty. To him, she was merely a fleeting visage of decay, and he wished never to behold her again. In an instant, his fingers twitched, and Yin Fei's countenance turned pale with terror as she comprehended the fatal intent behind Qin Ming's strike. At that moment, all her innate energy surged forth, her veins seeming to rupture as her body radiated light, as if preparing for self-detonation. The silver needle lodged in her throat was finally expelled, yet simultaneously, another ethereal needle pierced her chest. With a heart-wrenching scream, her heart ceased to beat, and her breath was extinguished. Your Majesty Yin Fei, the anguished cry reverberated, alarming the guards in the vicinity, who hastened towards the scene. Even maidens from the Yin household, summoned to the palace, rushed in concern for Yin Fei's well-being. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of pounding echoed as the crowd attempted to breach the door. What are you all doing? The door remained closed. Yet the languid voice of the Yin Fei emanated from within, causing everyone to pause momentarily. Is the esteemed lady unharmed? Your Highness, forgive our intrusion. Upon hearing your voice, we hasten to offer assistance. Please, kindly open the door so that we may ascertain your safety. Otherwise, it will be difficult to provide an explanation. The captain of the guards spoke up. However, the response from within was one of impatience. I am perfectly well. Leave at once. It is not convenient for me to open the door. The peculiar choice of words left the crowd in a state of bewilderment. What could the lady be engaged in that rendered her unavailable? It seems that Master Zhang is inside, a young eunuch stammered. At this revelation, the captain of the guards appeared to comprehend the situation. It seemed the earlier sounds were not cries of distress, but rather excessive exhilaration. Contemplating this, the others felt a sense of relief that they had not recklessly barged in, for witnessing something inappropriate might have cost them dearly. Once the crowd had departed, Qin Ming within the chamber finally exhaled in relief, yet he did not remove his ever-changing mask. Instead, he transformed his visage to resemble that of Zhang Shi. As for the Yin Fei, she had long since succumbed. The voice they had heard earlier was not hers but that of Qin Ming, who had assumed her appearance. Though he could not perfectly replicate her demeanor, the similarity in voice sufficed to intimidate the guards, maids, and eunuchs. He had employed bone-altering powder, casting it upon both the Yin Fei and the old crone, witnessing the once illustrious beauty fade entirely from this realm. He felt no sorrow, rather, a sense of liberation washed over him. For the entanglement with the Yin Fei and Zhang, she had been a thorn in his side, akin to a fishbone lodged in his throat. In name, Yin Fei is his concubine, yet he has never regarded her as his woman. Nonetheless, her existence poses a threat to his reputation. Today, he personally eliminated Yin Fei, extinguishing all potential complications. In a way, she was one of his adversaries, and by her removal, he has vanquished a significant foe. As for the circumstances surrounding her demise, it is undoubtedly impossible to conceal the truth indefinitely. However, he need not delay for long, merely 20 days will suffice. Within this time frame, he must seize control of the palace. For failure to do so could lead to his own downfall, rendering Yin Fei's resurrection irrelevant to him. Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying a martial spirit at the Danfu level, earning a reward of 1,000 vitality points. Congratulations on breaking into the first level of the spirit martial realm, becoming a martial master, with current vitality points at 1850. Congratulations for eliminating Yin Fei and preserving your own reputation, bringing you a step closer to completing the main quest, with a reward of 500 vitality points, now totaling 2350. Congratulations on advancing to the second level of the spirit martial realm, due to the host's consecutive breakthroughs within a single day. A special reward of 5 secondary vitality elixirs is granted. Remember, a formidable leader must excel in strategy while continuously enhancing their own power. A gentle warmth seems to circulate within Qin Ming's body as his dantian expands, akin to a spirit elixir blooming within, radiating divine light. This is the hallmark of the spirit martial realm, the condensation of spirit elixirs. These elixirs connect to the essence of martial cultivation, gradually awakening the spirit. Capable of evolving into true combat-ready spiritual entities, embodying the profound mysteries of the spirit martial realm. Has he truly stepped into the spirit martial realm? Even Qin Ming himself could not have anticipated his swift transition into the second great realm. It is noteworthy that he had yet to experience the 9th level of the Yuanwu realm and the 1st level of the Lingwu realm. Yet he ascended directly to the 2nd rank of martial master, his strength soaring by several multiples. Should he consume 3 2nd-grade Yuan ascension pills at this moment, his cultivation would likely surge dramatically, propelling him into the mid-stage of the Lingwu realm, an outcome that would be extraordinarily astonishing. Although he yearned for power, he understood the necessity of patience. It is essential to recognize that his journey in cultivation had only just begun, with each incremental advancement in realm. He must diligently consolidate his achievements. Otherwise, he would remain unfamiliar with his own strength, leaving his foundation precariously weak. The path of cultivation is merely the first step. One must proceed methodically, without haste. When I reach the Danfu realm, the true reckoning shall commence. A sharp glint flickered in Qin Ming's eyes as he began to meditate, solidifying the realm he had just attained. He remained in this state until dawn before emerging with a swagger reminiscent of Zhang Shi, prompting the onlookers to salute him respectfully. Unable to utter a word of dissent, he recognized the need to rapidly enhance his own strength while simultaneously elevating Han Mao's capabilities to better serve him. However, Han Mao was already at the 9th level of the martial master realm, rendering the Yuan ascension pills ineffective for him. After careful consideration, Qin Ming bestowed upon Han Mao a single washing marrow pill. This singular gift would ultimately broaden Han Mao's meridians by a factor of 2, cleansing his channels and marrow, leading to a significant transformation. Chapter 25. Second profession. The Lingwu realm represents an entirely new domain, necessitating the refinement of spiritual pills. Yet, those capable of truly unleashing the formidable powers of these pills are exceedingly rare. Qin Ming remained in the palace for several days, refraining from engaging in any external affairs. Instead, he devoted himself to mastering his abilities, achieving a state of perfection in the 2nd tier of the spirit martial realm, while also beginning to explore the path of talismanic inscriptions. According to the information provided by the system, the study of talismanic inscriptions is a path distinct yet intricately linked to martial arts, its challenges far exceeding those of the latter. Only those naturally attuned to talismans can truly embark on this journey and comprehend the profound truths embedded within. If one cannot decipher the inscriptions, the notions of understanding and application remain utterly unattainable. True masters of talismanic arts can weave their strokes to conjure formidable power. Talent serves as a formidable barrier. Even the most exceptional martial practitioners would hesitate to claim they could successfully inscribe talismans. Furthermore, the number of available talismans is exceedingly scarce, and no master would readily divulge their creations, even within their own sects, as one can never be assured that their mentors would not withhold knowledge. This scarcity inherently heightens the difficulty of becoming a talismanic master. Without a substantial background, aspiring to this title is akin to scaling a precipice. However, in the next moment, Qin Ming's expression froze. The system's fees were exorbitant. A 1st-tier talismanic technique costs 1,000 yuan stones. Are you attempting to drain me dry? Qin Ming bellowed at the system. Ding. The host is reminded that to become an unparalleled hero, one must not concern themselves with wealth. Money is but a devil. Moreover, this is merely a 1st-tier talismanic technique. If each costs 1,000 yuan stones, what would the expenses be for 2nd or 3rd tiers, leading to utter financial ruin? This also indirectly reflects the immense difficulty of becoming a rune master. The art of runes is extraordinarily valuable, and acquiring even a single rune is a formidable challenge. Certainly, if one truly attains the status of a rune master, excelling in any aspect of artifact refining, array arrangement, or rune crafting, they will be esteemed guests among the great powers, with wealth flowing abundantly. Is it not possible to offer a concession? Qin Ming inquired. This is already a preferential price. The system replied helplessly. The rune techniques you will receive will be comprehensively explained and directly imprinted in your mind, devoid of any obfuscation. As long as you are not exceedingly foolish, you will be able to perform them immediately. Is that not worth the price? It is crucial to understand that becoming a rune master is exceedingly challenging. Even if one obtains a rune, it does not guarantee mastery. How about a discount? Say 500 yuan stones. Qin Ming persisted, unwilling to relent. However, the system remained steadfast, explaining that its operations adhered to certain rules and powers, and it could not arbitrarily alter its settings. Such actions might provoke mysterious causality, leading to catastrophic consequences. The runes seemed to possess a life of their own, radiating a resplendent glow. Qin Ming's expression flickered, as if he flowed along with the runes, like a babbling brook, a gentle breeze wafting through, immersing him in an entirely new realm, wrapped in the essence of law, his senses beginning to expand. Is this the path of runes? Qin Ming murmured to himself. Through the system's elucidation, the intricacies of this rune had been thoroughly absorbed by him, and if he so desired, he could easily engrave it. Immediately, Qin Ming extended his finger, inscribing the symbol that materialized in his mind into the fabric of space. In an instant, the symbol radiated with resplendent light, pulsating with vital energy, as if a divine entity had descended upon the mortal realm. Moments later, the symbol transformed into a sharp sword, suspended in midair, exuding a terrifying sword aura as if it sought to rend the very fabric of existence, instilling fear in all who beheld it. This was the symbol of the sword. Having successfully inscribed a first-tier symbol, Qin Ming had now attained the status of a symbol master. Such a remarkable rate of comprehension was nothing short of astonishing. Should this news reach the outside world, it would undoubtedly stir a significant uproar. A symbol master entering the field with such rapidity had never been witnessed throughout the annals of the 3,000 realms. After all, they lacked a system as miraculous as this one and had to rely on their own exploration. Even with the guidance of esteemed mentors, it was impossible for them to implant the intricacies of the symbols directly into their minds. Can I directly inscribe a second-tier symbol? Qin Ming inquired. For if he could inscribe a second-tier symbol, he would possess the strength to contend with the pinnacle of martial artists in the spirit martial realm. No. The system replied without mercy. You have merely begun to study the foundational first-tier symbol and have yet to perfect it. You lack the necessary depth. Even if I were to imprint a second-tier symbol directly into your mind, comprehension would elude you. Qin Ming felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he understood. The path of symbols was vast and profound, and mastery could not be achieved in an instant. The essence of the system's message was clear, while Qin Ming could swiftly inscribe a first-tier symbol with the system's assistance. He had yet to truly grasp many of its subtleties, lacking the necessary maturity. There is no quick solution. It requires time and effort to accumulate. And that is the essence of cultivation, traversing the mundane world and transforming amidst its myriad forms, ultimately achieving the grand path. Ding! Congratulations, host. On successfully inscribing the first-tier talisman, you may now unlock a second profession and are invited to select a mode for it. Which mode shall it be? Qin Ming found himself torn among the professions of talisman master, array master, and weapon refiner. After a moment of contemplation in his mind, he ultimately chose the array master vocation. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking the second profession, array master, and acquiring a first-tier array talisman. Remember, an exceptional array master not only garners immense wealth, but also cultivates extensive connections, which are essential attributes of a formidable leader. Should I then unlock a third profession upon successfully crafting talismans or refining weapons? Qin Ming inquired, noticing a new entry on his personal attribute panel indicating his second profession. Thus, in general circumstances, becoming a talisman master does not inherently imply mastery over arrays or weapon refinement. Talismans serve merely as a foundation, sharing commonalities. Yet the true practice diverges significantly. Fortunately, the array has been systematically deconstructed, rendering it quite comprehensible, and Qin Ming found himself able to grasp it without excessive effort. After the passage of a single incense stick's time, he had roughly mastered the array, though he had yet to deploy it. Since it is an array, there must be someone to break it. Otherwise, how can one discern its power? Qin Ming mused inwardly, and then, assuming the identity of Zhang Shi, he summoned several young eunuchs, all of whom were at the mid-tier level of the Yuanwu realm. Qin Ming meticulously etched intricate designs into the ground, pausing for an extended period before finally completing the entire formation. This array bore a connection to the previously inscribed sword symbols. Once activated, it would unleash hundreds of lethal blades simultaneously, a force that ordinary martial practitioners could scarcely endure, likely resulting in their instant demise. However, this was not a pinnacle-grade formation. It would prove challenging to contend with martial practitioners at the peak of the Yuanwu realm. Master Zhang, this. The several young eunuchs were taken aback upon witnessing Zhang Shi inscribing the formation. When did he become a formation master? Yet, what filled them with greater trepidation was the thought that Zhang Shi intended for them to test the formation. If the array was not inscribed correctly, they might escape unscathed. However, if it succeeded, their lives would hang precariously in the balance. Why ask so many questions? Come, step inside. Qin Ming beckoned with a smile, as though inviting guests for tea. The young eunuchs felt their legs turn to jelly, stammering, "We Haven't you done anything wrong, have we? How would I know if you've done anything wrong? Qin Ming replied with growing impatience. Stop dawdling, I won't harm you. Yet, despite his assurances, Zhang Xi's reputation was rather dubious. Even if he were to inadvertently lead them to their demise, it was unlikely the supervisor would hold him accountable. They hesitated to trust Zhang Xi's words. Bring these individuals out and execute them. Qin Ming discerned the fear in their expressions, cursing Zhang Xi inwardly for the troubles he had previously caused. Upon hearing Zhang Xi's command, panic ensued among them. Entering the formation offered a chance for survival, but refusal would lead to immediate death. Upon this realization, the individuals promptly leapt into the confines of the formation. The ground appeared devoid of any marks. However, at the very instant they crossed the threshold, Qin Ming swiftly gestured. The surging force of elemental energy transformed into myriad sharp blades, hurtling towards the young eunuchs. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they hastily channeled their own energy in an attempt to fend off the impending onslaught, only to discover the futility of their efforts. Hundreds of blades, densely packed, threatened to pierce through them. In a critical moment, Qin Ming ceased the operation of the formation, preventing the blades from inflicting any harm. A hint of a smile graced his lips. This first-tier rune formation had indeed proven successful. Chapter 26. A single-finger annihilation ding. Congratulations to the host for officially entering the ranks of a first-tier formation master. The host is rewarded with a second-tier formation plate. Remember, constructing formations can sometimes be quite simple. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Qin Ming's mind buzzed. Why did the system suddenly seem so unreliable? Was it necessary for this entity to connect to the network? Was there a way to power it down? Ding. Do not presumptuously speculate about this system. Otherwise, it shall self-destruct. The system, sensing Qin Ming's thoughts, protested vehemently. No. Qin Ming felt a sense of trepidation, his scalp tingling. They say that transmigration comes with a golden finger. How had it transformed into a bomb in his case? He waved his hand, signaling the young eunuchs to retreat. They seemed to expend all their energy, a look of relief washing over their faces as they fled, fearful of being summoned again by Zhang Xi to test the formation. Although there had been no actual danger prior, the experience had left them drenched in cold sweat. A second-tier formation plate? With a mere thought, a radiant light flickered above the storage compartment, and in an instant, a palm-sized, octagonal bronze formation plate materialized in Qin Ming's hand. It seemed to resonate with him in a subtle yet profound manner. With just a thought, this plate could unleash a formidable array of deadly traps. The formation plate is often the product of collaboration between array masters and artifact smiths, crafted from robust materials to serve as a vessel, inscribed with arrays that can be activated at will. The complexity of engraving such formations far surpasses that of standard runic arrays of the same tier. This signifies that as long as Qin Ming possesses sufficient elemental stones, he can trigger the formation at any moment, and its repeated use renders it a significant trump card. With this formation plate, even in the face of high-ranking martial artists from the spirit martial realm, he could withdraw unscathed. However, the true advantage of formations lies not only in individual confrontations, but in group battles. A second-tier formation can ensnare multiple martial artists simultaneously, proving remarkably effective. Yet, the cost to elevate its rank requires a staggering sum of 100,000 elemental stones, a daunting price indeed. Qin Ming mused to himself. As an emperor, it seemed rather absurd to be troubled by monetary concerns, yet this was the stark reality. In the 3,000 realms, lacking elemental stones makes it exceedingly difficult to navigate freely, for these stones serve not only as currency, but also contain residual elemental energy, sustaining the operation of formations. Thus, prominent clans and families never hesitate to invest elemental stones in their formations, as they are the ultimate line of defense. How much wealth could one acquire by eliminating a top-tier adversary? At this moment, Qin Ming found himself in dire need of elemental stones. Without them, he could not access the formidable techniques of runes and formations. He set his sights on the third-tier head of the Eastern Depot, Yinzhang. It seems that today is not merely about visiting the old dog Chow. It also involves the necessity of eliminating a third-tier leader. A glimmer of determination flickered in Qin Ming's eyes, for this third-tier leader, possessing a cultivation level of the first stage in the Danfu realm, would be comparatively easier to deal with than the other two leaders. Gradually, he began to devise a plan within his mind. After the passage of an incense stick's duration, Qin Ming, under the guise of Zhang Xi, departed from the palace, instructing the guards of the Eastern Depot to refrain from entering the palace and to obstruct anyone seeking an audience with the emperor. Naturally, these guards adhered to Zhang commands, nodding in obedience, which allowed Zhang to feel at ease as he made his way toward the eastern depot. Upon approaching a short distance from the eastern depot, Qin Ming's appearance underwent a transformation. His aura shifted from that of the second stage in the Lingwu realm to that of merely the 8th stage in the Yuanwu realm. He now went by the name Jun. "Ah, young friend Jun, it has been quite some time, and I had not anticipated your further advancement in cultivation," remarked the third-tier leader, Yin Zheng, with a hint of a smile upon seeing Qin Ming approach. In recent days, he had encountered numerous prodigies. Yet he had not witnessed anyone like Jun, capable of vanquishing opponents across 2 realms. Moreover, it had only been a few days since he had last seen him. And Jun's cultivation had already ascended. Undoubtedly, in this selection for the Yuanwu realm, Jun was among the most exceptional talents. Such a remarkable genius was hardly inferior to those scions painstakingly nurtured by prominent families. Should he manage to recruit someone of this caliber within 5 or 10 years, they could achieve great accomplishments. Thus, the third-tier leader displayed no hesitation in revealing his desire to recruit Qin Ming, his demeanor radiating warmth, starkly contrasting with his usual ferocity. "Look quickly. Who is this person that even the third-tier leader has personally invited inside?" A number of prodigies observed Han Feng, their expressions betraying an unusual emotion. Despite achieving the same record of 10 victories, why was he favored? Not everyone had witnessed the battles of the day. Indeed, a plethora of talented individuals had emerged, boasting formidable reputations in both combat prowess and innate ability. They were exceedingly proud, and upon seeing Qin Ming receiving preferential treatment from the third-in-command, they naturally felt a sense of indignation. This individual seemingly did not secure a 10-game winning streak yet caught the eye of the third-in-command. Those who had witnessed Qin Ming's battles held vague recollections. Had he not achieved 10 consecutive victories? Was he merely relying on so-called connections to gain entry? Lacking genuine strength. How could he be worthy of such a place? Some regarded him with indifference, convinced that Qin Ming lacked true capability and had merely leveraged his relationship with the third-in-command to enter the Eastern Bureau. Their presence in the Eastern Bureau was not solely for the sake of training. Some, undeterred by challenges, harbored ambitions to carve out their own paths. Yet, those who entered through connections would undoubtedly find it easier to ascend the ranks. Some individuals exhibited their anger openly, while others merely sighed, choosing silence. "Please wait here. I shall report to the supervisor," the third-in-command said to Qin Ming before proceeding into the depths of the Eastern Bureau, leaving Qin Ming and the other talented individuals who had passed the assessment in a spacious courtyard. Once the third-in-command had departed, the emotions of some became even less restrained. While they refrained from attacking Qin Ming, they resorted to cold mockery and subtle humiliation. I had anticipated a degree of fairness in the assessments conducted by the Eastern Depot, yet I was disillusioned to discover that some individuals had resorted to underhanded methods, treating the evaluations as mere formalities. Is this truly how it ought to be? Alas, such occurrences are often unavoidable. What can we say in response? A lack of capability is simply a lack of capability. Perhaps at present, some may find themselves with certain advantages, but when the day arrives that we ascend to the pinnacle of success, those individuals will be left to their own demise. A wastrel remains a wastrel. Even with connections, they cannot alter the undeniable truth of their own inadequacy. Hush, do not speak of it. What if he hears and reports to the third-tier leader? Some are understandably concerned. And if he does report? Should the third-tier leader direct his ire towards me? I would simply inform the entire dynasty, and we shall see who would still wish to join the Eastern Depot in the future. There are indeed those who are exceedingly radical. Initially, Qin Ming did not grasp the intent behind these individuals' words. But gradually he became aware that most gazes were fixated upon him, assessing him with disdain. It dawned on him that they regarded him as a worthless being, someone who had merely relied on connections to gain entry into the Eastern Depot. He felt a mixture of anger and amusement, initially inclined to dismiss them. Yet their assumption that he was apprehensive and unwilling to confront them only emboldened their audacity. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he cast a glance at the most vociferous of the group. This individual, with a mane of fiery red hair, bore an air of arrogance and contempt towards Qin Ming. At the 7th level of the Yuan martial realm, I have already triumphed over those at the 9th level. Do you truly believe such a feat is worthy of boasting? Qin Ming regarded the red-haired youth with a frosty smile. What? In this day and age, one can boast without consequence? The number of braggarts seems to be ever increasing. Who do you think you are? The son of the Prime Minister's residence or the young master of the minister's estate? possessing the formidable prowess of the 7th realm of the Yuan Wu. Capable of vanquishing those in the 9th realm, such an exceptional genius must have long been summoned to the hidden sects, one would assume. Among those present, some had witnessed Qin Ming in combat before. They opened their mouths, intending to speak in his defense, yet the crowd's derision silenced them. Furthermore, their relationship was one of rivalry. Qin Ming's exceptional talent, if suppressed, would serve their interests well. Since you doubt my abilities, shall we engage in battle? Life or death matters not. Do you dare? Qin Ming uttered coldly, fixating his gaze upon the red-haired prodigy. The atmosphere suddenly grew still. Incredulous eyes turned towards Qin Ming, who had unexpectedly issued a challenge. Was he attempting to erase the stain of humiliation? Without hesitation, the red-haired genius stepped forward, exuding an imposing aura akin to a savage lion pouncing forth, each strand of his crimson hair resembling a sharp blade aimed at Qin Ming. He launched his most formidable attack from the outset, intent on rendering his opponent incapacitated. After all, it was Qin Ming himself who had declared that life and death were inconsequential. Should he be slain, no one could raise an objection. This was a predicament of his own making. The fervor of his challenge was palpable. The crowd expressed their sentiments, clearly lacking faith in Qin Ming, as he was perceived as a favored individual. If someone were to eliminate him, it would be all the more advantageous for them. Qin Ming's gaze flickered. Yet he did not budge an inch, maintaining a frigid demeanor as he regarded the oncoming red-haired genius, whose fists surged forth like a roaring lion descending from the mountains. In an instant, a lethal radiance erupted from Qin Ming's fingertips, akin to a fleeting comet across the heavens, obliterating all in its path. This brilliant force pierced through the brawny frame of the red-haired genius, extending through to his back, causing half of his body to explode in a gruesome display. Had he perished? The onlookers stood in stunned silence, gazing at the fallen prodigy in disbelief. With a single strike, Qin Ming had extinguished the life of this formidable talent. Chapter 27. June. Self-destruction? Chunks of flesh and blood splattered across the ground, the horrific scene rendering all spectators speechless. A few guards arrived, and upon learning the details of the incident, they refrained from uttering a word, quietly removing the remains without casting blame upon Qin Ming. Firstly, they had agreed beforehand that life and death would not be questioned in battle, thus they would not intervene. Secondly, they had witnessed the process by which the third-ranked leader brought Qin Ming into the Eastern Factory, knowing well that he held a certain admiration for the young man, and they were disinclined to provoke unnecessary conflict. Throughout the ordeal, Qin Ming maintained an expression of indifference, unfazed by the act of taking a life, which instilled a sense of trepidation among the crowd. It appeared that not only was this young man immensely powerful, but he also possessed a ruthless disposition, making him a figure to be approached with caution. Those who had previously mocked Qin Ming now felt a pang of fear, anxious that he might seek retribution against them. Yet Qin Ming offered them not even a glance, remaining rooted in place, his gaze slightly clouded, as if in quiet contemplation. June. The crowd inhaled sharply. This name alone bore witness to his grand aspirations, suggesting a spirit capable of conquering mountains and rivers. Many have quietly included this name on their list of individuals that must never be provoked. However, this applies solely to the martial apprentices of the Yuanwu realm. The martial masters of the Lingwu realm scarcely cast a glance at Qin Ming, as they have already ascended to a different echelon, dismissing the conflicts among these apprentices. Their purpose in the Eastern Factory is to distinguish themselves and acquire resources for their advancement, with their sights set on the esteemed ranks. After waiting for approximately the duration of a stick of incense, the third-ranking officials finally emerged from within the Eastern Factory, announcing that the assembly could now proceed to meet the supervisor. Simultaneously, the third-ranking officials conveyed a message to Qin Ming, urging him to make the most prudent choice. Yet, upon his entrance, the place appeared as pristine as before, even more magnificent and grandiose than it had originally been. Old Chao truly possesses remarkable skill, Qin Ming mused to himself, and then he stepped into the Eastern Hall, where he beheld the youthful figure with silver hair seated at the head. Though reluctant, he, along with the others, bowed in deference to Chao Jinshan. Supervisor. These are the individuals who have achieved 10 consecutive victories, 37 from the Yuanwu realm and 29 from the Lingwu realm, the third-ranking official announced. Indeed, you have worked hard, Chao Jinshan remarked, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Although he did not employ any martial energy, the mere intensity of his presence caused hearts to tremble, as if an immense mountain had descended upon them, nearly suffocating them. Which of you is the one referred to as June? Chao Jinshan inquired calmly. Him, the third-ranking official pointed. And in that instant, not only did Chao Jinchuan's gaze fixate on Qin Ming, but so did the eyes of the other prodigies. This young man is indeed fortunate. Having just entered the Eastern Factory, he has already garnered the supervisor's attention, and his future achievements are boundless. I, Jun, have had the honor of meeting the supervisor. Qin Ming clasped his hands in greeting towards Chao Jinchuan, somewhat astonished that he had captured Chao Jinchuan's attention so swiftly. A commendable name. It appears your aspirations are considerable. Chao Jinchuan remarked with a faint, chilling smile. I pledge my loyalty to serve the supervisor, Qin Ming asserted, expressing his devotion. Is that truly the case? Chao Jinchuan pressed further. Both individuals were formidable martial artists at the spirit martial realm, situated within the mid-tier, boasting remarkable combat prowess. Generally speaking, those at the higher echelon of the spirit martial realm would be sufficiently powerful to hold positions within various factions. Take Han Mao, for instance, who not only ascended to the higher ranks of the spirit martial realm, but also possessed formidable strength, able to contend with a 9th-tier martial artist at the 8th tier, which earned him the promotion to a high-ranking position. However, it has become evident in recent years that Han Mao's cultivation has stagnated, leading to his gradual marginalization. Thus, these two mid-tier martial artists represented the strongest cultivators obtainable within the spirit martial realm at this juncture, holding a prestigious status that allowed them to look down upon all other talents. It is precisely for this reason that they felt a sense of dissatisfaction. As mid-tier martial artists, they could not fathom why Chao Jinchuan had failed to notice them immediately, instead directing his attention towards a mere Jun, which left them feeling perturbed. What a lack of discernment, Qin Ming silently lamented, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the two. Some members of the Eastern Factory also exhibited expressions of pity, for they understood that these two were doomed. Indeed, when Chao Jinchuan lifted his gaze, it turned icy and frigid. Merely mid-tier martial artists. Do you possess the audacity to be proud before me? Chao Jinchuan's voice dripped with cold disdain. The two individuals appeared to sense an unsettling presence, a faint yet palpable aura of malice descending upon them. Instantly, they fell into a state of panic, confessing their supposed intentions to Chao Jinchuan. Esteemed supervisor, we did not mean any offense. We merely wished to demonstrate our loyalty. Loyalty? Chao Jinchuan suddenly erupted into laughter. I have a particular fondness for those who pledge their allegiance. There is a saying that goes, to devote oneself tirelessly until death. Very well. Let us see you remain loyal unto death. With a swift motion, the expressions of the two mid-tier martial artists turned ashen. They had labored tirelessly to reach this stage, believing they could carve out a place for themselves within the Eastern Depot. Who could have foreseen that their initial encounter with Chao Jinchuan would lead to their demise? We refuse to accept this. They cried out, but their lamentations were silenced by a merciless strike, akin to two colossal mountains descending upon them, obliterating their very essence in an instant. The onlookers trembled, finally grasping the extent of the fool's folly. Despite their status as mid-tier martial artists, they appeared as insignificant as ants before Chao Jinchuan. The Eastern Depot stood tall in the imperial city not merely because it attracted exceptional talents, but due to the unmatched prowess of Chao Jinchuan. His singular presence was sufficient to quell the entirety of the Eastern Depot, rendering any dissent or resistance utterly inconceivable. With the tumult now subdued, a smile returned to Chao Jinchuan's visage as he turned his gaze towards Qin Ming. Yet, this smile sent a chill down Qin Ming's spine. Are you willing to give your all for the supervisor? He inquired respectfully. The elderly eunuch, seemingly benign, could extinguish life in an instant. Any slight deviation from his desires would lead to catastrophic consequences. Then I can rest assured, Chao Jinchuan continued. You must be quite obedient to my commands. If I were to order your death, what would you do? Chao Jinchuan inquired once more. Do you wish to end your own life? A sense of dread gripped Qin Ming's heart as he pondered the elderly eunuch's intentions. An ominous premonition stirred within him. Was it possible that he truly meant for him to die? Very well. Chao Jinchuan nodded with a smile. Then let us proceed. What was happening? The onlookers were bewildered. They had assumed that Chao Jinchuan valued Jun, only to discover that his true aim was to compel Jun to take his own life. Not only were the spectators perplexed, but even the three heads of the Eastern Depot, who had sought to recruit the crowd, found themselves equally baffled. The thoughts of the supervisor were indeed inscrutable. If Jun were to perish, there would be no need for him to solicit this young man anymore. Had he previously offended the supervisor in some way? Yinzheng secretly pondered. If that were the case, Jun had unwittingly delivered himself to his own demise. Yet, he could not fathom it. Jun was still quite young. And while his talents were exceptional, he was merely a martial apprentice at the Yuanwu realm. How could he have drawn the supervisor's attention? Was there some misunderstanding? Do you refuse? Seeing that Qin Ming remained still, Chao Jinshun continued, Jun, are you willing to sacrifice yourself for the supervisor? At this juncture, Qin Ming had no choice but to grit his teeth and consider whether there was a way to feign death, to deceive this old wretch. Who could have anticipated that his temperament was so erratic? Faced with a prodigious talent presented before him, he insisted on demanding the other's self-termination, a truly bizarre demand. Those who had previously mocked Qin Ming now resurfaced, stifling their laughter, for while Jun possessed remarkable gifts, his fate seemed destined to be short-lived. In resignation, Qin Ming unleashed an astonishing aura, a fierce radiance emanating from his fingertips as he struck toward his own head. Chapter 28. Your choice. You, endowed with exceptional talent and remarkable combat prowess, have garnered both admiration and envy from those around you. However, with a single utterance from Chao Jinshun, the sentiments of the crowd underwent a profound transformation, leaving only sympathy in their hearts. For Chao Jinshun commanded you to take your own life. No one anticipated that he would impose such a demand upon one so gifted. His intentions remained inscrutable. Even the four prominent figures felt uneasy. Yet they refrained from voicing their discontent, resigning themselves to the fate of your demise. Qin Ming, feeling helpless, resolved to strike his own head with a finger. Intending to activate the Zhenwu Emperor's classic to enter a state of feigned death. With no other recourse, he complied. The pointed energy surged through the air, poised to strike his forehead. Yet, at that very moment, Chao Jinshun's palm quivered with urgency, his vital force surging forth as if an impenetrable golden bell enveloped Qin Ming, halting the lethal energy from inflicting harm. Master Supervisor, I shall eternally remember your life-saving grace, Qin Ming proclaimed, immediately kneeling before Chao Jinshun, expressing his unwavering loyalty. In that fleeting instant, he comprehended Chao Jinshun's intentions. It was a test. Should he pass this trial, he would earn true recognition from Chao Jinshun, for he was prepared to lay down his life for him. Surveying the grand hall, one could see the four heads and Chao Jinshun's confidants. Who among them could demonstrate such loyalty, willing to comply even with a command to self-terminate? Yet, Qin Ming achieved this. The moment the golden bell manifested, the onlookers grasped Chao Jinshun's true motives. They had misjudged him. He did not undervalue talent, but cherished the loyalty of the gifted. It was evident that Qin Ming had successfully passed the trial. As anticipated, Chao Jinshun's gaze towards Qin Ming deepened with layers of meaning, imbued with both admiration and expectation. This chief had heard Yinzheng speak of you. A genius capable of vanquishing those of the 9th rank even at the 7th level of the Yuanwu realm. Such combat prowess is something this chief could only envy from his youth. Thus, I wish to test your mettle, lest you be a spy sent by a noble family into my eastern depot. In these tumultuous times, I must exercise caution. I trust you do not mind, do you? Chao Jinshun said with a smile. Mind. Qin Ming inwardly cursed. The eastern depot was indeed a heart-pounding venture. They say serving the sovereign is akin to walking with a tiger, and yet here stood a decrepit eunuch proving equally difficult to please. However, despite his internal grievances, Qin Ming maintained an outward demeanor of utmost respect towards Chao Jinshun, promptly vowing, I, Your Excellency, pledge to swear that if I am indeed a spy sent by a noble family to infiltrate the eastern depot, may the heavens strike me with 5 thunderbolts, and may I meet a wretched end. This oath held no significance for Qin Ming, as he was certainly not a pawn of any aristocratic lineage. 100 such oaths would bear no consequence for him, yet it served to bolster Chao Jinshun's trust in him. Where in this world could one find such unwavering loyalty? Excellent. Rarely do I encounter someone so devoted. You are truly a paragon among men. Yinzheng, you have indeed found a commendable talent this time. I am exceedingly pleased. Chao Jinshun remarked, also praising the third-tier head, prompting Yinzheng to cast a beaming look at Qin Ming. Indeed, his judgment was commendable. Yet, Qin Ming's aversion towards Yinzheng had reached an apex. Previously, when Chao Jinshun wished for his demise, not a soul stood forth to advocate for him. Qin Ming did not blame others, for they shared no bond. Yet Yinzheng was different. He sought to recruit him, but remained indifferent during his time of peril, leaving Qin Ming's heart shrouded in coldness. Initially, Qin Ming felt a pang of unease at the thought of betraying Yinzheng, but now he found himself emboldened. A tempest of ambition stirring within him, poised to bring about Yinzheng's ruin. Oblivious to the brewing storm, Yinzheng perceived Qin Ming's smile as a sign of greater joy. Congratulations, Supervisor, on acquiring yet another prodigy, the chief officer proclaimed with mirth. Indeed, our eastern depot shall undoubtedly flourish, dominating the imperial city and surveying the realm. The second officer chimed in. Yet, both the chief and the second officer harbored discontent, for they had received word too late. It was only moments before they entered the eastern hall that Yin Zheng disclosed the entire situation to Qiao Jinshan. This delay rendered it impossible for the other officers to extend an olive branch to these geniuses, compelling them to witness the third officer enveloping these talents into his fold. Though they appeared amiable, a murderous intent festered within them, should these individuals not serve their interests and instead become the elite of the third officer. They would not permit Qin Ming to remain a contender. From this day forth, it shall be an era where our eastern depot reigns supreme. The third officer reveled in his triumph, casting a disdainful glance at the others. Although the fourth officer, Han Mao, felt no enthusiasm for recruiting talent, he too had to voice his congratulations. Yet, as soon as Han Mao began to speak, he was interrupted by Yin Zheng, Supervisor. It is now time for these prodigies to choose their allegiances. Han Mao forced a smile, yet chose to remain silent. Knowing that he was at a disadvantage among the four and harboring no illusions that a genius would willingly join his ranks. Had it not been for the command of the supervisor, he might not have graced the occasion with his presence. Allow them to gain experience alongside you. I trust you all. However, I implore you not to adopt an air of superiority or withhold any knowledge. Do you understand? Qiao Jinshan spoke in a grave tone. Despite being a cunning minister, he recognized the significance of nurturing the next generation, for he needed a succession of talents to support Zhang Shi in the Eastern Depot. We understand, the four leaders replied in unison. Let us begin with June, Qiao Jinshan remarked casually. At that moment, a transmission reached Qin Ming's ears from Qiao Jinshan, leaving him momentarily taken aback. The first leader, Wan Ming, was the most formidable in skill but possessed a ruthless nature. The second leader, Lei Dong, was fierce and domineering. The third leader, Yin Zheng, while slightly less skilled, was shrewd and adept at handling affairs. As for the fourth, Han Mao, he was destined to achieve little. This assessment struck Qin Ming with great astonishment. It was a subtle guidance from Qiao Jinshan, revealing the circumstances of each leader and prompting him to make a choice. Qin Ming felt immensely relieved for having made the right decision earlier, earning Qiao Jinshan's trust, which would undoubtedly facilitate future endeavors. However, it was clear that Qiao Jinshan held little hope for Han Mao, openly deeming him unlikely to achieve any significant success, rendering him of little use. Furthermore, judging by Qiao Jinshan's tone, should Qin Ming rise to prominence in the future, replacing Han Mao would pose no issue. May I speak before a decision is reached, Supervisor? Qin Ming inquired. Speak freely, came the reply. Qiao Jinshan felt a twinge of curiosity regarding what Qin Ming wished to convey. I am not originally from the imperial city, he began. I have a master and reside in a secluded mountain, having spent 2 years in the pursuit of enlightenment. I was dispatched from my retreat to experience the world, to follow a worthy sovereign, and to achieve something significant. As Qin Ming's words escaped his lips, the expressions of those present flickered momentarily. This gentleman was indeed a disciple of an extraordinary recluse. It is well known that the deep mountains are home to formidable demons, and those capable of residing in such isolation must possess remarkable strength, transcending the mundane world. Even Qiao Jinshan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, for he discerned the underlying meaning in Qin Ming's speech. This recluse had urged him to follow a worthy sovereign, yet he had chosen the Eastern Depot and aligned himself with Qiao Jinshan. Thus, could it be inferred that the commander was indeed a sovereign of his time? San Dangtu chuckled, finding the assertion rather amusing, unsure whether it was fabricated or not, yet it undoubtedly pleased Qiao Jinshan immensely. However, given this gentleman's talent and prowess, it was not implausible to believe he was indeed a disciple of an extraordinary sage. Indeed, Qin Ming raised his tone, suddenly exuding a spirited fervor. Before my departure, my master imparted to me the ability of heavenly insight, hoping that I might choose a worthy tree in this chaotic world to roost upon. Although my mastery of this ability is rudimentary, it allows me to perceive the fortunes of the world. I have discerned that the commander possesses an unparalleled demeanor and destiny, which solidified my resolve to follow him. Otherwise, would I dare to repay with my life? He declared, a true scholar is willing to die for a kindred spirit. It must be said that while Qin Ming's words were noble and righteous, they subtly flattered, leaving Qiao Jinshan composed on the surface, yet internally reveling in delight. The esteemed leader has aged. How can he still reign supreme over the world? Your clairvoyance seems to be mistaken, remarked Chao Jinshun with intentional modesty. The leader is a dragon among men, capable of vanquishing adversaries across the realm. He is destined for great fortune, and soon he shall ride the winds and transform into a dragon, soaring across the heavens and the earth. Qin Ming proclaimed loudly. Your assertion is flawed. The leader is already a dragon. Why would he need to ride the winds to become one? Wan Ming, the chief, nitpicked for the sake of undermining Jun's prominence. Enough. Let him finish speaking. Chao Jinshun, elated, found his spirits dampened by Wan Ming's words. He admonished the chief, inadvertently signaling that his esteem for Jun surpassed that of the other chiefs. Wan Ming, seething with unexpressed frustration, was greatly vexed. Moreover, I have heard that the leader has an adopted son who will serve as his support, truly achieving unparalleled dominance. Qin Ming continued, undeterred by Wan Ming's comments. Chao Jinshun's eyes sparkled with genuine delight. Over the years, he had nurtured Zhang Shi with great affection, even contemplating making him his successor, though Zhang Shi's talents were unremarkable. However, hearing Jun's words eased some of the weight on his heart. It is essential to note that what Qin Ming articulated not only represented himself, but also the extraordinary individuals behind him, which would command the respect of most. Thus, the chief you are to follow will also be a person of great fortune? Chao Jinshun inquired. Indeed, Qin Ming replied with a smile. At this moment, Yin Zheng's heart was filled with ecstatic joy. He never anticipated that Jun would bestow such a magnificent gift upon him. Not only did he choose to follow him, but he also indicated that he was a person of great fortune, which would undoubtedly enhance his standing in Chao Jinshun's eyes. However, in the next moment, his expression froze as he observed Qin Ming stride directly towards the fourth head, bowing respectfully to Han Mao. Jun wishes to serve under the fourth head. I hope you will not refuse. What? The crowd was instantly petrified. Han Mao, the individual Qin Ming referred to as a person of great fortune? Surely, there was a mistake. He had yet to step into the realm of Danfu. How could he possibly assist the leader in achieving greatness? Yin Zheng roared in disbelief. Who says I cannot step into the Danfu realm? Han Mao retorted sharply. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. His spiritual pill transformed into a swirling vortex, quivering incessantly, poised to devour the essence of the heavens and the earth, revealing him to be a martial spirit of the Danfu realm. Chapter 29. Han Mao takes action. Jun did not opt for the strongest head, Wan Ming, nor did he choose the domineering second head, Lei Dong, or even the third head, Yin Zheng, who was responsible for assessments. Instead, he unexpectedly chose to follow Han Mao, the fourth head, a decision that even took Chao Jinshun by surprise. Previously, Chao Jinshun had clearly conveyed the situation of the fourth head to Qin Ming, stating that Han Mao's potential was limited, making further achievements difficult. Yet, Qin Ming chose Han Mao, which caused a flicker of profound meaning to appear in Chao Jinshun's eyes. What transpired next left Chao Jinshun astounded. Han Mao, at an unknown moment, had breached the barriers and ascended to the realm of Danfu, achieving the esteemed title of a martial spirit. His level now stood on par with the top three, and more significantly, he was younger than Yin Zheng, possessing greater potential. This revelation deepened Chao Jinshun's reflection on Qin Ming's earlier assertion. Could it be that Han Mao was indeed a person of great fortune, destined to assist him in monumental endeavors? The first level of Danfu? Yin Zheng could no longer maintain his composure. The events of the day had rendered him exceedingly passive. First, Jun had chosen Han Mao, and then Han Mao had showcased his prowess in the Danfu realm, significantly undermining Yin Zheng's standing. Moreover, Jun had previously declared that he would make decisions based on the fortunes of the top four, suggesting that Han Mao's future might shine even brighter than that of the other three. While this elevated Han Mao's status, it also placed him precariously in the spotlight. Old Four, when did you achieve this breakthrough? You ought to have informed me sooner, Chao Jinshun mused, his gaze towards Han Mao shifting. The current Han Mao had transformed into a formidable martial spirit, exponentially stronger than previously imagined, akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, truly becoming a pivotal figure in the imperial city. After a brief silence, Yin Zheng spoke up, addressing Chao Jinshun, reporting to the supervisor. Old Four has entered the martial spirit realm, which is indeed a momentous occasion. I wish to spar with Old Four to mutually validate our progress, and allow these young individuals to witness the prowess of a Danfu realm expert. What are your thoughts on this, supervisor? Sparring, you say? Very well. Let me observe your recent advancements. Chao Jinshun readily consented, eager to ascertain the extent of Han Mao's prowess after his ascension to the martial spirit realm. Should he prove to be merely an ordinary martial spirit, his potential for further advancement would be severely limited. However, if he were indeed to unveil boundless potential, diligent cultivation would be imperative. Fourth brother, are you bold enough to accept the challenge? Yin Zheng's invitation to duel Han Mao caused a ripple of excitement among the onlookers. A battle of martial spirits was a rare spectacle within the imperial city, presenting a unique opportunity for all present. With resolute strides, Han Mao stepped forward, eager to test the limits of his newfound strength and to discover the extent to which the cleansing elixir had awakened his latent abilities. Give it your all. Do not hold back, but do not kill him, Qin Ming discreetly conveyed to Han Mao, causing a subtle narrowing of the latter's pupils. Your Majesty. It is indeed Qin Ming, the Emperor. Han Mao mused, realizing that no one else could rival such an exceptional youth. Before the Emperor, even Xiao Jinchen appeared to be at a loss. How many could achieve such a feat in this world? Moreover, the two elixirs provided by Qin Ming had significantly aided Han Mao. One had enabled him to breach the barrier of the 8th level and ascend to the 9th, while the other had helped him to re-establish his foundation, allowing him to enter the martial spirit realm. Yin Zheng's gaze swept over the crowd, sending a shiver through their hearts. It was an implicit threat, and they were astute enough to avoid making ill-fated choices. His sharp and icy eyes settled on Qin Ming. Yet the latter seemed oblivious to any underlying tension, maintaining a serene smile, unrepentant of his decisions. The gates of the eastern hall swung open, revealing a battleground crafted from black iron, intricately engraved with array patterns, exuding an air of indomitable strength. Han Mao ascended the platform, wielding a 7-foot azure blade, his presence radiating the formidable might of the Danfu realm, akin to an unfathomable tempest raging around him, instilling terror in all. Some martial artists of the spiritual martial realm felt a tremor within, overlooking those of the Yuanwu realm as mere ants. Yet, in the face of a Danfu realm martial spirit, how insignificant they appeared. Battle! Came a roar from Yin Zheng, as if he intended to unleash all the pent-up resentment within him. The atmosphere on the battleground became frenzied, reverberating with a thunderous energy, a relentless howl echoing through the air. His two white brows arched with intensity, resembling the descent of chaotic energy. He had already reached the pinnacle of the 1st level of martial spirit, with hopes of breaking into the 2nd. Otherwise, he would not dare to declare a fight so boldly. With a resounding thud, Yin Zheng took a step forward, causing the battleground to tremble beneath him. His palms, infused with boundless tearing force, surged toward Han Mao in a lethal assault. Yin Zheng practiced an eagle claw technique, his strikes reminiscent of a celestial hawk diving down, with claws sharpened to their utmost precision. One claw slashed through the air, as if rending apart the very fabric of space, leaving deep scars on the resilient battleground that sent shivers through onlookers. The third's cultivation has indeed progressed, remarked the 2nd-ranked leader indifferently, as if it were a casual observation. Yet, Qin Ming cast a profound glance at him. Such a figure would not speak lightly, clearly aiming to elevate the status of the 3rd-ranked leader. The 1st-ranked leader concurred. Indeed, the 4th should exercise caution. In combat, one must beware, for injury can come from the most unexpected of sources. The meanings of big gear and 2nd gear are quite evident. Some exceptionally talented individuals have already discerned this. They do not wish to see Han Mao flourish, and thus engage in casual discussions, hoping to belittle the 4th. Qin Ming is fully aware of the situation and feels helpless, yet this is a necessary path. Although it pushes Han Mao into the eye of the storm, it is a trial he must endure. To rise above the masses inevitably invites resistance, however. One must not allow obstacles to impede progress. As his general, Qin Ming is determined to clear the path and eliminate all hindrances. Xiao Jinchuan's eyes are deep and inscrutable, revealing little. While he may have previously held Jun in high regard, Qin Ming knows him to be an exceedingly dangerous individual, prone to unpredictable moods. Should he sense even a hint of discontent from Qin Ming, the consequences could be dire. In the face of Yin Zheng's fierce onslaught, Han Mao unleashed a sword strike, its brilliance cascading like the cold light that seemed to illuminate all corners of the realm. Engaging in combat with Yin Zheng's eagle claw technique, he displayed no signs of weakness. His swordsmanship was exquisite, each strike an offensive maneuver, as if he were oblivious to the concept of defense. Aiming directly at Yin Zheng's vital points, Yin Zheng's expression flickered. His dual claw attacks grew increasingly frenzied, overwhelming like a tide. The entire battlefield seemed to transform into his eagle claw, with shadows sweeping across, resembling sharp sword lights, honed to perfection. While Han Mao's sword techniques were indeed masterful, they appeared to lack a certain completeness. Qin Ming, with his keen perception and profound understanding of martial arts cultivated through the true martial emperor's scriptures, quickly discerned the intricacies of Han Mao's swordplay. Although it was remarkably sophisticated, it seemed to be missing an essential component. Nonetheless, even in its incomplete form, the swordsmanship was formidable, each strike relentlessly aggressive, matching Yin Zheng's claw techniques and prowess. Recently, the third leader has grown somewhat complacent. Han Mao laughed heartily, unleashing a sword strike that descended with a devastating force, enveloped in a buzzing, destructive aura, sweeping through the tumultuous winds and clouds. The dantian within him roared, as if it were imprisoning a primordial beast. This strike seemed to deplete all of Han Mao's vital energy. Overestimating his own strength, Yin Zheng mused internally. In that instant, his claws radiated a chilling light as they lunged towards Han Mao's head. However, Han Mao's sword of annihilation surged forth, colliding with Yin Zheng's assault and sending shockwaves across the battlefield. With a thunderous roar, it appeared as though the very arena was cleaved in two by the might of that sword. An endless stream of sword energy permeated the air, propelling Yin Zheng's entire form backward. One of his hands seemed fractured, and his body was left bloodied and torn by the razor-sharp sword aura, with tiny puncture wounds inflicted by the tempest of destruction. A collective gasp resonated among the spectators, their hearts racing in disbelief. They had anticipated a fierce battle for Han Mao, especially considering that Yin Zheng had long since ascended to this realm. Yet the outcome was utterly unexpected. With a single strike, Han Mao had grievously wounded Yin Zheng, defying all their predictions. Even Xiao Jinchun and several other leaders were taken aback. Han Mao's triumph seemed to affirm Jun's words, that he was a man of great fortune, destined to assist Xiao Jinchun in achieving monumental success. Excellent, fourth leader. Xiao Jinchun uttered 5 words in acknowledgement of Han Mao, making it clear to all that from this moment forth, the fourth leader's status would far surpass that of the third leader, and that he possessed immense potential and great fortune. A subtle smile appeared at the corner of Qin Ming's mouth, as the situation unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Soon, his plans would come to fruition. Chapter 30. Harvest. Yin Zheng was carried away, drenched in blood, his body riddled with countless wounds, and he had even fallen into unconsciousness, evoking sighs from the onlookers. The third-tier champion's life was likely ruined unless he could acquire a miraculous elixir to heal his injuries, a feat exceedingly difficult to achieve. However, Yin Zheng's failure paved the way for Han Mao's rise, marking the latter's inaugural battle in the martial spirit realm, which was nothing short of spectacular and awe-inspiring. What added a layer of dramatic irony to this tale was the fact that Yin Zheng had instigated the confrontation, intending to suppress Han Mao's burgeoning reputation, only to seal his own fate. All of this was within Qin Ming's foresight. With Yin Zheng severely injured, he could now commence reaping the rewards of his scheming. Come to the Eastern Hall, and I shall offer you my guidance. Xiao Jinchun addressed Han Mao, eliciting envious glances from many. Xiao Jinchun was indeed a premier expert within the imperial city, his formidable prowess making his counsel a rare privilege. The expressions of the 2 other champions betrayed a hint of jealousy, yet they managed to mask it well, smiling at Han Mao. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the former waves aside. It appears that the fourth is on the verge of eclipsing us. Our achievements are destined to be limited. The forthcoming days present a splendid opportunity for the fourth to shine. One could only wonder if, given the remarkable talent of Brother Jun, he would soon catch up with the fourth. A glint of sharpness flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. Was this an attempt to sow discord between him and Han Mao? It is indeed reasonable to say that on that day, fourth, you must not hinder Brother Jun's development. What a statement. It is an honor for Han Mao that Brother Jun is willing to join my ranks, yet ultimately, we are all subordinates of the supervisor, and all efforts should be dedicated to him. Han Mao chuckled. Qin Ming secretly laughed to himself. If it were someone else, they might truly harbor resentment towards Han Mao. But Qin Ming would not. The master-servant relationship between him and Han Mao was, in fact, quite the opposite. The provocations from the 2 top figures seemed utterly ridiculous to both Han Mao and Qin Ming. Well then, why are you all still being so polite? The battle has concluded, and these young talents must now make their choices, Xiao Jinchun remarked with a smile. Having witnessed Han Mao's unparalleled swordsmanship, the talented individuals were already eager to follow him. Han Mao possessed immense combat power, abundant potential, and great fortune. Even a genius like Jun was willing to follow him. What could they possibly find unsatisfactory? Of course, some chose to ally with the first and second leaders. A decision made after careful consideration. Jun's brilliance was so striking that being within the same camp would overshadow their own light. Hence, the saying goes, better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. They sought to avoid Jun. Moreover, Wan Ming and Lei Dong were both mid-tier martial spirits, possessing profound magical abilities, and following them would not lead to any detriment. However, Yin Zheng appeared rather pitiful. He was responsible for assessing this batch of talents. Yet in the end, not a single one fell into his grasp, which was undoubtedly a heavy blow to his pride. Yet, no one felt sympathy for Yin Zheng, for it was he who had proposed this contest. Ultimately, having been outmatched, what could he possibly say? The selection of prodigies concluded swiftly, with Han Mao's ranks swelling by 60 gifted individuals, including 32 martial masters at the spirit martial realm. This enhancement of strength was significant for Han Mao. Qin Ming was equally pleased. For the greater Han Mao's power, the more assistance it would provide him. It could be said that everything remained within his grasp, unchanged. Subsequently, Qin Ming and Han Mao took their leave first, with Han Mao escorting his talented followers to his residence at the Eastern Factory, while Qin Ming did not accompany them. The assembly harbored no objections. After all, true geniuses often exhibit a certain degree of individuality. Several imperial physicians rose to greet Zhang Shi upon his arrival. However, fundamentally, these individuals did not fear Zhang Shi. Rather, they were wary of the formidable Chao Jin-shun who stood behind him. The supervisor has instructed me to assess the injuries of the third squad leader. If he is conscious, there is a matter requiring confidential communication. Qin Ming declared with an air of arrogance. The physicians exchanged glances, recognizing the gravity of Chao Jinshuan's command. They understood the necessity of compliance and thus responded. Since it is the directive of Supervisor Chao, we shall not linger. However, the third squad leader's injuries are quite severe. We kindly ask you, Lord Zhang, to proceed with caution. I shall exercise utmost care, Qin Ming replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Once the physicians withdrew, he hastened to inspecting Zhang's wounds. Ding, would you like to activate the diagnostic mode? Initially intending to take Yin Zhang's pulse himself, Qin Ming was taken aback by the system's sudden prompt, leading him to nod in agreement and activate it. Ding. The treatment model has been initiated. Each patient treated incurs an expense of 1,000 stones. With a pre-deduction policy in place, allowing the host to commence treatment, the system declared, and Qin Ming felt a wave of darkness wash over him. What kind of system is this? How utterly unreasonable. Why was there no mention of fees prior to activation, only to have charges deducted immediately afterward? Which unscrupulous vendor developed this system, profiting from such nefarious practices? It is utterly devoid of humanity. Qin Ming seethed internally. I truly lack humanity, the system replied. Should the host continue to complain, the system will activate self-destruct mode. Please, no. I concede. You are the master. Qin Ming forced a smile, promptly ceasing his complaints. He placed his hand upon Yin Zhang's wrist, and in an instant, a phantom panel materialized before him, displaying information regarding the patient and treatment. Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with intensity. In a flash, his finger struck with silent force, an invisible energy surging into Yin Zhang's chest, shattering his heart from within. Yet, from an external perspective, no trace of harm was visible, his chest appearing unscathed. Upon entering the spirit martial realm, Qin Ming's control over power had intensified, enabling him to invoke the shattered heart strike with even greater potency. However, Qin Ming found himself at a loss. Having slain a martial spirit, he received no reward. This was exceedingly unjust. Although he had not personally inflicted grievous injuries upon Yin Zhang, he had orchestrated the circumstances, and yet the system showed no mercy. A token of appreciation would have sufficed. Considering our close quarters, I would accept anything. Qin Ming commenced the delicate task of unfastening Yin Zhang's garments. This scene was indeed far from elegant. Fortunately, the numerous court physicians, having learned that Chao Jin-shun had a confidential mission to relay to Yin Zhang, dared not intrude upon the chamber. Qin Ming meticulously searched Yin Zhang, yet the outcome left him profoundly disheartened. The fellow possessed nothing, appearing even more destitute than himself. This was inconceivable. Qin Ming seethed with indignation. Could it be that this man was a miser, hoarding all his wealth within his own estate? If so, his efforts would have been in vain. His gaze suddenly fell upon a ring adorning Yin Zhang's finger. It was unembellished yet rested securely upon him. Could this be the Jinyuan ring? Qin Ming mused silently, recalling tales of a storage ring within the 3,000 realms, which contained a self-contained space, thus facilitating the transport of personal belongings. Such rings were extraordinarily precious and scarce, akin to a form of spatial weaponry. The greater the capacity of the storage space, the higher its quality and price. With determination, Qin Ming endeavored to merge his spirit into the ring. To his astonishment, he discovered a hidden realm within. Though he soon encountered a repelling aura, an imprint belonging to the original owner, Yinzhang. However, with a disdainful snort, Qin Ming unleashed his imperial essence, forcefully erasing Yinzhang's mark and replacing it with his own. As his spirit intertwined with the ring, he was greeted with a dazzling revelation. As expected of a top-tier member of the Eastern Depot, the Zhen Yuan ring contained a staggering 300,000 yuan stones. Moreover, this was merely a fraction of Yinzhang's wealth. Undoubtedly, within his estate lay an even greater abundance of yuan stones. For this was merely the wealth he carried on his person. Within the Jinyuan ring, there were also some weapons meticulously collected by Yinzhang. Although they were merely of the first and second tiers, they proved to be exceptionally useful for Qin Ming. Naturally, the various martial arts and divine abilities seemed rather superfluous to him. The Jinwu Emperor Cannon and the Yutian Dragon Fist possessed unparalleled might, rendering any other techniques unnecessary. Qin Ming decided to take the entire Jinyuan ring belonging to Yinzhang and strode out of the Tai hospital with great confidence. When the physicians returned for another round of consultations, they were left in a state of shock. Yinzhang was dead. They dared not speak of it. Nor would they ever suspect Zhang Shi was acting on behalf of Chao Jinchun. Any indiscretion could very well lead to dire consequences. Chapter 31. Royal relatives within the confines of the East Factory. In the residence of the formidable leader Wan Ming, all martial apprentices at the Yuanwu realm were dismissed. While the 7 invited martial masters remained, the doors tightly secured against any interruptions. The 7 martial masters exchanged glances, uncertain of Wan Ming's intentions and the significance of this unusual caution. Esteemed guests, your presence under my command is most welcome. Yet you must understand that this assessment differs greatly from those of the past. Wan Ming spoke slowly. The expressions of the gathered individuals flickered, as if they began to grasp the implications of Wan Ming's words. You should be aware that this time, all the limelight has been seized by a single individual, which is far from an advantageous situation. If I were in your position, I would not remain idle, watching as someone else tramples upon your aspirations. Upon finishing his words, Wan Ming cast a profound glance at the assembly, prompting everyone to express their commitment. Rest assured, esteemed leader, we shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly and ensure that you do not lose face. One martial artist remarked, indeed, what is merely a Jun? We could easily suppress him with a mere flick of our hands. You possess such determination, which brings me solace, Wan Ming replied solemnly. However, you have also witnessed his extraordinary talent. A genius of his caliber will inevitably accelerate his cultivation and may very well reach my realm within a decade. Furthermore, the supervisor currently holds him in high regard, believing he possesses knowledge of the destiny arts. His potential for achievement could be boundless. The martial artists fell into silence, acutely aware of the veracity of Wan Ming's assertions. They recognized that Jun's growth rate could be alarmingly swift. He had only recently been at the 7th level of the Yuanwu realm, and now, just days later, he had ascended to the 8th level. It would not be long before he stepped into the Lingwu realm. Should he indeed catch up, those of the same level as him would appear dim and lackluster, their original brilliance overshadowed. Without requiring further elaboration from Wan Ming, they understood the implications of eliminating Jun. Yet such a notion was audacious. Should it be discovered, it would invite utter catastrophe. Nevertheless, the black-clad martial artist had brazenly articulated their innermost thoughts, sharpening the intensity in their gazes. Impudent, Wan Ming thundered. How dare you utter such words? Although Jun is your rival, he is also a member of the Eastern Factory. How can you discuss the possibility of his removal? Should I hear such talk again, I shall show no mercy. After a brief pause, Wan Ming continued. I trust you are all intelligent individuals and will know how to proceed. Now, you may take your leave. With a wave of his hand, the martial artists promptly withdrew. Yet they did not disperse immediately. Instead, they congregated in a secluded area to engage in discussion. Do you comprehend Wan Dang's intentions? One of the black-clad warriors inquired. I believe he still desires us to eliminate Jun. However, did not Wan Dang previously state that such discussions were prohibited? Clearly, He disapproves, another martial artist interjected, asserting that Wang Ming did not advocate this course of action. Have you not grasped the implication of Wang Dang's words? He merely forbids us from articulating our thoughts. Yet he has not explicitly prohibited us from taking action. Did you not hear his parting words? A wise person ought to engage in wise deeds. The black-clad warrior remained resolute, asserting that Wang Dang's intent was indeed to remove Jun. I concur with this interpretation, regardless of the circumstances. If we unite to eliminate this individual, as long as we exercise discretion, who could possibly trace it back to us? In this day and age, is it not relatively simple to take a life? We could easily attribute it to another faction. Another martial artist expressed agreement. Very well, it is settled. When June next appears, it shall be his day of reckoning. This matter shall remain known only to the 7 of us. If anyone is unwilling to participate, now is the time to speak up. However, should anyone choose to betray us, do not blame me for being ruthless, the black-clad warrior declared, his cold gaze sweeping over the group. At this juncture, who among them would dare to waver? Once they choose not to participate, it signifies their isolation, and they may even face suspicion. His fate will not be any better than that of the prince. It is well that everyone has made the right decision. Our future must not be dictated by a mere impudent youth. This eastern depot shall ultimately belong to us. Those martial artists clad in black, filled with ambition, are unafraid. Wang Ming is certainly aware of the discussions among these warriors. Their actions align perfectly with his own intentions. Should any mishap occur, he can distance himself from the situation. And since these warriors are newly recruited, their downfall would not concern him. If you perish, do not blame me. You must only hold yourself accountable for being too conspicuous and inviting your own demise. A chilling smile crept across Wang Ming's lips, his demeanor reflecting the essence of his name, imbued with a hint of coldness, resembling a demonic deity from the depths of hell, utterly terrifying. Qin Ming remained oblivious to the schemes of Wang Ming's 7 martial artists, yet he maintained a vigilant caution, never underestimating his adversaries, unwilling to be careless. Step aside. I wish to see the esteemed consort. Upon arriving at the gates of the Yonghe Palace, Qin Ming spoke coldly. Initially, the guards did not recognize him, but upon hearing him refer to himself as I, they suddenly understood that this was the reigning emperor. Although they held no reverence for Qin Ming, they dared not show any negligence due to the orders from the esteemed consort Yong, thus parting to allow him passage. Qin Ming did not dwell on these guards. He strolled in but did not enter immediately, instead choosing to eavesdrop on the situation within the main hall of Yonghe Palace. He quietly punctured a hole in the paper of the window with his finger, peering inside to discern the situation, seeking the most opportune moment to make his entrance. Indeed, there were quite a few visitors: Lord Tianhua, Lord Zifeng, and Lord Lingyu. If memory serves, these 3 are the direct brothers of the late emperor, thus my royal uncles. Should they lend their support, a significant portion of the royal clan would undoubtedly align with me, Qin Ming mused. At this moment, within the grand hall of Yonghe Palace, aside from the esteemed Yong Taiguo Fei seated in her elevated position, the remaining attendees regarded these 3 lords with utmost respect. Their gazes bore an air of arrogance, seemingly at odds with the opinions of Yong Taiguo Fei. Do any of you have objections to my proposal? Please, feel free to voice them, Yong Taiguo Fei declared, elegantly unfurling her phoenix robe and surveying the assembly. Lord Tianhua questioned. Indeed, one should not place blind faith in rumors. Yong Taiguo Fei should remain in her secluded palace. What understanding does a woman of the inner court possess regarding state affairs? Lord Lingyu sneered. A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Yong Taiguo Fei's countenance. Yet she swiftly regained her composure. Do you all believe I lack the authority to speak on this matter? Are you suggesting I summon King Yong? At the mere mention of King Yong, a flicker of trepidation crossed the faces of the lords, for he commanded formidable military strength, making him a formidable adversary. Do not think to intimidate us with tales of King Yong. Unless he can breach the imperial city, all this is mere empty talk, Lord Lingyu retorted dismissively. But what if I were to speak? Would that still be empty? At that moment, the doors of the grand hall creaked open, and Qin Ming stepped inside. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, exuding an undeniable regal aura, and though he wore no dragon robe, he emanated a profound imperial presence that caused all eyes to widen in awe. Your Majesty, Qin? The lords appeared taken aback, their gazes shifting toward the noble consort Yong. What could this woman be thinking, to summon a puppet emperor? Earlier, they had dismissed consort Yong as merely a woman of the inner palace, unqualified to discuss state affairs. But what of me? Qin Ming boldly seated himself at the principal position beside Consort Yang, radiating an aura that sent an inexplicable chill through the assembly. Chapter 32. Duke of Qinghua. From his elevated position, Qin Ming surveyed the royal relatives below, a profound sense of disappointment weighing upon him. As a descendant of the Qin clan, he found no ambition to strengthen the family lineage. Instead, he observed them placing their hopes in the next generation. An utterly cowardly stance that was beneath contempt. Qin Ming finally grasped why the Tianhua Dynasty had arrived at such a state, not because the power-hungry officials were insurmountably dominant, but rather due to the royal relatives' fear for their own lives, solely concerned with self-preservation, neglecting the fate of the Qin family's dominion. Not only did Lord Lingyu cast his gaze toward Consort Yang, but so did the others, their curiosity piqued regarding the performance that would unfold today. No need to inquire of the consort. This matter is of my design. Do any of you hold objections? Qin Ming stated indifferently. Humph. This impudent youth truly believes himself to be the emperor? A royal relative scoffed, displeased by Qin Ming's audacity. Impudent. I am the son of heaven. Your words are treasonous and an affront to the throne. Guards, execute him. Qin Ming's furious proclamation astonished everyone present, as they had not anticipated this puppet emperor would suddenly exhibit such assertiveness. Dare you execute me? I am the Duke of Qin, a title bestowed upon me by the late emperor himself. I challenge you to find the courage to lay a hand upon me. The Duke of Qin is exceedingly arrogant. He may harbor trepidation towards the esteemed Empress Yong and the three noble lords, yet this feeble young emperor cannot compel his genuine reverence. What is there to fear? Qin Ming's gaze sparked with icy intensity. What of the late emperor's decree? You presently commit treason against the throne, displaying utter disrespect towards the monarch. Were the late emperor alive, you would have long since faced the most excruciating punishment. Then come and execute me. If I, the Duke of Qin, utter a single word of dissent, I shall not be worthy of being a scion of the Qin family. In the face of Qin Ming, the Duke of Qin remained blissfully unaware of the impropriety of his words, exuding unparalleled arrogance. The other members of the royal family stood by as mere spectators, offering no support. Naturally, they would not side with a useless emperor like Qin Ming, nor did they believe he possessed the capability to slay the Duke of Qin. He is a member of the royal lineage, whose influence within the capital, though not as formidable as the Yong or Shao families, is still substantial and should not be underestimated. More crucially, who would heed Qin Ming's commands? In this palace, who does not recognize him as a mere puppet emperor? To threaten death with mere words is a fanciful notion indeed. What? Is there no one willing to obey? Qin Ming's gaze bore an air of authority, yet he discreetly transmitted a message to the Empress Yang, leaving her somewhat exasperated. However, upon perceiving the resolute tone in Qin Ming's voice, she understood that without shedding some blood, these individuals would not comprehend their course of action. Do you not heed the emperor's words? The Duke of Qin has committed an offense against the throne, showing disrespect to the monarch. According to the laws of the dynasty, he must be executed. With a single command from the esteemed concubine Yong, a multitude of guards swiftly advanced, brandishing their golden weapons, intent on apprehending the Duke of Qin. You audacious young wretch! Do you truly dare to plot my demise? When I wielded power and influence, you were yet a mere speck in the world, he scoffed, his visage a portrait of disdain. Do you truly believe such a meager contingent can subdue me? I am the formidable Duke of Qin, a master of martial prowess, while your guards are but fledgling warriors, incapable of inflicting any harm upon me. Are you relying on age alone? I despise such individuals, those who rest on their laurels without any true merit to their name. Aside from bringing disgrace to the Qin clan's ancestors, what are your true capabilities? With a decisive step forward, Qin Ming declared, in that case, I shall personally execute you. His words reverberated, stirring an uproar of disbelief among the onlookers. Qin Ming, to personally vanquish the Duke of Qin? The Duke was a distinguished figure of the Danfu realm, while Qin Ming was merely perceived as an insignificant ant, trapped in the first layer of the Yuanwu realm. Yet now, he dared to utter such bold claims against the Duke. The expressions of the three lords grew increasingly intricate, as they struggled to fathom the motives of this puppet emperor, who had emboldened him to speak so audaciously. Was it concubine Yong? Such a notion seemed implausible. The emperor had no reason to court his own demise. Even the expression of imperial concubine Yong appeared somewhat rigid. She no longer regarded Qin Ming as the ineffectual emperor he once was, yet she did not believe he possessed the qualifications to contend with Duke Qin. The chasm between the Yuanwu realm and the Danfu realm was not trivial, and crossing it was a formidable challenge. Are you jesting? Duke Qin erupted into raucous laughter upon hearing Qin Ming's proclamation, as if he had encountered the most amusing jest in the world. Did you all hear that? This little emperor claims he will personally subdue me. I must admit, I am quite frightened. Duke Qin, it would be prudent to cease this charade. You may take your leave now. At that moment, Lord Tianhua interjected, signaling Duke Qin to withdraw. If our ancestor, the great Emperor Qin Wu, were to witness your attitude, he would surely be incensed. Confronted by Lord Tianhua, Qin Ming remained forthright in his rebuke. After all, he was the emperor and had little doubt that these nobles would dare to confront him directly. Lord Tianhua's countenance darkened. As a lord who had occupied a position of high esteem for many years, he had seldom faced reproach. Yet, here was a so-called waste of an emperor audaciously berating him, which irked him greatly. However, he chose not to respond further, as the other two lords had remained silent. And he had no intention of defending Duke Qin. He was curious to see how this young emperor would act. Should he tragically perish at the hands of Duke Qin? It would indeed be entertaining. The question of who would ascend to the throne would remain an enigma. In that eventuality, these nobles would find themselves as formidable contenders for the imperial crown. Moreover, a flicker of apprehension lingered in Lord Tianhua's heart. For Qin Ming had invoked the name of Emperor Qin Wu. For centuries, there had been whispers that Emperor Qin Wu was neither dead nor extinguished, eternally watching over his descendants. Although this assertion is not entirely certain, Lord Tianhua does not wish to take any risks. Little Emperor, do you genuinely believe you can challenge me? Are you truly unaware of your own limitations, or have you simply lost your senses? The Tianhua Dynasty cannot afford to have a fool as its sovereign. The words of the Duke of Qin were laden with profound significance, causing a flicker of realization in the eyes of the three lords, though they remained outwardly composed, observing as mere bystanders. The grand concubine Yong found it difficult to decipher Qin Ming's intentions, and could only watch the unfolding events to determine whether this young emperor was indeed courting disaster. If so, there would be no need for her to continue collaborating with Qin Ming. Alternatively, it could be that Qin Ming would no longer have the luxury of conspiring with the grand concubine for grand ambitions. Ultimately, the grand concubine Yong was not particularly invested in the Qin family's dominion. Her alliance with Qin Ming was primarily rooted in his promise to cede the throne to Prince Yong once their grand endeavors were realized. She certainly did not regard her son as a mere puppet emperor. She firmly believed that if Prince Yong ascended to the throne of the Tianhua Dynasty, he would undoubtedly reign over the seas and garner the allegiance of the 9 provinces. Enough of this idle chatter. Brace yourself for my strike. With his strength restrained to the 5th level of the Yuanwu realm, Qin Ming did not reveal his true power. His steps were steady, and his arms seemed to radiate a golden light, resembling 2 majestic golden dragons crossing the sea, or a supreme being navigating the tumultuous waves, commanding this formidable golden dragon. Even the grand concubine Yong could not help but sigh inwardly. This Qin Ming had truly overstepped his bounds. This young fool truly believes himself to be an emperor? Let me assure you, you are still far from it. The Duke of Qin stood there calmly, his palm extended as he gently struck the incoming Heaven Dragon fist unleashed by Qin Ming. With a resounding thud, their fists collided, and Qin Ming was sent flying, unable to withstand the force, despite the Duke not exerting excessive energy. Accompanying Qin Ming's flight was the Duke's anguished scream, his eyes wide with terror as if he had encountered something horrifying. No, it seemed the Duke had entirely forgotten his previous words, for no one noticed the slender silver needle that pierced through his back, ultimately sealing his fate. Chapter 33. A balance of grace and authority. Qin Ming had struck down the Duke of Qin with a single blow. Although he had been thrown back, his achievement was remarkable. He had slain a martial spirit. What is a martial spirit, you may ask? It is one who has attained enlightenment through the 7 orifices, a being whose martial prowess resonates with the very essence of the world. Moreover, martial spirit practitioners possess a Dan mansion within them, able to absorb and expel vast amounts of energy, rendering them exceedingly formidable. Consequently, the number of martial spirits within the imperial city is quite limited. The Duke of Qin, a renowned expert with years of fame, was killed by Qin Ming's fist, a feat that truly astonished all present. Even the esteemed concubine Yong displayed a glimmer of surprise in her phoenix-like eyes. For a martial spirit could be slain with such ease, something even the 3 marquises could not accomplish with such dominance. The emperor's valor was undeniable. Yet, concubine Yong's astonishment did not manifest on her face. Instead, she smiled and spoke, leaving the onlookers with complex expressions, unsure of how to respond. After all, although he is the current emperor, they have never truly regarded him as such. In their hearts, Qin Ming remains merely a child, a mere puppet. However, their perceptions have been profoundly overturned, particularly for the three marquises, who had hoped that Duke Qinghua would eliminate Qin Ming, allowing them to rise amidst the chaos. Yet, the outcome has proven to be unexpectedly beyond their control. Ding! Congratulations to the overseer for defeating a martial spirit of a higher rank, earning 1,000 vitality points. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the third level of the spirit martial realm, with a vitality score of 3,350 points. The voice of the system resonated in Qin Ming's mind. Yet, rather than reveling in joy, he focused on communicating with the system through his thoughts. Is there something that can control others? What type does the host require? The system inquired. Ideally, a powder form, colorless and odorless, Qin Ming contemplated before responding. That is quite simple, the system replied, soul-suppressing powder, priced at 10,000 spirit stones per vial. Qin Ming nearly leaped up in disbelief. You want me to pay 10,000 spirit stones for a single vial? I question your loyalty, he exclaimed. Apologies, host, but your judgment is mistaken. I am even more loyal to you than to yourself, the system smiled. Nonsense. Qin Ming felt an overwhelming urge to give this so-called system a good thrashing, as it was far too exploitative. He had never spent thousands or tens of thousands on games in the past. Nevertheless, he consoled himself with the thought that he had plundered Yinzheng. Otherwise, he would be unable to afford anything. After struggling for a moment, he ultimately consented, handing over the spirit stones to purchase the soul-suppressing powder. Hey, you unscrupulous merchant, you haven't yet explained how to use this. Qin Ming gazed at the azure vial that had appeared in his storage compartment, his eyes darting with anticipation. Once afflicted by this soul-devouring powder, should one fail to obtain the antidote each month, they shall meet a tragic demise. However, this powder has its limitations. It is only effective against cultivators at the Danfu realm and below. Beyond that threshold, its efficacy becomes uncertain, the system noted languidly. That sounds rather promising. But where can I find the antidote? Qin Ming searched his storage compartment for a considerable time, yet the antidote eluded him. You have yet to purchase the antidote. The system interjected. Purchase? A wave of frustration washed over Qin Ming, as he thought, good grief, you've deceived me again. The antidote is priced at 10,000 stones. The system asserted, adopting the guise of a shrewd merchant, inciting Qin Ming's ire to the point of wishing to rend it asunder. Nevertheless, Qin Ming ultimately acquiesced. For this matter was of utmost importance to him. Even if it cost 100,000 stones, he would not hesitate. To achieve great ambitions, one must not shrink back due to monetary concerns. Fortunately, the exchange between Qin Ming and the system transpired in the blink of an eye, relying solely on mental communication. Moreover, the attention of those around them was fixated on the deceased Duke of Qing, so they remained blissfully unaware of any discrepancies. We are willing to engage in discourse with your majesty. The tone of the marquises shifted, their demeanor towards Qin Ming grew more amiable, a flicker of trepidation evident in their expressions. How could this emperor underestimate one capable of slaying a martial spirit master? This implied that even if they were to confront Qin Ming, victory was not guaranteed, and they might even fall prey to a counterattack. We too are inclined to negotiate with your majesty. The remaining individuals hastily altered their statements. They may claim that Empress Yong is meddling in the affairs of the harem. Yet Qin Ming stands as the true sovereign, now endowed with formidable martial prowess, even though he possesses merely the cultivation of Yuan Wu. His ability to vanquish martial spirits instills a profound sense of fear. Should the Duke of Celebration become aware that his demise has laid the foundation for Qin Ming's ascendance to power, paving a significant path for the Tianhua Dynasty's enduring reign, I wonder if he would feel a sense of honor. Let us revisit Empress Yong's earlier proposition. She is the Grand Empress, personally bestowed by myself, holding a distinguished status. How could any of you deem her unworthy? The edict of her appointment, stained with imperial blood before the statue of Emperor Qin Wu, bears the weight of legitimacy. Even Emperor Qin Wu himself acknowledges it. Do you doubt the efficacy of this decree? Qin Ming's gaze sharpened, surveying the crowd. In that fleeting moment, they exchanged glances. At a loss for words, Qin Ming had invoked Emperor Qin Wu, their ancestor, perhaps even a living one. What audacity did they possess to respond? The expressions of the three lords were intricately complex. Who could have anticipated that a ruler perceived as a mere puppet would possess the bearing and eloquence of a true dragon among men? fully aware of the leverage he holds and how to navigate his relationship with his subjects. Emperor Qin Wu and Empress Yang are the very tokens of Qin Ming's power and support. Thus, he must bestow due respect upon Empress Yang to ensure her full cooperation. As the sovereign, his mention of Emperor Qin Wu is entirely fitting. This long unseen, uncertain fate of an emperor is Qin Ming's greatest reliance, as well as that of the entire imperial family. It may sound absurd, yet this is a realm of cultivation where, as long as one's power is formidable enough to defy the heavens, nothing is deemed impossible. As long as the news of Emperor Qin Wu's demise has not been disseminated, they must regard him as a deity and maintain a profound reverence towards the royal family and Qin Ming. Observing the silence that enveloped the assembly, Qin Ming let out a cold smirk. Indeed, in this world, strength reigns supreme. Had he not slain the Duke of Qing, these individuals would scarcely have acknowledged his existence, let alone lend an ear to his words at this moment. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager, please take your seat. Qin Ming rose to personally invite the esteemed Empress Dowager Yang to sit, simultaneously stepping forward. You are all my elders. There is no need for such formality. The Duke of Qing displayed a lack of decorum and overstepped his bounds, which is why I took his life. You all are my royal uncles and brothers, my closest kin. What is there that we cannot discuss amicably? In stark contrast to his earlier reprimand, Qin Ming now appeared unexpectedly gentle, leaving the royal relatives momentarily bewildered and uncertain of the emperor's true nature. However, there was no doubt that he was not a sovereign to be trifled with. Any attempts to undermine him would be folly. I shall personally serve tea to all my esteemed relatives. With measured steps, Qin Ming poured tea for the royal kin, which caused some newly ascended martial spirits to shift uncomfortably, as if sitting on pins and needles. Your Majesty, this is quite inappropriate. Since you all address me as Your Majesty, what could possibly be inappropriate? Qin Ming replied with a smile. You all toil for the nation. I am merely offering a cup of tea, which is nothing of consequence. We are overwhelmed, Your Majesty. The three lords spoke in unison. Your Majesty, with your invaluable life, how can you serve us tea? The three royal uncles need not be so courteous. The late emperor had once praised them, acknowledging their loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness, as well as their profound wisdom and governance. He often advised us that regardless of who ascended the throne in the future, we must always show respect to the three royal uncles, without the slightest neglect. Regrettably, I am incompetent and unable to appoint the three royal uncles to prominent positions in the court, which causes me to feel unworthy in the eyes of the late emperor. Having said this, Qin Ming presented 3 cups of tea, causing the lords to tremble slightly as they stood to accept the offerings. This tea was served by the emperor himself. Throughout history, aside from the Empress Dowager, who else could boast such an honor? The noble concubine, Yang, smiled lightly, glancing at the assembly, prompting a flicker of awareness among them to remember Qin Ming's merits. This young man, wielding both grace and authority, if truly in command, might achieve an everlasting legacy. Alas, he was born in the wrong era. To aspire to reign supreme in such tumultuous times is no easy feat. The lords and royal relatives exchanged silent communications through subtle gestures, their intentions clear. They might respect this emperor, but commanding them would prove to be a formidable challenge. They would not risk their lives for an unattainable endeavor. Over the years, they had long abandoned their loyalty to the throne and the nation. Their allegiance lay solely with themselves, unwilling to be subjected to any authority. Upon hearing the noble concubine's words, Qin Ming smiled faintly and personally poured a cup of tea for her, presenting it with grace. Noble concubine, please enjoy your tea. If the information captured by these royal relatives is considered a favor from Qin Ming, then in Qin Ming's ears, it is merely a hint from the esteemed concubine Yang. Consequently, Qin Ming poured a cup of tea for her, a tea reserved for empresses since time immemorial. His voice suddenly rose, imbued with an irresistible authority. Some opened their mouths to speak, but ultimately refrained, for they could hardly admit to their indifference towards their ancestral throne. We, too, are constrained by our limitations. Our voices bear little weight. What can we accomplish in such matters? It would be prudent for His Majesty to seek the counsel of more powerful ministers. I believe Minister Yang from the Yang family is a suitable candidate. Marquis Tianhua interjected, shifting the responsibility onto Minister Yang. Concubine Yang blinked, but remained silent, directing her gaze towards Qin Ming. With a faint smile, Qin Ming remarked, "Are you all unwilling to offer your service?" "It is not a matter of unwillingness, but rather that we are truly unable," the assembly of royal relatives lamented. I perceive it not as an inability, but rather a lack of desire. If that is the case, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Now, place your hands upon your abdomens. Do you feel a pang of pain? Chapter 34. Long live the Emperor. At the moment Qin Ming's words fell, the expressions of these royal relatives turned ashen. They need not touch their bodies. Merely invoking their inner energy through their abdomens elicited a piercing pain that caused them to grit their teeth, as if they had been struck by a sudden jolt of electricity. It is essential to understand that they are all formidable warriors of the martial spirit realm, impervious to ordinary poison. Even when injured, the pain is typically bearable, yet at this moment, they are drenched in cold sweat, as if someone were mercilessly carving into their very flesh with a sharp blade, pushing them to the brink of agony. What have you done to us? One of the royal relatives gradually regained composure, slamming his hand down in fury, glaring at Qin Ming. The expressions of the three marquises were imbued with chilling severity. They had previously scrutinized the tea, yet still fell victim to the scheme. What kind of poison has this young man employed? Colorless and odorless, it is utterly insidious. Even the esteemed Empress Dowager found it difficult to remain composed, subtly conveying to Qin Ming, I am aligned with you, yet you have ensnared me as well. Do not fret, Your Excellency. If you had not partaken of the tea, how could they have fully trusted you? Qin Ming replied with a smile, then turned his gaze towards the royal relative. Do mind your words. You are addressing the sovereign of the Tianhua Dynasty. Bah! You had best provide us with the antidote swiftly, or I shall strike you down with a single blow. The royal relative's words were fierce, attempting to coerce Qin Ming into surrendering the remedy. However, Qin Ming was unfazed by such intimidation. He harbored a deep disdain for threats. The more arrogant this royal relative became, the more aversion Qin Ming felt. Do not say I did not forewarn you. Without my antidote, you shall not survive beyond a month. Are you threatening me? The royal relative's fury ignited, taken aback by the young man's unexpected cunning, aiming to force their compliance. Indeed, I am threatening you. I am the emperor, the sovereign. If the ruler demands the death of his subjects, they must comply. Qin Ming's expression was fierce as he pointed an accusatory finger at the nobleman before him, who, despite being merely a duke, dared to act so audaciously in his presence. He had no intention of waiting a month. The feathered needle was poised to strike at any moment, ready to extinguish the life of his adversary. Qin Ming had prepared for the worst, knowing that these cunning old foxes would not acquiesce to his entreaties, for he wielded no real power. Hence, he resorted to threats. If even intimidation failed, it would be better to leave these individuals behind, for they had become redundant to the dynasty and would only serve as a bane. Your Majesty's actions are justified. Duke Rong, you must not overstep. Withdraw at once. The noble consort Yong interjected, striving to smooth over the tension while simultaneously signaling her allegiance to Qin Ming. He understood her intentions clearly and smiled as he presented her with a pill, stating, This is the antidote. I implore you to take it. The consort hesitated, her expression flickering with uncertainty. Would consuming this pill, given her current state of poisoning, hasten her demise? You need not worry, Qin Ming assured her through subtle telepathy, prompting her to steel herself and express her gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for granting me the antidote. Consort Yong was indeed a decisive individual. Without a moment's delay, she ingested the pill, earning Qin Ming's respect. The lords around them wore expressions of complex intrigue, eager to ascertain whether Qin Yuan truly possessed an antidote and if it would prove effective. Yet, they were also wary, fearing that this antidote might merely be a ruse concocted by Consort Yong and Qin Ming, leaving them with nothing but an empty endeavor. After consuming the antidote, Empress Yong felt an immediate cessation of the pain in her lower abdomen. The remedy proved effective at once, allowing her to release a sigh of relief. Is this antidote truly effective, Your Highness? Inquired Lord Lingyu. The antidote bestowed by His Majesty cannot be erroneous, Empress Yong replied with a smile. I refuse to believe that in such a vast imperial city, no one possesses the means to counteract this poison. You may proceed as you wish. I shall not accompany you. The Duke of Rong, with a fiery temperament, had no intention of negotiating with Qin Ming and departed abruptly. The three lords attempted to call him back, but decided against it. However, at that moment, the Duke of Rome, having just exited the door, collapsed without warning, causing all present to experience a sudden jolt of alarm. Qin Ming, seemingly unfazed, thought that if a Duke of Qing was insufficient to intimidate these individuals, then perhaps another Duke of Rome would suffice. If these individuals chose to provoke their own demise, they could only blame themselves for the consequences. To preserve their lives, The two lords had no choice but to feign compliance with Qin Ming. But I do not trust any of you, Qin Ming sneered. In your hearts, you must long to eliminate me, do you not? Let me make it clear. The antidote I possess is merely temporary. Temporary antidote? At this moment, Empress Yang's expression changed. Could the toxicity reemerge? As long as I do not deliberately provoke it, and you do not seek your own demise, you may remain safe for a month. However, on the 31st day, if you lack my antidote, you shall perish. Likewise, my antidote will only sustain you for 1 month. Thereafter, you must take the antidote regularly each month, or your time will be short, Qin Ming remarked with a smile. Certainly, one may seek the counsel of esteemed physicians to alleviate their afflictions. However, I sincerely hope you find a true apothecary capable of administering genuine remedies, rather than those who are merely pretenders to the craft, who not only fail to save you, but also jeopardize their own lives. Concerning the soul-destroying powder provided by the system, Qin Ming possesses unwavering confidence. Although the system is indeed a financial burden, it offers products of remarkable quality. He believes that this powder is exceedingly rare in the marketplace, and that ordinary alchemists would be incapable of neutralizing such a toxin. These noble lords are not foolish. They comprehend that since Qin Ming dares to poison them, it must be a toxin far beyond the commonplace, for anything less would hold no significance. We remain loyal to His Majesty and the Imperial Dynasty, unwavering in our devotion, even in the face of peril. Among the royal relatives present, the Marquis of Zifeng exhibits the most sagacious composure. He recognizes the gravity of the situation and understands that failure to acquiesce to Qin Ming will inevitably lead to their demise. Therefore, the only path to gain Qin Ming's trust is to alter their stance. Other members of the royal family gradually awaken to this reality. The Qin Ming of today is no longer the puppet emperor at the mercy of others. He is gradually seizing control and orchestrating his strategy. They have become mere pawns in the game of this inaugural emperor. Despite their reluctance, they must accept this truth, for they possess no alternative. I care not whether your words are heartfelt. I can assure you, as long as you choose to follow me, you shall surely become esteemed contributors in the future and shall not succumb to the effects of this poison. Once the treacherous officials within the imperial court are purged, I shall naturally eradicate the toxins plaguing you all. However, this is contingent upon your unwavering dedication to assisting me in achieving a great endeavor. Qin Ming's declaration offered a modicum of reassurance to the assembly. Yet, the Marquis of Zifeng could not resist inquiring. Does your Majesty truly possess an antidote capable of completely curing our affliction? I can avow it, Qin Ming stated softly, a flicker of displeasure evident in his gaze. As an emperor, how could he brook such doubt? Realizing his indiscretion, the Marquis of Zifeng exchanged glances with the other marquises. After a brief telepathic consultation, they reached a consensus and prostrated themselves in unison. Your subject, the Marquis of Zifeng, along with the Marquis of Tianhua and the Marquis of Lingyu. Pay homage to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. The Grand Imperial concubine Yang's phoenix eyes shimmered with admiration, her esteem for Qin Ming elevated further. This young man, so unassuming, had managed to enlist these members of the royal family into his service. With such a force at his disposal, even the immediate subjugation of the Eastern Palace would not be an impossibility. The estates of the Duke of Rhone and the Duke of Qing shall be entrusted to the Marquis of Zifeng for disposition. Half shall be remitted to the treasury, and the other half shall be retained by you, Qin Ming decreed. The Marquis of Zifeng was the first to pledge allegiance to him, and such loyalty deserved recognition. I am grateful for your Majesty's benevolence, the Marquis of Zifeng responded, kneeling in gratitude, fully comprehending Qin Ming's intent. Very well, you may all withdraw. I trust that none of you will divulge anything. Should the need arise, I shall notify you by secret decree, Qin Ming instructed. The members of the royal family promptly retreated, maintaining a respectful demeanor. The last time they had displayed such deference was during the reign of the late emperor. The esteemed concubine Yong sighed, and after the crowd dispersed, she turned her gaze towards Qin Ming, expressing her surprise. I did not anticipate that you would even calculate me into your schemes. It seems I have underestimated you. Ah, concubine, such jest. Surely, these tricks of mine are all within your grasp, Qin Ming replied with a smile. Rest assured, I have vowed by heaven and earth, and I shall not contravene that promise. Chapter 35. Who will be sent on their journey? Only one final step remains to seize control of the imperial palace. Qin Ming mused inwardly, noting that merely 10 days remain until the 1-month deadline. After gaining dominion over the royal relatives, He had spent an additional 2 days enhancing his vitality to 4,503 points, which included the rewards from vanquishing the Duke of Rome, thereby solidifying his realm at the 4th level of the Spirit Martial Realm. Now, he had ascended to the 4th tier of the Spirit Martial Realm, classifying him as a mid-tier martial artist. With his current prowess, should he partake in the assessments of the Eastern Depot's Spirit Martial Realm, his results would not be lacking. It is time to head to the Eastern Depot. Calculating the time, Qin Ming strolled out of the palace, transforming into the guise of June. Just as he approached the entrance of the Eastern Depot, he suddenly sensed several chilling auras locking onto him. After cultivating the true martial emperor's canon, his perception had sharpened considerably, enabling him to discern whether the intent behind these auras was benevolent or malevolent. These auras bore a faint hint of murderous intent. They had not concealed themselves, believing that a mere martial apprentice in the Yuan martial realm would not detect their hostility. Yet, there are always some troublesome little minions. Qin Ming maintained a calm demeanor and continued onward. June. A voice resonated, and in an instant, a formidable warrior of the Spirit Martial Realm approached Qin Ming, wearing a smile. Yet, Qin Ming had already sensed the malice within him and was not deceived by the facade. This individual seemed somewhat familiar. Rather than openly confront him, Qin Ming inquired coolly, "We entered the Eastern Bureau together, do you not recall?" The man appeared to be under 30, perpetually smiling, yet to Qin Ming, he exuded an unsettling aura. "Ah, it's you. My apologies for my poor memory. What brings you here?" June inquired, tapping his forehead. "Nothing much. Since we entered the Eastern Bureau together, we share a connection of sorts. Thus, we have organized a gathering and would be honored if you would attend, dear brother June." "We hope you will not decline," the young warrior replied with a grin. "Are all those who passed the assessment present?" Qin Ming asked curiously, eager to ascertain how many sought to take action against him. "Most are here. A few will arrive shortly," the young warrior responded. "I see. Then it seems inappropriate for me to decline," Qin Ming acknowledged, yet soon shook his head. "However, the 3rd Division Chief is awaiting my presence, stating there are urgent matters to discuss. You are aware of the supervisor's favor towards me, and he has entrusted the 3rd Division Chief with many responsibilities for me. This poses quite the dilemma." After Yin Zheng's demise, Han Mao ascended to the position of 3rd Division Chief, not only usurping Yin Zheng's role, but also absorbing his influence. Qin Ming's boastful words were, of course, deliberately spoken to provoke the young martial artist, inciting silent curses within him. Yet, he dared not reveal his feelings and instead responded with a smile. "Brother June, your esteemed standing has certainly earned the favor of the supervisor. This is common knowledge. However, it is not an imposition. We have reserved the Tianxiang Tower, and I kindly request that you do not refuse our invitation. The Tianxiang Tower is renowned in the Imperial City, and dining there requires an expenditure of thousands of elemental stones. Indeed, with such heartfelt intentions from my brothers, I cannot disappoint. However, I am somewhat unfamiliar with the way to Tianxiang Tower. Might I trouble you to guide me?" Qin Ming clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. The young martial artist chuckled inwardly, thinking to himself that he hoped Qin Ming knew the way. "It would be my honor to lead you, brother June." With that, the young martial artist took the lead, followed closely by Qin Ming, who made sure to stay right behind him. This arrangement greatly pleased the young martial artist, who smirked internally, thinking, "No matter how exceptional your talents may be, today, you shall meet your demise." After quite a while, they still had not reached Tianxiang Tower and instead found themselves wandering into increasingly desolate areas, seemingly the outskirts of the imperial city. Qin Ming feigned ignorance and inquired, "My good brother, is this truly the way to Tianxiang Tower? If we continue further, we may well exit the city." "Indeed, if we proceed any further, we would exit the city," the young martial artist replied with a smile. "But there is no need to go any further. This is Tianxiang Tower." "Tianxiang Tower? Pray, do not deceive me, brother. Surely we have lost our way." Qin Ming pretended to be oblivious to the young man's intentions. "Fear not, this is indeed the path you are meant to tread. The road to the Yellow Springs." The youthful martial artist's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a shadow of gloom as he coldly regarded Qin Ming. "Brother June, they say you possess extraordinary talent, yet it is a pity that you are still naive to the treachery of the world. Does this imply that you have devised a scheme?" Qin Ming responded with a faint smile, unperturbed by the young martial artist's anticipated panic. "Do not feign composure. This is a guaranteed kill, and you cannot escape." The young martial artist furrowed his brow, and soon several figures gradually emerged, revealing themselves to be the 7 spiritual martial artists recruited by Wan Ming, each at least at the 5th level of the spiritual martial realm, which accounted for their impressive record of 10 victories. Indeed, it is a certain death trap, and I have no intention of fleeing, for this game was set for you. Qin Ming remained calm, causing the martial artists to exchange glances, scanning their surroundings for any allies of June. However, after thorough confirmation, they realized June had no companions. It was merely an illusion. Their anger flared. How dare this fellow deceive them with empty bravado? Such arrogance! There is no one here to protect you. The young martial artist stepped aside, and the leader among the 7, a figure clad in black, stepped forward, his eyes glinting with cold malice as he fixed his gaze on Qin Ming. And what of it? Qin Ming retorted, unfazed. Do I require assistance to eliminate you? Laughter erupted among them, unable to contain their mirth. Has this lad lost his wits? Merely a martial apprentice at the elemental realm. And he dares to think he can kill us? Does he consider himself a martial spirit? Which of you brothers is willing to take the first step and teach this brat a lesson? So he understands the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth? In my opinion, we cannot allow him to have it easy. He should experience the sensation of a fate worse than death. Does he think himself superior? Qin Ming coldly mocked. The young martial artist guiding Qin Ming inhaled deeply, then gradually stepped forward. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige. In an instant, the young martial artist unleashed a terrifying fist wave, crackling with lightning. Before the fist wave even reached him, arcs of electricity descended upon Qin Ming, aiming to incinerate him. Even a lower-tier martial artist would be rendered paralyzed and severely injured by such arcs. Yet Qin Ming merely continued to stride forward, allowing the electricity to strike him without any sign of distress. This scene sparked a flicker of astonishment in the young martial artist's eyes. Yet he maintained the intensity of his fist wave, determined to flatten Qin Ming. The other martial artists trembled in fear. Bang! The two fists collided. A surge of dragon might overwhelming the lightning, extinguishing all the electric arcs in its wake. The power of the heavenly dragon fist erupted in full force, a chaotic aura spreading like a tempest, sending a terrifying shockwave towards the young martial artist, who was launched backward, crashing through 3 trees before finally coming to a halt. Everyone stood in stunned silence. This was a 5th-tier spirit martial realm practitioner, yet he had been nearly incapacitated by a single punch. Just how powerful was this individual? It was a complete upheaval of their perceptions. They had anticipated a one-sided slaughter of Qin Ming, yet to their astonishment, he was the one exhibiting such monstrous strength. Who else dares to step forward? Qin Ming cast his gaze upon them, emanating the formidable aura of a 4th-level spirit martial realm, akin to a roaring dragon that instilled fear in the hearts of those present. His inner vitality surged with unparalleled vigor, resembling a tumultuous river, resonating with a thunderous roar that sent tremors through the spirits of the martial artists. Let us unite. I refuse to believe we cannot subdue him. Can a 4th-level spirit martial realm truly turn the tide? Bellowed the black-clad martial artist, leading the charge with a black, curved blade manifesting in his palm, sharp as a crescent moon, aimed directly at Qin Ming. Seeing this, the other martial artists stepped forward, 4 of whom were formidable 6th-level spirit martial realm practitioners, confident in their ability to restrain him. In an instant, a barrage of elemental energy surged towards Qin Ming. None of the martial artists dared to underestimate the situation, fully unleashing their inner elixirs to maximize their power, converging on him with overwhelming force. With a tremor in his hand, Qin Ming summoned the Blood Emperor sword, cleaving toward the black curved blade. A sharp crack resonated as the blade shattered into 2 pieces, and before the black-clad martial artist could evade, the Blood Emperor sword descended, claiming his life in a single stroke. Is this all you can muster? You dare challenge me? Qin Ming thought disdainfully, his gaze fierce and unyielding as he swiftly vanquished all 6 martial artists, ultimately standing before the young martial artist. At this moment, the young martial artist was utterly horrified, looking at Qin Ming as though he were a harbinger of death. Why you? Don't come any closer. Were you not the one who lured me here? It is now time for you to depart. Chapter 36. Crossing the array after absorbing the blood of 7 martial masters, the Blood Emperor sword became even more enigmatic. However, it did not undergo the evolution that Qin Ming had anticipated, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Nonetheless, having vanquished these martial masters, Qin Ming considered his gains substantial. After all, with each master he defeated who possessed a higher realm than his own, he accrued 100 points of vitality. Once all 7 masters had been slain, he ascended to the 5th layer of the spirit martial realm, achieving a new level of prowess. In a mere span of 20 days, He had advanced to the 5th layer of the spirit martial realm, a rate of cultivation that was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, he had indeed accomplished it and was confident that within a month, he would reach the martial spirit stage. At that point, he would truly wield influence within the imperial city. Otherwise, he would ultimately rely on external forces and the strength of others. Qin Ming sprinkled bone-dissolving powder, eradicating the corpses to leave no trace behind, before turning his steps back towards the eastern depot. "Your Majesty," Han Mao greeted, kneeling on one knee before Qin Ming. "There's no need for such formalities between us, as ruler and subject," Qin Ming replied, helping Han Mao to his feet. "What news from the eastern depot?" "Reporting to your Majesty. Everything is proceeding as you instructed." "Qiao Go remains utterly unaware," Han Mao responded. "We must remain vigilant," Qin Ming cautioned, nodding slightly. He then turned to Han Mao. "I meant to ask you last time. Your swordsmanship is impressive. From whom did you learn?" "This sword technique has always existed in my memory, and even I do not know its origins. Regrettably, it is incomplete. Otherwise, its power would surely be greater," Han Mao explained. "Does memory truly exist within us?" Qin Ming felt a sense of astonishment. "It must have been bestowed upon me by my parents, along with a comprehensive set of thunder-based martial arts. However, my subordinate's affinity lies with sword techniques, so he opted to practice this incomplete swordsmanship. As for my parents, their whereabouts remain unknown to me." Han Mao reminisced about the past, a touch of melancholy washing over him. He had often speculated about his parents' identities. Considering they bequeathed him such profound martial arts, their own prowess must have been formidable. Qin Ming chose not to dwell on this topic further and inquired instead about the whereabouts of the esteemed elder. Han Mao understood whom Qin Ming was referring to and nodded affirmatively. "I have unearthed the information, Your Highness. The elder resides not far from the imperial city. If we leave now, we should arrive before nightfall. Time is of the essence. We shall depart immediately." Upon learning the precise location of the elder, Qin Ming felt an overwhelming eagerness to set forth. He intended to confront Qiao Jinchun. Having already united all the royal relatives, his power had become substantial. Yet, he still lacked a compelling justification, an excuse that would render the various factions within the imperial city speechless. It is said that one must have a legitimate cause. Even as the sovereign, he could not simply march his troops into the eastern workshop. Should he provoke a united assault from all the major forces within the imperial city, it would spell disaster. Now, Han Mao had ascended to the realm of martial spirits, possessing the ability to traverse the skies. He could carry Qin Ming aloft, unhindered by any who might dare obstruct them. It is crucial to note that Han Mao had undergone a remarkable transformation. His standing within the eastern workshop had risen significantly, earning him the favor of Qiao Jinchun, and no one dared to underestimate him any longer. Soon, the two departed from the imperial city and ventured into a secluded grove just outside the city. The ground was strewn with withered leaves, and the underbrush was dense, seldom trodden by human feet. The individual responsible for the assassination of Qiao Jinchun was hiding in this very spot. "I shall lead the way for His Majesty," one declared. Once they entered the woods, aerial navigation would be rendered impossible, making it easy to lose track of that elder. According to Han Mao, this individual had mentioned the late emperor during the assassination of Qiao Jinchun, implying that the motive behind the attack was somehow connected to the former sovereign. This revelation stirred a multitude of speculations within Qin Ming's mind, particularly a strong premonition regarding the elder. Should this hypothesis prove true, the campaign against Qiao Jinchun would indeed possess a legitimate justification. It would also provide an opportunity to eliminate the Dowager Lady Xiao concurrently. They continued deeper into the grove, where they unexpectedly discovered a serene lake, its azure waters crystal clear, seemingly reflecting the entirety of the world. Beside this mirrored lake stood a modest wooden cabin, the dwelling of the elder. "Have you ever conversed with this elder?" Qin Ming inquired. Han Mao shook his head, responding, "No, there are formidable formations surrounding this area. I cannot approach." "Oh." Qin Ming's expression flickered momentarily, and he subsequently extended his spiritual awareness. He indeed discerned numerous array patterns encircling the small cabin. Unless a skilled third-grade formation master were to arrive, an ordinary martial spirit would find it utterly impossible to enter. Moreover, this formation transforms into an illusionary array at night. When I was ordered by Qiao Go to pursue this esteemed elder, I became lost within the formation and nearly met my demise. Accompanying me were several formidable warriors under Qiao Go's command, and by a stroke of fortune, they all perished within the array, leaving me as the sole survivor. As Han Mao reminisced about that fateful night, a shiver of trepidation coursed through him. Had it not been for my fortuitous survival, I would not be standing here now. Let me take a closer look. Qin Ming was not particularly daunted by this formation, for it was not a flawless, singular array but rather a composite of several third-tier formations interconnected. Thus, he surmised that he might not need to dismantle the array. Evading its lethal traps could suffice. After cultivating the true martial emperor's canon, Qin Ming's spiritual perception had become exceptionally potent. While he might not fully comprehend these formations, discerning their presence was well within his capabilities. Observing Qin Ming as he intently scrutinized the formations, Han Mao found himself momentarily stunned. Since when did His Majesty become adept in the art of formations? In that moment, Han Mao held great admiration for Qin Ming, who not only possessed rare and miraculous elixirs, but could also skillfully manipulate them to confound Chao Jinshun and others. Was there anything in this world that Qin Ming could not accomplish? With a calm demeanor, Qin Ming proceeded, ensuring that Han Mao followed closely behind. He instructed Han Mao to remain vigilant, warning that a single misstep could lead to fatal consequences. This formation was intricately linked to the Earth's veins, capable of launching attacks without the need for activation through elemental stones. Qin Ming sighed inwardly. Many prominent families and clans often chose to construct their residences upon ley lines, subsequently engraving unparalleled formations to ward off external threats. However, he never anticipated that even such a remote location would have its ley line discovered, presumably by the hand of an extraordinary entity. Yet, a perplexity lingered in Qin Ming's heart. If this predecessor possessed such formidable mastery over formations, they should not have suffered a severe blow at the Eastern Bureau on that fateful day. Han Mao followed Qin Ming with unwavering attention, but for a fleeting moment. His steps faltered. A flash of murderous intent surged forth suddenly, startling Qin Ming. He could not allow Han Mao to withstand the blow head-on, for the ensuing shockwave might propel Han Mao into perilous positions. With a tremor of his palm, the Blood Emperor's sword erupted forth, cleaving through the strike. Do not blame yourself. It is merely the intricate connection of the formations here that poses such risks. A moment's carelessness could lead to disaster, Qin Ming reassured, patting Han Mao's shoulder, indicating that the latter need not feel remorse. Given Han Mao's capabilities, navigating through this formation was indeed a considerable challenge. Even Qin Ming himself could not guarantee absolute safety. Should he err, Han Mao's life would be at stake. Fortunately, Qin Ming managed to evade all the formations, cautiously guiding Han Mao closer to the wooden cabin. Esteemed predecessor, I am Qin Ming, accompanied by my humble subordinate, seeking an audience. I hope you might grace us with your presence, he said, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. Boom. The door of the wooden cabin burst open instantaneously, unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy that surged forth. Qin Ming's brow furrowed slightly as he felt a chaotic force descend upon him, as though it sought to rend him apart. If he remains merely a martial apprentice, he shall surely perish beneath this overwhelming pressure. Are you intending to commit regicide? Qin Ming's voice suddenly turned frigid, causing the presence within the wooden cabin to pause. Regicide? Which sovereign do you claim to serve? A voice emanated from within the cabin, obscured as if deliberately concealing its age. Naturally, I am referring to the sovereign of the Tianhua Dynasty, Qin Ming proclaimed. You are aware that the current emperor has come here, yet you choose not to greet him. Do you wish to implicate the 9 clans? What a farce. In this present Tianhua Dynasty, where is the emperor to be found? Eunuchs wield power, factions are fragmented, and the capital has fallen. What king remains? The voice within the cabin was chilling, laced with mockery. Insolence! This is the reigning emperor. Your reckless words shall earn you a charge of rebellion. Han Mao could not restrain his indignation, rebuking, How dare you speak of the kingdom's downfall in the presence of the emperor? You are but a lackey of the Eastern Depot, accompanied by a youth, daring to claim this is the emperor. You greatly underestimate me. Merely traversing this formation, do you think I cannot contend with you? The entity within the cabin remained unconvinced of Qin Ming's identity. Though I, Han Mao, am ahead of the Eastern Depot, my loyalty to the emperor is unwavering, as heaven is my witness. You may disregard me, esteemed elder, but you must not show disrespect to the emperor. Han Mao asserted. Emperor, you speak of the emperor with such conviction that I am almost compelled to believe it. Very well. Let me witness for myself whether this is indeed the emperor. In an instant, a shadowy figure, akin to a ghost, flickered out from the wooden cabin and appeared before Qin Ming. As he discerned Qin Ming's countenance, his body involuntarily shuddered. You are truly the offspring of the late emperor. Chapter 37. Yu Tianko. Before him stood a frail, emaciated elder, with sparse hair and murky eyes, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing like a dying flame. It was difficult to believe that he could be a master of unparalleled prowess. Yet, his previous swift arrival, surpassing even the speed of sound, rendered his presence nearly imperceptible. At this moment, the elder's clouded gaze suddenly ignited with brilliance, as if he had beheld a treasure of the mortal realm. His eyes shone with clarity. "You are indeed the progeny of the late emperor. You are Prince Ming. You, the steward, it is truly you." Qin Ming, possessing the memories of this body, held a profound impression of the elder, who had once served alongside the late emperor as the grand steward, Yu Tianko. In the past, Yu Tianko was a robust figure, devoted to the late emperor and treating all princes equally without favoritism. He had even offered solace to the beleaguered Qin Ming, a fact that remained etched in Qin Ming's heart. However, with the ascension of Cao Jinchun, who, favored by the dowager consort Xiao, became the head of the Eastern Bureau, began to suppress Yu Tianko. Despite the trust bestowed upon him by the late emperor and his control over the imperial guards, the populace gradually ceased to regard him with respect, instead opting to curry favor with Cao Jinchun. With the passing of the late emperor, Yu Tianxiu vanished from the public eye. Cao Jinchun took control of the authority, announcing that Yu Tianxiu would oversee the imperial tomb, expelling all the palace guards and allowing the Eastern Depot to assume full control. Gradually, the traces of Yu Tianxiu within the palace were obliterated by Cao Jinchun, as if he had evaporated from this world, unknown to anyone. To everyone's astonishment, upon his return, Yu Tianxiu appeared in such a state that evoked a sense of melancholy, had it not been for the faint resemblance in his features. Qin Ming would have been unable to recognize him. Qin Ming had previously speculated about numerous identities, but the only one who could remain loyal to the late emperor was Yu Tianxiu. Others, such as royal relatives, were unreliable. Could they truly be depended upon? "Old servant Yu Tianxiu pays his respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor." In an instant, Yu Tianxiu knelt before Qin Ming, performing a grand salute. His loyalty was not only to the late emperor, but also to the Qin dynasty. Learning that Qin Ming had ascended to the throne, regardless of who supported him, filled him with immense joy. "Please rise, Chief Steward Yu," Qin Ming said, assisting the elder to his feet. Filled with respect for a man so devoted to the Qin lineage, such loyalty was a rarity. "I thank your majesty for your kindness," Yu Tianxiu expressed, his manners impeccable and exceedingly respectful. Once he stood, Yu Tianxiu turned his gaze to Han Mao, who stood behind Qin Ming, and remarked with a smile, "I was unaware that you were in the emperor's service. I mistakenly thought you were a lackey of the Eastern Depot. I beg your pardon for any offense." This left Han Mao greatly astonished. After all, Yu Tianxiu was a formidable warrior at the pinnacle of the Danfu realm, naturally exuding an air of pride. Yet here he was, offering apologies to Han Mao, leaving him at a loss for words. "There is no need for such courtesy, Master Yu. I too have my own unavoidable difficulties within the Eastern Bureau. We all serve His Majesty and should therefore unite our efforts," Han Mao responded. "Indeed, we must work in concert. His Majesty has such auspicious moments. May the spirit of the late emperor find peace," Yu Tianxiu expressed with a sense of relief, and then added, "Let us proceed inside." The exterior of the wooden cabin appeared quite simple, while the interior was tastefully understated. Despite having spent the majority of his life within the palace, Yu Tianxiu did not hold high standards for accommodations and preferred tranquility instead. A martial artist should not concern themselves with worldly wealth and fame, which are but fleeting illusions. Yu Tianxiu was at ease with this notion. He poured a cup of tea for both Qin Ming and Han Mao before taking a seat and inquired, "How fares His Majesty in the palace?" "Oh," Yu Tianxiu remarked with surprise upon observing Qin Ming's demeanor, which did not seem feigned. He appeared genuinely unconcerned. Internally, Yu Tianxiu sighed, pondering that perhaps Qin Ming truly wished to be a puppet emperor, relishing a carefree existence amidst nature, detached from the mundane affairs of the world. Such a choice might lead to a life squandered, yet it at least preserved his existence. Yu Tianxiu held no resentment towards Qin Ming, having watched him grow up. In the past, Qin Ming's mother held no power or influence, and her standing within the palace was lowly, often subjected to the oppression of other consorts, which also led to Qin Ming being bullied. The timid nature of the boy mirrored that of his mother. Upon hearing Han Mao's words, Yu Tianxiu's eyes brightened. Could it be that His Majesty already harbors a plan? "Indeed, I have devised a strategy, and each step has been executed with remarkable success. However, I require your assistance, Chief Steward, to ensure the enduring stability of our dynasty," Qin Ming spoke slowly. To serve your majesty, I would gladly lay down my life. Yu Tianqiu immediately declared. Unlike Zifeng Ho and others, Yu Tianqiu's loyalty was not born out of fear induced by Qin Ming's soul-stealing powder. He was genuinely devoted to the imperial family. This stirred a silent admiration within Qin Ming. Despite both being eunuchs, the disparity between individuals was striking. If only Chao Jinshun possessed even half of Yu Tianqiu's loyalty, Qin Ming would be eternally grateful. Nonetheless, Qin Ming did not regard Yu Tianqiu as merely another common eunuch. His stature far surpassed theirs. In a previous lifetime, he would have been akin to Zheng He, the emperor's most trusted and capable confidant. Let us speak of you, Chief Steward. How did you come to be in such a state, so different from my recollections? Qin Ming inquired. The current Yu Tianqiu appeared as a diminished version of his former self, lacking the valor he once possessed. To speak candidly, when the late emperor passed away, I inadvertently uncovered a secret, which led to my imprisonment by Chao Jinshun. For 3 long months, I endured torment, resulting in my present condition. Fortunately, I eventually escaped. Living in obscurity, and at the behest of an old friend, I now hide here to elude Chao Jinshun's scrutiny, Yu Tianqiu explained. Although Yu Tianqiu spoke with a casual demeanor, Qin Ming could vividly imagine the torment that must have transpired over those 3 months, which only solidified his resolve to dismantle the Eastern Bureau. Did Master Yu uncover some secret related to Chao Jinshun? Han Mao inquired. Not only is it related, but the connection is monumental. Yu Tianqiu's voice suddenly surged with fervor. The death of the late emperor was shrouded in mystery. I secretly investigated and ultimately traced it back to Chao Jinshun. Alas, he had too many eyes watching, and I was momentarily deceived by his treachery. The late emperor's demise? Qin Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it truly be the doing of Chao Jinshun? Even if he was not directly responsible, he is certainly implicated. And then there is the poisonous concubine, Xiao Fei. They conspired together, ruining the late emperor and his empire. Fury ignited within Yu Tianqiu's gaze. Every recollection of this matter filled him with righteous indignation, inciting a fierce desire to storm the Eastern Bureau at once. Over the years, I have contemplated ending my own life to follow the late emperor, yet I have endured. If I cannot exact vengeance upon Chao Jinshun and that venomous woman, I would have no face to meet the late emperor in the afterlife. Thus, I devised a plot to eliminate Chao Jinshun first. I believe my abilities were sufficient to deliver a significant blow to that treacherous villain, but I underestimated the formidable defenses of the Eastern Bureau, which nearly cost me my life. Yu Tianqiu sighed. Qin Ming's expression was a tapestry of complexity. He endeavored to manifest a semblance of sorrow upon hearing the news of the late emperor's demise. However, within the depths of his soul, there stirred no tumultuous waves. His sentiments towards the old emperor were rather tepid. Even as the previous owner of this corporeal vessel, he had never experienced the warmth of the late emperor's affection. Throughout his upbringing, his encounters with the emperor scarcely exceeded a mere handful, rendering it implausible for him to feel any genuine grief. Moreover, the current Qin Ming was no longer the innocent young prince of yore. He had transformed into a sovereign of a new era, harboring a different essence. The tidings of the emperor's passing, for him, bore the weight of opportunity. Should Yu Tianqiu unveil this matter, it would lend credence to his campaign against Chao Jinshun, which was, in fact, the very purpose of his visit. At present, Yu Tianqiu had graciously provided him with an excellent pretext, eliciting his profound satisfaction. The treacherous Chao must inevitably face his end. After a moment of reflection, Qin Ming exhaled a sigh that resembled a proclamation. This villain possessed formidable prowess, rendering him a challenging adversary to eliminate, especially with the conniving Xiao Taifei in the fray. The task at hand would undoubtedly prove arduous. Yu Tianqiu was acutely aware of the formidable nature of this endeavor. It was not a feat to be achieved in haste. There is no need for you to fret. Chief Steward, I have already reached out to all the royal relatives and dignitaries. They are united in their allegiance to me. Chapter 38. The doom of the Wan family in regard to his former brethren. Yu Tianqiu exuded an air of unwavering confidence. The imperial guards had once been a force intimately commanded by the late emperor, displaying unwavering loyalty to the royal lineage. Having been expelled from the palace, they bore lingering resentment. Given an opportunity, they would undoubtedly seek to redeem their honor. Does Chief Steward truly possess such assurance? Han Mao's heart raced with excitement. The imperial guards were an elite force. If they could be reorganized, they would become a formidable power. After all, It had only been a few years since the late emperor's passing and their expulsion from the palace. Many in the imperial guards were still young and capable of battle. This was a reassuring thought. Had it not been for my entrapment and 3-month imprisonment, the imperial guards would never have been so easily defeated. I had discreetly contacted several commanders of the imperial guards, and they had all expressed their determination to quell these rebels if given the opportunity. Very well. In 3 days. Can you reorganize them, Chief Steward Yu? The great battle is imminent, and we cannot afford to wait, Qin Ming inquired. Not a problem. 3 days will suffice. Chief Steward Yu responded confidently about the subordinates he had trained. However, he noted that the Eastern Bureau had been keeping a close watch on the imperial guards. Any movement would surely attract their attention. Qin Ming spoke passionately, igniting a spark in the aged eyes of Yu Tianxiu. In Qin Ming, he saw fervor, ambition, and the demeanor of a great sovereign, qualities that even the late emperor lacked. In truth, Yu Tianxiu understood that the late emperor was neither a perfect sage nor a grand ruler. Otherwise, he would not have stood idly by while chaos reigned within the dynasty. With warlords vying for power, he had even neglected the struggles among the various factions within the imperial city, preferring to be a complacent monarch. I am aware of your concerns, Master Yu, but what does it matter? There has never been a precedent for this. I am most willing to set one. You are the first precedent established by me. In the future, I shall undertake endeavors unparalleled in history, aiming to command the allegiance of all under heaven, compelling all nations to bow before me. Presently, I am merely appointing a Grand Chancellor. Is it not within my capability? Qin Ming gazed at Yu Tianxiu, making it evident that his words were not spoken lightly. He genuinely valued him. A surge of warmth coursed through Yu Tianxiu's heart, and a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Even if it meant sacrificing his life for this young man before him, he would do so willingly, without a trace of resentment. A scholar is willing to die for a true friend. The late emperor had bestowed upon him a great favor, and thus Yu Tianxiu had been grateful for the emperor's kindness to this day. Now, Qin Ming's regard for him surpassed that of the late emperor. Even aspiring to create an unprecedented legacy, how could he refrain from taking action? Qin Ming's eyes sparkled. He valued strength and loyalty above all, and Yu Tianxiu possessed both qualities. Therefore, even if he were a eunuch, Qin Ming would still bestow upon him great authority. As the emperor, he must command respect and summon all corners of the world, holding dominion over the heavens and the earth. Should he still harbor reservations? Han Mao, Qin Ming exclaimed. Present. Han Mao bowed deeply. From this day forth, Yu Tianxiu shall be the Grand Chancellor of my Tianhua Dynasty. You shall bear witness to this. And when the Eastern Bureau is subdued, the Eastern Palace shall be transformed into the residence of Grand Chancellor Yu. With this decree, Qin Ming not only conferred upon Yu Tianxiu the title of Grand Chancellor, but also granted him the Eastern Palace, signifying that Yu Tianxiu's residence would be constructed within the Imperial Palace, a tremendous honor indeed. Chao Jinshun privately constructed the Eastern Hall within the Imperial Palace. Although it conferred a degree of prestige, it remained a personal endeavor. In contrast, Yu Tianxiu would soon receive commendation from the sovereign, a remarkable honor. Yu Tianxiu was profoundly struck by Qin Ming. He finally comprehended that this youth was not merely indulging in fleeting bravado or impulsively attempting to achieve something, but rather possessed a comprehensive strategy, advancing meticulously with the intent to restore the fortunes of the Tianhua Dynasty. From Qin Ming, Yu Tianxiu discerned a glimmer of hope. The late emperor had been powerless to alter the fate of the realm, but could the current emperor, Prince Ming, effectuate change? Among these developments, Wan Ming stood out. Leveraging the might of the Eastern Depot, his residence rivaled that of nobles and royal families. Many were discontented, yet powerless to act. For Wan Ming was sheltered under Chao Jinshun, a robust support, ideal for seeking refuge. However, in recent days, Wan Ming had been despondent, as it seemed he had fallen out of favor with Chao Jinshun, and his status had plummeted. Rumors circulated that the position of chief would soon be assumed by Han Mao. This undoubtedly conveyed a troubling signal. Many who previously sought his assistance had now turned to Han Mao's residence, leaving the halls of both the chief and deputy eerily quiet. These individuals had not been seen for some time, and their affairs remained uncertain. Wan Ming furrowed his brow. He had not encountered his newly recruited martial artist subordinates for several days. He had dispatched inquiries in search of them, only to discover they had seemingly vanished without a trace within the imperial city. Qin Ming employed the bone-dissolving powder, making it implausible for Wan Ming to locate them. Wan Ming could hardly fathom that these martial artists had been dispatched by June, considering June was merely at the 8th level of the Yuan martial realm. The notion of him slaying martial artists seemed utterly fanciful. As Wan Ming pondered his next course of action, he was suddenly struck by an overwhelming sense of peril. His gaze shot upwards, and he beheld a cloaked figure advancing towards him with a graceful yet chilling gait. In this person's hands were two severed heads, one belonging to his concubine and the other to his own son. The figure, unfazed by the gruesome trophies, approached Wan Ming with an unsettling calmness, igniting a fierce glimmer in Wan Ming's eyes. This individual was far from ordinary. What troubled Wan Ming most was the intruder's ability to infiltrate his estate unnoticed, eliminating his concubine and youngest son. Just how formidable must this person be? Have I inadvertently offended anyone of note recently? You, sir, have trespassed into my residence. Do you intend to oppose the Eastern Factory? Wan Ming's voice dripped with icy disdain, an aura of frigid menace enveloping him as if to freeze the very air around. Do not overestimate your own significance. I merely seek to annihilate your entire lineage. That hardly equates to enmity with the Eastern Factory. The stranger cast the two heads onto the ground, seemingly indifferent to the murderous intent radiating from Wan Ming. You have slaughtered my entire family? In an instant, Wan Ming seemed to transform into an ancient deity of the underworld, exuding an overwhelming aura of darkness. As the head of the Eastern Bureau, he had long basked in the glory of his esteemed position, yet now, intruders had stealthily invaded his residence, ruthlessly annihilating his family, even appearing brazenly before him. This was an affront he could not endure. Aware of his adversary's formidable prowess, he nonetheless resolved to confront them. Do you truly wish to engage me in combat? The figure chuckled, removing their veil to reveal their true identity, Duke Zifeng, gazing at the smiling middle-aged man. Wan Ming's expression turned icy to the core. What have I ever done to offend you for such an act? You have not wronged me. Yet you have crossed those who ought not to be offended. Thus, I have been commanded to claim your head, to prevent any information from leaking. I regretfully must eliminate your entire household, Duke Zifeng replied with a serene smile. Is there truly anyone under heaven capable of commanding Duke Zifeng? Forgive my ignorance. But what esteemed individual possesses such influence? Wan Ming inquired. You should not have provoked the current sovereign. Now, he has dispatched me to eliminate you. Should you seek vengeance in the afterlife, do not come after me. Seek the Emperor instead. Duke Zifeng's lips curled into a chilling smile. Do you genuinely believe me to be a fool? The current sovereign possesses such power to command someone like you, Duke Zifeng. If you intend to kill me, do so swiftly. There is no need for such ethereal words that only serve to belittle you. Wan Ming, of course, did not believe that this matter was connected to Qin Ming, for he was merely a feckless emperor. How could he compel a figure of Duke Zifeng's stature to act on his behalf? The Marquis of Zifeng smiled bitterly. The emperor truly excelled at masquerading. The spies of the Eastern Depot shadowed him day and night, yet he managed to present himself as a mere fool. How terrifying. Little did he know that Zhang Shi, the Eastern Depot spy beside Qin Ming, had long been dispatched by him. The so-called spy was, in fact, himself. Chapter 39. The Enfeoffment of Chao Jinshun Marquis Zifeng. Are you truly serving His Majesty? Upon witnessing the Marquis's bitter smile, Wan Ming felt a moment of confusion. He was bewildered, even in the face of death. He sought clarity. He had never contemplated escaping the grasp of the Marquis, for he was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the Danfu realm. Scarcely anyone in the entire imperial city could rival him. Meanwhile, Wan Ming was merely a mid-level martial cultivator in the Danfu realm, utterly incapable of overcoming such an opponent. If this Marquis truly intended to kill you, why would I need to deceive you? The Marquis Zifeng's words dripped with bitterness. Was the truth truly so unbelievable? Is it really you, Your Majesty? Wan Ming's expression flickered. It seemed they had both underestimated him. Indeed, from him, the Marquis discerned a glimmer of hope for the revival of the dynasty. A faint smile curved the corners of the Marquis's mouth. This was precisely the reason he chose to follow Qin Ming. If there existed a sliver of hope, who would not wish for the prosperity of their ancestral land? The Marquis Zifeng had to admit that he had initially underestimated Qin Ming. This emperor was no mere puppet. He was evidently a force to be reckoned with. Who could afford to offend him? Alas, go ahead and make your move. With the truth unveiled, Wan Ming felt somewhat more at ease. After all, he now understood he would perish at the hands of the emperor. This was not without its merit. Thud! The footsteps of Lord Zifeng were steady and powerful. With a single stride, he arrived before Wan Ming, delivering a palm strike that quelled the overwhelming chill emanating from Wan Ming, crushing even his skull in the process. However, having taken countless lives, Lord Zifeng was unfazed by Wan Ming's demise. Calmly, he severed Wan Ming's head, a symbol of task completion, intent on bringing the trophy to Qin Ming to report his success. Simultaneously, a similar tragedy unfolded in the residence of the second-in-command, Lei Gang. Unlike Lord Zifeng's swift and decisive actions, the slaughter was interrupted midway when Lord Tianyu discovered the scene. Lei Gang, known for his fierce temperament, fought valiantly, managing to hold off Lord Tianyu long enough for some of his kin to escape. Fortunately, Lord Lingyu intervened from the periphery, annihilating those within Lei Gang's estate. Prior to their assault, they had established barriers, rendering the internal commotion undetectable unless a powerful being intentionally sought it out. The existence of these barriers silenced the turmoil within, and even as the two residences transformed into ghost towns, no one noticed. Naturally, such secrecy could not be maintained indefinitely, but it was not necessary for long. Merely 3 days would suffice. In the Eastern Palace, Chao Jinshun leaned slightly against the massive chair, his complexion gradually regaining its rosy hue, indicating a significant recovery from his injuries. With his eyes half closed, glimmering with a faint light, he inquired of Han Mao, who was presenting his respects. Report to the supervisor. I have heard that the first and second heads seem to have recently discovered some treasure outside the imperial city and have joined forces to seize it. Master, it has come to my attention that there may be a connection to the hidden treasures of the great Emperor Qin Wu. We have uncovered some clues and intend to investigate further for you. Han Mao spoke slowly. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Chao Jinshun, who, upon hearing the words hidden treasure of the great Emperor Qin Wu, could no longer remain composed. His eyes widened, radiating a brilliant light. Are you suggesting that the legacy of the great Emperor Qin Wu is finally to be revealed? Chao Jinshun felt as if spring had arrived in an instant, invigorating his once withered body. The legacy of the great Emperor Qin Wu, who among the entire dynasty would not covet it. In ancient times, notable sages had held the great Emperor Qin Wu in high esteem, asserting that he stood at the pinnacle of elemental cultivation, having reached an unparalleled realm that was exceedingly difficult to surpass. They even proclaimed that should one obtain the legacy of the great Emperor Qin Wu, as long as their innate talent was not overly deficient, their future achievements could very well establish a new dynasty. Such pronouncements from the ancient sages were naturally extraordinary, igniting endless speculation in subsequent generations. It was precisely their assertions that compelled countless individuals to pursue the legacy, aspiring to tread the path once walked by the great Emperor Qin Wu. That is what I have heard, though I have not delved deeply into the matter. Han Mao remarked. You are far too naive, Chao Jinshun sighed. He recognized Han Mao's considerable talent, yet he perceived Han Mao's lack of depth. While he could serve as an invaluable subordinate, he was not fit to be a sovereign in his own right. The legacy of the great Emperor Qin Wu stirred the hearts of many, yet Han Mao remained unperturbed by the prospect. And it was this very trait that elicited Chao Jinshun's respect. Chao Jinshun has every reason to believe that, should Wan Ming and Lei Gang become aware of the location of the emperor's legacy, they would likely not divulge it to him, who would willingly share such matters with others. His subordinate wishes only to serve the master diligently. Han Mao, having been nurtured by Qin Ming, can lie with an untroubled heart and steady demeanor. If Chao Jinshun were to discover that among his 4 trusted aides, the most straightforward, Han Mao, harbored contrary sentiments, he could only speculate on his feelings. As the supervisor of the Eastern Depot, Chao Jinshun's understanding of the 3,000 realms is evidently profound. Many secrets remain inaccessible without reaching a certain level. His subordinate also regards this individual as quite extraordinary. Engaging in conversation with him often yields significant insights. Han Mao remarked. Indeed, I find the matter of fate he spoke of to be quite credible. Those who achieve great dominion possess their own fortuitous destinies. Memories of Qin Ming's words stirred within Chao Jinshun, creating ripples in his thoughts. If he were not destined by fate, how could a person of such caliber as Jun willingly submit to his command? His subordinate also believes in Jun's words, asserting that the master is undoubtedly a future hegemon destined to realize imperial ambitions. Should the legacy of Emperor Qin Wu truly emerge, it must rightfully belong to the master. This is not insurmountable. I have heard that Zhang Gonggong has devised a plan for the master. Han Mao spoke gradually, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. As events unfold in accordance with Qin Ming's predictions, are you referring to that lad Zhang Shi? He has come up with a solution? Chao Jinshun expressed surprise, never having anticipated that his son would contemplate such matters. Excellent, Eunuch Zhang is aware that the legacy of Emperor Qin Wu is about to manifest. With the Grand Supervisor in mind, he has already made arrangements. Please rest assured, Grand Supervisor. Oh, that is indeed commendable. Summon Zhang Shi to report to me. Chao Jinchun said with a smile. Yes. Han Mao responded and withdrew, and shortly after, brought Zhang Shi before Chao Jinchun. Therefore, these past few days, this child has been recounting the adopted father's merits before the young emperor. He has finally come to understand the adopted father's righteousness over the years. Thus, he has decided to bestow upon the adopted father the title of Grand Preceptor, Zhang Shi stated. Grand Preceptor? A glint of light flashed in Chao Jinchun's eyes. Indeed. When Emperor Qin Wu reigned, he once conferred the title of Grand Preceptor upon his former mentor. Although the position of Grand Preceptor has rarely been established in later generations, its significance is undoubtedly extraordinary. If the adopted father is the current Grand Preceptor, why would Emperor Qin Wu not allow the adopted father to obtain the legacy? Zhang Shi said with a smile. There is merit in this. Chao Jinchun nodded in agreement. This method seemed indeed viable. Bestowing the title of Grand Preceptor would entail far less pressure than bestowing the title of a king. At the same time, the effect of this action might be the same as bestowing the title of a king, and he had no reason to refuse. Where is the imperial edict for the conferment of the Grand Preceptor? Chao Jinchun asked. Adopted father, do not be impatient. This matter is of great significance. The imperial edict and royal blood alone may not be effective. Therefore, this child suggests holding the conferment ceremony before the statue of Emperor Qin Wu. This will surely silence the masses and achieve unimaginable results. These words are very much to my liking. Once I become the Grand Preceptor, all of you will be able to benefit. Chao Jinchun was in high spirits after learning of this news. A fortunate circumstance for the subordinates. Both Han Mao and Zhang Shi spoke simultaneously, their eyes gleaming with a profound mirth. Chapter 40. The forces behind Zhang Zhuoquan. A smile flickered in Zhang Zhuoquan's eyes, yet his visage remained as expressionless as a statue. What did the imperial edict proclaim? The edict declared that Chao Jinchun of the Eastern Depot had rendered remarkable service, prompting the young emperor to bestow upon him the title of Grand Preceptor. Tomorrow marks the grand ceremony of bestowal, inviting royal relatives and esteemed officials of the court to witness the occasion. Seated within the palace, Qin Ming listened intently to his subordinates' reports. Outside his chamber, the guards had been quietly replaced by Han Mao's men, who supplanted the original guards, all of whom were Qin Ming's trusted confidants. It can be said that Qin Ming was no longer the puppet emperor he once was upon his arrival in this world. He had acquired a loyal cadre capable of aiding him in establishing a lasting dynasty. Chapter 41. A Clash of Wits. Boom. A resounding drumbeat echoed throughout the palace, perhaps having lain dormant for an eternity, as if no one had struck it for many years. At the moment it resounded, the entire palace seemed to awaken, akin to the heartbeat of this ancient edifice, pulsating once more. In the royal ancestral hall, many had gathered early, hailing from the Eastern Depot. Yet they were not Chao Jinchun's followers, but rather Han Mao's subordinates. The massacre at the residences of Wan Ming and Lei Gang could no longer be concealed. The news had spread throughout the capital. However, Han Mao managed to control the dissemination of information, ensuring that the two prominent figures remained unaware of Chao Jinchun, preventing him from learning of the incident prematurely. As for the subordinates of the two individuals, Han Mao discreetly orchestrated a consolidation. The majority of them harbored no objections to following Han Mao, as they were all affiliated with the Eastern Depot, and it mattered little which leader they chose to serve. Given Han Mao's current favor, aligning with him seemed to promise greater prospects. However, some of Wan Ming and Lei Gang's trusted confidants faced Han Mao's ruthless suppression to prevent any information from leaking. Consequently, news would not reach Chao Jinchun's ears in the short term, while simultaneously expanding Han Mao's influence. A strategic exchange that aligned perfectly with Qin Ming's plan. The dowager consort Xiao arrived early, adorned in a flowing blue phoenix robe, her head crowned with a resplendent seven-colored phoenix diadem. Her son, the youthful yet remarkably mature Prince Qin Yuan, stood beside her. Chao Jinchun, having been nurtured by the dowager consort Xiao, shared a robust alliance with her. Their mutual support over the years had yielded countless accomplishments. With Chao Jinchun's recent elevation in status, it also heralded a fortuitous turn for the dowager consort Xiao. In fact, they had even conspired to rename the Eastern Depot after today, establishing it as the Grand Preceptor's office, with all guards transformed into private troops of the Grand Preceptor's office, undoubtedly enhancing their power further. Pay your respects to the Dowager Consort. Several court officials approached, bowing before her. Their attendance was not prompted by an imperial edict from Qin Ming, but rather to curry favor with the Dowager Consort and Xiao Jinshan. Dispense with the formalities. The Dowager Consort Xiao replied, evidently in high spirits. She turned to Qin Yuan and instructed, go mingle with the esteemed lords and ministers. Do not linger solely by your mother's side. Yes, mother. Qin Yuan stepped forward with a gentle smile, approaching the court officials. He understood that his mother, the Empress Dowager, intended to cultivate him, laying the groundwork for his future. Among the offspring of the late emperor, Prince Yuan stood out the most and would officially be conferred a title upon reaching the age of 15. At that time, he would have the opportunity to expand territories and achieve immortal accomplishments for generations to come. One minister, closely associated with the Xiao family, extolled, inadvertently committing an act of treason by suggesting that Qin Yuan was the most remarkable among the late emperor's heirs, thereby implicitly undermining Qin Ming's capabilities. Yet, he spoke so casually within the palace, oblivious to the impropriety of his words. I concur, remarked another official. Once Prince Yuan is conferred a title, his future is boundless. It would indeed be a pity should he not ascend to the throne. Prince Yuan is exceptionally talented, unmatched in his potential. Who could possibly rival him in the future? There will surely be ample opportunities to claim the throne, added another. Esteemed uncles and aunts, your praise is overwhelming. I have much to learn and require your guidance. Qin Yuan replied humbly, yet his eyes sparkled with ambition, revealing his unacknowledged desire for the throne. Suddenly, amidst the flurry of exuberant accolades for Qin Yuan, a thunderous reprimand echoed, causing everyone to shudder as a chill swept over them. They instinctively knew something was amiss. Turning around, they beheld the presence of Empress Dowager Yong, who approached with measured grace, her phoenix-like eyes glinting with icy radiance, striking fear into their hearts. In their earlier fervor, they had forgotten that Empress Dowager Yong would also attend this grand conferment ceremony. As the mother of King Yong, would she truly welcome talk of Prince Yuan's ascension? Although these ministers were close allies of the Xiao family, the formidable influence of the Empress Yong could not be overlooked. After all, she was, in name, the foremost figure in the imperial harem, supported by the Yong family, with the Yong prince commanding a formidable military force. To provoke the Empress Yong would be an unwise endeavor. The ministers hastily bowed to her, expressing their wishes for her enduring reign and unparalleled grace. Please, forgo the formalities. I am particularly fond of the phrase unparalleled grace. It is quite eloquently stated, the Empress Yong replied, casting a deep glance at the Dowager Xiao. Having been rivals for a lifetime, the notion of unparalleled grace was indeed unique, and the Empress took pleasure in this expression. We ministers may have spoken out of turn earlier. We ask for your forgiveness, Empress. No matter, you may all withdraw. This is the Imperial Palace. Remember to exercise prudence in your words and actions. If your sovereign lacks decorum, you must not follow suit, the Empress Yong said with a smile, then turned her gaze to the Dowager Xiao. Sister, would you not agree? It seems today you are in high spirits, attending the imperial decree ceremony. The Dowager Xiao replied coolly. I would indeed have been in a good mood, were it not for the fact that some here lack basic etiquette, failing to bow before the Empress. According to ancestral laws, such behavior could warrant severe consequences. The Empress Yong maintained her smile, yet her tone turned icy as she regarded the Dowager Xiao, subtly admonishing her. The atmosphere grew tense, prompting several ministers to discreetly withdraw, wary of being caught in the fray. The Empress's temper is formidable. This is a ceremony of imperial decree, and we implore her to uphold the dignity of the royal house. Before Xiao Taifei could utter a word, Qin Yuan hastily interjected. Unable to bear the sight of his mother being ridiculed, he directed his remarks towards concubine Yong. Are you accusing me, your highness? As a prince, to stand before you without kneeling is already a transgression of the rules established by our forebears. It is within my power to revoke your princely title and expel you from the royal lineage. Yet, you show no remorse and dare to confront me here, displaying a shocking lack of upbringing. Guards, seize Qin Yuan. Concubine Yong's sharp reprimand sent a shiver through the crowd. She intended to apprehend the prince. What is my sister planning? Upon hearing that concubine Yong sought to take her child, Xiao Taifei immediately erupted, rising with a fierce glare directed at concubine Yong. I am the senior concubine. I hold the highest rank in the harem. To speak to me in such a manner is to utterly disregard your own status. It seems that the arrogance of Prince Yuan stems from your inadequate discipline as his mother. How can you face the late emperor? Concubine Yong did not relent, even chastising Xiao Taifei in return. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. What was happening today? Concubine Yong had entered with such formidable authority. Past confrontations between the two senior concubines had never been so direct or fierce. My sister seems particularly irate today, Xiao Taifei remarked as she stepped forward. If you wish to take my royal son, you must first provide a valid reason, or we shall engage in battle. It has been far too long since we last sparred. The crowd gasped again. Was this not a day of imperial decree? How had it transformed into a contest between the two senior concubines? Throughout history, when has there ever been a conflict among senior concubines? Sister is resolutely intent on rebellion against authority? The distant prince colludes with foreign ministers, plotting for the throne, and dares to speak disrespectfully to this palace. As the foremost lady of the harem, I naturally bear the duty to alleviate His Majesty's concerns by expelling those with treacherous ambitions from the imperial court, thus ensuring the dignity and tranquility of the royal family. The esteemed imperial concubine Yong declared with righteous fervor. What a farce! What of my royal son's ambition for the throne? Do refrain from adopting an heir of a loyal minister. Does your heart not harbor aspirations for Prince Yong to ascend the throne? The dowager concubine Xiao scoffed, dismissing the words of imperial concubine Yong with disdain. Indeed, prior to His Majesty's ascension, I did entertain such notions. Moreover, we are within the palace, where the Eastern Depot agents dwell. They are, after all, closely linked to Chao Jinshan. The distant prince's treasonous intent to usurp the throne is a crime deserving of the utmost punishment. I am fulfilling my ancestral duty to apprehend such a villain on behalf of the emperor. However, dowager concubine Xiao obstructs me, akin to defying the will of our ancestors, which warrants the annihilation of her entire lineage. Yet, considering the Xiao family's contributions to the state, I shall only execute dowager concubine Xiao and her son. The distant prince, agents of the Eastern Depot, swiftly seized these two traitors. Imperial concubine Yong proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing her words, the crowd was taken aback. Could it be that Imperial concubine Yong intends to mobilize the agents of the Eastern Depot? Would they heed her command? Sister must have lost her senses. Do you think you can easily command the agents of the Eastern Depot? Dowager concubine Xiao laughed heartily, seemingly amused by the folly of Imperial concubine Yong, obediently following the esteemed will of the Imperial concubine. In the next moment, the resounding voice of the Eastern Depot agents echoed like a flood, shaking the entire assembly. Chapter 42. Consort Han. With a single command from the Grand Consort Yong, the guards of the Eastern Depot promptly complied, leaving many onlookers utterly astounded. Wasn't he, the Eastern Depot, an ally of Consort Xiao? When had they begun to heed the Grand Consort Yong's words? Even Consort Xiao wore an expression of shock, as though she had seen a ghost. Only the Grand Consort Yong retained her composure, for everything was well within her grasp. This method of striking a blow to Consort Xiao was indeed gratifying. The timing of the Grand Consort Yong's arrival was exceptionally astute. With the coronation ceremony still a couple of hours away, and Chao Jinshan yet to arrive, even the heads of several prominent families had not yet made their appearance. Capturing Consort Xiao and her son at this moment would encounter significantly less resistance. Seize them. Any who resist shall face dire consequences. The Grand Consort Yong issued another command, and an overwhelming aura of menace emanated from the guards, compelling the ministers to involuntarily retreat a few steps, intimidated by the palpable threat of violence. Consort Xiao's complexion changed. She had not anticipated that her support within the palace would turn against her so fiercely. Though she yearned to resist, doing so would jeopardize her child's safety. After all, her adversaries were numerous and formidable. She could not afford to suffer losses in the present moment. This world does not belong solely to my sister. Should she wish to dominate single-handedly, she would find it quite challenging. It is best not to play with fire. Consort Xiao forced a smile and spoke. There is no need for my sister to worry about this matter. Take them away. With a wave of her hand, the Grand Consort Yong signaled the guards of the Eastern Depot to step forward and escort Consort Xiao and her son away. Although Consort Xiao was apprehended, the guards did not dare to treat them too rudely and refrained from shackling them with chains. Madame Xiao let out a heavy cold snort, her icy gaze fixed upon the individuals from the Eastern Depot. You fools! When your supervisor arrives, you will not live to see another day. The guards of the Eastern Depot remained expressionless, dismissing Madame Xiao's words with disdain. They were acting under the orders of Han Mao, a man of immense favor beside Xiao Jinshan. Could they possibly be in the wrong for their actions? The ministers began to murmur among themselves. each having their own means of survival in these turbulent times. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that the Eastern Depot had aligned itself with the favored concubine Yong. Had the alliance between the Eastern Depot and the Shao family truly unraveled? It was said that the recent imperial decree was conceived by the young emperor himself. Previously, he had bestowed upon concubine Yong the title of Grand Concubine. Thus, the conferment of Supervisor Chao must also reflect the will of concubine Yong. The ministers gathered in hushed whispers. Surely this cannot be true. The Eastern Depot and the Shao family have collaborated for so many years. How could it possibly fall apart? Some ministers expressed their disbelief. What is so impossible about it? Do you truly believe that Supervisor Chao is a man of gratitude and loyalty? The minister lowered his voice. Are any of them not driven by self-interest? This was indeed a valid point, and many nodded in agreement. Yet they too were not devoid of self-serving motives. Should we not seek out Supervisor Chao or Lord Shao for clarification? Are you foolish? Such matters cannot be broached lightly. For now, we shall remain silent. Feigning ignorance of Madame Shao's predicament. When both Lord Shao and Supervisor Chao arrive, the truth will inevitably come to light. She felt an immense sense of relief for having allied with Qin Ming. Otherwise, how could she have savored such a moment of triumph? Directly subduing the esteemed Lady Shao and confining her and her son as prisoners? This was a feat she had yearned to accomplish for decades, yet without Qin Ming, it might have remained an unattainable dream. The intricate dynamics within the imperial city were fraught with complexities and mutual constraints, making it likely that she and Lady Shao would have been locked in a perpetual struggle without a definitive outcome. Before long, the head of the Shao family, Shao Mingxiong, strolled in. He was a formidable figure, his prowess rivaling that of Chao Jinchun. Surrounding him were several sycophantic officials, creating quite a lively atmosphere. However, upon his arrival, he noted the absence of his sister, Lady Shao, as well as his nephew, Qin Yuan. Had she not mentioned she would arrive early? Was she perhaps delayed by unforeseen circumstances? A sense of unease began to stir within Shao Mingxiong, though he was not particularly concerned for Lady Shao's safety. Given that they were within the palace, firmly within the influence of the Eastern Depot, what peril could possibly befall her here? Yet, some of the ministers cast peculiar glances in his direction, as if they wished to convey something, but ultimately refrained. This perplexed him. Were it not for his esteemed status, he might have approached them to inquire, but as one of the foremost figures in the imperial city, how could he deign to solicit the thoughts of those of lesser rank? After a short while, the head of the Yong family, Yong Zhenghe, made his entrance, moving with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, exuding an air of elegance. As Yong Zhenghe arrived, those with close ties to the Yong family stepped forward to pay their respects. In high spirits, he greeted each of them in turn. This revelation left many in quiet astonishment. The appointment of Chao Jinchun as Grand Chancellor was expected to bring glory to the Shao family, yet Yong Zhenghe appeared inexplicably elated, as if he had everything under control. Could it be that Chao Jinchun had indeed allied himself with the Yong family? The imperial city seemed poised for a change, prompting silent lamentations among the onlookers. Yong Zhenghe had every reason to be joyous. He was privy to the alliance between Qin Ming and the imperial concubine Yong, who happened to be his own sister. She had cared for him since childhood, and upon learning of her plans, he could not harbor any dissent. Furthermore, upon his arrival, the imperial concubine had briefed him on prior events. Although Yong Zhenghe did not flaunt his power before Shao Mingxiong, he felt an overwhelming sense of delight at the prospect of the Shao family's misfortunes. Aside from Shao Mingxiong, who felt a tinge of frustration at not seeing the Dowager Lady Shao, the head of the Yin family also experienced a flicker of surprise. Yin Fei was his daughter, and the lack of news regarding her well-being had begun to gnaw at his peace of mind. The absence of Yin Fei at the grand ceremony was troubling, as he could hardly believe that his daughter was diligently pursuing her cultivation. One by one, the consorts of the imperial harem arrived. Many of them had familial ties, however distant, to the court officials, having entered the palace to secure their family's interests as Qin Ming's consorts. Naturally, these ladies were all of exceptional beauty. No family would dare send an unattractive woman to the palace, for that would not only disgrace the royal family but also bring shame upon themselves. This was also the source of Qin Ming's greatest frustration. Despite the abundance of stunning beauties in the imperial harem, he had only taken a handful into his favor. It was only when he truly grasped real power that he would be worthy of embracing these concubines. One by one, the ladies arrived, showing great respect to Chao Jinchun, even some from families that were not particularly aligned with her. Although these concubines were all breathtakingly beautiful, when a lady in white made her entrance. She captivated the entire assembly. She resembled a snow lotus plucked from the misty peaks, untouched by the world's dust. Wherever she walked, an ethereal aura seemed to follow. The attire of this lady in white was not ostentatious, yet her beauty was indelibly etched in the minds of all present. Her features were exquisitely refined, akin to finely carved jewels, with each strand of hair appearing as a divine gift. At merely 18, her figure was enough to evoke envy among the other concubines, tall, graceful, and stunningly beautiful. Her appearance drew the gaze of countless onlookers, even though they were aware of her status as a concubine. They could not help but steal glances. Yet, she exuded an air of otherworldliness and aloofness, as if she looked down upon all mundane affairs. In the distance, from a window in a pavilion, Qin Ming gazed upon the scene. When he beheld the lady in white, his heart involuntarily skipped a beat. He was astonished to discover such a breathtaking beauty existed within his harem, a rare gem he had been oblivious to. Was there a more tormented emperor than he? The situation left Chuaner at a loss for words. It was not that they deliberately concealed Murong Han's existence. Rather, they never anticipated that Qin Ming would be unaware of who resided in his own harem. To take the world's most beautiful woman as a consort was the aspiration of countless men, yet ironically, Qin Ming remained oblivious to this fact. Whether this was fortunate or tragic remained to be seen. Once he dealt with the Eastern Bureau, his next ambition was to conquer Murong Han. Qin Ming resolutely made up his mind. Although Murong Han was as cold as frost, he was determined to win the heart of this unparalleled beauty. His gaze did not linger on Consort Han for long, for in the distance, several figures were approaching, led by none other than Chao Jinshan. Chapter 43. Do you acknowledge your crimes? At last, the protagonist of this imperial decree ceremony, the head of the Eastern Bureau, Chao Jinshan, made his entrance, with Han Mao closely trailing behind, showcasing their exceptional status. As for the two heads, Wan Ming and Lei Gang, some were already aware of their downfall, while others remained oblivious. After all, the powerful restrictions set by Marquis Tianyu and Marquis Lingyu made it difficult to ascertain the events occurring within the residences of the two heads. Han Mao smiled as he spoke. Chao Jinshan nodded slightly, acknowledging Han Mao's words. Indeed, what was there for a sheltered and inept emperor to contest? Congratulations, Supervisor Chao. Congratulations, Supervisor Chao. Oh no, it is now Grandmaster Chao. Upon seeing Chao Jinshuan's arrival, everyone rose to offer their congratulations. Yet, they were equally astonished that Qin Ming had yet to arrive. His demeanor was indeed quite imposing. Certainly, no one dared to utter a disrespectful word at that moment. Mindful of the fate that had befallen Consort Xiao and her son, who were imprisoned for similar indiscretions, Grand Concubine Yang's allegiance was conspicuously aligned with the emperor. Her actions seemingly aimed at safeguarding his dignity. Those aligned with the Yang family remained silent, while those less favorably disposed towards them were loath to provide her with a pretext to strike. In truth, many were content to observe the unfolding drama, curious to witness the reactions of Xiao Mengxiong and Chao Jinshan upon learning of Consort Xiao's situation, a matter of which they were presently blissfully ignorant. Save for the emperor and the grand concubine, those who had arrived later were indeed unaware, as she had discreetly cautioned many against divulging the truth. Thus, even those who had gleaned information through surreptitious means feigned ignorance, a charade at which they were well practiced. Grand Preceptor Chao, I trust we shall have ample opportunity to collaborate in the times ahead, the Marquis of Zifeng said, stepping forward and bowing to Chao Jinshan with a smile. The Marquis of Tianyu and the Marquis of Lingyu echoed similar felicitations, eliciting a delighted expression from Chao Jinshan. You three marquises are too kind. This old man must rely on your support. Your words are truly humbling. Grand Preceptor Chao, you are far too modest. What do we amount to in your presence? The three marquises maintained a humble demeanor, their smiles unwavering, seemingly sincere in their congratulations. Little did Chao Jinshan know that these were the very men who had neutralized two of his most capable lieutenants. Pray, be seated, everyone. Once the emperor arrives, we may proceed with the announcement of the imperial edict before the great emperor. As Chao Jinshuan's voice fell, the gaze of the crowd turned towards the towering statue of Emperor Qin Wu, standing majestically before the ancestral temple, akin to an insurmountable peak. Throughout history, the Tianhua Dynasty has not been devoid of astute and capable sovereigns. However, only Emperor Qin Wu has earned the exalted title of Great Emperor, a designation of unparalleled honor and distinction. The attendees gradually took their seats outside the royal ancestral temple, where significant matters have been proclaimed since the era of Emperor Qin Wu. Thus, all positions had been meticulously prepared, requiring no additional arrangements. Qiao Jinshun, however, seated himself in the most prestigious position, causing a subtle tremor in the eyes of the onlookers. It was a place meant solely for a monarch. Was Qiao Jinshun likening himself to an emperor? The Grand Tutor, though the emperor's mentor, certainly could not be equated in status with the sovereign. One was a ruler, the other a subject, realms apart in their significance. Yet, with remarkable ease, Qiao Jinshun occupied the royal seat, exuding an air of dominion over the gathered ministers. It seemed that the director Qiao had overstepped his bounds. Xiaoming Xiong's expression darkened. After all, Qiao Jinshun had been elevated by the esteemed Xiao Taifei, which effectively meant that he had been promoted under Xiaoming Xiong's auspices. Was he now brazenly attempting to look down upon him from the throne? Initially taken aback, Qiao Jinshun soon recalled Xiaoming Xiong's presence and felt a wave of humility wash over him. Indeed, I have been remiss, he conceded. With that, he rose and moved to the secondary seat, adjacent to the royal position. I rather believe that today, Director Qiao is the protagonist. Sitting in the principal seat is not without merit. The Empress Dowager Yong smiled faintly, causing many to freeze in their gaze. It appeared their suspicions were not misplaced. The relationship between Qiao Jinshun and the Xiao family had likely deteriorated, prompting a closer alliance with the Yong family. His elevation to the esteemed position of Grand Preceptor was, after all, orchestrated by the Empress Dowager's subtle influence over the emperor. Reflecting on this, they could not help but feel a sense of relief for having remained discreet. Lest they offend both the Yong family and the Eastern Depot, whose spies were numerous and omnipresent, excessive chatter could very well prevent them from exiting the palace gates. The Empress Dowager observed the expressions of those around her and felt a profound satisfaction in their thoughts. No one attempted to impede her, and even she paid little heed to her departure, considering these concubines to be of little consequence. After a while, another concubine rose to leave, unable to withstand the oppressive heat, as beauty was of utmost importance to them. As time passed, impatience grew among the attendees. Their eyes turned toward Qiao Jinshun, for today marked the ceremony of his investiture. Should they depart, it would be a slight against him. Where is Grand Lady Xiao? At that moment, Xiaoming Xiong could no longer restrain himself, his voice rising in inquiry. The emperor's absence was one matter, but the inexplicable absence of his own sister troubled him deeply. The crowd exchanged glances, unable to disclose to Xiaoming Xiong that his sister had been seized by the agents of the Eastern Depot. What of the Prince Yuan? Xiaoming Xiong's voice grew louder, demanding answers, yet the officials remained silent, their lips sealed. Were they unaware, or simply unwilling to speak? Xiaoming Xiong's expression darkened significantly. Some individuals affiliated with the Xiao family, their lips barely parting as if to convey a message, were abruptly silenced by the icy gaze of the esteemed concubine Yong, causing them to tremble involuntarily before obediently sealing their lips. The concubine's words held merit. Brother Xiao must not act recklessly. At that moment, a voice, characterized by its indifference, emerged from the leader of the Murong clan, Murong Qianqing. He was a remarkably unique figure, devoid of any official title, yet possessing astronomical wealth. No one knew the depths of his martial prowess, but none dared oppose him. Who would willingly confront wealth? Surrounding Murong Qianqing were four formidable protectors, their martial capabilities unfathomable. Together, they were unrivaled, and even now, they stood vigilantly by his side, never straying an inch. It could be asserted that Murong Qianqing's standing was entirely constructed upon his financial might. Yet, it was perplexing to many that such a person, reeking of avarice, could father a celestial being like Murong Han. Chapter 44. The ministers in disarray, do you acknowledge your guilt? The sudden exclamation from Qin Ming reverberated throughout the hall, causing the gazes of all the clan leaders to sharpen, reflecting disbelief towards Qin Ming, the perceived inept emperor, who seemed to have lost his sanity. Xiaoming Xiong stood frozen, momentarily entranced by Qin Ming's declaration, as if caught in a dream, forgetting entirely his intent to seek out concubine Xiao and Qin Yuan. Only concubine Yong and the three noble lords, royal relatives, comprehended that this sovereign was poised to reveal his true claws and brilliance. It was tragically ironic for Qiao Jinshun to realize, at this very moment, that he had long been a mere quarry for another. Are you addressing me, the chief commander? Qiao Jinshun's pupils widened abruptly, radiating an intensity that seemed capable of piercing through all obstacles, exceptionally sharp and piercing. He believed that this gathering was to celebrate his impending coronation ceremony. Dressed in splendid attire, he announced his presence to the world, with ministers arriving to offer their congratulations, and concubines from the inner palace also present, creating a grand spectacle. However, the one tasked with officiating the coronation, Qin Ming, arrived tardily, causing many of the concubines to depart prematurely. Furthermore, upon his arrival, he audaciously rebuked Qiao Jinshun, igniting a flame of fury within him. Who was this puppet emperor? And who had summoned him to confront him? How insolent! Before me, you dare to refer to yourself as this governor, and in the presence of our ancestor, Emperor Qin Wu, you dare to incite rebellion? Qin Ming's countenance similarly hardened, emanating an overwhelming aura that was unmistakably imperial, filled with the essence of a sovereign. Do you truly believe yourself to be the emperor? While Qiao Jinshun did not rise from his seat, an unparalleled pressure surged forth from him, bearing down upon Qin Ming with a tremendous force, as if the very air vibrated with the sound of tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, like countless boulders hurtling through the sky, heralding a change in the heavens. In fact, for nearly a century, few had managed to transcend the Danfu realm. It was as though a curse hung over the entire imperial city, binding all within its grasp. Yet, Qiao Jinshun appeared to possess the potential to shatter this curse and ascend to a higher realm. Should he succeed, it would undoubtedly transform the entire structure of the imperial city. As such, many ministers and factions sensed that Qin Ming was poised to instigate a coup that day. Yet they had no intention of intervening. Instead, they preferred to observe from the sidelines, hoping to see how he might contend with Qiao Jinshun. Is this how you speak to His Majesty? Qin Ming was enveloped in an aura of imperial majesty, undaunted by the oppressive presence of Qiao Jinshun. Before the statue of the great Emperor Qin Wu, his royal might seemed to amplify significantly, rendering him impervious to any intimidation. It appeared that the ceremony for the conferment of the Grand Tutor would not proceed today. However, the gathered assembly had not come in vain, for they could witness the ritual of the emperor's deposing instead. Qiao Jinshun, in stark opposition, realized that this young emperor had slipped from his grasp. Thus, he resolved to depose him, knowing the young ruler lacked allies. This course of action would also reveal the forces behind the young emperor, allowing him to discern who sought to undermine him. His gaze instinctively fell upon the esteemed concubine Yong, noting the recent closeness between her and the young emperor. In his estimation, it was highly probable that this elderly woman was orchestrating the events from behind the scenes, aiming to humiliate him, Qiao Jinshun. After all, contrary to the rumors circulating, there was no alliance between Qiao Jinshun and the Yong family. His pride had indeed grown. Yet he had not severed ties with the Shao family. Nevertheless, concubine Yong did not intervene. Instead, she maintained a serene smile, observing the unfolding drama as though it bore no consequence to her. Could it be that she was not involved at all? Qiao Jinshun's expression flickered as doubts crept into his mind. If not the Yong family, then who was behind this machination? The deposed emperor? Do you truly believe you hold any significance? Qin Ming, unperturbed by Qiao Jinshun's threats, emanated a fearsome brilliance from his eyes, declaring, "I am the true dragon of heaven. What right do you possess to speak of deposing me?" The eyes of the assembled ministers glimmered with a peculiar light. Their curiosity piqued regarding the identity of the one supporting the worthless Emperor Qin Ming. When did this feeble ruler become so audacious, daring to speak so boldly even in the presence of Qiao Jinshun? Did he not fear that Qiao Jinshun might strike him down with a single blow? As the commander who had served the late emperor for many years, I am acutely aware of his intentions. Had he been alive, he would never have wished to witness such a useless emperor as yourself. Thus, I shall take it upon myself to dethrone you in honor of the late emperor. Qiao Jinshun refrained from acting directly, instead seeking a grandiloquent pretext to eliminate Qin Ming. You may not have brought it up, but today, I wish to discuss the late emperor with you. Do you recall how he met his demise? Just as Qin Ming was about to impose punishment upon Qiao Jinshun, the latter boldly interjected, prompting a silent smirk from Qin Ming. The late emperor succumbed to his grave illness, passing away without treatment, Qiao Jinshun stated coldly, his eyes glinting with icy disdain as they bore into Qin Ming. Is that truly the case? After all these years, do you not feel a shred of remorse for the late emperor? Qin Ming inquired. I have served the late emperor with utmost dedication, harboring no guilt whatsoever. If you continue to obfuscate the truth, your status as a worthless emperor will be the least of your concerns. I shall be compelled to execute you on the spot to safeguard the late emperor's name, Qiao Jinshun declared, exuding an aura of murderous intent that left the royal family members in a state of trepidation. They were ensnared by Qin Ming's poison. Should he perish at the hands of Qiao Jinshun, what would become of them? Consequently, the royal relatives, led by 3 marquises, stepped forward to stand beside Qin Ming as his support. This scene left many in a state of astonishment. They had never witnessed such unity within the royal family. Previously, they had been akin to scattered sand, but now they rallied with unwavering loyalty to protect Qin Ming. Even Qiao Jinchuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded the 3 marquises, pondering whether they intended to oppose him. Aside from Yongzheng, the other ministers were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why the marquises would heed Qin Ming's commands. Their prowess was formidable. One would expect them to aspire to supplant Qin Ming and ascend to the pinnacle of power. Yet, at this moment, they proclaimed their allegiance to his directives. Was this merely a ruse to obscure their true intentions, or did they genuinely wish to submit to Qin Ming? Most in attendance leaned toward the former hypothesis, believing the marquises were manipulating Qin Ming to confront Qiao Jinchun. However, they remained perplexed as to the rationale behind such a maneuver. Qiao Jinchun seemed to share this perspective. He had not anticipated that the 3 marquises would bolster the young emperor's position, which explained his audacity. Yet, to act so brazenly in the presence of Qiao Jinchun was undeniably foolish. Qiao Jinchun, do you presume to speak of the late emperor? Have you forgotten how you poisoned the late emperor? Qin Ming inquired sternly, causing Qiao Jinchuan's countenance to turn ashen. You slanderous wretch. It became evident that Director Qiao was merely a coward who dared not acknowledge his transgressions. At that moment, a group of figures approached from a distance, led by an elderly man. Though frail in appearance, each step he took radiated an aura of unparalleled authority. Behind the elderly man stood several individuals who bore the semblance of commanders. Their attire struck a familiar chord with the onlookers, and soon they recalled the Imperial Guards. How could this be? Had they not been disbanded several years prior? How could they re-emerge now? The man on the right, a former commander, was none other than Yin Kangyin. I too recognized him. That was Wang Qian. The ministers were overwhelmed as waves of shock washed over them. First, Qin Ming had rebuked Qiao Jinchun, casting aside his previously meek demeanor. Then, members of the royal family stepped forth to support Qin Ming, bolstering his momentum. Now, even the long-vanished Imperial Guards had resurfaced, and these commanders exhibited notable enhancements in their abilities, stronger than they had been in years past, clearly not having squandered their time. The fierce wind swept through, leaving the ministers somewhat discombobulated. Today, it seemed, would be etched into the annals of history. He stood before the commanders. Could he be the Grand Commander Yu Tianxiu? The crowd was filled with astonishment. Indeed, it was Yu Tianxiu, who had once served the late emperor, returning unexpectedly, accompanied by the Imperial Guards. It appeared a grand spectacle was about to unfold. Could the death of the late emperor truly harbor hidden complexities? Though there had always been doubts regarding the cause of the late emperor's demise, few were willing to pursue the matter. Today, however, it seemed clarity might finally be attained. Yu Tianxiu, you are still alive. Upon witnessing the arrival of Yu Tianxiu and the Imperial Guards, Qiao Jinchun immediately grasped the situation. No wonder the events of that year could no longer remain concealed. Today, a bloody battle was inevitable. Qiao Jinchun gazed defiantly at the imposing Imperial Guards, asserting with conviction, what audacity! A mere director of the Eastern Depot presumes to act without restraint? This realm does not belong to you, Qiao Jinchun. Yu Tianxiu retorted coldly. You are utterly deluded. If you possessed any real capability, you would not have found yourself imprisoned by me in the past. What, pray tell, can you accomplish today? Qiao Jinchun scoffed. I have come to expose your treachery in poisoning the late emperor. Traitors and usurpers alike deserve to be condemned by both heaven and man. Chapter 45. The blood of a man spilled on the battlefield. Yu Tianxiu's words astonished all present. The late emperor's demise indeed harbored suspicious circumstances, allegedly orchestrated by Qiao Jinchun. In his prime, the late emperor stood at the pinnacle of power, brimming with vitality, poised to ascend to even greater heights. Yet it was you, a nefarious scoundrel, who conspired with the treacherous consort, Lady Xiao, to poison his sustenance, leading to his gradual decline. Otherwise, how could he have perished from illness? Qiao Jinchun, you bear the guilt. Yu Tianxiu's thunderous reprimand resonated throughout the hall, summoning a tempestuous roar that echoed around the statue of Emperor Qin Wu, instilling fear in all who listened. You are spreading falsehoods. Qiao Jinchun began to retort, but it was Xiao Mingxiong who interjected, alarmed. Yu Tianxiu's accusations had implicated the esteemed Lady Xiao, and while they were unafraid of Qin Ming's retribution, they feared this would provide other factions with a pretext to unite against them, thereby justifying the annexation of the Xiao family and the Eastern Depot. A deafening crash ensued. Once again, A bolt of lightning erupted around the statue of the great Emperor Qin Wu, startling all directions. Some even claimed to have seen a fierce glimmer flash within the statue's eyes, causing them to collapse in shock and scream in terror. In an instant, the entire assembly of civil and military officials, along with the concubines of the imperial harem, were shaken. Was the great Emperor Qin Wu about to manifest his divine presence? However, this extraordinary phenomenon did not linger for long. It soon dissipated, allowing many to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Yet, deep down, they understood that the great Emperor Qin Wu might indeed still be alive, not merely a legend, but a tangible reality. A tremor of unease coursed through the crowd as they gazed upon Qin Ming, who stood in confrontation with Qiao Jinchun. Their thoughts surged with uncertainty. Could it be that the imperial relatives were rallying to Qin Ming's side due to the influence of the great Emperor Qin Wu? Was the return of the emperor imminent? Some boldly speculated, for such news was nothing short of astonishing, having reached the pinnacle of humanity over millennia. The might that would accompany his return was beyond imagination. This realization prompted many to adopt a stance of indifference. The reaction of the emperor's statue filled them with trepidation, and they had never believed in Qiao Jinchun's innocence. Such a person, even if not guilty of conspiring against the late emperor, had ample grounds for conviction. Over the years, the Eastern Bureau had committed numerous misdeeds, and their own hands were far from clean. Ancestors, please grant us your protection. The Marquis of Zifeng silently sighed, lamenting that for thousands of years, no one had emerged to follow in the footsteps of their forebears. Could they truly be so inadequate? At present, a figure named Qin Ming has emerged, possessing the demeanor of a formidable leader, although his cultivation talent may not be particularly strong. His strategic acumen and meticulous planning set him apart from any contemporary hero, instilling hope in the heart of the Purple Maple Marquis. The Purple Maple Marquis has also conferred with both the Lingyu Marquis and the Tianhua Marquis regarding this matter. Both lords have expressed their unwavering commitment to assist Qin Ming in his endeavors, provided he delivers the antidote in due time. Initially, they may have harbored some reluctance, but now they have fully acknowledged Qin Ming's capabilities. The ability to mobilize such substantial forces against Qiao Jinchun is no trivial feat in the face of adversity. Even the statue of the great Emperor Qin Wu emanated an unusual energy, yet Qiao Jinchun remained steadfast in his refusal to confess. His presence radiated an imposing aura as he proclaimed, "If you wish to capture me, know that I shall not succumb easily. Should the time come, do not blame me for my ruthless hand, for I will eliminate you all without hesitation." Speaking frivolously before His Majesty constitutes treason, an act of rebellion. Even if I were to personally end your life, none would dare to cast blame upon me. Yu Tianqiu also stepped forward, adorned in a flowing robe, wielding a golden mace bestowed by the late emperor, exuding an inviolable majesty. "Han Mao, I shall confront this old scoundrel. You lead my Eastern factory personnel and apprehend the young emperor. Anyone who dares to obstruct us shall be ruthlessly suppressed." Qiao Jinchun commanded Han Mao, simultaneously unleashing a piercing arrow that detonated in the sky, sending red smoke billowing outward in all directions, a signal to summon the formidable experts within the Eastern factory. The entirety of the Eastern Depot is certainly not limited to just a few martial spirits. There exist numerous formidable individuals who remain in the shadows, responding solely to the commands of Qiao Jinchun. This represents the profound foundation of the Eastern Depot, seldom called upon, yet whenever it is capable of leaving one in awe. The eyes of the leaders of the Imperial Guards instantly turned crimson, for it was these very elites of the Eastern Depot who had initially expelled them from the palace, inflicting significant losses upon them with their mid-tier martial spirits. Now, after years of arduous cultivation, they had significantly enhanced their capabilities, but whether they could triumph over such adversaries remained uncertain. Though Han Mao's cultivation level was relatively low, he had garnered deep trust from Qiao Jinchun and was entrusted with overseeing the situation. "Your orders will be obeyed," Han Mao declared with a respectful bow, then stepped forward, gesturing for his subordinates to follow. In an instant, shadows flickered as they trailed behind Han Mao, yet instead of launching an assault on Qin Ming, they knelt before him. "Your humble servant Han Mao pays his respects to your majesty." Han Mao's declaration resonated like a clap of thunder, causing a wave of disbelief to wash over the crowd. They gazed in astonishment at Han Mao, the favored individual before Qiao Jinchun, the third head of the Eastern Depot, kneeling before Qin Ming in a show of loyalty. This revelation sent shivers through the assembly. Qin Ming's influence had indeed infiltrated the Eastern Depot, establishing his own spies within. They were left to ponder whether there were agents of Qin Ming lurking among them. Han Mao's subordinates hesitated, caught in a dilemma, though they served Han Mao. They were also members of the Eastern Depot. What path should they choose? Your Majesty is the veritable Son of Heaven, the embodiment of the people's will. Esteemed brothers, are you willing to join me, Han Mao, in pledging allegiance to His Majesty, to serve the dynasty with merit, and to achieve everlasting renown and eternal glory? Han Mao proclaimed to the assembly of the Eastern Depot, stirring the hearts of many. Who would not desire to follow a true sovereign? Who wishes to toil under the dominion of a eunuch? Their enlistment into the Eastern Depot was driven by self-interest and desperation. Yet, at this moment, a flicker of devotion was ignited within them, a contemplation of fealty to the monarch. However, many were hesitant, for Chao Jinshun was a formidable power, an adversary of considerable might. Though Qin Ming was a sovereign, and of astonishing presence, could he truly contend with such an eminent martial spirit? None could ascertain. Han Mao, you have betrayed my expectations. Upon witnessing Han Mao's defection, Chao Jinshun's countenance darkened, and a frigid voice escaped his lips. Han Mao is a servant of His Majesty, sworn to the Tianhua Dynasty. As for your esteemed patronage, Master Chao, I must express my regrets, Han Mao replied with a smile. You have deceived my adopted son. Chao Jinshun roared, for Zhangxi had contributed significantly to this scheme. They exploited his progeny, lulling him into complacency. What audacity! Your adopted son? It is common knowledge that he is your illegitimate offspring. Alas, he has perished. And let me not forget to mention Wan Ming and Lei Gang. They possessed commendable cultivation and unwavering loyalty to you, yet they too have fallen. The entire Eastern Depot was privy to this, save for you. Do you not find this ironic? Qin Ming retorted with acerbic wit. Ironic? When I have severed your head and hung it upon the statue of the old Qin Wu. The scene will be profoundly humorous. Chao Jinshun has truly gone into a frenzy. His only offspring has been slain, extinguishing the lineage of his blood. For one who has invested his entire life's work in Zhangxi, this is nothing short of a nightmare. In his wrath, he seeks to annihilate all those associated with this nightmare. He is determined to eradicate them completely, for how else could he vent the fury that consumes him? Suddenly, Chao Jinshun unleashed a thunderous assault, sweeping through like a tempest in battle, targeting Qin Ming. The very fabric of the space reverberated with the force of his strike. The might of a peak martial spirit practitioner is nothing short of terrifying. A warrior of the Yuan Wu realm would be obliterated in an instant. Arrogant fool. Yu Tianxiu stepped forth, launching a resplendent fist aura that erupted like countless feathers attacking simultaneously. Each feather resembled a sharp sword capable of rending the very fabric of space. Ready to engage Chao Jinshun in combat. The spirit feather heavenly skill, unexpectedly resurfacing, evoked a sense of nostalgia. The heads of several families, witnessing Yu Tianxiu's intervention, felt a tremor within. Their long-standing reverence for Yu Tianxiu, who had followed the previous emperor for many years, was palpable. Indeed, Yu Tianxiu commanded far more respect than Chao Jinshun. I am aware that you have long feared the tyranny of Chao Jinshun, compelled to commit numerous misdeeds. I can understand and grant you forgiveness. You may join the Imperial Guard, becoming my subordinates and the most elite warriors of the Tianhua Dynasty. However, this is contingent upon your willingness to surrender, to align yourselves with my cause, rather than stubbornly remaining as sycophants to Chao Jinshun. Should you choose the latter, I shall show no mercy, Qin Ming proclaimed, his voice resonating like thunder among the members of the Eastern Workshop. Once again, a faction of them found themselves swayed. To follow the enlightened sovereign and serve the imperial court, could there be a pursuit more noble for us warriors? A true man spills his fervent blood upon the battlefield, vowing never to become a eunuch slave. Han Mao thundered. Chapter 46. Unharmed. The influential officials closely aligned with Chao Jinshun wore awkward expressions, halting their steps to assist him. Once they crossed that threshold, they would become genuine eunuch slaves. General Han Mao speaks the truth. We are willing to pledge our loyalty to His Majesty, preferring to perish on the battlefield than to witness the East Factory's tyranny, declared a martial artist of the spiritual martial realm, who had entered the East Factory alongside Jun and served under Han Mao. Inspired by Han Mao's fervor, his own passion ignited, exuding a fierce spirit of combat. How could a true man embody cowardice? Indeed, we are willing to follow His Majesty. Long live the Emperor. The majority of the factory guards bowed deeply to Qin Ming, acutely aware that their sovereign was no longer the puppet emperor they once underestimated. He had risen to truly dominate the world, commanding reverence and trepidation among the officials. Presently, They were eager to witness the impending collapse of the East Factory as a spectacle. Almost 80% of the guards, stirred by this fervor, chose to pledge allegiance to Qin Ming, inciting Chao Jinshan, who was engaged in a fierce battle in the void, to flush with anger. His palm strength becoming more venomous and ruthless, a chilling aura sweeping across the heavens. Had it not been for Yu Tianqiu, who stood at the pinnacle of the Danfu realm, mastering the ethereal feather technique, it would have been exceedingly difficult to contend with Chao Jinshan. In terms of realm, Yu Tianqiu was slightly inferior to Chao Jinshan, who was closer to that echelon, yet Yu Tianqiu possessed unmatched valor and wielded the golden mace bestowed by the late emperor, sufficient to rival his opponent. Yu Tianqiu was not at all displeased by the term eunuch. He understood fully that it was a strategy to counter Chao Jinshan, and thus found no reason to take offense. Your Majesty, we seek to withdraw from the Eastern Depot, and we hope for your benevolence in this matter. At that moment, a few remnants of the Eastern Depot spoke up, recognizing the dire circumstances and knowing that opposing Qin Ming would lead to inevitable demise. However, they were equally reluctant to confront Chao Jinshan, fully aware of the peril he posed. Should Qin Ming fail to eliminate Chao Jinshan, their fates would be sealed. With death as the only outcome, they chose to distance themselves from this conflict, preferring to remain uninvolved in the ensuing turmoil. Those unwilling to stay made apart. However, should I find you still serving in the Eastern Depot, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. The Blood Emperor sword in Qin Ming's hand was unsheathed, exuding a regal aura, its crimson light flickering ominously, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we shall distance ourselves from the imperial city. The retreating guards of the depot replied respectfully, promptly stepping away to take their leave. A bunch of spineless wretches. The moment Chao Jinshan encounters difficulties, you abandon the Eastern Depot and even resort to treachery. I am truly ashamed for you. Xiao Mingxiang, witnessing the desertion of the guards, was filled with indignation. His figure trembled as he advanced toward the battlefield in the void, determined to rescue Chao Jinshan. This stirred a profound tremor in the hearts of the onlookers. It seemed the alliance between the Shao family and the Eastern Depot remained unbroken, a mere illusion crafted by their own imaginations, or perhaps manipulated by unseen hands. This young emperor, no, Your Majesty, is truly terrifying. Certain ministers murmured, their visages betraying profound apprehension. Master Shao, His Majesty is purging the imperial court. Why do you add to the chaos? Do you intend to rebel? Upon witnessing Xiao Mingxiang's challenge, Yang Zhenghe could not restrain himself, unleashing a celestial tiger blade from his wide sleeves, cleaving down upon Xiao Mingxiang with the pretext of eliminating rebellious factions. Xiao Mingxiang roared, turning to engage Yang Zhenghe in battle, settling the long-standing feud between the Shao and Yang families. Assist Chief Eunuch Yu and Master Yang. Qin Ming instructed Marquis Tianyu and Marquis Lingyu, who promptly obeyed, each assailing a separate faction. At that moment, radiant lights emanated from the Eastern Depot. As several Danfu realm martial spirit experts traversed the void, their auras surging like thunderous serpents, causing upheaval. Protect His Majesty. Marquis Zifeng immediately stood before Qin Ming, brandishing his sword to safeguard the Emperor's safety. Leave it to us. The Imperial Guards commanders promptly advanced, engaging the Eastern Depot's experts in a frenzied battle. The firmament churned, as if stars were plummeting, with both sides clashing in a cataclysmic struggle. The ensuing carnage permeated the imperial family's gates, destined to be etched into the annals of history. Yu Tianqiu, Marquis Lingyu, do you believe you can defeat this supervisor by joining forces? Allow me to enlighten you as to the extent of your folly. Chao Jinshan, with his hand seemingly supporting a heaven-suppressing pagoda, advanced, suppressing both individuals. Wielding a golden mace, Yu Tianqiu clashed against the pagoda, cleaving through its oppressive force. However, Ling Yuho was not so easily handled. Though he shattered the heaven-suppressing pagoda in the end, he sustained considerable injuries. Chao, you have incensed me. Ling Yuho roared, his battle escalating into a frenzy as he sought to vanquish Chao Jinshan alongside Yu Tianqiu. The initial contest between Yu Tianqiu and Chao Jinshan had been evenly matched, but with Ling Yuho's assistance, they gradually gained the upper hand, moving to suppress Chao Jinshan. Previously, Yu Tianqiu's ambush on Chao Jinshan had resulted in injury due to the array's influence. Now, without such aid, Chao Jinshan's advantage had vanished. To overcome the combined assault of Yu Tianqiu and Ling Yuho was no simple task. Elsewhere, with Tian Yuho's support, Yang Zheng unleashed his might, cornering Xiao Mingxiang and overwhelming him completely. You wish to know the whereabouts of Consort Xiao and Qin Yuan? I shall enlighten you. They have been cast into the dungeons, where poison taints the waters. By now, they have likely dissolved into mere puddles of blood. Your Shao family is finished. Yang Zheng reveled in his triumph, finding immense pleasure in steadily suppressing Shao Mingxiong. You are all mad. My Shao lineage has endured for a millennium. It shall not fall so easily. You are an immoral sovereign, a treacherous subject, a scourge upon the nation. Shao Mingxiong bellowed, his hair bristling as he resembled a roaring lion, his fury shaking the heavens and earth. He fought with fierce valor, seeking to carve a path to escape, but Yang Zheng had anticipated his intentions, launching a relentless assault to deny him any chance of success. 33 years ago, during the reign of the late emperor, the Shao family executed Zhang Guofu on charges of treason, a decision motivated by their covetousness for Zhang Guofu's blood jade lion, leading to false accusations. 25 years prior, when the state of Chu invaded, the Shao family clandestinely sent envoys to negotiate with them, casting a shadow of treachery over their actions. 23 years ago, Qin Ming began to speak slowly, his voice resonant, causing the crowd to exchange furtive glances. Each of the charges against the Shao family was severe enough to warrant a death sentence. You are fabricating these accusations, Shao Mingxiong retorted coldly. Whether these are fabrications, you are well aware. I have not wronged you. The deeds of your family extend far beyond this. Do you wish for me to enumerate them further? You label me a tyrant, a ruler who brings calamity to the nation. Yet today I shall prove myself a wise sovereign by eradicating pests like you from the Tianhua Empire. Qin Ming declared with unwavering resolve. You insolent emperor. Do you dare to harm Chief Chao? Within the eastern depot, two figures broke through the encirclement of the imperial guards, charging towards Qin Ming. One of them was a high-ranking martial spirit, exuding formidable energy that surged like a relentless tide, intent on extinguishing Qin Ming. The Marquis of Zifeng stepped forward, wielding a powerful sword that radiated a destructive brilliance, meeting the high-ranking martial spirit in a fierce clash. At that moment, another martial spirit descended with lethal intent. Han Mao confronted it, but was swiftly repelled by a single strike. This martial spirit had ascended to the 4th level of the Danfu realm, far beyond Han Mao's capabilities. In an instant, a blade descended, shocking the very heavens and earth. Empress Yong, initially inclined to aid Qin Ming, found herself hesitating inexplicably at that critical juncture. A cold smile crept upon Qin Ming's lips. He had never anticipated her assistance. With a flourish, he wielded the Blood Emperor sword, unleashing a sweeping slash imbued with a torrent of crimson light, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Was Qin Ming truly preparing to engage a martial spirit powerhouse himself? They sensed the aura he emanated, marking him at the 6th level of the spirit martial realm, a remarkable feat at his age. Yet, disbelief lingered among them. The chasm between him and the martial spirit was insurmountable, a disparity so vast it bred despair. The young emperor was recklessly overestimating his abilities. The martial spirit from the Eastern Factory unleashed a sword strike that conjured a terrifying tempest, enveloping Qin Ming's form. An endless barrage of sword energy surged toward him, intent on tearing him asunder. Your Majesty, Han Mao cried out, recognizing that even he could not endure such an onslaught. Quickly, save the emperor. Yu Tianqiu also took note of the dire situation, urgently instructing the commander of the palace guards to assist Qin Ming. However, they were all ensnared by the martial spirit from the Eastern Factory, unable to extricate themselves, merely forced to witness the sword energy storm pierce through Qin Ming's body, ready to obliterate him. Alas, Empress Yong sighed, ultimately unable to restrain herself. She recalled the poison she had suffered at Qin Ming's hands. Should she allow him to perish at the hands of the Eastern Factory, her own fate would be no better. At that moment, a thunderous shout erupted from within the tempest of sword energy. I require no assistance. I shall personally slay all formidable foes. Chapter 47. Intermediate Martial Spirit, Kill. I am unscathed and will vanquish all adversaries. The voice of Qin Ming resonated through the storm with remarkable clarity, as if the tempest could not hinder him, causing the gazes of all present to freeze in astonishment. This was the strike of a powerful martial spirit, an intermediate-level warrior. Even a lower-level martial spirit would struggle to withstand the lethal force of this sword energy tempest. Yet, amidst it all, Qin Ming remained unscathed, navigating the peril with remarkable ease. Moreover, he had rejected the rescue offered by the noble consort Yong, boldly proclaiming his intent to personally eliminate all threats. Such arrogance was merely the folly of a reckless youth. The intermediate martial spirit from the Eastern Depot scoffed derisively. stepping into the storm with the intention of extinguishing Qin Ming's life. "Your Majesty!" The palace guards cried out in alarm, lamenting their own inadequacies. Unable to break free from their opponent's grasp, otherwise, Qin Ming would not have found himself in such peril. The faces of the royal relatives turned pale as they yearned to intervene, but it was too late, their hearts heavy with regret. Should any harm befall Qin Ming, their own lives would be forfeit. A mere child dares to oppose me? This is the monarch you have chosen, utterly feeble. Zhao Jinshun laughed heartily, as if he had already witnessed Qin Ming's demise. Yet at that moment, a sound akin to tearing flesh echoed from within the storm of sword energy, as if a long sword had pierced through a warrior's body. This caused a sudden tremor in the hearts of all present. Had Qin Ming been slain? Alas! It is regrettable that the emperor, who initially seemed promising, has perished so swiftly. Ultimately, his inexperience proved to be his undoing. To challenge a Danfu realm martial adept as a Lingwu realm martial artist was tantamount to courting death. In essence, the young emperor was too premature. Had he bided his time for 2 or 3 decades, cultivated his strength, and then confronted Zhao Jinshun, he would not have been so easily vanquished. The royal officials and ministers engaged in fervent discussions, some lamenting, others sighing. Regardless, Qin Ming's fate was sealed. With the emperor deceased, will you persist in fighting for him? A high-ranking martial spirit from the Eastern Depot remarked indifferently, unleashing profound mystical powers, radiating lethal force, and launching a devastating assault to obliterate the opposing Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guard commanders were on the verge of despair. Having glimpsed a ray of hope, they now witnessed its swift extinction. Were the Imperial Guards destined to be erased from the annals of the dynasty, with the Eastern Depot emerging as the inevitable victor? No. Even if we fight to the last man, we shall not yield. Even in death, we shall take you with us. An Imperial Guard commander roared, his steps surging forward in an instant, his long hair wildly disheveled, almost demonic, as he sought to grapple with his adversary. Indeed, slay all these lackeys. Hama similarly bellowed, hurtling toward the tempest of sword energy. Avenge his majesty! Someone exclaimed, their voice resonating throughout the arena, igniting the passions of the crowd. Qin Ming's assassination had, paradoxically, galvanized their morale. I am very much alive. What nonsense are you spouting? At that moment, a voice belonging to Qin Ming resonated once more within the storm of sword energy. It was not commanding, yet it silenced the crowd. Your Majesty, are you still alive? Subsequently, they witnessed a figure torn asunder, hurled from the tempest of sword energy. Gradually, the storm subsided, the sword energy dissipated, revealing a lean yet imposing silhouette. His imperial sword, stained with blood, glimmered with an eerie crimson radiance while exuding a fierce imperial aura. This was the Blood Emperor sword. Having absorbed the blood of mid-tier martial spirits, the Blood Emperor sword appeared to have undergone a breakthrough, showing signs of evolution. It was tantalizingly close, however. The sword exhibited a peculiar resistance. After absorbing the blood of mid-tier martial spirits, it would not accept any further unless it surpassed that tier, displaying a fastidious nature. This left Qin Ming quite vexed. Although the Blood Emperor sword could advance, it was rather choosy. Your Majesty, has cleaved a mid-tier martial spirit in twain? My heavens, this truly is the son of destiny, favored by fate itself. Who could possibly rival him? Your Majesty's fortune is boundless, and your divine might unparalleled. Long live the Emperor. It must be said, Qin Ming's prowess in this battle astonished all. They could hardly fathom that a mere 6th-tier martial artist could transcend such boundaries to slay a mid-tier martial spirit, an event monumental enough to reverberate through the ages. Wait, his aura has intensified. He has ascended to the 7th tier of martial arts, becoming a high-tier martial master. The expressions of several individuals shifted instantaneously. This was the true genius. Faced with martial spirits, he exhibited no fear, instead vanquishing them and breaking through amidst the fray. Such a person deserves to be their sovereign, should they not rejoice? Who dares to label Qin Ming as a worthless emperor? Who dares to claim that he is lacking in talent? He evidently possesses extraordinary ambition and remarkable gifts. In the Northern Empire, how many can boast of being a high-ranking martial master at such a tender age? Those who chose to ally with Qin Ming from the Eastern Factory are undoubtedly grateful. The potential of their sovereign is immense, and he is destined to ascend to the realm of the Danfu before turning 20. The future achievements of such a young martial spirit are unpredictable, yet surely they will not be inferior to those of Zhao Jinshun. The expressions of the 3 marquises, the esteemed concubine Yong, and the royal relatives finally relaxed, relieved that Qin Ming emerged unscathed. Otherwise, a bloody confrontation would have been inevitable. Should Qin Ming perish, they would be buried alongside him. This young emperor is indeed difficult to fathom. The neutral officials could no longer maintain their composure. His talents and accomplishments were simply astonishing, rendering even mid-level martial spirits powerless against him. No one noticed the fleeting, peculiar gleam in the eyes of the statue of Emperor Qin Wu, a brief flash imbued with unfathomable power that went unnoticed by all. Qin Ming stepped forward with poise, his dragon robe still stained with the blood of the martial spirit, enhancing the majesty of the golden dragon as an aura of unparalleled authority enveloped the scene. Of course, he did not truly slay the martial spirit with the Blood Emperor sword. Rather, he delivered a fatal blow with the feathered needle while the opponent was caught off guard, and then cleaved the adversary's body with the sword. The impact of this battle significantly bolstered Qin Ming's formidable presence, though his cultivation level was not high. The ability to vanquish a mid-level martial spirit granted him the power to look down upon many formidable figures present. Meanwhile, the battle of the high-ranking martial spirits in the void draws to a close, with the outcome imminent. Xiao Mingxiong, you have acted as an accomplice, aiding Chao Jinshan in a treacherous plot to rebel. Do you remain unaware of your guilt at this juncture? Yongzheng reprimanded sharply, his palm trembling as he unleashed a terrifying blade of light, tearing through the fabric of space and enveloping Xiao Mingxiong beneath its ominous glow. Xiao Mingxiong's gaze sharpened, and he clasped his hands together, striving to shatter the blade of light. Yet, at that moment, a noble lord joined the fray, ensnaring Xiao Mingxiong with a swift axe strike. Xiao Mingxiong struggled fiercely to free himself, but as he broke free, the blade of light descended upon his visage, blood splattering across the ground as his head was cleaved asunder, extinguishing his breath and sending his lifeless form crashing to the earth. The head of the Xiao family, Xiao Mingxiong, has fallen. The hearts of the onlookers quivered anew. This was a high-ranking martial spirit, a figure of profound cultivation and one of the stewards of this imperial city, now perished. Traitors and usurpers deserve their fate, Yongzheng remarked coldly, his gaze sweeping across the courtiers. Do you see this? Disrespecting the sovereign leads to such a demise. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on eliminating the treacherous ministers. At this moment, the courtiers had no choice but to bow, both out of respect for Qin Ming's authority and the weight of the Yong family and the royal kin. They must show acknowledgement, lest they disregard Qin Ming entirely. Your Majesty is truly blessed with great fortune, the imperial concubine Yong said with a smile. Yet noticed Qin Ming casting a profound glance in her direction, his eyes glimmering with deeper meaning. Indeed, great fortune and destiny accompany you, and we owe a debt of gratitude to the imperial concubine Yong for her assistance. How could the esteemed concubine Yong fail to discern the underlying meaning in Qin Ming's words? Yet, she found herself at a loss for how to respond. Indeed, she had hesitated earlier, refraining from immediately coming to Qin Ming's aid, which left him harboring resentment in his heart, and she could not voice her thoughts. Nevertheless, concubine Yong need not worry. The promises I have made are akin to sacred contracts, recognized by heaven and earth, and shall not be broken. Qin Ming offered concubine Yong a reassuring sentiment, wishing for no misfortune to befall them at this juncture. Chao Jinshan, prepare for your demise. The Marquis of Zifeng eliminated a formidable high-level martial spirit without a moment's hesitation and hastened towards the battle against Yu Tianqiu. Chao Jinshan's expression soured. Dealing with Yu Tianqiu alone was already a daunting task, and with the assistance of two marquises, his situation was perilous indeed. In Chapter 48, titled The Prodigy of the Holy Yuan Sect, there stood a prodigious figure known as Jing Ziang, whose origins were most formidable. He bore a smile that exuded warmth, appearing exceedingly amiable. However, the other prodigies were far less benevolent, their gazes imbued with an air of defiance. Upon arriving at the Tianhua Empire, they seemed to unconsciously elevate themselves above others. Perhaps they were not the pinnacle within their sect, yet in the realm of mortals, they appeared to be sovereigns. Within the halls of the Zhangjiu authority, a deputy general discreetly conveyed a message to the patrons of the tavern, causing them to involuntarily swallow hard, their scalps tingling with apprehension as they hastily promised to remain silent. The events witnessed today were destined to remain locked within their minds. Should even a whisper escape to the outside world, the Prime Minister's residence would be the first to hold them accountable. You must not be disrespectful. We are but juniors and should not dare to raise our voices towards the esteemed minister. Hearing that the esteemed lord is the sovereign of this dynasty, capable of commanding winds and rains and ordering the heroes of the realm, today's encounter indeed affirms his illustrious reputation, exuding the charisma of a true ruler. Jing Ziang remarked with a faint smile, noting that while some of the distinguished individuals might feel disdain, they kept it concealed within their hearts. It is rather embarrassing to admit that I, as a humble envoy of the Xinyuan sect, have been tasked with probing into the inheritance of the great Emperor Qin Wu. Yet, to this day, I have only secured a decree for nobility, while the whereabouts of the emperor's legacy remain shrouded in mystery, said Zhang Zhuchuan. Upon hearing the name of Emperor Qin Wu, a palpable shock rippled through the assembly of prodigies. It is a name that reverberates through the annals of history. Even though they hail from reclusive sects and possess extraordinary status, they cannot help but harbor a sense of reverence for Emperor Qin Wu. In his prime, when Emperor Qin Wu ruled the world, these sects were compelled to yield, with some even submitting to his authority. Were it not for this, they would not have dared to act against the Tianhua Dynasty following his departure, seeking to fracture their dominion. Do not fret, Jing Xiang continued. Some elders within our sect have speculated that in this lifetime, the emperor's inheritance is destined to emerge. It may take no more than 5 to 10 years, or even as little as 10 days to several months. It merely requires an opportunity, a catalyst to unlock the emperor's legacy. Have the great powers of Xinyuan sect elucidated what sort of opportunity may be needed? Chapter 49. The Celestial Child Technique. Currently, this prodigious young woman extolled Qin Ming, which left him feeling quite displeased. This remarkable figure, known as Su Li, donned a brown robe, her brows imbued with an aura of sharpness. She is also renowned as a talented individual within the Xinyuan sect, and although she may not match Jing Xiang in prowess, few dare to offend her. On that day, the graceful young maiden smiled serenely, akin to the gentle spring breeze of April, enveloping those around her in a refreshing warmth. She heard Su Li's words, but chose to remain silent, seemingly reluctant to engage in a debate. This is a coup, after all. If we do not witness it firsthand, we might as well remain within the confines of our sect. What purpose does our journey serve? Remarked Jing Xiang with a hint of indifference. Brother Xiang speaks wisely. I too wish to behold the so-called son of heaven, Qin Ming, and discern whether his purported extraordinary abilities are indeed as remarkable as proclaimed, Su Li concurred. Expressing his desire to enter the imperial palace, the messenger had sung praises of Qin Ming to the heavens, while much of what was said held truth. It still seemed rather implausible. The claim that he could vanquish a mid-tier martial spirit by transcending realms was particularly hard for these prodigies to accept. Even Jing Xiang, standing at the pinnacle of the spirit martial realm, would scarcely dare assert he could slay a first-tier martial spirit of the Dan Palace realm. Battling across realms is an arduous feat. To think of 3 against 1, are these truly the individuals under the Son of Heaven's command? If one possesses true prowess, this commander shall gladly engage, Chao Jinchun scoffed, unleashing a powerful palm strike that sent forth a torrent of qi, manifesting as a colossal imprint of energy, imbued with an overwhelming force capable of tearing through the air. Yet, this strike was effortlessly shattered by Yu Tianxiu's golden mace, which radiated an immortal brilliance, sweeping aside the attack with ease. Traitors and usurpers deserve to be eradicated. Who dares to duel you? Our intent is to capture you and seek forgiveness from His Majesty, Yu Tianxiu declared coldly. After awaiting this moment for so long, it had finally arrived. He could exact vengeance upon the treacherous Chao, avenging not only his own grievances but also those of the late emperor. Do you truly believe that you can compel me to confess? How naive you are. Chao Jinchun, with disheveled hair, had long since shed the haughty demeanor of his former position as the overseer of the Eastern Depot. Yet, he emanated an overwhelming aura of energy, unleashing a formidable attack akin to the descent of divine blades, capable of rending flesh asunder. An endless torrent of energy howled, shaking the heavens and the earth, as 3 martial spirits united to suppress him. Yu Tianxiu's golden mace hovered above, seemingly subduing the raging storms. Before the trio struck with unyielding ferocity, intent on subduing Chao Jinchun. Simultaneously, the martial spirits of the Eastern Depot found themselves besieged by the combined forces of the Imperial Guards and royal relatives, with Yongzheng himself leading the charge. His formidable might was nearly unparalleled, only slightly inferior to Chao Jinchun's, for how else could he command a prestigious lineage? In no time, these martial spirit elites from the Eastern Depot were annihilated. Yongzheng's palm descended with lethal force, causing many lower-ranked martial spirits to fall, their essence extinguished. With fierce determination, Chao Jinchun endured the assault, his body resilient against the onslaught of blades. His energy enveloped him, rendering him impervious to harm, as if he were untouchable by any weapon or magic. The combined might of Tianyu Marquis and Lingyu Marquis struck against his back, their fists like thunderclaps. unleashing waves of destructive force, yet they failed to injure him, instead being repelled. In that moment, Chao Jinshun fully harnessed his power, prepared to fight to the death, carving a path through his adversaries. He understood all too well that the Eastern Depot was doomed, even if he managed to survive this day. He could not salvage its fate. His foundation has been utterly extinguished. All his trusted subordinates have either fallen or surrendered, and even the Shao family faces annihilation. He can only depart from the imperial city, distancing himself from this place. Hadn't his youthful prowess long since been shattered? How could he still wield such formidable strength? Witnessing this scene, Qin Ming furrowed his brow. He had believed that such a formation would be sufficient to vanquish Chao Jinshun, yet to his astonishment, the latter continued to resist fiercely, utilizing his celestial child technique to protect himself, forging an indomitable body. Although Chao, the traitor, had indeed suffered a loss in his youth and could not be deemed a true celestial child, the inner power he cultivated remained, not entirely dissipated. When summoned at a crucial moment, it should suffice to maintain a state of invincibility for a time. Qin Ming aspired to master this unrivaled technique, but after careful contemplation, he ultimately dismissed the notion. After all, he was a sovereign, with 3,000 beauties in his harem, and a peerless woman like Consort Han. To remain chaste and content as a celestial child was beyond his endurance. Was he to remain invincible indefinitely? Soon, Qin Ming cast aside these distracting thoughts. For Chao Jinshun's current state was indeed terrifying. He ignored the fierce assaults from the two marquises behind him and struck forward with a palm, intent on tearing the purple maple marquis asunder. The purple maple marquis retreated swiftly, yet still suffered injuries from the violent energy, a crack forming in his chest, blood seeping forth, rendering his complexion increasingly pale. You little brat, let this lord send you to the afterlife. Instead of fleeing immediately, Chao Jinshun's gaze fell upon Qin Ming, his murderous intent surging like a tidal wave, rushing toward Qin Ming as though he wished to carve him into 1,000 pieces. Chao Jinshun was not merely speaking. He swiftly moved towards Qin Ming, intent on capturing him. At that moment, Yu Tianxiu and 3 marquises struck again. Even Yongzheng stepped forward. The 5 joined forces to launch an assault. Although they could not confront Chao Jinshun directly, they managed to restrain him, preventing him from harming Qin Ming temporarily. Your Majesty, please retreat, the others urged, hoping Qin Ming would evade danger until Chao Jinshun was weakened. I am the son of heaven. How can I retreat? Han Mao, take me to Lord Chao. I shall personally see him off. Qin Ming spoke slowly. Your Majesty. Han Mao was taken aback. This is far too perilous for you. Do you dare defy the imperial decree? Qin Ming's gaze radiated an unyielding determination, momentarily leaving Han Mao in a daze. He soon complied with Qin Ming's wishes and led him into the void. Han Mao, you fool. His Majesty ought to retreat. Yu Tianxiu shouted anxiously. A reckless young man. Chao Jinshun sneered. My body is impervious to blades and spears. Your sword may be able to wound a mid-tier martial spirit. But do not even think of harming a hair on my head. Who said I would use a sword? You people are always trying to decipher the will of the sovereign. Qin Ming replied with a smile, and then, with a tremor of his hand, powder scattered down upon Chao Jinshun. Everyone retreat. Chapter 50. A new reward. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, the 5 high-level martial spirits immediately dispersed, no longer restraining Chao Jinshun. Qin Ming's bone-transforming powder was suddenly released, all landing upon Chao Jinshun. Meanwhile, Qin Ming commanded Han Mao to retreat swiftly. Should Chao Jinshun make a desperate counterattack in his final moments, it would spell disaster. Futile. The esteemed leader's celestial talisman technique renders him impervious to blades and spears. What do you think, you? Chao Jinshun boasted audaciously. Yet a searing pain coursed through his skin. His protective aura proved utterly ineffective against the bone-dissolving powder, as long as one had not truly transcended the Danfu realm. No one could escape its ravages. Before long, a horrifying spectacle unfolded. Chao Jinshun was consumed by the bone-dissolving powder. As if 3 flavors of true fire were igniting his very being, burning from his skin deep into his core. His internal organs appeared to rot under the corrosive effects of the powder, gradually transforming into a noxious, acrid smoke. No. Chao Jinshun desperately channeled all his vital energy, attempting to expel the bone-dissolving powder, but it had already made contact with his skin, rendering him powerless to escape. He had never experienced such excruciating pain. As if he were engulfed in a raging inferno, helplessly witnessing the disintegration of his own body, piece by piece. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes, having anticipated this outcome. A voice resonated in his mind, announcing, Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain Qiao Jinshan, the supervisor of the Eastern Depot. You are on the verge of seizing control of the Imperial Palace, bringing you one step closer to becoming an unparalleled hero. As a reward, please accept this grand gift package. As Qin Ming watched Qiao Jinshan suffer in agony, he opened the grand gift package. To speak candidly, this battle bore a certain peril. He had not anticipated that Qiao Jinshan could still summon the protective aura of the heavenly Gangboy skill in his final moments. Had he not possessed the bone-dissolving powder, it is likely that this confrontation would not only end in defeat, but also result in significant losses. As for the soul-dispersing powder, Qin Ming had contemplated its use. Yet it would only take effect after a month. While this could allow him to eliminate Qiao Jinshan without bloodshed, it surpassed the deadline for completing his mission. And he could not afford to wait. Fortunately, the task was ultimately fulfilled, and his vitality surged by an impressive 1,500 points, elevating him to the pinnacle of the 8th realm of the spirit martial realm. Should others become aware of such a rapid ascension, it would undoubtedly leave them in astonishment. The pace of his advancement was exceedingly formidable. Of course, had Qin Ming not released his aura, others would remain oblivious to his level of cultivation. Even those whose realms surpassed his would be unable to perceive him, provided he concealed his true state with the true martial Emperor canon. At this moment, Qiao Jinshan was reduced to little more than half of his former self, his arms corroded and his appearance pitiful. Though his breath had long ceased, his body continued to dissipate gradually, evoking profound sentiments among the onlookers. Here was a once mighty sovereign, who had stood atop the imperial city for many years, now meeting such an end. The imperial city was on the verge of a transformation. A voice expressed a lamentation. The demise of Qiao Jinshan heralded the official end of the era of the Eastern Factory. The future of the palace would belong to the Imperial Guards. Bolstered by the united support of the royal family and nobles, it seemed that Qin Ming's claim to the throne would be firmly secured. The entire palace was poised to emerge as a formidable force within the imperial city. The Imperial Guard, Han Mao, along with the royal kin and other affiliates of Qin Ming, were all filled with exuberance. They seemingly glimpsed a resplendent future and felt immensely fortunate for their prudent choice to follow this sovereign. Their prospects appeared boundless. However, Qin Ming himself was far from optimistic. As he unwrapped the grand gift, his mind was inundated with thoughts of the overall condition of the Tianhua Dynasty, where regional princes carved out territories and various factions vied for dominion over the imperial city. The palace was merely a starting point. His journey stretched towards the stars and seas. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a defensive talisman, capable of withstanding a lethal strike from a martial sovereign of the Tianhua realm. Remember, the path of a formidable hero is fraught with peril. This talisman can provide the host with an additional life and a brighter future. This is the first reward from the grand gift. The Tianhua realm transcends the Danfu realm, and those who enter this level of power are esteemed as martial sovereigns. It symbolizes the unity of heaven and humanity, basking in the radiance of the cosmos. A brilliance that was once regarded as emblematic of emperors in ancient times, hence the name martial sovereign. Zhang Juquan has ascended to the Tianhua realm, becoming a formidable martial sovereign. Those who reach this level not only communicate with the heavens, but also extend their lifespan, seizing vitality from the skies to gain endless longevity. It is said that each advancement within the Tianhua realm can extend one's life by 50 years. At the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Tianhua realm, a martial sovereign can even claim 800 years of lifespan. Some with unique cultivation methods have been known to live for over 1,000 years. The formidable power of such beings is evident, and thus this defensive talisman ensures that Qin Ming can emerge unscathed from the assaults of martial sovereigns. Truly a treasure of immeasurable value. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 5 level 3 ascension pills, which can unconditionally elevate the martial spirit within the Dan Palace by 3 realms. Additionally, you have received a resurrection pill. Remember, the path of a hero is fraught with brutality, and some will inevitably depart from your side. The resurrection pill can mitigate some of your regrets. Qin Ming felt a subtle stir in his heart. While the ascension pills did not particularly surprise him due to their frequent appearance, the resurrection pill was indeed a treasure. He had heard that only the foremost masters of pill refinement within the 3,000 realms could concoct such a pill, and even then, its efficacy was not guaranteed. Yet, this system astonishingly provided a resurrection pill suitable for use by martial artists below the Tianhua realm, making it an exceedingly rare item. One that is invaluable and hard to come by. What else do I have? Qin Ming felt immensely rewarded this time. having not only eliminated the Eastern Bureau but also obtained numerous valuable items. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a set of intermediate Magician armor. Remember, for a hero, sometimes strength speaks louder than words. The Magician armor. Qin Ming was instantly elated. Possessing this armor meant he could engage in battles across significant realms. For instance, with his current cultivation at the 8th level of Spirit Martial Realm, donning this armor would elevate his combat prowess to the 8th level of the Dan Palace Realm. Had he received this armor earlier, dealing with Chao Jin-shun would have been effortless. He could have swept through with ease. Aside from these treasures, the grand gift package contained additional rewards, including some martial soldiers, but Qin Ming paid them little mind. The defensive talismans, resurrection pill, and intermediate magician armor were all treasures. Exceedingly rare even within the Tianhua Dynasty, and nearly impossible to find throughout the entirety of the 3,000 realms. This frustrating system has finally delivered something worthwhile. This grand gift package truly ignites excitement. Qin Ming internally chuckled, congratulating the Emperor on the complete eradication of treacherous factions. At that moment, a multitude of ministers gathered around, offering their felicitations to Qin Ming. Heaven bless our Emperor, heaven bless our dynasty. Long live the Emperor, long live, long live. Han Mao was the first to speak. Bowing deeply to Qin Ming, all the imperial relatives, palace guards, and the defected members of the Eastern Depot bowed in reverence. Even Yongzheng joined in this gesture, holding deep respect for the newly ascended emperor. From this day forth, Qin Ming would truly wield control over the palace. The concubines were now his, and they could already envision the unfolding events, a faint blush gracing their cheeks. However, concubine Han did not exhibit excessive joy. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with thoughts unknown. All ministers rise. Qin Ming commanded as he settled upon the dragon throne, signaling for everyone to stand. This was his first genuine experience of being worshipped by thousands. Yet he was not merely content with this. Thank you, Your Majesty. The ministers stood and expressed their gratitude. No need for excessive courtesies, Qin Ming intoned. Effective immediately. I hereby abolish the Eastern Depot. All its members shall be merged into the palace guards. Should anyone oppose this decree, they shall be executed. If any harbor ulterior motives, the same fate awaits them. This was Qin Ming's first edict proclaimed before the ancestral shrine, heralding the demise of the Eastern Depot. As for those who had previously allied with Chao Jin-shun, I shall not hold past grievances against you. I hope you will act wisely. A chill swept through some ministers closely tied to the Eastern Depot if they continued to entangle themselves with it. They feared the sword of retribution might soon descend upon their necks. It seemed the era of the late emperor was poised to resurface once more. Some ministers lamented that it seemed they were not facing the puppet Emperor Qin Ming at this moment, but rather the late emperor. He was far superior to his predecessor. The former emperor lacked such resolve, otherwise, he would not have left behind such a mess. One minister shook his head in disapproval. Deep down, Qin Ming never took pride in the late emperor. In fact, he felt a surge of anger at the latter's cowardice. In this chaotic era, the late emperor's lack of assertiveness not only cost him his life, but nearly jeopardized the dynasty's foundation. Your Majesty, an old minister has something to convey at this moment. The head of the Yin family stepped forward and slightly bowed to Qin Ming. Speak. Qin Ming's eyes glimmered with a sharpness, as if he anticipated the old man's intentions. Your Majesty, my daughter has entered the palace to serve as Yin Fei. Why has she not appeared at today's grand ceremony? Inquired the head of the Yin family. Are you questioning me? Qin Ming retorted sharply. The mere mention of Yin Fei ignited his ire. How dare this man bring her up in public? Did he wish for him to disclose the scandal of her infidelity? With Qin Ming's reprimand, the head of the Yin family dared not speak further. After all, Qin Ming's power was formidable, having already disposed of Chao Jin-shun. He knew that any further indiscretion could lead to his own downfall. Chapter 51. Confronting the talents of the Shiguan sect at that moment. Yu Tianxiu chuckled and remarked that if a powerful figure from a hidden sect were to appear and witness Qin Ming's exceptional talent, they would undoubtedly invite him into their fold for meticulous cultivation. However, regarding the strength of these hidden sects, even Yu Tianxiu could not elucidate. He only knew that successive emperors held them in deep reverence, wary of offending those associated with the hidden sections. The hidden sects are not limited to a single entity. Each of them supports its respective dynasty. Generally speaking, there exists an unwritten rule among these secluded sects. They must not interfere in the affairs of the mortal realm. Naturally, should a conflict arise, Qin Ming would refrain from utilizing his hidden cards, opting instead for a fair confrontation, for a hollow victory holds no allure. At the precise moment when the flames of battle were about to ignite within Qin Ming, Jing Xiang directed a potent intent for combat towards him. Jing Xiang, of noble lineage, is a descendant of a supreme powerhouse from the Xinyuan sect, possessing extensive knowledge of the Tianhua Dynasty's circumstances. Such an individual, if admitted into a hidden sect, would achieve even greater heights. Therefore, Jing Xiang harbored aspirations of recruiting Qin Ming. If he could persuade him to join the Xinyuan sect, the potential loss of the legacy of Emperor Qin Wu would be averted. Conversely, should Qin Ming decline to ally with the Xinyuan sect, he would pose a significant threat to the acquisition of that legacy, necessitating swift action to eliminate him. Deep down, Jing Xiang still looked down upon Qin Ming, for it was he who had aided in Qin Ming's ascension to the throne, believing he could keep him firmly under his control. Unlike Xiao Jinchun, he had ascended to another level, the Tianyi realm. He was a martial sovereign. Graced by the fortune of the prime minister, Qin Ming smiled and inquired, "Might I ask how these talented individuals from the hidden sects are addressed? I would appreciate an introduction, esteemed prime minister." The other ministers were momentarily taken aback, puzzled about the origins of these prodigies, until Qin Ming's words unveiled the astonishing truth. These geniuses hailed from hidden sects. Some heads of noble families quickly connected the dots, recalling a formidable name, the Xinyuan sect. Although in recent years the sacred Yuan sect has grown indifferent towards the heavenly Hua dynasty, as they oversee more than one dynasty and gradually lost interest in it, the leaders of the great powers within the imperial city still hold the sacred Yuan sect in profound reverence. It is indeed a reclusive sect, a sanctuary for cultivation. This must be the ruler of the heavenly Hua dynasty? I am Jing Xiang, hailing from the sacred Yuan sect. Jing Xiang was not surprised that Qin Ming could discern his origins. Rather, his curiosity about Qin Ming deepened. For this ruler of the dynasty was intriguing and unlike any ordinary individual. Jing Xiang's demeanor was neither haughty nor submissive. The heavenly Hua dynasty is their vassal state, and he could easily look down upon Qin Ming, yet he sought to win him over. Adopting such a stance would only lead to counterproductive outcomes. Your surname is Jing. Startled by Jing Xiang's words, Yu Tianxiu recalled the name, having heard the late emperor mention it on multiple occasions. You people are exceedingly rude. Since you are aware that we hail from a reclusive sect, how dare you act so disrespectfully? If you claim to be a hidden sect, you should not parade within my dynasty, descending from the void into the imperial palace. This is a grave disrespect to my dynasty. The one who spoke earlier is our grand tutor. If you deem even the grand tutor unworthy of addressing you, I kindly ask you to take your leave. Qin Ming maintained an air of composure, affording no courtesy to these prodigies from the reclusive sections. Qin Ming's words stirred a warm current within Yu Tianxiu. After all, he was merely a servant of the late emperor, yet he had the honor of being appointed as grand preceptor. His heart overflowed with gratitude, and now, for his sake, Qin Ming had audaciously confronted the genius of a hidden sect, leaving him at a loss for words. He silently resolved that with such a sovereign, he would spare no effort, even at the cost of his own life, to assist him. The other ministers felt a jolt of alarm. This young emperor was indeed audacious. Daring to clash with the prodigy of a hidden sect, a perilous act indeed. Presumptuous. You are merely a vassal state of my sacred Yuan sect. We hail from the sacred Yuan sect, and we are your masters. What does a mere emperor of a vassal state amount to? Apologize at once, or I shall personally execute you. The prospect of killing a national leader was shocking to the audience, yet for these prodigies, it seemed entirely natural, as they inherently regarded the Tianhua Empire as their domain, wielding the power of life and death. However, Qin Ming was deeply displeased. Had it been before, he might have feigned deference to these hidden sect individuals, but before the assembled ministers, he could not afford to show even a hint of concession. Furthermore, this was the Tianhua Empire, the realm established by his ancestor, Emperor Qin Wu. To claim that the Tianhua Empire was their vassal was, quite frankly, shameless. The entire assembly fell silent. Qin Ming's words hung in the air like a ticking time bomb, instilling a sense of dread in them. These statements would undoubtedly provoke the ire of the sacred Yuan sect's prodigy. Chapter 52. Three Fists. Although the Holy Yuan sect did not overtly manipulate the Tianhua dynasty, the mere presence of a genius from the spirit martial realm led them to view the dynasty as their subordinate, which greatly displeased Qin Ming. The realm of the dynasty had been established by his ancestor, the great Emperor Qin Wu. Why should these individuals come to the imperial palace and dictate terms? To his surprise, he found a semblance of resolve within himself, though he questioned whether he could truly contend with those from the Holy Yuan sect. Otherwise, he would merely be a hollow vessel. Han Fei chose not to depart, observing the unfolding events and offering her commentary on Qin Ming's actions. Are you insulting the Holy Yuan sect? A cold voice emanated from Su Li, intensifying his hostility towards Qin Ming. Yet, Qin Ming merely regarded him with indifference. I harbor no intention of insulting the Holy Yuan sect. I merely express my discontent towards your pretense of power. If you wish to earn my respect, demonstrate your strength. Boasting accomplishes nothing. Truly befitting of a ruler of the dynasty, possessing remarkable courage. Jing Xiang remained unperturbed by Qin Ming's words, for his position afforded him a different perspective. He comprehended Qin Ming's sentiments. Thank you for your kind words, young Master Jing. Qin Ming held no considerable animosity towards Jing Xiang. At least, he had not sensed any hostility from him, only a fervent desire for a contest. After speaking, Qin Ming glanced at Jing Xiang and smiled. Allow me to offer you a chair, young Master Jing. Jing Xiang graciously accepted the invitation and took a seat, while the remaining talented individuals who bore animosity towards Qin Ming stood defiantly before him. Seated upon the dragon throne, Qin Ming scrutinized them with a gaze imbued with mockery, provoking their ire as though he were an audience member relishing a grand performance. Indeed, Qin Ming embodied such an attitude. Indifferently, he extended a solitary finger towards Su Li, remarking, "You appear rather arrogant, dismissing even my esteemed grand tutor. I am most curious about your capabilities. They say the barking dog seldom bites. Are you truly a formidable adversary?" His caustic words ignited a fierce glimmer of murderous intent within Su Li's eyes, as he pondered whether this emperor had grown weary of life, speaking without thought. If you are so intrigued, why not step forth and engage in battle yourself, young emperor? We are both men. Let us settle this with a life-and-death duel. Do you dare? Should you have languished too long in the depths of the palace, losing your masculine vigor, I shall not hold it against you. And we shall take our leave. Su Li countered, confident that Qin Ming's bravado was merely a fade, bolstered by his subordinates, and that his true combat prowess paled in comparison. Do you think His Majesty can prevail? The ministers murmured among themselves. It's hard to say. While His Majesty is indeed valiant, he faces a genius from a hidden sect, rumored to possess extraordinary powers capable of reshaping the very fabric of reality. This is one of their disciples, and his combat strength must be formidable. I have unwavering faith in His Majesty's invincibility, Han Mao asserted, his loyalty evident. Though his time with Qin Ming was brief, he understood that Qin Ming never undertook endeavors without certainty. In an instant, Su Li lunged forward, akin to a hunting leopard. His presence a tempest of energy, with the winds howling around him as the elixir within him radiated immeasurable light, seemingly brimming with astonishing power. He unleashed the simplest of techniques to strike at Qin Ming, a mere punch. Qin Ming's expression flickered, and in the next instant, he stepped forward, unleashing the might of the heavenly dragon fist. It was as if the resonant roar of dragons echoed in the air, and the onlookers beheld several golden dragon phantoms swirling around him, as if the true dragon from the royal robe had taken form. This imbued his punch with immeasurable power, clashing fiercely against Su Li's fist radiance, and sending forth an endless spray of primordial energy. Both combatants staggered back several paces, momentarily shaken by the force of each other's blows. After regaining his footing, Qin Ming did not linger. He launched another punch forward, the fist radiance entwined with dragon shadows, seemingly capable of obliterating anything in its path, rolling relentlessly towards Su Li. Impressive indeed. Su Li snorted coldly. The pride of being a genius from the sect ignited within him. He retaliated with a punch that caused the very fabric of space to tremble, as if a ferocious beast's phantom leapt forth, barreling towards Qin Ming. This young man was truly extraordinary. Jing Xiang, who had practiced a secret technique, could discern the realms of others and noted that Qin Ming was a minor realm below Su Li, yet managed to engage in a fierce contest of strength. This was no small feat after all. Su Li's combat prowess was formidable. Even an ordinary person at the 9th level of the spirit martial realm could be annihilated with a single punch, let alone someone of a lower realm like Qin Ming. As the fists of Qin Ming and Su Li collided, the dragon shadows on Qin Ming's fist displayed their might, seemingly opening wide to swallow the phantom of the beast that emerged from Su Li's punch. The spectators were astounded to witness Su Li being suppressed. Neither the other talented disciples of the sect nor the members of the dynasty had anticipated that Qin Ming's dragon fist could wield such divine power, placing Su Li at a disadvantage. His hands swiftly formed seals, as if an endless network of lines surged forth, reaching out in all directions. ultimately coalescing into an enormous phantom of a demon's sword, suspended in midair, seemingly poised to cleave down at any moment. This was a lethal strike. A genius from the sect declared with certainty that the 10,000 demons/unleashed was akin to a simultaneous assault from myriad demons, an onslaught impossible to withstand. Even though this 10,000 demons/ was merely a preliminary form, it was more than sufficient to slay Qin Ming. Yet, Qin Ming remained composed and unflustered, confidently asserting that he needed nothing more than a single punch. With that, the might of the heavenly dragon fist truly erupted, resembling a majestic dragon emerging from the sea. Even in the face of a myriad of demons, they scattered beneath the force of this singular blow, yet the power of this punch remained undiminished, relentlessly advancing forward until it crashed into Su Li's body, annihilating him. Chapter 53, Olive Branch. The expressions on the faces of the other geniuses darkened profoundly. The arrogance in their eyes vanished without a trace. This punch not only struck Su Li, but also resonated deeply within their hearts. They had always regarded the ants of the mortal realm with disdain, believing themselves to be supremely transcendent, indifferent to the mundane world. However, now, a mere ant from the secular world had slain a prodigious figure from their sect, leaving them bewildered. Su Li, even among these brilliant individuals, was considered exceptionally outstanding. Even the talented young woman who had once praised Qin Ming was taken aback. They questioned themselves, knowing they could never hope to defeat Su Li, let alone kill him. Yet, at this moment, Qin Ming had accomplished it, and in merely 3 punches. Such a formidable demeanor and fighting prowess sent shivers through the hearts of these sect geniuses. Truly, he was deserving of the title Your Majesty. Han Mao exclaimed loudly, paying no heed to the genius whose faces resembled that of lifeless fish. This is Qin Ming, their sovereign, unmatched in combat prowess. Your Majesty, you truly possess extraordinary valor. Even the 3 marquises nodded in tacit agreement. If they had previously marveled at Qin Ming's strategies, they were now utterly astounded by his martial capabilities. Let us unite and avenge Su Li. At this moment, another genius from the Xing Yuan sect coldly asserted. He had shared a close bond with Su Li, and upon witnessing his demise, he felt not only shock but also a surge of anger. Since we have agreed upon a life and death duel, why utter such words? Does the Xing Yuan sect, a reclusive order, lack such fortitude? It seemed that even the talented members of the sect were not as formidable as they appeared. If they could not bear defeat, then they simply could not bear it. Qin Ming remarked with a serene smile. Indeed, if one cannot withstand defeat, why then agree to a life and death duel at all? Yu Tianxiu chimed in with a hearty laugh. The earlier sect genius had shown him disrespect, and Qin Ming's overwhelming suppression of him had brought Yu Tianxiu great satisfaction. Such words hold truth. Since we have established a life and death duel, we must not intervene, Qin Ming stated with a smile. As the opponent had not openly severed ties with him, he had no intention of fostering enmity. He sought to probe Jing Xiang, to discern his true intentions. Brother Xiang, this scoundrel has slain senior brother Su Li. We must seek vengeance. Indeed, Brother Xiang, if we do not teach this rascal a lesson, will it not invite contempt upon our Shang Yuan sect? We may be inferior in skill, which is indeed shameful, yet you are a pinnacle figure of the younger generation. Surely, dealing with this fellow would be a trivial matter for you. We beseech you, Brother Xiang, to take action and vanquish him. In this moment, the talented individuals voiced their hopes for Jing Xiang to take action against Qin Ming. Although Qin Ming was the sovereign of the dynasty, these prodigies spoke of wanting to eliminate him with a tone that lacked respect, inciting discontent among many of Qin Ming's subordinates. Even some ministers felt a surge of anger. Their dynasty had been in turmoil for so many years, yet the disciples of the sacred Yuan sect had offered no assistance in restoring order. Now, a capable and astute ruler had finally emerged, only for the talents of the sacred Yuan sect to appear, adopting an air of superiority as if they could dictate the affairs of the Tianhua Dynasty. Such matters were not so easily resolved. With a smile, Jing Xiang remarked, "There is nothing unreasonable here. Some crows may caw, but why should you pay them any mind? However, I am indeed curious to see just how formidable the true talents of the sacred Yuan sect are. It seems this battle is unavoidable." Qin Ming spoke slowly, his gaze becoming grave. Though both Jing Xiang and Su Li stood at the pinnacle of the spirit martial realm, combat prowess could vary significantly. From Jing Xiang's standing, it was highly probable that he was among the top talents of the sacred Yuan sect in the spirit martial realm. Should he engage, he could easily overwhelm this level of competition. Unaware of your own limitations, you dare to challenge Brother Xiang? Do you comprehend the extent of his power? As Qin Ming opened his mouth, another prodigy from the sacred Yuan sect scoffed coldly. Brother Ziyang is more than capable of contending with those at the first level of the Pill Mansion realm. With your cultivation, you would likely fall within just a few exchanges. The Tianhua Dynasty should hastily prepare for a state funeral. Such noise. Suddenly, Qin Ming issued a stern rebuke, expressing his genuine doubts about their identities. You bear no semblance of celestial talents, rather, you resemble ruffians from the marketplace. If you possess any courage, step forward for a battle. I have no objections if you choose to come at me as a group. Once you are all vanquished, I shall decree a state funeral to honor you, given your origins from a secluded sect. It would be unbecoming of my dynasty to be deemed too impolite. Qin Ming's words indeed struck fear in their hearts. His audacity was remarkable, daring to boast of confronting them in a collective combat. Even a formidable martial spirit at the first level of the Dan Mansion would not dare to speak so boldly. Did he not consider their status as prodigies of the sect? Should they be provoked, even a mere steward from their sect could effortlessly bring ruin upon the Tianhua Dynasty, let alone an emperor of the spirit martial realm. My lord, you overthink the matter. His Majesty's status is indeed extraordinary. How could I possibly compare? However, I have a proposition, one that I wonder if His Majesty would dare to accept, spoke Jing Ziyang. To share your thoughts, Qin Ming replied, a glint of intrigue in his eyes as he regarded Jing Ziyang. Your Majesty is a dragon among men, endowed with extraordinary talent. Although you are a sovereign, this realm is but a mundane one, limiting your potential. Would you consider joining my Sheng Yuan sect? We place immense value on the cultivation of prodigies. Should you choose to align with us, the privileges you would receive are unmatched by this secular domain. Jing Ziyang proposed with a smile. The assembly stirred with intrigue at his words. The allure of the hidden sects is immensely captivating for those immersed in the mundane world. They exist beyond the confines of ordinary existence, resembling celestial beings, possessing unparalleled mastery and formidable powers that elude the imagination of the masses. If given the opportunity, none would decline the chance to cultivate within such a secluded sanctuary. In stark contrast, the Tianhua Dynasty has not seen a ruler reach the Tianyi realm for many generations. The cultivation environment here undeniably constrains the martial artists, and even the emperor is not exempt from this limitation. To many observers, if Qin Ming harbors a genuine ambition for martial arts, he would undoubtedly embrace this remarkable opportunity. Once he enters the hidden sect and subsequently returns after attaining the martial lord realm, who could possibly stand against him? However, Qin Ming harbors a different perspective. With a system at his disposal, he remains unconcerned about the hidden sections. Can his pace of cultivation truly be outstripped by the talents within those sects? Even in combat prowess, he does not consider himself inferior to those prodigies. Thus, contrary to what others anticipated, Qin Ming did not acquiesce. He gently shook his head, expressing gratitude for young Master Ziyang's goodwill, yet stating, I am deeply committed to the legacy of my ancestors. As long as the dynasty remains unprosperous, I cannot find peace, let alone venture into the hidden sect for cultivation. Chapter 54. Allowing a genius to serve as a bodyguard? In the face of the olive branch extended by Jing Ziyang, Qin Ming chose to decline, a decision that left many perplexed. Could it be that the hidden sects hold not the slightest allure for this emperor? Might His Majesty wish to reconsider? Yu Tianxiu whispered to Qin Ming, expressing his concern that the affairs of the imperial court might impede Qin Ming's cultivation. To be able to train within the secluded sects was an immense honor, one that even the emperors of previous generations had not enjoyed. He bore no disdain for the hidden sects. However, he could not, for the sake of personal interest, place Han Mao and Master Yu in jeopardy. The talented individuals from those sects glared fiercely, harboring deep animosity towards Qin Ming. It was already a considerable favor that Jing Ziyang was willing to overlook Su Li's grudge and invite Qin Ming into the Shenyuan sect. To his surprise, this young man was still reluctant. What right did he have to bargain? What if I were to emerge victorious? Qin Ming inquired with a smile, prompting laughter from the talented members of Shiyuan's sect. Did he truly believe he could triumph over Brother Ziyang? Some individuals remain oblivious to their own limitations, needing to face hardship before learning to fear. One derided, I have had enough of your insolence. Qin Ming slammed his palm on the armrest of the dragon throne. Guards, seize them. At your command. The palace guards and Han Mao took Qin Ming's words to heart, promptly stepping forward towards the talented individuals of Xingyuan's sect. How dare you? They shouted defiantly. What is there to fear? Execute them on the spot. Qin Ming retorted angrily. A collective gasp filled the court. The emperor was indeed formidable, daring to execute even the talents of Shi Yuan's sect, a matter of grave consequence. Nevertheless, the ministers refrained from interjecting, for Qin Ming was known for his decisive nature, and there was no cause for their concern. As for the outcome, it is solely for Qin Ming to bear, irrelevant to them. It appears that this young emperor has grown arrogant, believing that by slaying Chao Jinchun, he can disregard everyone else. Little does he realize that the talents of the hidden sects are not so easily dealt with. The head of the Yin family secretly chuckled to himself, still recalling Qin Ming's earlier reprimand, feeling quite dissatisfied and wishing for Qin Ming to meet his demise right there. The leaders of the inner palace guards, along with Han Mao, displayed their icy blades, showing no mercy towards the geniuses of the Shengyuan sect, unleashing a terrifying might. The aura of the Dan mansion roaring with overwhelming intensity. Brother Jing Ziang, why should we fear them? If need be, we can summon the strong from our sect. Someone remarked, unable to contain their astonishment at Jing Ziang's retreat before Qin Ming. Silence. Are you not embarrassed enough? Jing Ziang rebuked. Qin Ming's expression shifted slightly. It seemed the sects value their talents highly, as they possess the ability to summon powerful figures from their sects through special seals, which should not be underestimated. However, Qin Ming also believed they would not readily employ these seals, for the powerful beings of the hidden sects could not casually descend into the mundane world due to restrictions of realm that must not be easily breached. After being chastised by Jing Ziang, the other geniuses dared not speak further. If the strong within their sect learned that they were being bullied by those of lower realms in the secular world, they would surely become a laughingstock. For the sake of young Master Ziang, let us spare them this time and grant them an opportunity. Qin Ming gestured for Han Mao and the others to withdraw. Your Majesty may speak. If you were to win, what then? Jing Ziang gazed at Qin Ming and inquired, sensing an air of confidence about him, as if he believed he could triumph over him. In truth, while Jing Ziang held Qin Ming in high regard and hoped to recruit him into the Shengyuan sect, he remained inwardly proud and firmly convinced of his own invincibility. If young Master Ziang were to lose, he would come to my imperial palace and serve as a guardian for 3 years. How does that sound? Qin Ming replied with a faint smile. Yet his words sparked a tumultuous uproar. Even the imperial family and numerous ministers were taken aback. The idea of summoning the top genius of the Shengyuan sect to serve as a guardian in the imperial palace was unfathomable. Had anyone else uttered such a statement, they would have surely deemed that person mad, for it was a gross disrespect. If the higher-ups of the Shengyuan sect were to learn of this, they would not hesitate to raise the Tianhua Dynasty to the ground. Qin Ming chuckled. Then it is settled. Your Majesty, please take the stage. Very well. Qin Ming readily agreed. In an instant, he thrust his finger forward, exuding an overwhelming force of lethal intent, as if it could pierce through anything. Akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, capable of sweeping away all in its path. Jing Ziang's palm trembled, as if he were bearing the weight of a colossal purple sun, with a radiant purple orb seemingly residing in the center of his brow, emanating an imposing might, akin to a third eye that could unveil the mysteries of the heavens. The purple sun descended like a blade, slicing towards Qin Ming's finger. Yet the brilliance of Qin Ming's fingertip pierced through everything, shattering the purple sun, albeit becoming ensnared by the residual force. With a roar, Qin Ming concentrated boundless primordial energy into his fractured heart finger, suddenly unleashing it with tremendous force. At that moment, Jing Ziang's palm swept forth, engulfed in purple flames, his very being resembling a radiant purple sun, with strands of brilliance cascading like rays of a solar deity in battle. It must be acknowledged that Jing Ziang is indeed far superior to Su Li. With his initial actions alone, he demonstrated extraordinary combat prowess, his aura surging and formidable. Senior brother Ziang's great sun purple radiant skill has attained an extremely profound level. Without any supernatural powers, he can contend with a martial spirit of the Dan Mansion realm. The prodigies of the Holy Origin sect were exceedingly proud. The Great Sun Purple Radiant skill is an exceptionally potent technique within the Holy Origin sect, with some experts having specifically refined it for Jing Ziang, making it highly suitable for his cultivation and aligning with his physique. They firmly believe that the people of this secular realm could never find a more formidable technique than the Great Sun Purple Radiant skill, and that Qin Ming is destined to perish. Indeed, this secular realm may not possess a more powerful technique, but Qin Ming's technique originates from the system. The true martial emperor canon, an imperial-grade technique. Could it possibly be inferior to the Great Sun Purple Radiant skill? Qin Ming unleashed a powerful attack. Sweeping out like an ancient emperor, his heart-shattering finger continuously emitting terrifying destructive power, akin to lethal arrows, striking towards Jing Xiang. Jing Xiang's entire body was enveloped in purple flames, the terrifying flames incinerating everything. Although Qin Ming's finger beams were powerful, they were melted upon approaching the purple flames. Unable to reach Jing Xiang at all. Chapter 55. Purple Radiance Yang physique worthy of being senior brother Xiang. His Great Sun Purple Radiant skill is divine and transformative. Subduing this fiend is merely a matter of lifting a hand. Seeing Jing Xiang displaying such divine power, the Holy Origin sect geniuses became even more complacent. For he is a peerless prodigy of their Holy Origin sect. Surrender quickly, you petty emperor. Someone mocked Qin Ming, hoping he would surrender swiftly, seeking to undermine his confidence. However, the resolve of Qin Ming was impervious to the influence of these individuals. As he executed the heart-shattering finger, he simultaneously scrutinized Jing Xiang's grandson purple cloud technique. Eager to discern how to dismantle this formidable skill, Qin Ming harbored a premonition that if he were to vanquish Jing Xiang, the rewards would be no less significant than those obtained from defeating a martial spirit, for he was indeed a foe comparable to one. Yet, the prowess of his adversary did not dishearten Qin Ming. Rather, it ignited his fighting spirit even further. The true martial Emperor cannon surged into full operation, rendering his finger strikes exceedingly formidable. Within his dantian, the spiritual pills quivered with fervor, incessantly absorbing the vitality from all directions while simultaneously unleashing torrents of primal energy to sustain Qin Ming's endurance in battle. Your Majesty, do not deceive yourself, Jing Xiang remarked with a smile, appearing as though he were enveloped in the morning sun's purple radiance, exuding brilliance as if he walked upon dawn's light. With each wave of his hand, he unleashed relentless assaults, scorching the earth beneath him into a charred black from the flames that enveloped his being. Rest assured, young Master Xiang, I am fully aware, Qin Ming replied with a smile, the heart-shattering finger reaching its zenith, manifesting as streaks of shimmering light slicing through the air, akin to erratic electric serpents, causing the onlookers to momentarily freeze in their gazes. Who do you think will emerge victorious in this battle? The ministers began to murmur once more. Han Mao, of course, was unwavering in his support for Qin Ming. He had developed an almost blind admiration for him, believing Qin Ming to be invincible and unyielding. Do not place too much faith in His Majesty, another cautioned. In my view, victory in this battle is a formidable challenge. The crowd sighed, for they had yet to witness Qin Ming's defeat. Throughout his journey, he had vanquished every opponent, whether they were mid-tier martial spirits or Chao Jinchun, effortlessly sweeping them aside. However, as a prodigy within the sect, he was unable to utilize various treasures, which somewhat diminished their confidence in him, particularly at this moment. As Jing Xiang basked in purple flames, resembling an undefeated legend, their admiration deepened. Even in the event of a loss, it would not be a disgrace. After all, geniuses born from hidden sects were inherently invincible. Moreover, even if he were to lose the battle, it would not be detrimental to His Majesty. For entering a concealed sect for cultivation was a coveted opportunity. This truly exemplified the genius of a hidden sect. The onlookers lamented that, in comparison to Jing Xiang, Suli seemed utterly insignificant. Furthermore, the fact that Qin Ming could engage Jing Xiang for such an extended period left the geniuses of the Xinyuan sect astounded. They had never witnessed a spirit martial realm individual able to contend with Jing Xiang for so long. This signified that should Qin Ming join the Xinyuan sect, he would rank as the second genius among his peers. As thoughts of Qin Ming's impending defeat and his entrance into the Xinyuan sect lingered, the attitudes of these prodigies towards him began to shift subtly. With a thunderous roar, Imperial Dragon Fist, sovereign over the 9 heavens, Qin Ming unleashed a powerful strike, channeling his dragon energy and imperial might, aiming to crush Jing Xiang with overwhelming force, extinguishing his purple flames. Jing Xiang's gaze grew solemn as he sensed a hint of danger. Qin Ming's punch was not to be underestimated. His purple flames were not invulnerable. If a force beyond his capacity were to descend upon him, his flames would shatter. Sensing the imminent danger, Jing Xiang could not remain indifferent. With both hands forming intricate seals, in an instant, his entire being was engulfed in roaring purple flames, akin to a volcano erupting in its full fury. The terrifying purple flames howled towards the heavens, transforming into a colossal primordial beast, reminiscent of a mythical creature, surging forward to clash with the impending fist. Boom. Although Qin Ming's punch did not directly strike Jing Ziang, the gigantic purple flame beast he had conjured disintegrated at that moment, overwhelmed by the sheer force of Qin Ming's attack. What a formidable power! The onlookers squinted slightly, for although both individuals were martial artists of the spirit martial realm, the strength they unleashed was not in the slightest inferior to that of the Dan Mansion realm martial spirits. Indeed, even a typical first-tier martial spirit would find themselves outmatched. Your Majesty, he is merely at the 8th level of the spirit martial realm, Master Yu commented nonchalantly, suddenly startling the crowd. Indeed, they had overlooked the fact that even if Qin Ming were to be defeated by Jing Ziang, it would not necessarily imply that Qin Ming's talents were inferior. Rather, he was merely at a disadvantage in terms of realm. If Qin Ming were to ascend to the 9th level of the spirit martial realm, would he not be on par with Jing Ziang? The geniuses of the sacred Yuan sect were taken aback. Astonished that Qin Ming could contend with Jing Ziang to such an extent, this was undeniably remarkable, far beyond mere luck. Jing Ziang had crossed into the 9th level of the spirit martial realm for several months, honing his combat prowess to an extraordinary degree, thereby naturally looking down upon peers of the same realm. Yet, Qin Ming was only at the 8th level. Jing Ziang's victory would merely signify defeating someone of a lower rank, offering little cause for pride. This individual named Qin Ming is truly extraordinary. Once more, Qin Ming bellowed. Heavenly Dragon Fist, return to the origin of the world. The essence of the universe seemed to be summoned in an instant, converging like boundless waves. Qin Ming's fist surged with increasing momentum, resembling layered tides that rolled incessantly. With a powerful swing, he unleashed a torrent of energy, resonating like thunder. As countless strands of vitality coalesced and were propelled forth by Qin Ming, as if he were unleashing a deluge upon Jing Ziang, intent on consuming his purple flames. Jing Ziang formed another seal, and the emblem of the purple sun at his brow appeared to blaze even more intensely, radiating an overwhelming brilliance that instilled awe. Subsequently, the purple flames enveloping him surged upward, producing a cacophony reminiscent of a roaring tempest, astonishing in its ferocity, akin to purple magma churning violently. The flames ascended once more, morphing into a magnificent phoenix forged of fire, which collided with Qin Ming's punch. In an instant, the entire fiery phoenix erupted, engulfing the sky in a conflagration that seemed poised to incinerate the very fabric of space. Jing Ziang was a natural embodiment of the purple radiance yang body. Yu Tianxiu, with his vast knowledge, recognized it first. No wonder he was so formidable. He possessed an extraordinary physique. It was indeed remarkable that His Majesty could engage in battle with such a being. The crowd expressed their astonishment. The purple radiance yang body was an exceptionally powerful constitution, vastly different from the ordinary, explaining the flickering purple sun upon his brow. You are indeed extraordinary to compel me to invoke the power of bone inscriptions. Jing Ziang smiled faintly, fully aware that should Qin Ming unleash a third punch, its power would far surpass the first two. To counter such an onslaught, he would need to summon a more ferocious purple flame beast. Yet, given his current realm, this would necessitate the activation of the bone script. The bone script, an innate symbol etched within the peculiar constitution of his bones, once invoked, would bestow extraordinary might. Let this final strike determine our fate, Qin Ming bellowed. And in an instant, his imperial might surged exponentially, ascending like a tempest, while the heavens trembled, as if an ancient golden dragon were stirring forth. The aura of the imperial way erupted like a storm, exuding divine radiance. Within Jing Ziang, the bone script coursed wildly, seemingly endowing him with boundless divine power. The purple sun at his brow erupted outward, transforming into an authentic sun that absorbed the entirety of his purple flame, its brilliance illuminating the heavens and the earth. Upon closer observation, one could discern a purple divine dragon entwined within the purple sun, resonating with Qin Ming's golden dragon, both radiating a fierce battle spirit. With a thunderous roar, the golden dragon and the purple sun surged forward in unison, as if the world bore witness to a cataclysmic clash. Who, indeed, would emerge victorious? Chapter 56. A new bargaining chip. The golden dragon roared fiercely, while the purple sun raged violently, resembling two beams of divine light converging from the extremes. Upon their collision, a terrifying sound erupted, causing the hearts of all present to tremble. All present were martial spirits of the Danfu realm. Yet as they witnessed the clash between Qin Ming and Jing Ziang, an unsettling sense of trepidation washed over them. The combat prowess exhibited by these two was formidable enough to pose a significant threat even to a first-tier martial spirit. In fact, that final strike was something an ordinary first-tier expert from the Danfu realm would likely struggle to withstand. I concede. A voice, cold and detached, echoed, causing the crowd to tremble in shock. As the white light dissipated, the scene gradually came into focus. Jing Xiang had, astonishingly, been defeated. His outer garments lay in tatters. Hair disheveled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and he appeared exceedingly weakened, a stark contrast to his previously resplendent demeanor. It was difficult to reconcile this figure with the image of a once magnificent prodigy. In stark contrast stood Qin Ming, unyielding and proud, the dust failing to obscure the grandeur of his dragon robe. His gaze remained resolutely steadfast, as if he could pierce through the mists of uncertainty and glimpse the future. Long live the Emperor! Our sovereign is immortal. After a fleeting moment of silence, a spontaneous cheer erupted, akin to a tidal wave of fervor. Even Qin Ming was taken aback by the fervent enthusiasm of his subjects, unaware that he had accomplished a feat monumental enough to be etched into the annals of history. The hidden sects, akin to deities, stood aloof and transcendent, with their prodigies seemingly looking down upon the mundane world as if it were but a colony of ants. Yet now, Qin Ming had transcended realms to vanquish the pinnacle of these exalted prodigies. What astounding power was this? The crowd no longer doubted that with Qin Ming's talent and combat capability, given time, he would undoubtedly ascend to the Tianyi realm, achieving the status of an unparalleled martial sovereign. Zhang Zhouquan's eyes widened, his expression frozen in disbelief. The talented disciples of various sects trembled internally, akin to having swallowed a dead rat, at a loss for words. How could this be possible? A genius sighed in resignation, revealing a bitter smile. Their most esteemed and revered senior brother, Jing Xiang, who could effortlessly overpower even those at the initial stage of the Danfu realm, had been defeated by a young sovereign from the mundane world. This youthful emperor was truly commendable. Qin Ming no longer referred to him as young Master Xiang, but addressed him directly by his name, causing Jing Xiang's eyes to blaze with intensity. However, being a man of integrity, he refrained from further comment and simply replied with a calm acknowledgement. At his response, the entire assembly fell into a stunned silence, their admiration for this young Master Xiang deepening. Despite hailing from a hidden sect and being a top-tier genius, he demonstrated both humility and resolve, choosing to honor his bet with Qin Ming. The other talented individuals from the sect hastily urged him to reconsider, but he feigned ignorance to their pleas. Discontent flickered in his gaze, yet he understood the need to swallow the bitter fruit of defeat. Having established the terms, he had lost the battle. What more could he say? I merely spoke in jest, never expecting sir to take it so seriously, Qin Ming remarked. Since you are indeed a true protector, please assist sir in taking a seat. He gestured for Jing Xiang to stand beside him, a scene that left the onlookers in silent astonishment. Only their sovereign could treat the genius of a hidden sect as a mere guard. Jing Xiang stepped forward towards Qin Ming, his lips parting to utter a phrase. Today has been quite fruitful. Qin Ming sighed, and all the ministers nodded in agreement, showing him immense respect. The royal relatives appeared dazed, as if they could faintly glimpse the time when the late emperor reigned, when he governed vast territories. However, after the late emperor's passing, 5 years of turmoil caused the royal family to lose even the last remnants of their lands, leaving only the imperial city. Yet, what Qin Ming desired was far beyond merely restoring the rule of the late emperor. He aspired to a realm where all corners of the world would pay homage, and he would be revered as an extraordinary emperor of his age. You all have exerted great effort today. Thus, I decree that during tomorrow's morning court, I shall publicly confer titles upon each of you. I kindly ask that you do not delay in your arrival. Qin Ming's words startled everyone. Your Majesty wishes to hold morning court? Then you may take your leave for now. As the sky darkened, Qin Ming waved his hand, signaling the ministers to depart. We take our leave, they responded, bowing respectfully before retreating. Only the commander of the palace guards remained, awaiting orders. To have restored this fractured dynasty to such a state, Your Majesty is truly remarkable, Jing Xiang remarked, reflecting on how well the Holy Yuan sect understood the dismal state of the Tianhua Dynasty. He had not expected that it would be reassembled by Chan Yuan, now seemingly on the verge of unification. Qin Ming feigned a sigh. Jing Xiang was taken aback. Why do you think I am lying, Your Majesty? You are not one to indulge in verbosity. Such matters could be succinctly clarified with the mere phrase, it matters not. Yet you insist on detailing the entire sequence of events. which is not characteristic of a top genius of the Holy Yuan sect. Qin Ming smiled faintly, causing a flicker of intrigue to cross Jing Xiang's eyes. And he chose not to elaborate further. Until today, I have truly comprehended the essence of being an emperor. Qin Ming, too, expressed his sentiments a month ago. Upon his arrival in this realm, despite being a sovereign, even a mere eunuch like Zhang, she dared to point fingers at him and scold him. Throughout this month, he has not enjoyed a single peaceful night's sleep. But today, he has genuinely taken control of the imperial palace, instilling fear among the ministers. The next step is to seize control of the imperial city, and thereafter, to grasp the entire dynasty firmly in his hands. He aims to revive the glorious era of the great Emperor Qin Wu, with tributes coming from all directions and dignitaries paying their respects. This dynasty cannot remain merely a dynasty. He intends to transform it into an empire. Chuan, you have followed me for many years, and I have always felt a sense of guilt. At tomorrow's South Morning Court, I shall bestow upon you the title of princess and grant you a golden medal. Treating you as my own sister, I shall allocate the palace of the late Dowager Consort Xiao to you for your governance. Qin Ming spoke to Chuan, a thought he had long entertained, though the timing was not right before. Even if he conferred the title of princess upon Chuan, no one would recognize it. However, things have changed. He is gradually gaining control over power, making the idea of crowning Chuan as princess feasible. Your Majesty, Chuan is merely a maidservant. How can she become a princess? It would be a laughingstock for the world. Chuan had never imagined herself as a princess and felt a sudden panic upon hearing Qin Ming's words. Who dares to laugh? I shall ensure they never laugh again for the rest of their lives. Qin Ming replied sternly, You have shown utmost loyalty to me. Do you intend to defy my will? Chuan dared not oppose him. She quickly shook her head, acknowledging, Since it is your Majesty's decree, Chuan shall accept. However, from this day forth, Chuan can no longer serve your Majesty. It appears you were concerned about this. Qin Ming chuckled, reassuringly stating that he was quite capable of self-sufficiency and did not require anyone to attend to him. You may comfortably embrace your role as a princess. It is time that you receive the attention you deserve. Tears of crystal welled in Chuan's eyes, for she did not care for the title of princess. What truly moved her was the thought that Qin Ming had not forgotten her, that she remained in his heart. What more could she desire? You may leave now. Your mother held you dear in her lifetime. Do dress more elegantly tomorrow. With that, Qin Ming dismissed Chuan, standing alone at the windowsill, gazing at the resplendent moon above. Lost in contemplation. The experiences of this past month had been more exhilarating than the 20 years of his previous life. He wondered if the moon that illuminated Earth was the same as the one that grazed the myriad realms. Qin Ming remained in the moonlight for an extended period, allowing its silvery glow to drape over his dragon robe, rendering the golden dragon seemingly bleached. The brilliance in his eyes shifted from sharp intensity to a deepening melancholy, finally solidifying into an unwavering resolve. Despite the arduous path of an emperor, he was determined to forge ahead without hesitation. From the very first day he arrived in the myriad realms, there was no turning back, only forward to vanquish all adversaries. Your Majesty. A voice from beyond the door interrupted Qin Ming's reverie, eliciting a flicker of annoyance. Enter, he commanded, allowing the visitor to step inside. It was a young eunuch, who approached him bearing a square wooden tray, densely populated with dozens of small wooden tokens. As he drew nearer, Qin Ming's eyes glimmered with curiosity. What is this? Your Majesty, it is time to draw the tokens. The young eunuch chuckled, prompting Qin Ming to realize that the attendants of the imperial office were indeed skilled in currying favor with their master. He had only just begun to wield real authority, and they had already prepared the tokens. Such treatment had not been afforded to him previously. Indeed, they were adept at managing affairs and deserving of reward. Qin Ming was well aware of the senior figure behind this, most likely the great Emperor Qin Wu. The customs were not without merit in his past life. Qin Ming had heard countless tales of emperors who succumbed to the allure of beauty, leading to the downfall of their realms. He took these as lessons, believing that the regulations established by Emperor Qin Wu were entirely reasonable and ought to be adhered to. Moreover, the 3,000 beauties were his women, deserving of equitable treatment. Having come to this understanding, Qin Ming reached out to lift one of the tokens. However, his expression soured upon seeing the name inscribed upon it, Yuan Fei. No one was more aware than Qin Ming of the deeds committed by Yuan Fei, nor was anyone more cognizant of the circumstances surrounding her demise. It was evidently implausible for her to attend to him. Qin Ming had no desire for his first experience to be usurped by a ghostly figure. That would be most unfortunate. Very well, this servant shall summon Yuan Fei for your service, the young eunuch declared, lowering his gaze and oblivious to the change in Qin Ming's demeanor. He noticed the token bearing Yuan Fei's name being turned over and immediately raised his voice, preparing to withdraw. Impudence! Qin Ming suddenly bellowed, causing the eunuch, who was about to rise, to fall to his knees with a resounding thud. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I beg for mercy. Silence. Who said I intended to kill you? It is merely that Yuan Fei is already deceased. How can you summon her? Change it for another. Qin Ming replied coolly. Yuan Fei is dead? The young eunuch was taken aback, having spent his time within the harem. He had not heard of the news regarding the passing of Consort Yin. How could His Majesty possibly be aware of such a matter? However, upon observing Qin Ming's countenance, the eunuch refrained from further inquiries. He noticed Qin Ming flipping over a plaque inscribed with the characters for Ling Guerin, and with a nod of acknowledgement, he understood it was indeed her. I shall obey your command, the eunuch replied before retreating. Qin Ming instructed his attendants to prepare warm water, seeking to indulge in a bath first. After all, a warm bath is soothing wherever one may be. Stripped of his garments, he entered the Yuling pool, a bathing place for emperors throughout the ages. Although it had been long since its last use, it remained impeccably clean and tidy. As Qin Ming pondered this, a delicate hand, as soft as silk, suddenly embraced him from behind. Your Majesty, I have arrived, came a gentle, melodious voice, imbued with an enticing fragrance that captivated the senses. How fortuitous! The sound stirred Qin Ming's heart, prompting him to respond, then let us bathe together. I am most fortunate to serve my sovereign. Ling Guirin's sweet visage appeared before him, yet inwardly, Qin Ming scoffed. Had it been but yesterday, not a single consort would have wished to attend to him. Their desires lay in serving the emperor, not him, Qin Ming. Let us not linger, Qin Ming declared, swiftly removing Ling Guirin's garments amidst her bashfulness, as they both immersed themselves in the Yuling pool. Your Majesty, it would not be too late to engage in intimate matters after our bath, she suggested. But what, pray tell, is the significance of bathing? Chapter 58, Half-Wasted Thud. 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 After years of silence, the morning bell once again resonated within the palace, awakening the entire edifice. In an era when the morning chimes heralded the dawn, some believed that the bell itself roused the sun, ushering in a new day. Unlike the gathering before the ancestral temple yesterday, today's toll was crisp and celebratory, imbued with a vibrant energy, as if heralding the arrival of a new epoch. The emperor is on his way. Qin Ming sat atop the imperial carriage, flanked by dozens of young eunuchs who cleared the path, escorting him towards the Xiantian Hall, the traditional venue for imperial deliberations. In just one day, the transformation was remarkable. Qin Ming felt a deep sense of reflection. Merely 2 days prior, he had been looked down upon, with eunuchs daring to insult him. Not a single concubine regarded him with any respect, treating him as though he were merely a decorative figure. However, following the events of the previous day, everything had changed. The entire palace now showed him profound reverence, and even the concubines actively sought his favor, proclaiming their service to Qin Ming as an unparalleled honor. Was it truly an honor? Qin Ming already knew the answer in his heart. Yet, there was no need to expose the truth. He now fully understood the notion of performative politics that ancient Chinese emperors often spoke of. Since these concubines chose to enter the palace, they belonged to him, Qin Ming. He could not allow them to leave, but neither could he genuinely fall in love with them, for their affections were not directed at him, but rather at his status as a ruler gradually seizing real power. Moron Han, when shall I turn over your card? In the depths of his heart, Qin Ming murmured softly. Moments later, the imperial carriage arrived at the Xiantian Grand Hall, where the ministers had long awaited. Qin Ming alighted from the carriage and strolled forward, making his way directly to the dragon throne. Long live the emperor! As Qin Ming settled into his seat, a thunderous wave of praise erupted from below, led by Grand Master Yu and Han Mao, who parted the ranks of civil and military officials to bow and pay their respects to Qin Ming with 3 prostrations and 9 kowtows. Though Grand Master Yu possessed formidable cultivation, he remained a civil servant, thus standing at the forefront of the scholars, followed closely by all the civil officials. The military officials, on the other hand, were led by Han Mao, a general appointed by Qin Ming himself, who had been loyal since the very beginning. Even his promotion to marshal elicited no dissent. The imperial relatives stood separately in a line, with Duke Zifeng at the forefront, his heart brimming with fervor as he recalled the grandeur of the late emperor's reign. "All ministers, rise," Qin Ming commanded. He did not allow himself to become complacent. Instead, his eyes narrowed slightly as he scanned the officials below. A cold glimmer flashed within his gaze, causing a shiver among the ministers. Did His Majesty harbor discontent with their homage? If I recall correctly, according to our dynasty's legal code, all officials of the 4th rank and above are required to attend the morning court. Excluding the imperial relatives, there should be 172 officials present today. Yet only 92 have arrived. Where are the remaining 80 officials? Have they all perished overnight? Qin Ming's voice emerged, cold and authoritative, prompting many ministers to tremble in fear, uncertain of how to respond. Why is there no one speaking? Qin Ming once again inquired, directing his gaze towards Yu Tianxiu. Master Yu, please take a moment to tally the attendees and compile a list for me. We must act at once. The ministers who had arrived below were nearly all intimidated by Qin Ming's formidable presence from the previous day. Even the prodigies of the Xinyuan sect had been retained by him, leading them to avoid provoking him at all costs. Upon witnessing Qin Ming's command to Master Yu to account for the numbers, they realized that Qin Ming was likely brewing yet another tempest, one that promised to be even more monumental than the last, threatening not only the royal palace but the entirety of the imperial city. I stated yesterday that during the morning court, not a single individual should be absent. To my surprise, so many are missing. Very well. If my words hold no weight in your eyes, then there is no need to continue. Everyone disperse, Qin Ming remarked with indifference, causing the assembly to collectively inhale sharply. Was Qin Ming truly contemplating the dismissal of 80 ministers? Some of the younger officials shimmered with determination in their eyes, despite the gradual decay of the court. There remained a few audacious and progressive youths. Their ranks were low, and due to the previous political structure, they found it challenging to ascend to the true decision-making echelon. Yet now, they sensed a glimmer of hope. Hearing Qin Ming's proclamation, one youthful minister immediately sought to engage in debate, but Qin Ming merely smiled in silence. Instead, another young official interjected, "Your words are misguided, Your Majesty. Your pronouncements are edicts, the will of heaven itself. Who dares to defy destiny? How audacious of you, a mere fledgling, to speak thus. I am a dignified 2nd-rank official, while you are but a 4th-rank clerk. I have served on this court for 60 years. Who grants you the audacity to address me in such a manner?" The venerable minister rebuked, yet the young official stood his ground. He cast a glance at Qin Ming's expression, as if he faintly comprehended Qin Ming's intentions, which bolstered his confidence. What of a mere 4th-rank clerk? In the court, we are all servants of the Emperor, obliged to share the burdens of His Majesty. You not only disregard the Emperor's decree, but also obstruct it. What are your true motives? Do you presume that your toil and achievements place you above the Emperor? The old minister had not anticipated such defiance from the young official. His countenance shifted, as though he had been publicly humiliated. He had served more than one emperor, though perhaps not on par with the illustrious families of the Yong and Yan. His power was considerable, yet to be confronted so boldly by a youth incited his ire. "Chui, I appoint you as the Minister of Personnel, concurrently holding the position of Deputy Prime Minister." Qin Ming personally conferred titles upon 4 chancellors, asserting that the Marquis of Zifeng was more than capable of fulfilling the role. "I humbly thank Your Majesty for your esteemed grace." The Marquis of Zifeng and the others knelt in reverence. "Han Mao, your merits require no elaboration. From this day forth, you are the first general of the Tianhua Dynasty. Ensure that you diligently cultivate a formidable army for me." Chapter 59. Within the minister's residence, Your Excellency. "Is it not unwise for us to forego attending the morning court?" inquired a middle-aged minister with a dark complexion, who was known for his prudence and was now increasingly concerned about potential repercussions. This was a blatant act of defiance against the Emperor, and the risks involved were considerable. "With such timidity, your courage is rather lacking. If you are afraid, go to court now. We shall not impede you." Another minister scoffed, asserting that their presence here was a testament to their stance. Indeed, there was no retreat left for them. They were loyal to the prime minister. And how audacious it was for the young emperor, having barely occupied the throne for a few days, to challenge him. Such presumption was utterly unfounded. When the prime minister was managing the affairs of state, the late emperor had only just ascended to the throne. What? At that moment, the reception hall truly became animated. Yet the expressions of the gathered officials were far from pleasant. Were they not the very civil and military officials who had not attended? They yearned to teach the young emperor a lesson, yet unexpectedly, Qin Ming dismissed them all, revealing who truly lacked dignity. All those absent were dismissed? A prominent minister found it hard to believe. This involved 80 ministers, half of the empire's esteemed officials. Wouldn't such dismissals plunge the court into chaos? Indeed, the imperial edict must now be circulating throughout the capital. The young emperor had instructed Grand Tutor Yu to compile a list, and all the esteemed officials were on it. The guard reported tremulously. Was the prime minister's name absent from that list? Oh, prime minister, this young emperor is nothing short of a thankless wretch. You supported him in his rise to power, and now, emboldened by a modicum of authority, he dares to turn against you. Such words, when spoken, seemed incredulous. Yet his shamelessness knew no bounds. A minister cried out in anguish. The prime minister had devoted countless years to the nation and its people. A fact well known throughout the dynasty, earning him universal reverence. Zhang Zhouquan felt both astonished and apprehensive, deeply realizing that he had consistently underestimated this young emperor. Even though he is already a formidable warrior at the martial monarch level, possessing the remarkable ability of harmony between heaven and man, and is thus invincible, he must not underestimate Qin Ming. Otherwise, he may suffer consequences. The struggle between them is, in fact, evenly matched, with neither party possessing a distinct advantage. It appears necessary to personally admonish this young emperor, for otherwise, he remains oblivious to the true heights of the world. Chapter 60. Dialogue. The communication crystal is a marvelous weapon that allows two or even multiple individuals to maintain constant contact. Its exorbitant cost means that only those of the highest standing within secluded sects can possess one, facilitating the exchange of information across different locations. This time, Jing Xiang's arrival in the secular realm is not merely for the sake of training. He seeks to acquire more intelligence to foster the growth of his sect. For over a millennium, no outstanding descendant has entered the sacred Yuan sect from the Tianhua Dynasty. While the prosperous dynasties continue to flourish, the declining ones rot away, leading to the present day. Were it not for the battle over 900 years ago, which severely injured the foundation of the Tianhua Dynasty against the Southern Chu Dynasty, resulting in the death of the emperor at that time and a significant blow to the royal family, the bloodline of combat would not have withered to this extent. Although the top-tier experts of the hidden sects are constrained by certain rules and cannot easily intervene, sending a peak martial monarch at a certain cost would suffice to control the situation of the Tianhua Dynasty. If not for the desire to avoid arousing Qin Ming's suspicions, perhaps Jing Xiang would not be the only one to come. Young Master Xiang, since we have broached this subject, I have a lingering doubt that I am uncertain whether it is appropriate to voice. Chapter 61. The king's ambition. There is no need for such formality between us. Qin Ming held Han Mao in high regard. Without Han Mao's contributions, he would not have achieved his current position. Han Mao had played a significant role in the overthrow of Chao Jinshan. I dare to ask your majesty for guidance on our next steps, Han Mao inquired respectfully. The next phase of our plan? You arrived just in time. Come with me and see, Qin Ming replied, rising to lead Han Mao into the inner chamber of the study. The room was relatively spacious, adorned with a map, specifically, a map of the Tianhua Dynasty. The original map merely outlined the general contours with black lines, as few warriors possessed expertise in this area. However, Qin Ming had spent the night marking it with various colors, enhancing its clarity and making the state of the dynasty immediately apparent. Yet, issuing an order to withdraw the fiefdoms would undoubtedly compel them to unite against the royal family, a matter that warranted careful consideration. Had Qin Ming entertained such thoughts? It was more than merely withdrawing the fiefdoms. A sharp glint shone in Qin Ming's eyes as he pointed to a vast expanse of land. Look here. What do you see? The withdrawal of fiefdoms and the reclamation of our homeland are essential actions. In addition to these, there are further ambitions I wish to pursue. With a subtle smile, Qin Ming continued, is it not time for a change in leadership in the Southern Shu? Boom. Han Mao felt his mind buzz. Was this truly their monarch? Qin Ming's gaze had already transcended the boundaries of the dynasty, focusing on the immensely powerful Southern Chu dynasty. Qin Ming unsheathed the Blood Emperor's sword, its tip aimed directly at the expanse of territories before him, as if delineating the regions he intended to command and incorporate into his dominion. Do you possess confidence, General Han? Qin Ming inquired with a smile. Your Majesty, wherever your sword's radiance points, that is where my Han family banner shall fly. Han Mao responded boldly. Excellent. To have a general of your caliber is indeed my fortune, as well as that of the nation. However, this endeavor will be a protracted one. It is not a task to be accomplished overnight. It will take longer than our efforts to eliminate Chao Jinshan, requiring a span of 10 to 20 years, Qin Ming lamented. Your Majesty is a dragon among men. Let me assure you, within 5 years, Who in this dynasty could possibly rival you? Han Mao declared with conviction, not merely flattering, but genuinely regarding Qin Ming in such a light. Presently, Qin Ming was but a step away from the Danfu realm. Could he not ascend to the Tianhe realm in 5 years? Once he achieved the status of a martial lord, he would be able to traverse this dynasty with impunity. For the martial prowess of the vassal lords scarcely differed from that of Chao Jin-chun, merely scattered and thus more laborious to subdue. The only formidable adversaries were the few ancient martial lords. They posed the greatest threat. We do not measure ourselves by length, but rather by the urgency of the moment. Qin Ming furrowed his brow, sensing the urgency of time. Therefore, the first task I require of you is to enhance your own strength. The second is to assemble a formidable army, an elite force capable of not only following me into battle across the lands, but also of overwhelming any adversaries. Are you able to accomplish this? Your Majesty, please rest assured. Han Mao will undoubtedly exert his utmost efforts, Han Mao said in a deep and resolute tone. Here are 3 ascending essence pills. Take them to enhance your cultivation to the mid-stage of the pill mansion realm. Qin Ming presented 3 third-grade ascending essence pills, leaving Han Mao overwhelmed with gratitude. Your Majesty's great kindness is beyond what I can repay, even at the cost of my life. Then strive to elevate your strength. For I shall require your assistance in expanding our territories, he continued. Qin Ming had vowed to pass the throne to Prince Yong. But this came with an unspoken condition. Prince Yong must remain alive. Should Prince Yong perish, it would not be seen as a betrayal of his promise. For a deceased individual cannot hold the throne. Thus, Qin Ming's initial focus fell upon the sphere of influence surrounding Prince Yong. This was a formidable challenge. If one lacked the necessary tenacity, they would not only fail to make progress, but might also suffer losses. If it were me, I would certainly choose to accompany my son. Remaining alone in the deep palace serves little purpose, Han Mao remarked, somewhat perplexed. If she were an ordinary woman, she would undoubtedly wish to live alongside her son, yet the situation was different for the esteemed consort Yong. One could not gauge her intentions through common reasoning. The two of them desired far more, and a mere princely title would hardly suffice. By staying within the palace, Consort Yong could better grasp the dynamics of the imperial city and serve as an informant for Prince Yong. Consort Yong herself possessed formidable strength. Ensuring her own safety without issue, Qin Ming analyzed. In the past month, Qin Ming has frequently interacted with the esteemed concubine Yong, a woman of remarkable intellect and foresight. Every action she undertakes is meticulously calculated to pave the way for Prince Yong, even if her assistance to him ultimately serves her own ambition for the throne. From the nuances in her words, he discerns her unwavering confidence in Prince Yong. She is utterly convinced that, should he wield power, he will undoubtedly quell the chaos of the realm and seize control of the entire dynasty, heralding a renaissance for the empire. Chapter 62. The troublesome concubines. After the removal of Chao Jin-chun, the system ceased to assign tasks to Qin Ming, leaving him somewhat disheartened and initially at a loss. However, he gradually came to understand that his life necessitates the continuous pursuit of individual objectives, which cannot solely be dictated by the system. Otherwise, he could never ascend to the status of a remarkable emperor. The system requires Qin Ming to establish his own goals. And based on the difficulty of these objectives and the effort he exerts, rewards will be granted upon the completion of tasks. Akin to the previous side missions he could randomly trigger for rewards. Yes, it is the empire. A gleam of determination sparkled in Qin Ming's eyes as a wealth of historical knowledge acquired in a past life flooded his mind. The rise and fall of dynasties serve as his lessons learned, and he is resolute in his ambition to forge a flourishing empire, reigning over the vast expanse of the world. Fueled by fervor, Qin Ming yearns to seize the moment and consult with Master Yu on strategic matters. Just then, a voice from outside announced the arrival of the noble Yun from Riyun Palace. The noble Yun? As Qin Ming's gaze flickered, he recognized that this was yet another daughter of a minister, possessing a beauty that rivaled the finest flowers. It was said that her temperament mirrored her father's humble nature, and he was taken aback by her initiative to seek him out today. I pay my respects to your majesty, she greeted. The enchanting Yun Guirin exuding a sweet and delightful charm, adorned with an alluring shyness that wafted a fragrant essence that stirred something within Qin Ming's heart. What brings you here, my beloved? Qin Ming inquired. Are you not aware of the rules of the imperial study? No consort may enter without an imperial decree. Did not your majesty grant me permission to enter? Yun Guirin replied with a melodic smile that tugged at the heartstrings. I yearn for my husband. Is it not a natural sentiment? Yearning for her husband, a common sentiment? Qin Ming chuckled inwardly, recognizing that she truly perceived him as a ruler enamored by beauty. This was indeed their first encounter. Yet Yun Guiran presented herself with the longing of a newlywed wife awaiting her husband's return. Coupled with her extraordinary beauty, such an expression seemed imbued with an innate allure, capable of ensnaring the hearts of many. Had he been an ordinary man, he might have succumbed to her charms. However, Qin Ming had no desire to act on such impulses. While release was necessary, indulgence in sensual pleasures was not to be entertained. Moreover, his keen eyes seemed to penetrate Yun Guiran's intentions, prompting him to suppress the fire within, maintaining his composure. Let us speak candidly. You are all my consorts, and I am your husband, yet I can only have one true wife, Qin Ming deliberately stated, emphasizing that only the empress would hold the rightful title of his spouse. The esteemed noble consorts, referred to more melodiously as imperial concubines, are, in the context of common households, merely secondary wives, lacking the status of a principal spouse. Since Emperor Qin Ming ascended the throne merely a month ago, according to the regulations established by the illustrious Emperor Wu of Qin, it is necessitated that a new sovereign must wait a full year post-coronation before bestowing the title of empress. Even if the emperor possesses a primary consort, she may only be recognized as an imperial noble consort until the completion of that year. Following this period, and contingent upon the emperor's judgment, she may then be formally named empress. During this year, the primary consort must endeavor to bear a son, for such an offspring would solidify her standing. Without progeny, her aspirations of becoming empress would be exceedingly dim. This stipulation reflects Emperor Wu's vision. The principal consort must produce heirs, for a mother is esteemed by her children, and her honor is derived from them. Consequently, throughout the ages, unless a reigning empress commits grave transgressions, the occurrence of a deposed empress is rare. For Emperor Qin Ming, discussions regarding the elevation of an empress are premature. Despite the fact that certain powerful officials have already orchestrated marriages for their daughters as concubines, some even being referred to as prospective empresses, the reality remains that true elevation to empress awaits the completion of his first year on the throne. The noble consort's deliberate reference to Qin Ming as her husband strikes him as a conventional tactic, devoid of novelty. In mentioning his wife, he seeks to remind the noble consort of her position, while simultaneously gauging whether she embodies the rumored modesty or harbors ulterior motives. Her professed desire for his favor resonates as insincere to Qin Ming. Your Majesty, the noble consort lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering and enchanting. Yet Qin Ming chose to disregard her further. The noble ladies of Yunnan and Guizhou, feeling discontented, ultimately retreated, for Qin Ming's stance was unmistakably clear. She saw no need to humiliate herself further. What is the source of the Grand Tutor's remarks? Qin Ming waved his hand, signaling the Grand Tutor to disregard such matters. He then commanded, any concubine in the inner palace who dares to disturb my discussions with the Grand Tutor regarding state affairs shall face execution. It must be said that Qin Ming's decree instantly silenced a number of concubines. However, they did not disperse but instead lingered outside the study, awaiting the conclusion of Qin Ming and the Grand Tutor's discourse. Why does this old man speak so incessantly, clinging to the emperor with his endless chatter? Outside the study, the elegant consort, standing under the scorching sun, fixed her gaze upon the study while muttering under her breath, hoping for a swift end to their conversation. Does he not realize that we, the empresses, are awaiting our audience? Another concubine lamented. They say he serves the late emperor. How can he be so oblivious? Lower your voices, esteemed ladies. The Grand Tutor is a favored official of His Majesty. Should he overhear, it would not bode well for either of you. A young eunuch cautioned from outside the door. What do we have to fear? We are the emperor's women, and he is merely a servant of the emperor. Must we concern ourselves with his sentiments? Upon hearing this, the concubines grew increasingly displeased, their agitation palpable. Inside the study, Qin Ming could only discern the cacophony from outside. Yet the Grand Tutor, possessing formidable hearing, caught every word uttered by the concubines. His face reddened with embarrassment. When had he ever been berated so thoroughly by a group of women? Did the Grand Tutor truly find the study too warm? Upon noticing the peculiar demeanor of Master Yu, Qin Ming inquired, is it not the imperial study that is too warm, but rather the oppressive heat outside? Is His Majesty not inclined to address this matter? Master Yu smiled wryly in response. Qin Ming immediately grasped the underlying meaning of Master Yu's words and replied with a chuckle, since you are aware of the discomfort outside, might you not linger a while longer within the imperial study? It was precisely because he recognized the troublesome nature of the women outside that Qin Ming had retained Master Yu's presence, preventing him from departing. However, Master Yu appeared increasingly restless. As the flames grow fiercer outside, my ability to leave diminishes. His Majesty's kind intentions are well understood. Certain matters are not of immediate urgency and can be reserved for tomorrow's morning audience, to be discussed with the 4 esteemed ministers. Lest they perceive that I am usurping their authority, Master Yu articulated. Very well, let it be so. You may retire to rest, Master Yu, Qin Ming conceded, albeit reluctantly. For Master Yu resided within the palace, making summons quite convenient. Moreover, Master Yu's reasoning was indeed sound, having assumed governance. It was imperative to involve court officials in matters of state. Concealing too many affairs from them would not foster unity. Chapter 63, A Moment of Dismay. Zhangxiu Palace. A realm of exquisite beauty and ethereal ambience, suffused with vibrant hues and shimmering light, resembled a celestial haven. Within its confines resided but one consort, Consort Han. At this moment, in Zhangxiu Palace, by the windowsill, the resounding voice of recitation echoed forth. A captivatingly beautiful woman reclined gracefully by the window, her long, elegant legs veiled in delicate gauze, tantalizingly discernible. That countenance is indeed breathtakingly exquisite, captivating the heart with but a single glance. This lady is none other than the illustrious Murong Han, renowned as the most talented woman in the imperial city. Miss, you are truly beautiful. Who in this harem could possibly compare? A maid exclaimed upon entering and beholding Murong Han's enchanting beauty. What is beauty worth if it cannot free me from this place? The noble consort sighed softly. In this world, if one lacks strength, even a consort remains merely a caged bird, unable to seize control of her own destiny. The young lady is already a mid-tier martial spirit. Should others discover this, they would surely be astounded. A mid-tier martial spirit at such a tender age is exceedingly rare. Those hidden sects would likely go mad upon hearing this, the maid remarked with a gentle smile. Shoo, this matter must remain confidential. It must not be spoken of until I ascend to the Tianyi realm. Furthermore, how many times must I remind you to address me as Consort Han? To avoid giving others cause for gossip? Murong Han instructed. Yes, Consort Han, the maid replied. I have heard that the other ladies of the harem have gone to the imperial study. Do you not wish to pay a visit, Consort Han? Murong Han slowly explained. You see through it all, my lady. Do you not think the throne of His Majesty is secure? The maid inquired curiously. That is difficult to ascertain. You know my judgment of character is usually quite astute, yet this Qin Ming eludes my understanding, Murong Han confessed, acknowledging her inability to see through him. Despite her keen insight. And there are still individuals whom you cannot perceive, my lady? It seems this emperor truly possesses an air of mystery. The maid remarked with a smile. What began as a jest sparked a glimmer of enlightenment in Murong Han, who subsequently exclaimed, Indeed, it is enigmatic. A prince once deemed a waste has ascended to such heights. If he harbors no secrets, who could possibly believe it? Yet even I do not comprehend the nature of his secret. Has he been concealing his talents all along, or has he truly undergone a metamorphosis within this past month? Logically, the former seems more probable. However, Murong Han recalled her previous encounters with Qin Ming, who at that time was still a prince, characterized by timidity, lackluster abilities, and an unwillingness to resist, traits that ought to define his true nature. This led Murong Han to harbor suspicions. Could Qin Ming's transformation genuinely have occurred within this fleeting month? Such a notion is astonishing. To progress from the first level of the Yuanwu realm to the 9th level of the spirit martial realm in merely a month is akin to the feats of a monstrous being. Thus, even Murong Han found Qin Ming exceedingly mysterious, her heart brimming with endless curiosity. Milady, will you not venture to see His Majesty? A maid inquired. Unable to restrain herself as she observed the denizens of the palace flocking towards Qin Ming, Murong Han smiled lightly. There is no need. Those with intent will naturally seek him out. He is surrounded by a throng of beauties, and I am but one among many. I shall focus on my own cultivation. Once my strength is sufficient, I will extricate myself from all of this and travel the world with you. Why not enter the hidden sect, milady? I have heard that it possesses an array of resources. With your talent, once you gain entry, would it not be akin to a fish leaping freely in the vast ocean, allowing you to become an unparalleled queen of your generation? The humble servant observes that the esteemed young Master Ziyang is indeed a paragon of virtue, trustworthy, and principled. Should Her Highness be able to unite with young Master Ziyang and showcase her own talents, it is likely that entering the sacred origin sect would pose no challenge. The maidservant begins to draft a match. While hidden sects offer their allure, they ultimately constrain one's freedom. The sky is vast for birds to soar, the sea boundless for fish to leap. Such liberties seem unattainable within a secluded sect. What this palace desires is freedom, not within the palace walls, nor confined by sects, but in the world at large. Morong Han rises and gazes out at the expanse of the heavens, pondering the worth of unparalleled talent and extraordinary cultivation. Without the freedom she yearns for, all is but a fleeting dream. It is said that after Master Yu departed, Qin Ming's nightmares commenced. The concubines surged into the imperial study, surrounding Qin Ming, leaving him in a state of bemusement. Your Majesty, do you still remember this humble servant? I am Ling Guiran. Last night, you were truly magnificent. I wonder if I served you well. Might I have the honor of attending to you again tonight? Ling Guiran, closest to Qin Ming, occasionally caressed him with her delicate, porcelain-like hands, leaving him flustered. No, Ling elder sister has already attended to His Majesty. Surely it is now my turn. Another concubine protested, pouting. What is the haste among you? As the esteemed Shu Fei, I must remind you of the hierarchy. It is only proper that I be the first to serve His Majesty. Shu Fei admonished the other concubines. Sister, your words are misguided. The matter of serving is at His Majesty's discretion. Do you wish to overstep your bounds? Forgive my impudence, but your actions diverge from established protocol. These concubines are certainly not to be underestimated. Even in the presence of those of higher rank, they remain fiercely competitive. Since we are to adhere to the rules, let us refrain from vying for the emperor's favor and allow him to choose. The gentle consort immediately retorted. As the afternoon wore on, Qin Ming felt overwhelmed, his mind buzzing with confusion. Why are there so many concubines? Had they all undergone training in the art of quarreling before entering the palace? Each of them possessed a remarkable talent for dispute, driving Qin Ming to the brink of escape. Dinner was no better. It resembled a royal banquet, with concubines of all ranks gathered, exchanging barbs and witty remarks that filled the air with tension. Seeking refuge, Qin Ming concocted an excuse to leave the imperial kitchen and wandered aimlessly through the palace, preferring any location that kept him from encountering those women. Isn't His Majesty dining with the concubines? Just then, a graceful figure approached Qin Ming, prompting him to smile wryly. You must have heard the gossip and are now mocking me. How could Chuaner dare to jest at His Majesty's expense? It's just that the elder sisters are exceedingly enthusiastic. I hadn't anticipated that even His Majesty would be unable to withstand their fervor. The one approaching was indeed Chuaner, who had been granted the title of princess on the day of Chao Jinxuan's removal, officially recognized as Qin Ming's imperial sister, and thus addressed the concubines as elder sisters. Originally timid, Chuaner had become more at ease in her speech after spending time with Qin Ming, and her recent elevation had emboldened her to tease him. Speaking of it brings nothing but tears. Qin Ming sighed. Come, let us visit your palace for a while. No. Chuaner quickly protested upon hearing this. Why is there no warm welcome for me? Qin Ming mused, increasingly vexed. Even Chuaner dares not let him enter? Not quite, however. Should the esteemed sisters learn of His Majesty's presence in Chuaner's palace, they would likely swarm, leaving no tranquility for Chuaner. She quickly waved her hand dismissively. Very well. I shall remain here to enjoy the cool breeze alone. Qin Ming rolled his eyes, deliberately turning his back to Chuaner, feigning annoyance. Although Chuaner's abode may not afford His Majesty a serene sanctuary, the imperial palace does harbor tranquil spots, she cheerfully remarked, as Chuaner grew more vivacious. Qin Ming perceived it as a positive development, yet at that moment, she seemed rather mischievous. He had never realized this little girl possessed such a cunning nature. He pondered silently and inquired, Where, pray tell, is this peaceful haven? It cannot possibly be at the residence of the esteemed consort Yong, for I find myself quite disinclined to see any woman, be they young or old. Does that imply His Majesty does not wish to see Chuaner either? Very well then. Should Chuaner take her leave, do not lament your missed opportunity, she teased, turning to depart toward her palace. Yet, Qin Ming grasped her arm, insisting, First, elucidate your thoughts before you leave. What do you consider peaceful? Are you truly curious, Your Majesty? Chuaner queried, a sly smile gracing her lips. Speak swiftly. Qin Ming playfully tapped her forehead, exclaiming, This little girl is in dire need of discipline. Chuaner, chastened by the gentle reprimand, relented. Very well then, let me inquire. Among the many concubines present today, is there anyone absent? Absent? Are you referring to Consort Yin? Upon the mention of absence, Qin Ming immediately thought of that woman, for he had personally brought about her demise. Forgetting was no easy feat. Could it be that Chuaner intended for him to seek refuge in Xian Palace? Your Majesty, Perhaps you should contemplate this further, Chuaner suggested, her eyes blinking innocently as she discreetly pointed in a certain direction. Suddenly, an image of grace appeared in Qin Ming's mind, prompting him to exclaim, "Why did you not remind me sooner?" "You did not inquire earlier," Chuaner replied, feeling aggrieved. However, before she could finish her explanation, Qin Ming had swiftly vanished from sight. Chapter 64. A glance. Qin Ming jogged for a while and soon arrived at Zhongshu Palace. After hesitating at the palace gate for a moment and ensuring no one was around, he knocked on the door. "Who is knocking at this late hour?" Huaxin, the maid of Consort Han, emerged and inquired while opening the door. "It is I," Qin Ming responded. "Ah, Your Majesty?" The moment Huaxin opened the palace door, she was taken aback. "This servant, Huaxin, pays her respects to Your Majesty." "What? Am I now a stranger in my own court?" Qin Ming lamented, feeling quite vexed by the stark contrast of the situation. No, that is not what I meant. It is merely that the consort is currently indisposed. And I was concerned that Your Majesty might have to wait, which would be disrespectful," Huaxin hastily clarified. "Consort Han is my favorite consort. What is the harm in waiting?" "Is she merely bathing?" "Perfect, for I have not bathed today either. Let us do so together." Upon noticing Huaxin's evasive demeanor, Qin Ming understood much more. It seemed that Consort Han's heart was not within the palace, otherwise she would not avoid an audience with the emperor. However, Qin Ming was resolute in his intention to win over this exceptionally talented beauty. If conventional methods proved ineffective, he might as well resort to a more audacious approach, as it could yield unexpected results. "What is your name?" Qin Ming casually inquired, glancing at the maid who had been following him closely. "I am called Huaxin," the maid replied. "A lovely name. Did your lady bestow it upon you?" Qin Ming asked. "How does Your Majesty know?" Huaxin was taken aback. "It was the young lady herself who named me when I entered the Murong household. Indeed, she was a woman of exceptional talent. Even the name of her maid was chosen with great care," Qin Ming mused internally. He then inquired, "Which chamber does your lady reside in?" As soon as Huaxin pointed, she regretted it. After all, this was the emperor, a newly empowered ruler, and what could a mere maid dare to say? "Is it just the two of you in the Zhongshu Palace?" Upon entering, Qin Ming observed that the palace was remarkably secluded, devoid of any other eunuchs or maids, save for Huaxin. "Generally speaking, yes. When I find myself overwhelmed, I request the Ministry of Internal Affairs to send assistance. My lady enjoys tranquility and has little to attend to, with meals being quite simple, hence we suffice with just the two of us," Huaxin explained. A preference for solitude and simple fare, this hardly aligns with the demeanor of a lady from the Murong family, Qin Ming chuckled, elevating his regard for Murong Han. "Are there no guards here?" Qin Ming inquired further, noting that the inner palace traditionally prohibited guards from roaming freely. However, since various prominent families had married their daughters into the palace, they would invariably send some formidable individuals for protection, be they eunuchs or guards. The empress had declared such precautions unnecessary, asserting that should a truly powerful figure enter, the young lady would be incapable of handling the situation alone, rendering those guards ineffective. Huaxin recounted the empress's original words, which illuminated Qin Ming's thoughts. It appeared that the empress, Consort Han, was not only exceptionally beautiful and talented but also possessed formidable strength, at least that of a martial spirit. Such a young martial spirit from the Danfu realm could indeed cause reverberations throughout the entire dynasty. "Very well, you may wait here." Qin Ming gestured for Huaxin to withdraw. Huaxin's expression flickered with hesitation, wishing to speak, yet with Qin Ming having issued his command, she found herself unable to voice her thoughts. Within the chamber, the dim light cast a warm glow as Murong Han luxuriated in a fragrant bath strewn with petals. The mist danced around her, revealing her exquisite form intermittently, akin to the most breathtaking scenery in the mortal realm. Water droplets glided down her flawlessly sculpted cheek, imparting an extraordinary allure. Her perceptive eyes, usually keenly aware of worldly affairs, now shimmered with a hint of softness, invoking a protective instinct in those who beheld her. Only in such moments could Murong Han shed her metaphorical armor, allowing the warm water to envelop her, relishing a fleeting joy. "Isn't this Zhongshu Palace my domain?" Qin Ming boldly pushed open the door, causing Murong Han's pupils to constrict slightly. "Your Majesty?" "Indeed, it is I," Qin Ming affirmed with a nod. "This impudent girl, not even informing me of your arrival." Murong Han secretly cursed, yet she did not forget her manners, bowing to Qin Ming and saying, "I, Murong Han, pay my respects to Your Majesty." "No need for such formality," Qin Ming replied, glancing at Morong-Han. "Where should I sit?" "Your Majesty, please take the esteemed seat," Morong-Han said as she rose and prepared a chair for him. With graceful composure, she donned a temporary outer garment that could not fully conceal her figure. Her exquisite legs occasionally swayed, causing Qin Ming to steal glances, captivated by this rare beauty. "Indeed, the consort Han is a vision of unparalleled charm," he sincerely praised. "Your Majesty exaggerates. Among 3,000 beauties, I am but the least remarkable," Morong-Han replied coolly, casting a disapproving glance at him. How bold of the Emperor to dare peep at her. "In my heart, no one can compare to consort Han," Qin Ming exclaimed uncontrollably. In truth, from the very first moment he laid eyes on her, he was profoundly mesmerized. She seemed to possess the essence of the entire world, radiating brilliance even amidst the throng of palace beauties, leaving the others feeling inadequate in her presence. "Is your Majesty so flattering to every consort? No wonder so many sisters are reluctant to leave your side," Morong-Han jested. "Why must consort Han mock me?" Qin Ming sighed, as thoughts of those other consorts filled his mind with frustration. Compared to Morong-Han, those women appeared somewhat superficial, lacking the inner grace and poise she embodied. "How has this become a jest at your Majesty's expense? Your Majesty commands the 4 seas, possessing great talent and strategy. It is only natural for many ladies to admire your Majesty. However, I have been unwell these past few days and have failed to pay my respects." "Which is indeed my fault," Morong-Han said slowly. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. Morong-Han's succinct remarks conveyed an abundance of meaning. Within the Tianhua Dynasty, who is unaware that the entire nation is already in disarray? Morong-Han's assertion that Qin Ming commands the 4 seas is undoubtedly a form of irony, mocking Qin Ming for focusing his attention on women rather than governing the state. Her subsequent words subtly rejected Qin Ming, hinting that it was time for him to depart. "Since my beloved consort is unwell, I shall not intrude." Qin Ming discerned the underlying message in Morong-Han's tone and naturally chose not to linger and become a nuisance. "I humbly bid you farewell, your Majesty." Morong-Han rose to see him off, her demeanor remaining cold yet impeccably courteous. However, just as Qin Ming was about to leave the room, he turned back and asked, "Han Fei, may I call you honor?" Morong-Han's heart skipped a beat, as if a delicate string had been plucked. Qin Ming's gaze was so tender at that moment, devoid of the arrogance he had displayed before the ancestral temple, and free from his earlier insouciance. Filled only with profound affection capable of melting Morong-Han's icy heart in an instant. "Yes," Morong-Han inhaled deeply, nodding gently. Satisfied, Qin Ming declared, "Honor, I shall return." With that, he stepped away, vanishing into the depths of Zhongxiu Palace, leaving Morong-Han momentarily stunned. Which version of him is the true one? Truly, your Majesty is enigmatic, Morong-Han murmured, increasingly perplexed by the enigmatic young emperor. Even with her keen intellect, she could not fathom the thoughts concealed within Qin Ming's heart. Once a woman begins to harbor curiosity towards a man, she embarks on an irrevocable journey, particularly for someone as astute as Morong-Han. Upon realizing there exists someone she cannot decipher, she devotes even greater effort to unravel his thoughts. By the time she comprehends the situation, it might be too late to turn back. "Your Highness, did His Majesty happen to witness something he should not have?" Hua Xin entered with a playful smile. "You insolent girl, what could he possibly see? Moreover, you are well aware that His Majesty has arrived, yet you failed to announce it. Are you deliberately trying to make a fool of me?" Morong-Han retorted, her irritation evident. "Your Highness, please do not be angry. It was His Majesty's command that I remain silent. What could I do? I am equally in despair," Hua Xin lamented, her pitiful demeanor softening Morong-Han's ire. "Very well, you may withdraw for now. I too require rest." Chapter 65. The harsh truth. It is time to step into the realm of the Dan house. In the secluded chamber of the palace, Qin Ming murmured. For several consecutive days, he had devoted his days to state affairs and nights to cultivation. Without the company of any concubines, wholly focused on his path of enlightenment. After days of diligent management, the court had become increasingly orderly. With the 4 ministers collaborating exceptionally well, particularly the Marquis of Zifeng, who fully utilized his talents to rally the royal relatives in the pursuit of fortifying the Qin dynasty. In the present day, Qin Ming has truly ascended to the pinnacle of the spirit martial realm, standing on the threshold of the Dan Mansion realm, with one foot almost crossing into that domain. Yet, the other foot remains stubbornly anchored, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Of course, He could pursue the eradication of martial spirits to gain vitality points, thus facilitating his advancement directly into that realm. However, Qin Ming is disinclined to take such a path. Firstly, there are no formidable foes to vanquish recently, and he cannot resort to indiscriminate violence. Secondly, he yearns to break through this realm through his own efforts, for only then can he truly wield his power. Even if his spiritual body were to perish, it would not endanger his true self. Yet should his true self fall, the spiritual body would dissipate as well. Qin Ming's expression flickered as he contemplated the myriad mysteries of the Dan Mansion realm, where a spiritual body could be generated, rivaling the strength of the true self. Moreover, unless one possesses profound knowledge of the true self, they might never discern the existence of the spiritual body. The system added an explanation. Then why is it that the martial spirits I have encountered in this imperial city have never manifested their spiritual bodies? Qin Ming pondered. Others might conceal this from him, but Yu Tianqiu and Han Mao surely would not. They must not have cultivated a spiritual body themselves. This inquiry leads us back to the era of the primordial beginning. Perhaps you have gleaned from the text within the palace what the primordial beginning era entails, an epic that marks the genesis of this era and the birth of the current cultivation system. A time when martial arts flourished remarkably, and numerous formidable beings akin to the Qin Wu Emperor existed. A sudden jolt coursed through Qin Ming's heart. The Taichu era truly represented a time of unparalleled prosperity. The great Emperor Qin Wu, renowned for his unmatched prowess, was merely one among many formidable beings of that epoch. It is evident what a resplendent age it was. During the Taichu period, heroes emerged in droves, emperors vied for supremacy. And there were those who could stand alone against the ages, devouring mountains and rivers with their might. Legendary figures were said to move stars and pluck the moon from the sky, illuminating the world with their brilliance. The system's tone bore a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of a living fossil that had witnessed the ebb and flow of time, stirring a deep yearning within Qin Ming. To be born in such a remarkable era would undoubtedly ignite a fervor in one's blood. In contrast, the subsequent ages paled in comparison to Taichu. The chaotic ancient period, true to its name, was engulfed in flames of war, an incessant struggle that plunged the world into turmoil. The final battle bifurcated the realm into the upper realm and the lower realm. The distinction between the upper and lower realms began to dawn upon Qin Ming. Could it be that the shift in the world's order rendered warriors incapable of nurturing their spiritual essence? No, the change in order was not the crux of the matter. Rather, the devastation of that final battle had sealed a formidable calamity within the lower realm, leading to a severe depletion of its vital energy. The remaining powerful beings confined the lower realm, designating it as a secluded paradise, the upper realm. The upper realm flourished with abundant vital energy, akin to a fully developed, independent world. The descendants of those mighty beings established their sects in the upper realm, proclaiming themselves as hidden sections. Moreover, some ancient families remained concealed, their power even more formidable. Qin Ming's expression flickered as he finally comprehended the emergence of the hidden sections. They had secluded themselves within the upper realm, isolated from the lower realm. No wonder they appeared as if transcending the mortal plane. Perceiving those of the earthly realm as mere ants, this elucidated the distinction between the upper and lower realms. Are you suggesting that the upper realm has gradually evolved into a self-contained microcosm? If that is the case, the regulations of the upper realm must have also transformed, rendering the formidable beings of the hidden sects incapable of easily traversing the barriers to descend to the lower realm. Qin Ming, possessing extraordinary insights, immediately contemplated numerous possibilities upon hearing the system's explanation. Indeed, if individuals from the lower realm are sufficiently powerful, they can ascend to the upper realm. However, for those from the upper realm, particularly the formidable beings beyond the first heaven realm, crossing the barriers proves to be exceedingly difficult. This has further resulted in the upper realm's inability to whimsically dictate the changes within the lower realm. For nearly 10 millennia, the connection between the two realms has been sparse, typically relying on the peak cultivators of the Dan Mansion realm to serve as messengers. Though warriors of the first heaven realm could theoretically descend, the costs involved are prohibitive, the system elaborated. Individuals from the lower realm can indeed ascend to the upper realm? Qin Ming thought of Emperor Qin Wu. Could it be that Emperor Qin Wu is also in the upper realm? It is difficult to ascertain. Perhaps he resides in the upper realm or has transcended it entirely. The system could not provide a definitive answer. The era of ancient chaos was immensely protracted. Even in the lower realm, it is likely that more than one warrior of the first heaven realm emerged. If they all ascended to the upper realm, How prosperous must that realm be? Qin Ming sighed. Indeed, the upper realm is exceptionally prosperous today. Although the top-tier powerhouses may not compare to those of the chaotic ancient times, formidable beings, including martial lords and those of even higher ranks, remain abundant. The system, too, reflects on this. Your profound understanding of both the upper and lower realms begs the question, might it stem from the creation of a great being from the upper realm? Qin Ming suddenly found himself intrigued by the origins of the system. You mentioned the upper realm and the hidden sects. Could it be that martial artists are unable to nurture their spiritual bodies due to their influence? A sense of urgency gripped Qin Ming as he felt he was inching closer to the truth. Indeed, it is related. As I previously noted, the upper realm is gradually losing its grip on the lower realm. You are aware that the lower realm is vast and boundless, filled with countless empires and kingdoms. Each of those hidden sects governs multiple dynasties and states. When they realize they can no longer maintain absolute control over the lower realm and that numerous powerful beings are emerging, what course of action will they take? Following the established tactics of those in power, they will likely seek to draw the strongest from the lower realm to the upper realm, thereby weakening the overall strength of the lower realm, allowing the pinnacle martial spirits of the hidden sects to dominate it. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ming spoke. Indeed, this is also the approach taken by the upper realm. Thousands of years ago, they expended great resources to dispatch unparalleled powerhouses who eradicated the methods of nurturing martial spirits in the lower realm. Lacking these nurturing techniques, it has become significantly more challenging for individuals in the lower realm to transcend to the realm of unity with heaven and man. Moreover, when comparing martial spirits of the same realm, those nurtured within the upper realm possess an undeniable superiority over their counterparts in the lower realm. Chapter 66. Third Order Array Master. Is there truly no dynasty or kingdom capable of overthrowing the dominion of the hidden sects? Moreover, what of the great Emperor Qin Wu? A figure of immense power, does he remain oblivious to the actions of these hidden sects? Qin Ming pondered in confusion. In the lower realms, there exist numerous formidable dynasties and kingdoms, undoubtedly giving rise to prodigious talents that could rival even the invincible beings of the primordial era, such as the great Emperor Qin Wu. However, many among them have not contemplated the overthrow of the hidden sect's authority. Conversely, they have chosen to enter these sects for cultivation, thus ensuring unwavering support for their descendants. The great Emperor Qin Wu is an exception. However, it is rumored in the upper realms that he once engaged in combat with the supreme deity of the hidden sects, ultimately retreating and vanishing without a trace. The system's words left Qin Ming in a prolonged silence. Could the hidden sects truly possess such formidable strength that even the great Emperor Qin Wu felt compelled to flee, unable to dismantle their reign? According to my information, the upper realms still harbor the presence of other powerful emperors, some having attained their exalted status millennia ago, while others from the chaotic ancient times persist into this era. For the lower realms, a single emperor may dominate for thousands of years, yet within the upper realms, multiple emperors can coexist within the same epoch. Though the lower realms are deficient in spiritual energy and lack methods for nurturing spirits, should a genius of unprecedented caliber emerge, their prospects would not pale in comparison to the adept of the upper realms. In fact, they may even surpass them. The system remarked. Qin Ming nodded. Fully aware of this, after all, the great Emperor Qin Wu serves as a prime example. Geniuses nurtured in the most adverse environments possess unparalleled combat prowess. Those of extraordinary caliber from the lower realms, upon ascending to the higher realms, will, with a mere adjustment, prove themselves no less formidable than the foremost champions of the upper echelons. It is essential to note that this pertains to true prodigies, not the feeble-minded. One day, they shall ascend to the upper realms to unveil the true countenance of those self-proclaimed reclusive sections. Qin Ming's voice dripped with cold disdain. The upper realms' denizens may deem themselves as hidden sects, yet are they truly concealed from the world? Were it not for the barriers separating the two realms, they would have undoubtedly dispatched their formidable beings to establish dominion over the lower realms long ago. This dialogue has profoundly impacted Qin Ming, broadening his horizons beyond the four seas and nations to the vast expanse of the sky, the upper realm. One cannot deny the worth of the 3,000 yuan stones. He has gleaned invaluable insights and formed a daring hypothesis. If his conjecture holds true, many of his previous strategies will require alteration due to increased risks. Name your price. How many yuan stones for the method of nurturing the spiritual body? Qin Ming inquired, gradually acclimating to the system's mercantile nature. You've made progress. But this time I shall not deceive you. The method for nurturing the spiritual body resides within the true martial emperor classic. Once you attain the Danfu realm and qualify for the cultivation of the Emperor's Danfu scroll, you shall gain access to it. The system replied with a hint of indifference. The true martial emperor classic is an imperial-level technique, untouched by the alterations of the upper realm, and indeed contains the method for nurturing the spiritual body. Moreover, the formidable essence cultivated by the Emperor Qin Wu's classic is certainly incomparable to an ordinary spirit. Upon hearing the system's words, Qin Ming sighed in relief. Realizing he could save some resources, I shall now endeavor to break through to the Danfu realm, striving to unlock the Imperial Classic's Danfu scroll as soon as possible. Qin Ming declared, his eagerness palpable. The spirit possesses myriad advantages, and he could hardly contain his anticipation. Yet, haste makes waste. Should you find it challenging to penetrate the Danfu realm in a brief period, it is entirely normal. At times, enlightenment may come in an instant, akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, while at other times, one may toil for a millennium before achieving stability. Rushing may lead to adverse outcomes. The system, akin to a sagacious mentor, imparted wisdom to Qin Ming, prompting a sudden realization. Perhaps, excessive fixation would lead him astray, hindering his breakthrough and leaving him utterly exhausted. Perhaps I could approach this from another angle. Qin Ming mused inwardly, then addressed the system. Procure some array patterns for me. I wish to delve into their study. Exploring the path through array patterns and drawing parallels could prove beneficial. The system immediately comprehended Qin Ming's intent, yet it did not easily acquiesce. You are now capable of commencing your training in second-tier array patterns, but acquiring them will come at a considerable cost. Name your price, you unscrupulous merchant. Qin Ming retorted disdainfully. As an emperor, it would be a laughingstock if he could not afford even second-tier array patterns. Initially, the system felt somewhat frigid, even posing a risk of self-destruction, leaving Qin Ming with a sense of coldness. However, as time passed, he began to perceive the system as possessing its own intelligence, revealing a more nuanced, less unfeeling nature. In the past, the system had provided Qin Ming with exceptional guidance. Suddenly, the system unleashed a plethora of second-tier array symbols, leaving Qin Ming utterly bewildered. Enough is enough. Are you trying to extort me? I demand a refund. With that, Qin Ming began to delve into the realm of second-tier array symbols. These second-tier symbols, essentially intricate sigils, could evolve into formidable formations through continuous refinement, wielding immense power. The most advanced second-tier formations could ensnare even the pinnacle of spirit martial realm experts. For Qin Ming, it was imperative to elevate his mastery of array symbols to a level commensurate with his martial arts. Otherwise, this secondary vocation would be rendered utterly futile. He contemplated extensively. Realizing that his future might not lie within the confines of the Tianhua Empire, the world was vast, and he was undoubtedly destined to explore it. Should his proficiency in formations reach sufficient heights, he could sustain himself through this craft, as a skilled master of formations would be highly sought after wherever he roamed. Second-tier array symbols were significantly more complex than their first-tier counterparts, almost as if they were composed of countless first-tier symbols. However, it was not merely a simple amalgamation. The intricacies involved numerous variations that required meticulous deconstruction to comprehend the origins and connections of each line. Even the simplest of second-tier array symbols posed a formidable challenge for Qin Ming, who spent an entire night attempting to discern their composition. As dawn broke, his efforts bore fruit, and the second-tier formation came to life, with fireballs rolling and whizzing through the air, as if on the brink of eruption at any moment. The simplest second-tier array techniques demand an immense amount of my energy. I can only imagine the effort required for the most advanced second-tier formations. Qin Ming gazed at the second-tier array, feeling a slight headache. Beyond the second tier lie the third and fourth tiers, and the power of formations at such levels would undoubtedly be formidable, yet the costs incurred would be unfathomable. Over the subsequent nights, Qin Ming devoted himself to the study of formations, sensing that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. The Great Path encompasses myriad routes leading to the same destination. The art of formations is intricately linked to martial arts. Qin Ming harbored a premonition that he might first ascend to the rank of a third-tier array master before stepping into the realm of the Dan Mansion. Jing Xiang maintained a low profile within the imperial palace, seemingly becoming Qin Ming's guardian. He exhibited no unusual behavior, and it appeared he had no intention of breaking through. Given his innate talent, it should be a natural progression for him to advance into the Dan Mansion realm. In recent days, Master Yu chose to enter seclusion. Qin Ming visited the Master Yu's residence, and, upon carefully sensing the atmosphere of the secluded chamber, confirmed that Master Yu had likely consumed a cleansing elixir. Shedding his former self, revitalized, and began to strive for the level of a martial monarch in the Tianhua realm. Soon, nearly a month had elapsed. This marked Qin Ming's second month in the 3,000 realms, and compared to his initial arrival, this month had been considerably more favorable, as if everything were progressing towards a brighter future. Nevertheless, Qin Ming remained vigilant. Beneath the calmest waters may lurk the most perilous undercurrents, and a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. At long last, the birthday of the esteemed Empress Dowager Yong arrived, as anticipated. After several days of diligent cultivation, Qin Ming emerged with sparkling eyes that seemed to harbor the tempestuous energy of wind and thunder. He could now be regarded as a master of the third order in the art of formations. The continuous days of practice had enabled Qin Ming to firmly step into the realm of the third order in his mastery of array symbols. Although his skills remained somewhat unsteady, this advancement was indeed a commendable achievement. However, progressing beyond the third order proved to be a formidable challenge, with each step forward fraught with difficulty. At this juncture, he could only be considered a novice in the early stages of the third order, and without prolonged and arduous effort, further enhancement would be elusive. This day marked the birthday celebration of the Empress Dowager Yong. Days prior, Qin Ming had issued a decree stating that due to the Empress Dowager's significant contributions in quelling rebellious factions, her birthday would be celebrated in accordance with the protocols set forth by the Empress Dowager. This announcement seemed to provide both her and Emperor Yongzheng with a sense of reassurance, alleviating their fears that Qin Ming might turn against them, especially considering his current command over substantial military forces. Should he choose to act against the Yong family, he could easily do so, even if he bore resentment. Could he truly betray his own oath? It is said that destiny governs such matters. Ordinary individuals seldom dare to flout the sacred oaths sworn to heaven and earth, let alone an emperor. Those who ascend to the throne are imbued with the mandate of heaven, and to act contrary to one's promises would invite divine retribution. The Empress Dowager had witnessed Qin Ming's vow firsthand, and there was no trace of reluctance in his demeanor. Nevertheless, one must not remain idle. Qin Ming must be eliminated. Emperor Yongzheng remained uneasy and harbored a profound wariness towards Qin Ming. This young man possesses remarkable intelligence. Should he willingly relinquish the throne, I believe it prudent to spare his life, allowing him to live as a leisurely prince within the imperial city under careful watch. However, if he chooses to court his own demise and resist, then he must be eliminated. The favored concubine of Yong displays a glint of cold determination in her gaze, resolute in her decision. His rapid advancement in cultivation is concerning. If he grows too swiftly and becomes unmanageable, it would be wise to eliminate him sooner rather than later. Yongzheng adheres to his perspective, stating that it is acceptable, yet he cannot be overtly slain. It must be done discreetly. After a moment of contemplation, the favored concubine accepts that to safeguard the position of Prince Yong, certain unavoidable actions must be taken. What preparations has Sheng made? Yongzheng inquires, referring to Qin Sheng. The name of Prince Yong. Are you still worried about Shenger? I have received his confidential report. He will enter the city today. He commands an army of hundreds of thousands, having trained a formidable force through years of southern and northern campaigns, ready to march toward the imperial city at any moment. He is coming. A sudden jolt of anxiety courses through Yongzheng, prompting him to promptly forget his previous remarks to avoid any potential missteps. Your Grace, I have come to pay my respects, Qin Ming announces as he steps in, bowing to the favored concubine. Yongzheng intends to return the gesture, but Qin Ming smiles and says, "No need for such formalities, my lord." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Yongzheng replies with a resonant voice. "It is indeed fortuitous for Lord Yong to be present here. Since my ascension to the throne, I have longed for an opportunity to converse with Lord Yong. However, circumstances have not favored such an encounter until now. There are matters I wish to discuss with both the esteemed imperial concubine Yong and Lord Yong." Qin Ming smiled courteously, devoid of any pretense. "Your Majesty is too kind. The affairs of the realm have kept me preoccupied, and I have failed to pay my respects to you." "Which is my oversight," Yongzheng promptly replied, suppressing his desire to eliminate Qin Ming, knowing that such intentions must remain concealed at this juncture. In the nascent days of the new dynasty, it would indeed be disappointing if Lord Yong found himself without purpose. Qin Ming responded with a smile. Yet the expression on his face gradually hardened as he sighed. Before engaging in state affairs, I truly had no comprehension of the arduous nature of governance. Upon reflection, I often feel ill-suited for the role of emperor. The scenic landscapes and picturesque vistas of our realm have gone unappreciated by me. How I wish to relinquish these burdens and traverse the world. Qin Ming's words ignited a spark of hope in the eyes of the young siblings, suggesting that he had not forgotten his vows and was even broaching the subject proactively. It seemed they would not need to exert excessive effort to seize the throne. Despite their inner rejoicing, Yong Zhenghe maintained his composure and remarked, "Your Majesty has eliminated treacherous elements for the good of the nation, purged the court, and brought to justice those responsible for the late emperor's demise. Each of these accomplishments is truly commendable. In my humble opinion, Your Majesty is the unequivocal choice for the throne." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's heart harbored a cold smirk. Yong Zhenghe was merely feigning innocence while harboring a clear desire to usurp his throne, cloaking his intentions in a facade of righteousness. These tasks are merely trifles. Any of the imperial brothers occupying this position could accomplish them, and perhaps even with greater finesse, such as Prince Yong. A glimmer of profound meaning flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. Upon hearing his words, the expression on noble consort Yong's face remained largely unchanged, seemingly tranquil. Yet the breath of Yongzheng grew noticeably rapid, as though Qin Ming had unveiled his innermost thoughts. In truth, Qin Ming had indeed struck a chord within him. He and noble consort Yong had conspired for quite some time, exerting both influence and effort to assist Qin Ming. Ultimately, with the hope that Prince Yong would inherit the empire, they appeared to be supporting Qin Ming. Yet their true intent was to clear the path for Prince Yong through his hands. Sheng is dull-witted, lacking even a fraction of Your Majesty's brilliance. Noble consort Yong remarked with a smile, unfazed by Qin Ming's few words. This statement from noble consort Yong was indeed a falsehood. Prince Yong's capabilities were renowned. In years past, the late emperor favored him most, having declared on multiple occasions his intention to appoint Prince Yong as the crown prince. Alas, it was the treachery of Chao Jinshun and concubine Xiao that led to the untimely demise of the late emperor. Had it not been for their machinations, Prince Yong would undoubtedly be the one ascending to the throne now. Surely, noble consort does not wish to see me suffer divine retribution? Your Majesty is a dragon among men. How could you possibly incur heavenly wrath? She replied, cautioning against jest. However, I remain uncertain of Shinger's ambitions. In my view, it is most fitting for Your Majesty to assume the throne. After all, the current Grand Tutor and several esteemed officials all heed Your Majesty's command. The noble consort Yong appeared to be dissuading Qin Ming from relinquishing his position. Yet she inadvertently touched upon a crucial point. The backbone of the court comprises individuals loyal to Qin Ming. Should he abdicate, they may not acquiesce quietly. The consort's concerns seem unwarranted. The Grand Tutor and the Chancellor are both esteemed officials who have served multiple emperors. As long as a scion of the Qin family occupies the dragon throne, it is believed they would harbor no objections. Furthermore, the talents of Prince Yong far surpass my own. His martial accomplishments are remarkable and his capabilities exceptional. It is only fitting that I yield the throne to such merit. Ensuring the Qin family's reign flourishes, let us refrain from further discourse on this matter. I trust that Prince Yong will shoulder this monumental responsibility for the sake of the realm, Qin Ming articulated earnestly. Let us wait until Sheng arrives in the capital to discuss this further. The noble consort Yong feigned indifference. Prince Yong shall arrive at the imperial city today to celebrate your birthday, revered consort. He is a devoted son and will surely not arrive late. I implore you not to decline this occasion. I do not seek to bestow any benefits upon him. This imperial throne bears down upon me like a great mountain, stifling my very breath. Our dynasty is in disarray, and only an extraordinary figure like Prince Yong can restore order. Do you wish for me to beg for your consent? Qin Ming's countenance began to betray his growing displeasure. At this moment, Yongzheng interjected, "We are your loyal subjects, Your Majesty, and it is our duty to alleviate your burdens. Since your decision is resolute, we shall refrain from further objections. Rest assured, we shall not disappoint you. If all could share the weight of governance like Lord Yong, the realm would find its stability once more." Qin Ming appeared to be quite pleased as he rose to his feet. "I have allowed all my royal brothers to enter the imperial city, primarily to announce the ascension of Prince Yong to the throne. I truly have little desire to manage state affairs. This realm shall be entrusted to Prince Yong. My only wish is to live as a peaceful prince, leisurely wandering amidst the mountains and rivers. Your Majesty will undoubtedly have your wishes fulfilled." Chapter 68. assigning tasks as Qin Ming prepared to depart. He left behind a vial of antidote for the noble consort Yong, a remedy for the soul-destroying powder that could completely neutralize its toxicity. Upon consuming it, Consort Yong immediately felt a significant relief. It was as if all the poison within her had been purged, and she no longer had cause for concern. Sister, do you believe the words of this young emperor? After Qin Ming's departure, Yong Jinghe turned to Consort Yong and inquired. Just moments ago, Qin Ming had adopted a very humble demeanor, willingly relinquishing the throne, which made Yong Jinghe feel that the world had come to him far too easily, almost unrealistically. Does it matter whether he is credible or not? What truly matters is that this realm will soon be in our hands. Even if he harbors other intentions, he cannot defy destiny. Consort Yong remained remarkably composed, as if she had everything under control, with nothing to worry about. You are right, dear sister. Regardless of his thoughts, they are no longer significant. I shall leave the palace now to meet with those who are assisting Shinger. After speaking, Yong Jinghe hurriedly exited, eager to connect with Prince Yong's supporters. After waiting so many years, the throne has ultimately come to my Shinger. Alone in her chamber, Consort Yong burst into hearty laughter. For the day had finally arrived. She had not anticipated that the Grand Tutor would come personally. Upon encountering Yu Tianxiu, Qin Ming was filled with immense joy. He had merely summoned the Zifeng Marquis and Han Mao, yet unexpectedly, Master Yu had emerged from seclusion and joined them. This revelation was a delightful surprise for Qin Ming. It is fortuitous that I have emerged from seclusion just in time to offer my assistance to His Majesty. I am thoroughly content, Yu Tianxiu remarked with a smile. When I received the confidential report from His Majesty, Master Yu was emerging from his retreat, fully aware that significant responsibilities would soon be entrusted to him. He hastened to accompany me without even stabilizing his cultivation. Zifeng Marquis interjected. Indeed, there are considerable duties at hand, Qin Ming responded, his expression growing solemn. The three individuals before him were undoubtedly his trusted confidants. Even without explicit statements from Qin Ming, they could surmise his intentions, which certainly pertained to matters of great importance. Otherwise, they would not have come secretly. Is this related to the birthday celebration of the Empress Dowager Yong? Han Mao inquired. Precisely. In recent days, several princely family members have entered the imperial city, all of whom are my royal brothers, the direct offspring of the late emperor. Only the young king is yet to arrive, and then the assembly will be complete, Qin Ming replied coolly. These princes have been relatively well behaved, refraining from causing trouble and remaining in their lodgings. However, it is evident that the number of martial experts in the imperial city has significantly increased, with many being mid-stage martial spirits and even some high-stage martial spirits, likely in relation to these princes, Zifeng Marquis acknowledged. Yet, the most pressing concern remains the young king. His fief is in close proximity to the imperial city. His advanced troops could reach here within a day. Rumor has it that he commands an elite force of 500,000 and harbors unyielding ambitions for the throne. Should he find an opportunity, he is unlikely to content himself with being a mere subject. I have received confidential reports indicating that the armies within the territory of Prince Yong are gathering, poised to leave their fief at any moment. Furthermore, I made a transaction with the esteemed consort Tai of Yong, which has somewhat eased our relations. Qin Ming remarked with a smile. Your Majesty, a transaction between you and Consort Tai? The expression of Lord Zifeng shifted subtly. It was well known that Consort Tai had strongly supported Qin Ming in the past, leaving him to harbor suspicions of ulterior motives. However, with Qin Ming now in power, he had not delved too deeply into the reasons behind it. The mention of this past agreement by Qin Ming piqued Lord Zifeng's curiosity. At that time, I was powerless within the palace. To gain the trust of Consort Tai, I promised her that should I ever eliminate the treacherous elements within the court, I would willingly cede my throne to Prince Yong, provided that the Yong family would lend their full support in eradicating the traitors. Qin Ming recounted with ease, revealing that oath to the three men present. Your Majesty intends to abdicate? This is utterly unacceptable. The three ministers immediately knelt, voicing their concerns in unison, hoping to dissuade Qin Ming from making such a foolish decision and truly relinquishing the throne. This is a matter beyond my control, Qin Ming replied, unrepentant about his earlier decision. Without this transaction, he would not have attained his current stature. He personally helped the three ministers to their feet, asserting, "You are all esteemed pillars of my court. How could you kneel so easily? Rise. I assure you, I will not truly abdicate." Having chosen to employ these three men, Qin Ming did not wish to conceal his plans from them. He elaborated on his strategies, causing their expressions to shift in surprise. They had not anticipated that Qin Ming had meticulously orchestrated everything. This upcoming birthday celebration, ostensibly in honor of Consort Tai, was, in reality, a carefully laid trap devised by Qin Ming. However, this scheme is far grander than the initial machinations against Chao Jinchun. It transcends a mere reshuffling within the palace, marking a profound transformation within the Tianhua Dynasty. Yu Tianxiu laughed heartily, though he could not claim victory over his adversary. Having ascended to this realm of unity between heaven and man, he felt confident in his ability to engage in battle. Qin Ming nodded slightly, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Yu Tianxiu, being a pinnacle martial spirit, naturally underwent a remarkable metamorphosis after consuming the marrow-cleansing elixir, shedding his former self and evolving into a martial lord of the first celestial realm. This progression was indeed inevitable. What of Jing Xiang? Inquired the Grand Master Yu. Jing Xiang's background is extraordinary. He is himself a top-tier prodigy endowed with exceptional intelligence. To overlook him would significantly influence the overall situation. He has been too quiet. So quiet that I find it hard to believe. I shall keep him close to me to guard against any unusual actions. He is a prodigy of the Xingyuan sect. Although he faced defeat that day, I do not believe he lacks formidable martial soldiers. Qin Ming's remarks garnered unanimous agreement among the three. How could a top genius from a hidden sect not possess powerful martial soldiers? Moreover, Grandmaster, ensure that the palace guards intensify their patrols and remain vigilant. The commanders must act discreetly. I cannot afford to have any skilled individuals infiltrate the palace, Qin Ming instructed. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Grandmaster Yu vowed. Should a high-level martial spirit penetrate the palace, the consequences would be dire. And General Han, you must steadfastly defend the imperial city. Even in the face of a million-strong army, you must hold the line for me. Of course, I hope we do not reach that point and can resolve matters within the city. The population of the imperial city numbers in the tens of millions, and I do not wish for them to be besieged by the ravages of war, remarked Qin Ming. Your Majesty, please rest assured. I am constantly vigilant regarding the movements within the city, and I will ensure that no opportunity is afforded to those who would do harm, Han Mao likewise assured. With the 3 Xingyuan pills bestowed upon him by Qin Ming, Han Mao had already ascended to the intermediate level of martial spirit. His swordsmanship was formidable, and within him surged a bloodline power akin to thunder. As long as he did not face a higher-level martial spirit, he felt no fear. Your Majesty, what should I do? Inquired the Duke of Zifeng proactively. Merely entertain these feudal lords, for you are a representative of the imperial family. My royal brothers are all of a lower generation than you. Even the Prince of Yong must show you respect. Only your personal presence can command authority. Qin Ming replied with a smile. I can rely only on the 3 of you. Qin Ming's tone grew grave, this time. Even he felt uncertain and needed to take a bold gamble. Rest assured, your subjects will not hesitate to sacrifice everything for the dynasty, they vowed. No. You must not sacrifice yourselves. The court still requires your presence. Qin Ming gestured dismissively. You are the backbone of the court, no matter what occurs today. I implore you to safeguard yourself. The Duke of Zifeng expressed concern, for Qin Ming was not one to hide in the shadows, should danger arise. He would undoubtedly stand forth as he had against Chao Jinchun, which was far too perilous. Times have changed. Now, Qin Ming is truly an emperor. Do not worry. I will know how to act. Grand Preceptor and General, you may withdraw. Royal Uncle, accompany me to the Xiantian Hall. Chapter 69. The speculation of Prince Jin. The Xiantian Hall, also known as the Golden Throne Hall, serves as the political heart of the Tianhua Dynasty. Typically utilized for morning assemblies and conferences among ministers. On occasions such as the birthdays of the Emperor and Empress Dowager, it is also graced with celebrations, signifying utmost reverence. Qin Ming decreed that the grand birthday celebration for the esteemed concubine Yang be held in the Xiantian Hall, in accordance with the honors accorded to the Empress Dowager. At this moment, before Qin Ming's arrival at the hall, the princes and heirs of the late emperor had already gathered, having hastily made their way from their respective fiefdoms to celebrate the birthday of concubine Yang. However, it was an unspoken truth among them that this so-called birthday celebration was merely a fade for these princes and lords. The primary objective of entering the imperial city was to probe the depths of Qin Ming's capabilities, to discern just how formidable this new emperor truly was. They yearned to uncover whether this emperor still possessed the attributes they once knew in Qin Ming. Prince Jin, after a separation of over a decade. I wonder how you fare now. An elder minister inquired with a bow towards a young man clad in an ornate crimson robe. This young man appeared to be in his early 30s, considerably older than Qin Ming, and had been bestowed the title of Prince Qin by the late emperor, holding a position of great esteem. Aside from missing the imperial city, everything else is well, Prince Qin replied with a smile. His words laced with subtle sharpness that perceptive listeners could easily discern. Rather than simply longing for the imperial city, it was apparent he yearned for the imperial palace. With thoughts lingering on the dragon throne, who would have imagined that His Highness the Prince Qin has already attained the intermediate stage of the Danfu realm? Your talent and insight are truly remarkable, a minister complimented Prince Qin. Mediocre. I recall that Prince Yong has seemingly ascended to the advanced realm of the Danfu. The pace at which this young man cultivates is truly astonishing, earning my admiration. When the name of Prince Yong is mentioned, even Prince Qin cannot help but acknowledge that he indeed falls short in comparison. However, this acknowledgement does not imply that Prince Qin harbors any genuine respect for Prince Yong. His aspirations for the throne remain unchanged. Speaking of His Highness Prince Yong, he has arrived rather late. Some ministers have noted his absence with mild astonishment, particularly given that this occasion marks the birthday of the esteemed concubine Yong, and Prince Yong's fief is the closest to the imperial city. It is likely that he has been delayed by some pressing matter, so there is no need for concern. I still have a few old friends to pay my respects to. I kindly ask for your understanding, Prince Qin remarked with a smile. Yet a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he turned away. It has been a considerable time since I last saw Prince Yu. Prince Qin strolled towards a youthful noble, around 25 years of age, who had only just entered the Danfu realm. Prince Yu. Brother Qin, Prince Yu greeted, bowing respectfully. Among their peers, Prince Qin held the highest rank as the eldest son of the late emperor, although not the legitimate firstborn. Had he been so, he would likely have been designated as the crown prince. Indeed, it has been far too long since we last met. It seems that both Prince Lai and Prince Xian have not crossed paths with us for nearly a decade. Observing the remarkable progress of my brothers fills me with great joy, Prince Qin stated with a smile, as if genuinely concerned for the well-being of others. With a faint smile, King Yu dismissed the words of King Qin, not taking them to heart. If his memory served him correctly, 3 years prior, King Qin had led an army against King Qin, forcing him to take his own life. This event had spread throughout the entire dynasty. So how could anyone believe King Jin's current concern for his royal brothers? It was more likely that he was preoccupied with their lives and territories. Of course, King Yu would not voice such thoughts openly. He would merely remain vigilant against King Qin, while maintaining an appearance of feigned politeness. Indeed, my brother Qin speaks truthfully. Since our father's passing, our gatherings have been few. Were it not for the birthday celebration of the esteemed concubine Yang, we might not have had the opportunity to meet. He replied, I am the elder brother of Qin Ming. When I journeyed to my fief, that lad had only just been born. Is it so inappropriate for me to refer to him by name? King Qin proclaimed loudly, causing the eyes of those present to shimmer with intrigue. It seemed that King Qin held little regard for the current emperor. King Yu chuckled softly. Unlike King Qin, he did not underestimate Qin Ming. In fact, he had arrived at the imperial city some time ago, personally inquiring about the recent happenings within the palace. He had come to understand that Qin Ming was no longer the ineffectual prince of his youth. Now, he was a formidable ruler in his own right. Not to be taken lightly, every son of the late emperor harbored ambitions for the throne, yet if one were to identify who most ardently desired it, it would undoubtedly be King Qin and King Yong. As the eldest son of the late emperor, King Qin was naturally positioned to seek the imperial succession. In the realm of the late emperor's progeny, the Prince of Yang stood out as the most gifted among them. The rivalry between him and the Prince of Qin had always been fierce, even during the lifetime of the late emperor. However, to their astonishment, the imperial throne did not ultimately fall into the hands of either prince, nor any of the other distinguished heirs. Instead, it was claimed by the most inept among them, Qin Ming. The Prince of Qin had always held Qin Ming in contempt, a sentiment that persisted to this day. Did not the Prince of Yu concur with his elder brother's assertion? The Prince of Qin cast a meaningful glance towards the Prince of Yu, eliciting a faint smile from him. You speak wisely, my brother. How could I possibly disagree? Yet, despite their familial bond, the distinction between sovereign and subject must be upheld. Distinction? The Prince of Qin exclaimed, his voice rising sharply, causing a ripple of unease among the assembly. Do you truly believe that the one seated upon the throne is Qin Ming? His sudden elevation in tone left many bewildered. What do you mean, my brother? The Prince of Yu queried, perplexed. Allow me to enlighten you. The true occupant of that throne is the Prince of Yong. The Prince of Jin's agitation became palpable, prompting a shift in the Prince of Yu's demeanor as he whispered, "Are you suggesting that the Prince of Yong is pulling the strings behind the Emperor? Do you still refer to him as Emperor? In my view, he is merely a puppet of the Prince of Yong, who wields him to eliminate his rivals." With Chao Jinchun absent from the palace and the Empress Dowager Yong enjoying unparalleled favor, it is likely that the Prince of Yong will soon seize control of the imperial court. The Prince of Jin's sardonic laughter echoed, igniting a sense of trepidation among the listeners. "You must tread carefully with such assertions, dear brother. Manipulating the current sovereign is a grave crime. Once substantiated, Prince Yong could indeed be deemed a criminal of the dynasty. Even the astute King Yu finds it challenging to discern the veracity of Prince Jin's claims. Is he attempting to frame Prince Yong, or does he genuinely possess some evidence? Were it another individual, they might hesitate to voice such allegations. For Qin Ming has now truly seized the reins of power. To suggest he is merely a puppet, manipulated by unseen hands, would undoubtedly provoke his ire to an extreme. Nonetheless, Prince Jin's forthright nature is well known, and his status as a prince with his own dominion affords him a certain immunity, even from Qin Ming's wrath. "Brother Yu, you are quite mistaken," he remarked. "Have you forgotten the timorous nature of Qin Ming? Such traits are inherent. Can a mere few days as emperor transform him radically? If Prince Yong were not influencing him, would Qin Ming issue an edict to celebrate a birthday with the ceremonies befitting the Empress Dowager? Qin Ming's mother suffered indignities at the hands of Empress Yong in the past, a matter known even to the emperor himself. Would Qin Ming remain oblivious to this? It seems implausible that he would act thus without coercion, especially as the emperor. Therefore, there exists but one possibility. Prince Yong has long held dominion over Qin Ming's throne, and the two of them are utilizing Qin Ming's authority to manipulate the court. Prince Jin remains skeptical that such actions could truly be attributed to Qin Ming. In his eyes, only the perennial rival, Prince Yong, possessed the audacity and strength for such maneuvers. The expressions of those around him grew complex upon hearing his words. Could it be that Prince Yong indeed stood behind Qin Ming? In my view, the Prince Yong has not yet entered the imperial city. Rather, he has long since arrived and remains hidden within the palace, orchestrating arrangements for Qin Ming. The Prince Jin's words once again sent shivers through many hearts. Should Qin Ming hear the Prince Jin's assertions, he would likely burst into laughter. For this Prince Jin possesses a remarkably vivid imagination, and his conjectures, while plausible, are easily believed. The transformation of a seemingly useless prince into an ambitious emperor is indeed hard to accept. With the Prince Jin's reasoning, everything appears to fall into place. What he articulates seems reasonable at first glance. However, the truth requires substantiation. The King Yu is convinced to some extent, at the very least. He believes there exists some form of interaction between the Prince Yong and Qin Ming. Otherwise, how could the esteemed concubine Yong possibly arrange a birthday celebration with the grandeur befitting an Empress Dowager? Yet, the King Yu, seasoned by the vicissitudes of human nature, would not wholly embrace the Prince Jin's narrative. Should the Prince Jin's conjecture prove erroneous, blindly following his lead could result in grave miscalculations. So be it. Since the King Yu is skeptical, I shall not impose my views. I believe that once the Prince Yong arrives today, the truth will likely surface. He manipulates Qin Ming for his own benefit. Such a person cannot possibly be entrusted as a prince of our dynasty. Chapter 70. The naive Prince Jin. Were Qin Ming to hear the Prince Jin's speculation, he would likely find himself in a state of bemused disbelief, for he, a distinguished emperor, is portrayed by the Prince Jin as a mere puppet, subject to the whims of others. Moreover, the very individual manipulating Qin Ming is none other than the Prince Yong, whom Qin Ming intends to eliminate. It must be said that Qin Ming cannot help but admire the Prince Jin's fanciful imagination. The conjecture of Prince Jin is audacious, yet it has garnered considerable belief among many. His words seemingly target Prince Yong, attempting to ascribe a grave crime of treason upon him. However, given their long-standing rivalry, both princes possess an intimate understanding of one another, which lends a degree of credibility to Jin's assertions. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be nearly impossible for Jin to bring down Yong, regardless of the time and effort expended. Yet today, with the princes gathered in the imperial city, having departed from their respective domains, a splendid opportunity arises. Should he succeed in branding Yong a traitor, uniting the power of the other princes against him, this birthday celebration would pose significant peril for Yong. Consequently, neither nobles nor ministers hastened to align themselves with Jin. Only King Yu, ensnared by Jin's machinations, could only manage a wry smile and reluctantly cooperate. It can be said that this birthday celebration of the favored consort is inherently a murky depth, and with Jin's utterances, that depth has only deepened, rendering it inscrutable. Upon hearing Jin's remarks, the assembled lords from various regions felt a palpable anxiety, uncertain of their next course of action. Is it possible that Jin truly intends to confront Yong today? Moreover, the memory of the fierce clash between Qin Ming and Jing Zhang lingers vividly in their minds. How could Qin Ming merely be a pawn of Yong? At such a young age, Yong could hardly possess such formidable strength. Thus, it is only the lords from diverse territories who harbor doubts about Qin Ming, while the officials within the imperial city remain devoid of such thoughts. They, however, were ministers held in high esteem by Qin Ming, who, deep down, found it hard to trust the words of these nobles. The emperor has arrived. With this exclamation, the Xiantian hall fell into an immediate hush, as everyone retreated respectfully to the sides. Those privileged to attend this birthday banquet, apart from the imperial family and noble lords, were officials of the third rank or above. The expressions of these nobles became rigid, their bodies frozen mid-bow. Was Qin Ming truly targeting them so soon? One prince was about to challenge Qin Ming, but was met with a smile as Qin Ming remarked, "Esteemed brothers, you are all my royal kin. Why do you equate yourselves with mere subjects? I merely bid my beloved ministers to rise, not addressing you, my royal brothers. Your actions leave me quite alarmed. Your Majesty." In that moment, the princes found themselves at a loss for words, unsure whether to straighten their postures or remain as they were. This scene elicited subtle amusement among the ministers, for Qin Ming was known to play his cards in unconventional ways. Though these nobles were somewhat older, they were unlikely to match wits with Qin Ming. "Please rise, my royal brothers. You must be weary. Today marks the birthday of the esteemed grand consort, and it is a family gathering. There is no need for formality among you. Attendants, arrange seats for my royal brothers and ensure all ministers are comfortably seated." Qin Ming commanded, and immediately, dedicated servants stepped forward to prepare everything with meticulous order. According to protocol, such arrangements should have been made prior to Qin Ming's arrival. But his deliberate timing was a calculated move to convey to these nobles that the palace was firmly under his dominion, a reminder to refrain from any unruly behavior. These nobles are astute individuals. Upon witnessing Qin Ming's esteemed reputation among the ministers and his command over the imperial palace, how could they remain oblivious to the truth? Even if the reality aligns with the Duke of Jin's conjecture that the Prince of Yong orchestrates everything behind the scenes, Qin Ming is ultimately underestimated by them. Generally, lords from various regions refrain from visiting the imperial city to pay homage to the sovereign, as such actions entail considerable risk. They wield power and influence within their own domains, rendering it unnecessary to curry favor with others, and these lords are no exception. Prior to their arrival, they harbored doubts about Qin Ming's capacity to truly govern the situation. Thus, each brought only a handful of formidable companions, feeling emboldened to proceed. In their memories, the power dynamics within the imperial city appeared convoluted, akin to a tangled web, and they felt little reason to be overly concerned. However, they now realized their estimations were flawed, and their memories have deceived them. The imperial city has, long since, become Qin Ming's territory, and their presence here necessitates yielding to him. Of course, there are those who refuse to submit, such as the Duke of Jin. He cast a cold glance at the palace maids and eunuchs preparing the seats, a flicker of disdain crossing his expression, and addressed Qin Ming, "Your Highness, as a sovereign, how is it that you cannot even manage your servants properly? According to the palace's protocols, these seats should have been arranged long ago. It seems you are indeed remiss in your oversight of those beneath you." Some ministers exchanged furtive glances, regardless of the content of the Duke's words. The manner in which he addressed Qin Ming was profoundly disrespectful. His tone bore all the hallmarks of an elder chastising a junior, devoid of any semblance of the deference expected of a subject. They understood that with Qin Ming's temperament, he would not allow the Prince of Jin to act wantonly. This prince had indeed kicked against an iron plate. It seemed that the Prince of Jin had grown accustomed to exercising authority in his fief and had carried that demeanor into the palace. "I believe the Prince of Jin speaks with reason. The palace maids and eunuchs are indeed lacking in proper etiquette. As I am preoccupied with state affairs, I am unable to personally discipline them. How about this? Prince of Jin, you shall remain here and serve as the grand steward of the palace, assisting me in guiding these subordinates. The Prince of Jin has always been concerned about the palace. I trust he would not refuse such a minor task." Would he? Qin Ming spoke with a smile, seemingly oblivious to the lethal implications of his words. The expression of the Prince of Qin darkened. This young emperor was indeed quite ungracious. Immediately assigning him the role of Grand Steward. Was that a position befitting a normal man? An affront? Qin Ming scoffed lightly. Was the Prince of Qin jesting? If so, he would merely dismiss it as idle talk. However, if not, the Prince of Qin would have to provide an explanation today, lest this matter not conclude amicably. A mere puppet, truly adept at feigning authority. The Prince of Qin mused inwardly, convinced that Qin Ming was but a pawn of the Yong Wang, Qin Sheng. He felt no fear. After all, he had contended with the Yong Wang for decades. How could he possibly be intimidated by a mere vassal? I am your royal brother. In our father's absence, an elder brother is like a father. You, who do not know how to discipline your subordinates, I offer you guidance. And rather than heeding my counsel, you choose to retort and humiliate me with your words. Is this the conduct of an emperor? In my view, you are utterly unfit for the throne and should abdicate. The words of Prince Qin sent a tremor through the hearts of all present. Could it be that he was directly demanding Qin Ming to abdicate? Upon hearing this, Qin Ming did not exhibit immediate fury. Instead, he smiled lightly and remarked that Prince Qin had not come to celebrate a birthday, but rather to plot a coup. Do not place unjust accusations upon me. Where is your master? Let him show himself. Lurking in the shadows is no act of valor. Prince Qin bellowed. Impudent. Qin Ming slammed the table. A majestic aura radiating from him, as if the very hall was resonating with the roar of a dragon, a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air. I am the son of heaven, a sovereign king. What are you to presume to lecture me in place of my father? Our relationship is that of ruler and subject, and only secondarily as brothers. You may spout your wild claims, but now you dare to speak of the imperial throne? It seems you seek your own demise. Qin Ming's assertive demeanor astonished the various lords. He was no longer the meek and inept Qin Ming of yore, capable of standing up to Prince Qin directly. Was he merely biding his time, or had his confidence surged since ascending the throne, emboldening him against Prince Qin, ruler and subject? You are but a puppet, unworthy to discuss such matters with me. The King of Yong seeks to use your hand to eliminate me, but I will not remain passive. You would do well to step aside and summon the King of Yong. Otherwise, I shall not rest until I have settled this matter. Chapter 71. Confrontation with Prince Qin. Prince Qin, believing Qin Ming to be nothing more than a pawn of the King of Yong, deemed him insignificant, considering only the true threat behind him. The King of Yong, Qin Sheng. Little did he anticipate that Qin Ming would exhibit such formidable strength, declaring him worthy of execution. Do you dare to threaten my life? The gaze of Prince Qin was imposing, exuding an aura of ferocity akin to that of a proud golden lion, as he coldly scrutinized Qin Ming, who, once a lowly royal brother, now exhibited an audacity beyond measure, daring to confront him and even proclaiming intentions of execution. What is there to fear? Qin Ming retorted fiercely. In an instant, the Blood Emperor's sword materialized in his grasp, its brilliance boundless and exceedingly sharp, emanating a terrifying crimson glow even before it was drawn. As if thirsting for the blood of its foe, the Blood Emperor's sword is forged from the blood of adversaries, a true imperial blade. Upon witnessing Qin Ming, Prince Qin's eyes momentarily clouded, as if impacted by Qin Ming's formidable presence. Such imperial might was unparalleled, even surpassing that of the late emperor during his reign. Bring forth the prince, seize him, and drag him out for execution. Qin Ming commanded once more, prompting a flurry of figures to emerge from the hall, led by two captains of the imperial guards. With the aid of the ascendant pills bestowed by the system, they had ascended to the high tiers of the Danfu realm, possessing sufficient confidence to subdue Prince Qin. Although the system's rewards of ascendant pills for Qin Ming were limited, he was, after all, a genuine emperor. Could he truly lack for elemental stones? After expending a considerable amount of elemental stones, Qin Ming acquired a sufficient supply of ascendant pills to enhance the strength of his subordinates. The palace now boasted numerous powerful figures in the Danfu realm. My apologies. Prince Qin, one of the captains stated coldly, revealing chains that were indeed the third-tier martial weapon chains purchased by Qin Ming. Even a high-level martial spirit would find it impossible to escape once ensnared. Wait. The expression of Prince Qin suddenly shifted, realizing he could not simply resign to fate. He spoke, I refuse to accept this. I am the eldest son of the late emperor. Do you think your mere words can condemn me? Would it not chill the hearts of the people if this were to spread? Since you are unwilling to let Prince Yong emerge, let us settle this with a duel. Should you prevail, I will submit to your judgment. If not, Then let Prince Yong step forward. Hiding in the shadows is hardly a display of prowess. Dare you engage me in battle? A mocking smile played upon Qin Ming's lips. This Prince Qin was audacious indeed, his words brazen. What realm does he inhabit? Mid-stage of the Danfu realm. Yet Qin Ming, at best, was a half-step into the Danfu realm, a disparity so vast. And he had the audacity to challenge him to combat. Are you afraid? Prince Qin seemed to regain the upper hand, sneering at Qin Ming. In my lexicon, there exists no term for fear. I am merely intrigued. Does the phrase shameless find a place in your vocabulary? Qin Ming retorted with scorn. This is merely a fair contest between brothers. Where is the notion of shamelessness in that? If you are afraid to fight, simply admit it. I shall not mock you, Prince Qin replied with derision. I suspect the entire world would find amusement in your predicament. Qin Ming's gaze was sharp. With your mid-stage Danfu cultivation, you wish to challenge me, a peak practitioner of the Lingwu realm, and still claim it is equitable? This transcends mere shamelessness. It is utterly disgraceful. Indeed, His Majesty is still young and has yet to step into the Danfu realm, while Prince Qin has been a formidable warrior of the Lingwu for over a decade. The advantage in realms is glaringly apparent. This battle is inherently unjust. A minister supported Qin Ming's assertion. Then let my brother and I accompany Prince Qin for a fair battle. The two palace guards chuckled. Impudence. What do you think you are? Prince Qin naturally dismissed the two leaders, his gaze fixed squarely on Qin Ming. Since you deem yourself unworthy of being my opponent, let the Wang of Yong make his appearance. The other nobles were at a loss for words. Logically, they should support Prince Qin, yet his words were utterly absurd, perpetually invoking the name of the Wang of Yong. From the outset, they had not perceived even a trace of the Wang of Yong. This emperor exhibited remarkable assertiveness. It was one thing for Prince Qin to lack situational awareness, but his insistence on the Wang's appearance seemed a deliberate provocation towards Qin Ming. Even Wang Yu shook his head. Initially, he had believed Prince Jin's words to some extent, but now he found them entirely unconvincing. Even if Qin Ming and the Wang of Yong had some collusion, it could only amount to collaboration. Qin Ming was far too formidable, exuding an air of confidence that belied any notion of being a puppet. If you desire battle, I shall oblige, Qin Ming declared. The Wang of Yong has yet to enter the palace, yet you incessantly demand his presence. I cannot fathom your intentions, but your transgressions are sufficient to warrant death. I shall personally see you on your way. You may find peace in your final moments. Qin Ming spoke slowly, his footsteps resonating crisply against the ground, drawing all eyes towards him. Qin Ming wishes to challenge Prince Qin? One of the leaders interjected urgently. Your Majesty, allow us to take action. Your life is invaluable. Why put yourself at risk? Who says I am courting danger? Qin Ming replied with a smile, gesturing for silence. Prince Qin is obstinate. I must awaken him on behalf of the late emperor. How dare you teach this king a lesson on behalf of the late emperor? The audacity and flamboyance of Prince Qin are laid bare, for he no longer feels the need to conceal his brilliance, even as Qin Ming seeks to end his life. Yet, he is perplexed as to why the high-ranking martial spirit guards he summoned have yet to make their appearance. Under normal circumstances, they should have rushed to his aid at the first sign of danger. Unbeknownst to Prince Qin, those guards, who appeared to be hidden, had long been discovered and thwarted outside the palace gates, some even executed on the spot. Such matters, if handled discreetly, would leave no trace. Furthermore, even if Prince Qin were to sense something amiss, what could he do? His guards had ventured too close to the palace unbidden, and their intent to intrude would rightfully be met with lethal force. In truth, aside from Prince Qin, several formidable individuals secretly brought by other princes had also been eliminated. Some fled, while others remained hidden and undetected. The palace of today is no longer the sanctuary they envisioned. The powerful allies they brought cannot freely enter or exit, nor disregard the palace guards, a miscalculation on their part. Qin Ming's indifferent gaze swept across the gathered lords, seeking to glean information from their expressions before embedding this knowledge deep within his mind and making a resolution. Let us commence the royal battle platform, proclaimed Prince Qin. The royal battle platform is the highest standard of combat arena within the palace, a privilege denied to common folk. No need for that. Everyone, please step aside. Is this grand golden lawn hall not spacious enough to accommodate a single battle? Qin Ming's demeanor was so natural and composed, as if he held no apprehension of defeat. His confidence was absolute. He was certain of his victory over Prince Qin. Feigning mystery, the king of Qin disdainfully remarked, unaware of the source of Qin Ming's unwavering confidence. A confrontation between a pinnacle of the spirit martial realm and a mid-tier practitioner of the Danfu realm would yield a predictable outcome. Yet, Qin Ming remained remarkably composed, as did his subjects, who showed no concern for the possibility of defeat. This peculiar demeanor raised questions. Had the King of Yong somehow indoctrinated his followers? The crowd gradually retreated, clearing a vast space within the grand hall. Qin Ming strolled forward, soon standing before the King of Jin. "Your Majesty, you are my elder brother, and I ought to honor you. However, we remain sovereign and subject. Your disrespect towards the throne cannot go unpunished." Lest the laws and order of the Tianhua Dynasty crumble into chaos, Qin Ming stated with a calm demeanor. "Enough of this nonsense. You have risen to a point where you dare to disregard even me. Do you believe that donning a royal robe allows you to transcend realms and challenge me? If you are truly that Navi, it seems I have overestimated you," the King of Jin retorted coldly. "The dragon robe is merely a garment," Qin Ming replied, as he unfastened the robe and cast it aside, appearing even more refreshed. The onlookers froze in astonishment. Was Qin Ming clad in armor? At that moment, he wore the infinite celestial armor, its runes shimmering with an indomitable radiance, a spectacle of brilliance. The hearts of the courtiers quivered. Their sovereign, Qin Ming, now resembled a divine being, resplendent in glory. Could a mere piece of armor bridge the chasm of disparity? A flicker of apprehension crossed the King of Jin's eyes, yet he remained confident in his ability to subdue Qin Ming with ease. The armored warriors can at best enhance the defense of the martial artist, yet he harbors doubts that such armor can ensure invincibility. The Wajishan armor possesses the capacity to elevate one's combat prowess by an entire realm. Clad in this celestial armor, Qin Ming exudes a torrent of power, surging forth like a tempest, feeling as if the elixir within him brims with primal energy, capable of transforming into an endless repository of vitality that roars incessantly. At the pinnacle of the spirit martial realm, after amplifying his strength by a significant degree, Qin Ming ascends to the zenith of the dantian realm. What could the mid-tier martial spirit of the Jin Wang contend against such an unparalleled force? In the realm of martial arts, even the slightest discrepancy of two minor realms reveals an immense chasm, one that only a prodigy could bridge. Let alone the stark difference between a mid-tier dantian and its apex, an abyss indeed. The utilization of the Wajishan armor is exceedingly taxing on primal energy. Even Qin Ming cannot sustain its power for an extended duration. However, he has long acclimated to this surge of strength, enabling him to wield it with utmost precision. Wearing this armor, would the Jin Wang think I am taking undue advantage? Qin Ming inquired with a smile. Your Majesty may proceed as you wish. The Jin Wang was certainly not so petty. Very well then, allow me to take the first move, Qin Ming declared. Then I shall not hold back. In an instant, the Jin Wang stepped forward, unleashing an overwhelming aura that erupted violently. It seemed as though the entire hall trembled in response to his formidable presence. With a frigid glare fixed upon Qin Ming, he unleashed a royal punch, akin to a multitude of celestial condor apparitions flashing forth, mercilessly bearing down upon Qin Ming. As the Jin Wang launched his attack, a subtle smile crept upon Qin Ming's lips. He raised his arm, his hand encased in armor, descending forcefully towards the Jin Wang's regal fist. In an instant, the ethereal semblance of the Tianpeng above that fist was extinguished, and Qin Ming's palm print loomed ominously over the Jin Wang. In Chapter 72, The Attitude of the Purple Maple Marquis, Qin Ming did not summon any divine powers. He merely extended his hand as if it were an insurmountable mountain, crashing down upon the Jin Wang. The Jin Wang, a mid-tier martial spirit realm expert, found himself utterly unable to resist this overwhelming force, as if he were destined to be suppressed beneath it. This scene sent a tremor through the hearts of all present, even causing the ministers to shudder in disbelief. One minister whispered, his eyes wide with incredulity, pondering how one could possess such formidable strength that it rendered others breathless. Preposterous. His Majesty is of the highest esteem, a ruler beyond compare. How could he be likened to mere martial artists? The minister, profoundly shaken by Qin Ming's might, felt that no matter how powerful Qin Ming appeared, it was merely to be expected. Should there ever come a day when Qin Ming faced defeat, it would then be deemed remarkable. Your Majesty, show mercy. The astonished lords finally regained their composure, pleading with Qin Ming. He cast a cold glance at them, and the ferocious aura of imperial authority surged forth, silencing the lords, who could only watch helplessly as his palm descended upon the Jin Wang. Diamond body protection. Faced with an overwhelming force akin to a mountain, The Prince of Qin felt an immense pressure. He forcefully stomped his feet upon the ground, causing the earth to sink deeply beneath him. A radiant golden light began to emanate from his body, as if countless runes flickered and danced, continually arranging and combining, ultimately enveloping him like an indomitable shield. One must understand that when one's strength reaches a certain pinnacle, there exists no fear of anything one can simply obliterate. A cold voice escaped Qin Ming's lips as the colossal palm imprint descended with a commanding weight. In an instant, the runes surrounding the Prince of Qin shattered. The golden light dimmed, as if extinguished by boundless divine power. Shatter. Qin Ming's palm force pressed down upon the Prince of Qin, nearly forcing him to his knees. Terrifying primal energy surged violently into the prince's body. No matter how fiercely he resisted, he could not expel Qin Ming's energy. With a resounding crack, the dantians within the prince were instantly torn apart by Qin Ming's energy, akin to a knife slicing through his heart, causing him to spout a mouthful of blood. His eyes widening in shock as he gazed at Qin Ming. You dare to ruin my dantian. Warriors initially cultivate within their dantian, subsequently condensing spiritual elixirs therein. Upon entering the martial spirit realm, the elixirs expand into a dantian palace, which serves as the foundation for the cultivation of martial spirit practitioners. Even upon reaching the Celestial One realm, this remains unchanged. The nobles sighed deeply within their hearts. Qin Ming was demonstrating a lesson by executing the Prince of Qin, who had foolishly sought his own demise, becoming the proverbial chicken for Qin Ming to slaughter, thereby providing a spectacle for the onlooking nobles. Indeed, Qin Ming had truly ascended to the status of the emperor. King Yu was overwhelmed with profound emotions. King Qin, who had always been self-important and regarded no one but King Yong, had now been defeated by Qin Ming, the younger brother he had always looked down upon. At this moment, King Qin lay sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, desperately trying to regain his strength, yet he could not utter a word, let alone restore his cultivation. With the Dan mansion destroyed, unless he were to acquire a miraculous elixir or technique, he would remain incapacitated for life. Qin Ming's gaze was imposing, heavy, and profound, revealing nothing of his thoughts as he sat calmly. The others below him fell into a hushed silence, not daring to speak freely. Your Majesty, King Qin has shown disrespect to the sovereign. He must be executed. Finally, a young minister stepped forward, understanding the gravity of the situation, and addressed Qin Ming. King Qin has roared in the Golden Luan Hall, disregarding the emperor's laws. He should be punished. Another minister chimed in. King Qin has slandered the current sovereign with reckless words, refusing to kneel before the ruler. He deserves to be torn apart by 5 horses and subjected to death by 1,000 cuts. Deputy Prime Minister Chu Yi arrived, immediately uttering a fierce proclamation that caused the nobles to exchange furtive glances. They too had not knelt before the sovereign. In the past, they had been elder brothers to Qin Ming, and thus could adopt an arrogant demeanor in his presence. However, now that Qin Ming was the emperor, they were required to pay him homage, as dictated by ancestral customs that could not be altered. What a formidable deputy prime minister, King Yu mused inwardly, then turned to Qin Ming. Your Majesty, King Qin must be executed. At last, a smile graced Qin Ming's face. He waited for a considerable time, solely to gauge the attitudes of these nobles. He needed to ensure their submission, not perceiving himself as a sovereign lord, but rather adjusting his demeanor and status to fulfill his role as their vassal. Otherwise, the significance of deposing the King of Qin would seem utterly trivial. Why did King Yu express such sentiments? Qin Ming's gaze fell upon King Yu, instantaneously imposing a suffocating pressure upon him, a weight that even the former emperor had not exerted. The inquiry posed by Qin Ming elicited involuntary wry smiles from the gathered nobles. This imperial brother was undeniably too assertive. Despite King Yu's clear stance, Qin Ming persisted in his questioning, intent on completely eroding their defiance and compelling their genuine submission, leaving no room for negotiation. Your Majesty, King Yu thought to himself in despair, the King of Jin's disrespect towards the sovereign, by our imperial laws, warrants execution. And what of you? Qin Ming did not press King Yu too harshly, being mindful that such pressure could yield counterproductive outcomes. He then turned his attention to the other nobles, posing his questions anew. We concur with King Yu's sentiments, the nobles replied helplessly. They had previously attempted to discreetly reach out to their subordinates, only to discover that all lines of communication had been severed, undoubtedly the handiwork of Qin Ming. Even if it were not directly his doing, it certainly bore his influence, coupled with the gruesome fate of the King of Qin laid bare before them. They were left trembling in fear, too intimidated to oppose Qin Ming. They could hardly believe that the king of Jin had not brought formidable allies into the imperial city. Yet his life hung by a thread, and his subordinates failed to appear. This silence spoke volumes, indicating that the palace was firmly under Qin Ming's control, rendering it exceedingly difficult for anyone to infiltrate. The most dire situation is that their subordinates have long since fallen, and even in their absence, they remain speechless, unable to contest anything. Provided they are not foolish or reckless, it would be impossible for them to oppose Qin Ming at this moment. They can only choose to submit. Whether sincerely or feigned, temporarily or permanently. Your Majesty, esteemed princes, may I request a moment of your attention? At this juncture, the eyes of the lords flickered as they witnessed the emergence of the Purple Maple Marquis, a brother of the late emperor, whose seniority and influence were profound. Please, speak. Imperial uncle, Qin Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Now that the tumult in the imperial city has begun to settle, the crown prince, as the late emperor's firstborn, not only fails to support the state but also shows disrespect to the current sovereign, harboring thoughts of rebellion, even intending to engage the emperor in personal combat. Such transgressions. Can a mere execution suffice to atone for them? The Purple Maple Marquis spoke solemnly, causing an upheaval in the hearts of the assembly. It appeared that the Purple Maple Marquis had firmly aligned himself with the emperor, deeming the punishment of the crown prince to be severe. Death alone would not suffice. What, in your esteemed uncle's view, should be the fate of the crown prince? Qin Ming inquired with a smile. Although this imperial uncle had initially been coerced by poison into servitude, he had evidently now discerned the prospects of loyalty to Qin Ming, exhibiting profound allegiance. This was something Qin Ming could perceive. As for the Tianhua Marquis and Lingyu Marquis, they might still harbor some reservations. Yet Qin Ming had not detected any disloyalty in their behavior, granting him a temporary trust. Bah! Purple Maple Marquis, you are a disgrace to the late emperor. Betraying the emperor's lineage, you are the one who deserves death. As an imperial uncle, how can you willingly become a lapdog to this petty emperor? As the Marquis of Zifeng was about to speak, the Prince of Jin interjected with a voice as cold as ice, accusing the Marquis of plotting against him. However, he finally recognized the stark reality. Qin Ming was indeed Qin Ming, the reigning emperor, and was in no way under the influence of the Prince of Yong. He understood that even if the Prince of Yong were present, he would lack the audacity to confront the Prince of Jin in such a manner. A profound despair washed over him, and he lamented his ignorance and fixation. This was no longer an era of rivalries between him and the Prince of Yong, but rather a new age dominated by a singular master, Qin Ming. I am your imperial uncle, the Marquis of Zifeng declared, his gaze turning frigid. With a flick of his official robe, he unleashed a surge of elemental energy that struck the Prince of Jin, causing him to scream in agony before collapsing into unconsciousness. The current Prince of Jin was inferior even to an ordinary person, especially in the presence of the peak martial spirit that the Marquis possessed, which could easily impose unbearable pressure on him. I am not only the brother of the late emperor and the imperial uncle to all the princes and marquises, but I am also the prime minister of the realm, devoted to serving his majesty and the court, the Marquis of Zifeng stated calmly. While it seemed directed at the Prince of Jin, the assembled princes and nobles understood that these words were truly meant for them. The Marquis' stance reflected the sentiments of all the royal relatives within the imperial city, a truth that was indisputable and carried significant weight. The Prince of Jin had overstepped his boundaries and affronted the emperor's dignity. His cultivation had already been revoked by the sovereign. Yet this punishment was insufficient to absolve his transgressions. Thus, I propose that the Prince of Jin be paraded through the streets for public humiliation and confined for life within the ancestral hall, with no visitors permitted unless expressly authorized by His Majesty. The words of the Purple Maple Marquis sent a chill through the hearts of those present. For a renowned prince, enduring such days must be more unbearable than death itself. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? My hundreds of thousands of troops will soon surround the imperial city. The Jin prince bellowed with all his remaining strength. You are but a spent force now. Do you still believe you can command an army? Qin Ming replied with a faint smile. Delay no longer. Proceed as the master has instructed. Chapter 73. The Battle of the Martial Sovereign. The expressions of the onlookers were a tapestry of emotions. Excitement mingled with fear, yet curiosity prevailed. After all, this was a confrontation of martial sovereign caliber, a spectacle not witnessed in many years. In addition to the inhabitants of the imperial city, attendants from various regional princes had gathered, some venturing into the palace while others scoured the city for news. only to witness this earth-shattering battle. Within the imperial city, hidden talents abound, one remarked. That appears to be the emperor's trusted confidant, Grandmaster Yu Tianxiu. A well-informed and formidable figure had already recognized Yu Tianxiu's identity, sending shockwaves through his heart. Beside Qin Ming, a martial sovereign of the first heaven had taken to his side, an ominous omen indeed. Even if they commanded an army of 1,000,000, how could they stand against a first heaven powerhouse? They needed to relay this information to their master swiftly. The attendants responsible for gathering intelligence began frantically seeking ways to contact their lord, only to find themselves utterly unable to do so, their hearts suddenly gripped by panic. Yu Tianxiu is a formidable martial sovereign of the era. At this moment, within the imperial palace, the feudal lords and princes are gathered, yet he has not summoned Yu Tianxiu to his side. Could it be that there are other martial sovereigns within the palace? If this is indeed the case, the power currently wielded within the imperial city would surpass that of any faction in the entire dynasty. A high-ranking martial spirit speculated internally, the present Tianhua Dynasty is a realm of divided power. Beyond the feudal lords who have come to celebrate the emperor's longevity today, many others occupy vast territories. Most of them were conferred kingship a century or even a millennium ago, deeply rooted in their dominions. Many have colluded with local sects, seeking every means to cultivate a martial sovereign. To successfully cultivate a martial sovereign is already an extraordinary achievement. While there may be numerous pinnacle-level alchemical spirits within the dynasty, martial sovereigns are few and far between, as the resources required are immense. Without the accumulation of 100 years of foundation, it is nearly impossible for a feudal lord to cultivate one. If Qin Ming were to have 2 martial sovereigns under his command, he could effortlessly sweep through any faction he desired. As these martial spirits, tasked with gathering intelligence, pondered further, an increasing sense of dread enveloped them. Individuals of their cultivation rank should be impervious to the seasons, yet they now felt an unsettling chill. When did the imperial city become so formidable? The inability to contact their master suggested that their master's life was precariously at stake. These martial spirits dared not delay and promptly reported the situation to the leaders of their respective territories. In no time, the news of the imperial cities would spread far and wide. Chapter 74. Questioning Prince Yong. The Grand Imperial Concubine arrives. A voice resonated from outside the Golden Chariot Hall, prompting everyone to rise in anticipation. The esteemed imperial concubine Yong had finally arrived. Even Qin Ming stood, a glimmer of sharpness flickering in his eyes. The Jin Prince was merely an appetizer, while the main course was about to be served. As the imperial concubine Yong entered the hall, surrounded by a throng of admirers, she adorned a magnificent crown of glazed purple gold and wore a resplendent robe of colorful phoenix motifs. Her hairpins and bracelets, along with other embellishments, were of unparalleled opulence, captivating the gazes of many. This grand attire was undoubtedly arranged according to the Empress Dowager's ceremonial standards. Such an act clearly transgressed the ancestral laws, causing the eyes of the regional princes and lords to widen in disbelief. However, they refrained from voicing their concerns, knowing that if anything were amiss, Qin Ming would surely address it. The ministers, including Duke Zifeng, remained silent, particularly Duke Zifeng, who was acutely aware that the true contest was only just beginning. The Jin Prince, a mere jester, posed no real threat. However, the imperial concubine Yong and the Yong Prince were formidable adversaries. The Yong Prince soon made his appearance, standing on either side of the imperial concubine Yong alongside Yong Zheng, assisting her as they progressed forward. Today, the Yong Prince appeared particularly handsome and valiant, clad in armor, exuding an air of authority with a sword at his waist, reminiscent of a triumphant general returning from battle. Yet, in truth, the Yong Prince's attire also contravened ancestral regulations, as one was forbidden to bear any weapons upon entering the Golden Chariot Hall, be they ordinary or martial. This decree had been strictly enforced during the reign of Emperor Qin Wu, with even thorough inspections conducted outside the hall, leaving no space for concealed items unexamined. However, as time passed, the majesty of imperial authority waned, leading to a lack of scrutiny. Yet, the open display of weaponry remained strictly prohibited within, for such an act would be a slight against the sovereign. It can be asserted that, although the esteemed concubine Yong is the focal point of the present moment, both she and Prince Yong's attire contravened the ancestral edicts. Should Qin Ming choose to pursue this matter, the repercussions would undoubtedly be severe. Observers discreetly noted Qin Ming's demeanor, Many anticipated an explosive rage akin to his treatment of Prince Qin, yet to their astonishment, Qin Ming remained remarkably composed, turning a blind eye to the audacious transgressions of concubine Yong and her son. This elicited a quiet sense of realization among many, as Prince Qin had consistently asserted that the current sovereign had the support of Prince Yong. It appeared that such claims were not without foundation. There must be some form of understanding or agreement between them, for otherwise, Qin Ming's character would not permit him to overlook such offenses. Concubine Yong and her son were, of course, keenly attuned to Qin Ming's reactions, deliberately testing his stance to ascertain whether he genuinely intended to fulfill his promise of relinquishing the throne. Upon witnessing Qin Ming's calm expression, the duo discreetly exhaled in relief. Realizing their concerns were unwarranted, their plan seemed poised for success. Concubine Yong, please take your seat, Qin Ming said with a smile, ushering her to the position beside him. Surveying the gathered ministers. As for Prince Yong, Qin Xing, and Yong Zhenghe, they occupied seats below. Prince Yong's position was at the forefront of the assembly, subtly suggesting his intent to lead the others. It has been quite some time since we last saw Prince Yong. We were curious as to his absence, only to discover he had first sought an audience with concubine Yong. A nobleman chuckled and remarked that what seemed to be a casual comment did not fall on Prince Yong's ears in the same manner. The regional princes were not permitted to enter the imperial palace at will. Should they do so, they were required by law to pay their respects to the emperor first. However, Prince Yong had entered the palace without first honoring the emperor, instead seeking an audience with the favored imperial concubine, which was inconsistent with the ancestral codes of etiquette. The nobleman's words not only pointed out this breach of decorum, but also sought to discern the attitude Qin Ming held towards the mother and son of Prince Yong. Having not seen his mother for an extended period, on this day of her grand birthday celebration, the prince, in a moment of joy, had overlooked the ancestral regulations in his eagerness to visit her. Yet, he believed that his deep bond with His Majesty would render any punishment unlikely, would it not? Prince Yong cast a meaningful glance at Qin Ming, only to find him unresponsive, instead gazing ahead with an air of nonchalance as he smiled and remarked that it was entirely natural for Prince Yong to visit the imperial concubine first on such an auspicious occasion. Why dwell on such matters? The bond between His Majesty and Prince Yong was indeed profound. Earlier, Prince Qin had also overstepped, only to face the emperor's wrath, being stripped of his powers and confined to the ancestral court. The emperor's current leniency towards Prince Yong was truly enviable. The nature of the relationship between His Majesty and Prince Yong left many in a state of confusion and perplexity. Upon hearing the news of Prince Jin's punishment, Prince Yong was initially taken aback, but a smile soon graced his lips. Prince Qin had long been his rival. If Prince Yong aspired to ascend the throne, Prince Qin would undoubtedly obstruct his path. Yet now, with Qin Ming's actions against Prince Qin, the way had been cleared, removing a significant obstacle from his path. Qin Ming's actions appeared to be paving a path for him, as if with genuine sincerity, he intended to relinquish the throne wholeheartedly. It was my oversight. I kindly ask Your Majesty not to take offense at the reminders of my esteemed colleagues. Qin Ming, in deference to Prince Yong, would not be so insensitive. Unlike Prince Qin, his fervor is not as pronounced, and he possesses a remarkable restraint. Naturally, he would not take offense. Qin Ming smiled and shook his head. After much discussion, everyone seemed to have forgotten to toast the esteemed Grand Consort Yong. Marquis Zifeng, in splendid harmony with Qin Ming, seized the moment as Qin Ming paused. Indeed, today marks the Grand Consort's grand birthday. It is a universal celebration, and we ought to raise a glass in her honor. Marquis Lingyu and others chimed in with jovial laughter. Marquis Zifeng, Marquis Lingyu, why do you still stand on ceremony with me? Grand Consort Yong chuckled, her delight evident. The long-anticipated plans were finally coming to fruition, allowing her to awaken from dreams filled with joy over the past few days. We wish the Grand Consort boundless blessings as vast as the Eastern Sea and longevity as enduring as the Southern Mountain. The court officials rose, raising their cups towards Grand Consort Yong and promptly downing their drinks. She too consumed the wine in her cup, her spirits lifted. As the officials settled back into their seats, Qin Ming spoke. Since it is the Grand Consort's birthday, my esteemed colleagues should not merely arrive with gifts. We ought to prepare some heartfelt congratulatory words to see whose sentiments might bring the most delight to the Grand Consort. Your Majesty is considerate, remarked Grand Consort Yong, taken aback by Qin Ming's suggestion. In truth, she was exceedingly anxious, eagerly awaiting the announcement of his abdication. Yet since Qin Ming had expressed such thoughts, she felt compelled to remain silent. Then let this old minister go first. The Marquis of Zifeng rose first, refilling his glass with wine, and gazed at the esteemed Empress Yang with a smile. To speak candidly, Your Highness, I find myself at a loss for words. You possess eternal youth and abundant wealth. Prince Yang is indeed favored by heaven, a true dragon among men. I cannot fathom what more you might desire. So I shall simply wish you all that your heart desires. The sweetness of the Marquis's words was undeniable. Empress Yang beamed with delight, unable to contain her joy. Although the Marquis claimed uncertainty in his speech, he deftly lavished praise upon her, bringing her immense happiness. As time passed, another official rose to his feet, raising his cup in tribute to the Empress. Unbeknownst to them, moments slipped away as each minister stood to offer their toasts. This prolonged the occasion, causing Prince Yang to furrow his brow. According to their previously devised plan, it was now time for Qin Ming to declare his abdication, allowing him to ascend the throne and bestow the title of Empress Dowager upon Yang. Would it not be a cause for even greater celebration when the ministers returned to offer their congratulations after she assumed that esteemed position? A sense of unease stirred within Prince Yang. However, he noticed that Qin Ming appeared as composed as ever, seemingly more elated for the Empress than even he, her own son. This observation prompted the prince to quell his doubts and patiently await the conclusion of the minister's speeches. At that moment, a young official stood up. Newly promoted to the third rank, he was a promising youth nurtured by Chu Yi. With a radiant smile upon his face, he addressed the Empress. I, Lu Zijing, wish you 1,000 years of longevity. This remark rendered the esteemed Empress Yang somewhat displeased, wishing her longevity had unexpectedly transformed into something inappropriate. However, she could hardly impose punishment upon the official for such a triviality and could only force a smile and utter, "It's nothing, it's nothing." We've all indulged a bit too much today, so a few misplaced words are of no consequence. Indeed, a few erroneous utterances may be inconsequential. Yet, one must ponder whether misdeeds might also be dismissed so lightly. Qin Ming cast a glance at Empress Yang, his words laden with implication. It would depend on the nature of the misdeed and whether it contravened ancestral edicts. At that moment, the expression of Empress Yang stiffened, for Qin Ming exuded an air of coldness. Report. A guard rushed in from outside the Golden Hall, ascending the steps to present a memorial to Qin Ming, who received it without uttering a word as the guard promptly withdrew. Qin Ming casually opened the document, as if perusing a leisurely read. However, upon closing it, his gaze sharpened into something piercing. Prince Yang, do you acknowledge your transgressions? Chapter 75. The arrogant Prince Yang. The sudden exclamation reverberated throughout the court, causing a momentary stir among the assembly. The expressions of the onlookers shifted to one of complexity as they turned their attention towards Qin Ming and Prince Yang. What secrets lay within that memorial? This was perhaps the paramount concern of all present, for it was the contents of that document which had drastically altered Qin Ming's demeanor towards Prince Yang, from a prior air of tolerance to a direct accusation. The abrupt shift in Qin Ming's disposition left both Empress Yang and Prince Yang momentarily stunned. Only moments ago, they had shared laughter, believing Qin Ming would willingly relinquish the throne, yet now he had turned the tide, confronting Prince Yang with charges. This instilled a sense of foreboding in both the favored consort Yang and Prince Yang. It is often said that accompanying a monarch is akin to treading upon a tiger's back, and they now found themselves grappling with such trepidation. May I inquire, Your Majesty, what transgression have I committed? Prince Yang, having weathered many a storm, maintained his composure amidst the tension, locking his gaze upon Qin Ming, eager to ascertain the nature of his alleged offense. Despite the consort's prior assurances that Qin Ming had promised to relinquish his imperial throne, Prince Yang had meticulously orchestrated numerous strategies for his visit to the capital. Some of his forces had infiltrated the imperial city long before, augmented by the influence of the Yang household. Even with potential ambushes laid by Qin Ming, Prince Yang harbored confidence in his ability to engage in battle. Moreover, his fief lay just beyond the city gates. Should any disturbance arise, his legions would swiftly converge upon the capital, poised for a cataclysmic confrontation. His troops had undergone years of rigorous training, and it would not be an exaggeration to call them among the finest in the entire dynasty. He was assured that if his army were to encircle the city, the hastily assembled forces of Qin Ming would crumble in an instant. I offer you a chance for honesty. Please do not compel me to announce this myself. Qin Ming appeared to be restraining his fury, momentarily ignited by recent reports. Yet, The Marquis of Zifeng understood that the emperor's performance was quite masterful. Despite his long-held intentions to strike at Prince Yong, he feigned an outburst of sudden wrath, leaving the courtiers in a state of bewilderment. This deepened the admiration of Prince Zifeng for Qin Ming's governance. Those who serve as ministers often delight in deciphering the thoughts of their sovereign, yet a ruler must skillfully conceal his intentions. In this regard, Qin Ming excelled remarkably. Discerning his motives proved exceedingly challenging. Does His Majesty seek to extract my words? I beg your pardon, for I have always acted with a clear conscience, unburdened by any guilt towards my ancestors or the realm. I remain unaware of the specific accusations His Majesty intends to levy against me. The Prince of Yong, equally resolute, showed no signs of capitulation. It appeared yet another fierce contest was at hand, with the Prince of Yong presenting an even more formidable challenge than the Prince of Jin. The courtiers silently acknowledged that today was not merely a celebration of longevity, but rather a day when the emperor sought to eliminate the regional princes. The courtiers recognized this, and the princes did as well, their gazes icy with trepidation. Should the Prince of Yong be deposed, would they be next? Qin Ming was cunningly luring them to the capital under the guise of a birthday celebration. It seemed prudent to bolster the Prince of Yong's position when necessary. A glint of determination flickered in the eyes of the Prince of Yu, who mused inwardly. The sentiments among the princes paralleled those of the Prince of Yu. While they outwardly submitted to Qin Ming, internally they felt a profound discontent. Should someone arise to lead them in rebellion against Qin Ming and possess sufficient strength, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to rebel. The ensuing dynamics would hinge on whether Qin Ming or the Prince of Yong could gain the upper hand. Qin Ming's gaze swept across the faces of these princes, extracting a wealth of information from their expressions. He did not blindly believe that he could subdue the feudal lords as he had done in the past. However, he was taken aback by their obstinacy. Even in the face of his formidable power, they remained unwilling to submit. It appeared that eliminating merely the King of Jin was insufficient. Qin Ming silently lamented that the King of Yong was indeed a challenging adversary, and these vassal lords were equally difficult to manage. He could dispose of the King of Jin, yet he could not eradicate all the vassal lords. Should he attempt such an endeavor, it would undoubtedly incite turmoil throughout the entire dynasty. Would those entrenched lords, who had held dominion for years, willingly submit? Absolutely not. Your Majesty, could there be a misunderstanding in this matter? Shang has always been straightforward and loyal. How could he be guilty? Your Majesty, do not allow yourself to be deceived, spoke the Grand Consort of Yong, her expression gradually growing colder. Qin Ming had exceeded her control, inciting her ire. The Grand Consort boldly accused him of framing the King of Yong. Qin Ming, showing no regard for her status, retorted coldly, I hold the Grand Consort in high esteem, and elevating you to this esteemed rank is a supreme honor. Yet, it seems you are no longer content to remain in this position. Today, adorned in a resplendent phoenix robe, do you aspire to become the Empress Dowager? I harbor no such intentions, she replied. It is merely that the Imperial Tailoring Bureau has designated me as the matron of the inner palace and crafted this robe especially for me. It is certainly not because I wish to assume the role of Empress Dowager. At my age, why would I covet such a title? Today, the esteemed consort Yong adorned herself in a phoenix robe, ostensibly to gauge Qin Ming's disposition. She had presumed that he would be indifferent. However, to her astonishment, Qin Ming reprimanded her directly, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. Summon my decree, he commanded. Let those responsible in the Imperial Garment Department for crafting this phoenix robe for the esteemed consort Yang be executed. In my harem, there exists neither Empress nor Dowager Empress. So what purpose does a phoenix robe serve? Can the head of the Imperial Garment Department bestow titles at will? If their power is so great, they might as well confer my throne as well. Qin Ming's words, veiled in metaphor, incited a fierce resentment in both the Yong prince and the esteemed consort Yong. The attending ministers discerned the underlying implications. Ostensibly, one official was to be executed, yet in reality, it was a scathing rebuke aimed at the esteemed consort Yong, mocking her ignorance of rank and propriety. How absurd. This position rightfully belongs to me. What does it mean to usurp? You would do well to promptly fulfill your promise and relinquish the throne, or else I shall ensure that chaos reigns throughout this imperial city. The young prince, in a fit of rage, overturned the banquet table, rising to his feet, his eyes burning with defiance, exuding an air of invincibility. Such audacity. This was the immediate reaction of those present. Even the former Jin prince would never have dared to demand that Qin Ming surrender the throne so brazenly. This young prince, In contrast to the Qin prince, radiated an even greater arrogance, with an unmistakable sense of supremacy in his gaze. Moreover, what promise did both the esteemed consort Yong and the young prince allude to? Did Qin Ming ever vow to cede the throne to the young prince? Should this revelation come to light, it would be utterly scandalous. Throughout history, has any sovereign ever pledged to relinquish their imperial seat? The higher the realm, the stronger the cultivation. Such individuals ought not to make oaths lightly, for it may invoke the wrath of heaven and bring down punishment, leading to their utter annihilation, both body and spirit. Do you realize you are conspiring against the throne? Qin Ming gazed at the Prince of Yong, his eyes gleaming with sharpness. As the prince's wolfish ambitions were ultimately laid bare, to the victor belongs the spoils, to the vanquished, the infamy. If it were I seated upon the throne today, do you think you would be the true conspirator? The Prince of Yong sneered repeatedly. Is this also the will of the Grand Consort? Qin Ming turned to the Grand Consort of Yong beside him, who appeared as regal as ever, smiling gently as she said, as the mother of the Prince of Yong. I naturally heed his counsel. Very well, I comprehend now. Qin Ming chuckled softly, realizing that this time, not only the former dynasty, but also the inner palace required a thorough cleansing. Even though they held unwavering confidence in Qin Ming, their resolve began to waver at this moment. He had sworn an oath to the heavens. Should he breach it, he would face terrifying retribution, endangering his very life. The moment you compelled me to use the throne as a bargaining chip, you committed the grave sin of treachery. I have not punished you, but instead have shown you favor. Your ingratitude now manifests as coercion towards me. I may tolerate you, but the laws of the dynasty will not spare you. Chapter 76. The great battle begins. The Prince of Yong is evidently no ordinary foe. Prior to entering the palace, he had already devised a plan and arranged for formidable allies. In truth, with the Grand Consort of Yong within the palace, it would not be difficult to place certain individuals among the imperial guards. The current situation has undeniably become exceedingly delicate. Both the Prince Yong and the Grand Imperial Concubine are formidable martial spirits of the third tier within the realm of Danfu. Their strength is extraordinary. Coupled with the presence of Yongzheng and other powerful figures from Danfu, they constitute a dreadfully formidable coalition, one that poses a significant threat to Qin Ming's throne. Furthermore, will these feudal lords and princes seize this opportunity to usurp Qin Ming's reign? All of this remains shrouded in uncertainty. Are they preparing to stage a coup? Observing the actions of Prince Yong, a murderous intent welled up within Qin Ming. Had the Grand Imperial Concubine and her son not been so impatient, he might have spared their lives. However, that now appears highly improbable. Speak plainly, commanded Prince Yong. Qin Shing, his gaze piercing and resolute, suddenly exuding an air of sovereign authority, as if he were standing on equal footing with Qin Ming, engaging in dialogue as equals. If you manage to survive, the throne shall naturally be yours. Meanwhile, the spirit elixirs within Qin Ming roared in response, and the Blood Emperor sword in his grasp radiated a sinister glow. Qin Ming did not yield. He yearned for battle. What do my esteemed brothers and lords think of this matter? Will you stand by my side to uphold justice and dethrone the tyrannical monarch, or will you align yourselves against me? The time has come for a choice to be made. Prince Yong cast a sweeping glance at the lords, causing them to waver in their resolve. This decision is indeed a formidable one. After all, they remain within the imperial palace. If they were to truly sever ties with Qin Ming, could they extricate themselves unscathed? Their combat prowess pales in comparison to that of Prince Yong. This is a conflict between His Majesty and Prince Yong. I am merely a lowly marquis. What right do I have to intervene? At that moment, a nobleman spoke, seeking a way to extricate himself. However, in the blink of an eye, a flash of crimson light surged forth, revealing a gash upon his neck, blood gushing forth. The speed of the young king's sword was unparalleled, and those who attempted to seize the opportunity to slip away found themselves unable to evade its lethal strike. As for the sentiments of the others, it seemed the young king paid no heed to the fate of this nobleman, continuing to inquire of the rest. Within their hearts, these lords silently cursed Qin Ming, questioning why he had summoned them to the imperial palace, lamenting their own folly in attending the banquet so naively. The young king displayed a ruthless nature. Although the nobleman held a lowly status, he was nonetheless a descendant of the late emperor, and thus was dispatched with a single stroke. I, too, am curious to hear what choices you shall make. However, I must caution you all, choices are singular. Once made, one must be prepared to bear the consequences. Qin Ming remarked with a faint smile. Should they support the young king, would he, upon ascending the throne, treat them with the same treachery as Qin Ming? Such uncertainties loomed large, necessitating a promise from him and a compelling reason for their resolute decision. Naturally, I had no intention of retaining any of you, the young king declared. Your fiefs were conferred by the late emperor, and I shall not contravene his wishes. Rest assured, my esteemed lords. I am a man of reason, unlike some treacherous souls who inspire contempt. The young king promptly acquiesced to the request of the young king, all the while taking a subtle jab at Qin Ming. The young king indeed exhibited a magnanimous spirit. It appeared he intended to steadfastly guard the imperial city for all eternity. A tone of indifference escaped from Qin Ming's lips. Yet no one paid it heed. Even though these lords understood the ambitions of Prince Qin Sheng of Yong, they still chose to place their temporary trust in him, believing that once they departed from the imperial city, the matters to follow could be addressed later. A certain lord expressed hope that Prince Yang would make a solemn promise, asserting that only with such a pledge could they feel at ease. No problem, Prince Yang replied with a nod, then raised his arm to vow, I, Prince Qin Sheng of Yong, hereby make this oath, with heaven and earth as my witnesses. Once I ascend the throne, I shall unconditionally allow all of you, my esteemed lords, to leave the imperial city and ensure your safety. With such a declaration from Prince Yang, we are indeed united in purpose, another lord remarked. Prince Yang possesses exceptional talent and an ambition that rivals the heavens. We wholeheartedly support him as our emperor. The words spoken by Lord Yu were laced with reluctance. Yet with Prince Yang having sworn an oath, they felt compelled to show their own allegiance. It seems the discernment of you all leaves much to be desired, Qin Ming remarked coolly, turning his gaze toward the court officials. And what of you? Will you also betray your country? Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, the lords froze, for he had cast upon them a grave accusation of treason. Such a label implied that should Prince Yang fail, they too would face ruin. The ministers were engulfed in inner turmoil, yet Lord Zifeng maintained his composure, smiling as he declared, as an old minister and the chancellor of the dynasty, I shall naturally follow his majesty. Lords Lingyu and Tianyu also expressed their loyalty to Qin Ming, as did other royal relatives, for they had consumed the soul-dissolving powder. What would become of them should any misfortune befall Qin Ming? Upon witnessing the unwavering faith of the royal relatives in Qin Ming, a flicker of astonishment passed through the eyes of Prince Yang and other nobles. Only the noble consort of Prince Yang remained relatively composed, her expression icy as she remarked that they were ultimately a bunch of weaklings. To assuage the noble consort's vigilance, Qin Ming had previously bestowed upon her a permanent antidote, alleviating any fears she harbored regarding the threat of soul-devouring powder. After the eradication of the Yang royal family, I shall permanently lift the toxicity for you. Qin Ming's words resonated in the ears of the gathered royals, evoking expressions of great delight. We, your subjects, pledge our unwavering loyalty to your majesty. And you? Qin Ming turned his gaze towards the ministers, those officials of the third rank and above, who constituted the backbone of the court. Their decisions would undoubtedly hold significant weight. We are, of course, loyal to your majesty, determined to eliminate all traitorous factions. The deputy prime minister, Chu Yi, spoke up, a trusted aide personally elevated by Qin Ming, sharing a fate intertwined with him, thus he could never side with Prince Yang. With Chu Yi leading the charge, the younger ministers, along with those whom Qin Ming had promoted over the past month, expressed their willingness to pledge allegiance to him and engage in a fierce battle against the rebels. Rebels? A cold smile played upon Prince Yang's lips. Should he emerge victorious in this conflict, who then would be the true traitors? The remaining ministers displayed less clarity in their allegiances. Some, observing the compliance of the royal relatives towards Qin Ming, speculated that he must have made ample preparations, perhaps sufficient to contend with any unforeseen changes. After all, Qin Ming had once been weak yet defied the odds to vanquish Chao Jinchun. Could he possibly conjure another miracle? There are those who believe that the power of the princes is formidable, although their influence within the palace may be somewhat diminished once they break free. The vast expanse of opportunity awaits them. The armies from various regions will not be able to reach the imperial city in a timely manner. Yet the formidable warriors among their ranks move with remarkable swiftness. Notably, the forces of Prince Yang appear to be on the verge of encircling the imperial city. Soon, the remaining ministers divided into two factions, with those already aligned with the Yang family decisively taking a stand. Qin Ming meticulously noted the names of these loyal individuals, whom he vowed to reward, while the traitors would face complete annihilation. In light of this, further discourse was futile. The matter of the throne would ultimately be resolved through force. With a faint smile, Prince Yang soared into the air, followed closely by the other nobles. Clad in the unparalleled heavenly armor, Qin Ming stepped forth, and thus the great battle commenced. This fierce conflict erupted within the palace walls. Qin Ming, donning the unparalleled heavenly armor, exhibited unparalleled might, wielding the Blood Emperor's sword, rendering him invincible. Prince Yong found himself overwhelmed, requiring the combined efforts of the beloved imperial concubine and Yongzheng to mount a challenge. Although Marquis Zifeng intended to join the fray after careful consideration, Qin Ming directed him to the inner palace to prevent the chaos from spilling into that sacred space. Despite the cold demeanor of concubine Han towards him, he remained resolute in his desire for her safety. The entire palace was engulfed in turmoil as the forces of the Yong residents surged forth, with traitors among the palace guards collaborating, transforming the imperial abode into a veritable sea of blood, the sounds of slaughter reverberating through the heavens, and the flames of war relentless. Amidst the fierce battle, Qin Ming and his companions traversed countless locations, ultimately continuing their struggle outside a relatively desolate ancestral temple. Chapter 77, Divine Retribution? Tribulation? Those who vow oaths to heaven and earth yet betray them shall undoubtedly face celestial wrath. A powerful figure murmured, asserting that neither the thunder tribulation nor the divine punishment could be borne by an ordinary individual. Both the tribulation and punishment symbolize the most formidable forces of destruction. However, they are not overwhelmingly potent. Should a divine punishment of imperial caliber be unleashed upon a martial artist at the Yuanwu realm, it would equate to apocalyptic devastation, resulting not only in the demise of the punished, but likely the obliteration of the entire city. Thus, the calamities sent by the heavens are typically only slightly more powerful than the offender, sufficient to annihilate the individual. At that moment, the spectators beheld a bolt of lightning strike down upon Qin Ming, enveloping him in a purple-black radiance, rendering the onlookers momentarily blind. The Prince of Yong and others had already retreated several paces to avoid being caught in the tempest of lightning. For the sheer terror of the tribulation's might was enough to obliterate even the pinnacle of the Danfu realm. Alas, Qin Ming was caught off guard by the strike. Clad in the boundless heavenly armor, emanating an aura at the apex of the Danfu realm. Consequently, the descending thunderous assault was perilously close to the Te realm. Even an ordinary martial lord would succumb to the invasive lightning, shattering their meridians and flesh. Fortunately, the boundless heavenly armor proved extraordinarily resilient, withstanding the blow. However, Qin Ming dared not don it again. After all, the boundless heavenly armor was merely an external object, and should it shatter, it would spell disaster for him. Reflecting on the myriad actions of Qin Ming, Prince Yong increasingly sensed the likelihood of an influential force behind him. At the very least, there must be an ancient master of the martial realm aiding Qin Ming. Otherwise, how could he have the audacity to take a top genius from a reclusive sect as his retainer? No one else would dare to do so, regardless of their courage. This leads to but one conclusion. An enigmatic elder from the shadows has been supporting Qin Ming, meticulously nurturing him until he has blossomed into a formidable emperor. However, no matter how well he has been cultivated, he cannot escape the fate that awaits him today. To defy an oath and act against the heavens is tantamount to courting death. Prince Yong Qinsher smiled faintly. Earlier, at the moment Qin Ming declared his intention to defy the will of heaven, calamity descended. Prince Yong did not believe anyone could emerge unscathed from the tribulations of heaven. It was a certain death sentence. The battles around them halted as all gazes turned towards Qin Ming. Had their sovereign, Qin Ming, incurred divine wrath? What you perceive as divine retribution, I interpret as a trial of thunder. I shall conquer this thunderstorm and ascend to the Danfu realm. A chilling smile crept across Qin Ming's heart. His actions were deliberate, harnessing the power of lightning to temper his being. If he could withstand this trial and achieve a breakthrough amidst the storm, there would be no doubt that this martial spirit of the Danfu realm would be extraordinarily powerful, capable of vanquishing legions of foes. Yet, the risks involved were immense. In ancient times, unparalleled prodigies had perished during their breakthroughs, struck down by the very thunder they sought to overcome. It can be said that this thunderstorm is a celestial blade, severing countless talents from the annals of history. As time flows onward, the very laws of the continent have undergone a transformation. The upper realm and the lower realm are now separated by an impenetrable barrier. The tribulations of heaven seem to have vanished from the lower realm. For at least the past 10 millennia, there have been no records of prodigies enduring heavenly tribulations. Undoubtedly, should someone manage to bathe in the tempest of thunder and be reborn, their combat prowess would become extraordinarily formidable. capable of looking down upon their peers and dominating all adversaries. Qin Ming aspires to achieve this. Whether it be divine punishment or heavenly tribulation, they should not hinder him, but rather serve as a catalyst for his advancement. Boom. Another bolt of lightning cascades down, transforming into a fiercely violent sword of thunder, aimed directly at him. The laws of heaven and earth remain oblivious to Qin Ming's intentions. To them, this strike is meant to obliterate him. For Qin Ming has defied the oath sworn before the heavens. Man acts, and heaven observes. This adage holds particular significance across the 3,000 realms. One may deceive oneself or others, but one cannot deceive the heavens. The various kings and lords, witnessing Qin Ming facing the heavenly tribulation, involuntarily reveal smiles. What of the emperor's intricate schemes? Ultimately, he finds himself ensnared, and should he endure a few more strikes, his life may well be forfeit. The Prince of Yong stated calmly that, regardless, he could not resist the inevitable. This strike, should it fall, would annihilate even a cultivator at the first level of the Danfu realm, let alone Qin Ming, who merely stands at the pinnacle of the Lingwu realm. This exemplifies the adage of playing with fire and getting burned. The noble consort of Yong chuckled, recalling how Qin Ming had previously shown her great disrespect, leaving her seething with indignation. Now, witnessing his impending demise at the hands of divine lightning, she could not help but radiate joy. Heart-shattering finger. Qin Ming gazed skyward and struck. A brilliant and dazzling beam of light soared into the heavens, sharp and unparalleled, akin to a blade of the utmost sharpness. It caused a sudden tremor in the hearts of the onlookers. Was Qin Ming truly daring to confront the Thunder Sword? With a crack, the force of his shattered heart finger collided with the Thunder Sword, and in that instant, the sword erupted, engulfing the power of the shattered heart finger, both dissipating as if they had never existed. How could this be? The expressions of the lords shifted dramatically. This strike was potent enough to slay a first-level Dan Mansion cultivator, yet Qin Ming shattered it with a mere finger. Could it be that his single strike was sufficient to vanquish a first-level cultivator? If that were the case, his combat prowess would be astonishing, leaving one in awe. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck. The words of the Prince of Yong dripped with cold skepticism. He could not believe that anyone could survive the thunderous tribulation. This was merely the beginning. The true spectacle had only just commenced. With 2 consecutive strikes failing to eliminate Qin Ming, it seemed as though the heavens themselves were enraged. Dark clouds roiling, exuding an inexhaustible aura of terror. In the depths of the void, it appeared that several sovereigns of thunder were manifesting, exuding an imposing majesty, their very essence capable of crushing the heavens and the earth. Was this a tangible manifestation of the laws of the celestial path? Some were left speechless in shock. It seemed that Qin Ming's thunderous punishment was no trivial matter, even evoking the appearance of thunder sovereigns. Would they descend upon the mortal realm to obliterate Qin Ming? In the distance, several powerful auras rushed forth, among them an elder clad in blood-stained robes, none other than Yu Tianqiu. He gazed somberly at the 3 Tianyi realm martial lords behind him. This was not merely a tribulation, it was a strike of divine retribution. The martial expert pursuing Yu Tianqiu chuckled, refraining from further aggression, instead watching with keen interest as Qin Ming faced divine retribution. Such instances of celestial punishment were rare within the 3,000 realms. No one would willingly dig their own graves, fully aware of the impending demise that awaited them, and yet still choose to defy fate. To many onlookers, Qin Ming's actions appeared exceedingly foolish. As a sovereign of the mortal realm, evading divine wrath was an impossibility. The dark clouds thickened ominously, seemingly blotting out the sun, while bolts of lightning, thick and sinuous like coiling dragons, crisscrossed the sky, instilling a sense of dread that deterred any from approaching. With a thunderous roar, the heavens unleashed another terrifying bolt of lightning, which manifested as a colossal handprint of thunder. As if a deity of storms were descending to deliver judgment, possessing the power to shift mountains. Dragon fist of heavenly ascendance. Qin Ming, undeterred, swung his arm, and an imperial aura surged forth. In an instant, it seemed as though dragons roared around him, as if numerous true dragons entwined his form, launching forth in unison with his mighty punch, aimed directly at the immense handprint of thunder. Before this formidable display, Qin Ming's dragon fist appeared minuscule, akin to an ant attempting to shake the very foundations of the world, a demonstration of hubris. Nevertheless, even so, Yang Zhenghe furrowed his brow, realizing that this strike might not suffice to vanquish him. With that, Yang Zhenghe stepped forward, disregarding the attempts of the Yong Wang and the Grand Consort to restrain him. determined to take matters into his own hands and eliminate Qin Ming in this fleeting moment. Qin Ming cast a cold glance at Yong Zhenghe, silently deeming him a fool, and chose to ignore him as he charged forward. In an instant, the thunderous sovereign in the heavens trembled once more, unleashing a colossal palm imprint that surged with the ferocity of a tempest, enveloped in boundless arcs of lightning, hurling towards Yong Zhenghe. Bang! Bang! The first resounding clash echoed as Qin Ming's heavenly dragon fist collided with the thunderous palm imprint, tearing a gaping fissure in the very essence of the lightning strike, which subsequently shattered, scattering innumerable fragments of electric brilliance. The second resounding crash reverberated against Yong Zhenghe's form as he was engulfed by the overwhelming force of the thunder. Rendered lifeless in an instant, it was a blow rivaling the pinnacle of the Danfu realm, decisively subduing Yong Zhenghe on the spot. Chapter 78. Seizing the moment to break through before the ancestral shrine, upon the scorched earth lay a charred corpse, not that of Qin Ming, but that of Yong Zhenghe. The onlookers gazed at the lifeless body of Yong Zhenghe, lamenting the loss. Even though Qin Ming could temporarily withstand the divine retribution, he would inevitably succumb when the punishment intensified. Yet, Yong Zhenghe, in his haste to eliminate Qin Ming, could not afford to wait. "Uncle!" cried Yong Wang Qinsheng, though he dared not approach the corpse of Yong Zhenghe, for the lightning continued to flicker ominously around it, and recklessly advancing could lead to a similar fate. Such was the end for treasonous rebels. I am undergoing tribulation, yet he dared to interfere, to obstruct my cultivation. Such an act merits the most severe of punishments. Qin Ming coldly derided, causing a shiver to run through the hearts of those present, as it indeed seemed so. As the one who had braved the lightning tribulation, Qin Ming remained unscathed, while Yong Zhenghe lay struck dead. Could it be that Qin Ming spoke the truth? Perhaps he had not faced divine punishment, but rather was experiencing the tribulation of ascension into the Danfu realm? At that moment, however, Qin Ming's deceit unraveled effortlessly. Above, the heavens roiled with lightning. Bolts as thick as serpents crackled ominously. Witnessing Qin Ming still vibrant and full of life, the heavens seemed to express their wrath with a thunderous roar. A terrifying beam of lightning descended, intent on engulfing him. Qin Ming's expression flickered, one hand clenched into a fist while the other pointed forth. The formidable forces of his heart-shattering finger and the celestial dragon fist erupted simultaneously, poised to confront the oncoming storm of thunder. From this assault, Qin Ming sensed a profound sense of peril. This strike could obliterate even a second-tier martial spirit adept, a testament to the celestial power's regard for him. The onlookers beheld the somewhat slender figure, their gaze frozen in awe. To pit oneself against the tribulations of heaven embodied in unparalleled audacity, a defiance that would not yield, even in the face of overwhelming odds. In the distance, a graceful silhouette perched atop the palace, her beautiful eyes gazing anxiously at the scene below. "Your Highness, why do you not descend? The outside is in disarray. Had it not been for Lord Zifeng safeguarding the inner palace, disorderly troops might well have surged in. It would be wise for you to seek refuge," called out Huaxin, a palace maid, to the enchanting figure. Yet, the lady appeared unmoved, quietly observing the turmoil. Seeing that her earnest pleas bore no fruit, Huaxin ceased her entreaties. Fortunately, the noble consort Han was herself a formidable adept of the Danfu realm. Possessing both talent and skill, even in peril, she had the means to protect herself. Thus, Huaxin could breathe a slight sigh of relief, for otherwise, she would have had to summon the palace guards to escort the consort to safety. At this moment, Morong Han gazed at the figure before the ancestral hall, her eyes betraying an unusual emotion. She hesitated to descend, fearing that others might discern her disquiet. In the face of divine retribution, does one still remain unyielding? Morong Han murmured softly, finding it hard to believe, and her esteem for Qin Ming surged yet again. Boom! A ferocious bolt of thunder crashed down, as intertwining streaks of icy lightning surged toward Qin Ming. His arms turned as dark as night. With one finger pointing to the sky and a fist poised for a strike, he resembled an unparalleled war god, terrifying and unmatched, intent on overpowering all adversaries in the world. Even the divine punishment could not break his spirit. Perhaps therein lies the most enchanting aspect of a man, regardless of the circumstances. He remains undaunted, aspiring to soar above the clouds, claiming unrivaled supremacy. Unbeknownst to her, a faint crack began to form in Morong Han's once impenetrable heart. And with the relentless passage of time, this fissure would only widen until her heart lay bare, utterly unguarded. The heavens churned ominously, darkening profoundly, and above Qin Ming, the sky was even more foreboding, nearly shrouded in black. A river of thunder roared past, as if tearing a gash in the void, an utterly terrifying sight. This time, he would surely perish. Prince Yong, Qin Sheng, cast a chilling gaze. The forthcoming divine punishment could likely annihilate even a cultivator at the third level of the dance stage. Let alone Qin Ming. Even if he were immortal, he should not withstand such a force. King Yu mused silently, having made a choice. He could not allow Qin Ming any chance of escape. Before the descending thunderous axe, Qin Ming's gaze grew heavy with gravity. In that moment, the essence of the true martial emperor within him surged to its utmost limits, his bloodlines roaring as if transforming into relentless hurricanes, continuously swirling, leading one to believe that he might erupt at any moment. Boom. Qin Ming refrained from relying on external artifacts such as the Blood Emperor's sword, for that would only amplify the terror of the tribulation. He resolved to confront this trial in his most potent state. He unleashed an unparalleled strike, one that epitomized his strongest power. Never before had he been compelled to such extremes. The bloodline strength cultivated through the true martial emperor's scriptures erupted instantaneously. The onlookers witnessed a true dragon soaring upwards, its blood chi surging fiercely, ready to collide with the thunderous axe. His combat prowess was indeed astonishing. The various lords and marquises were filled with trepidation, shaken by Qin Ming's formidable strength. Although merely a martial artist of the spirit martial realm, he exhibited the combat power of a triple-layered Dan Mansion realm. Who could possibly believe such a claim? Crash! The thunderous axe cleaved through everything, and Qin Ming's true dragon was instantly torn apart. The oppressive might of the thunder descended upon him, the blinding white light rendering the eyes of the spectators unable to open. Surely, he was destined to perish. Faced with such a terrifying blow, if Qin Ming were to survive, it would indeed be inconceivable. Your Majesty. Morong Han's expression abruptly shifted upon witnessing this scene, murmuring those two words in a daze. Even she could not comprehend why she felt a pang of heartache. Hurry, welcome the new emperor. As the thunderous light gradually dimmed, voices arose, proclaiming that Qin Ming had perished and urging others to flatter the Prince of Yong without delay. Such audacity! Yu Tianxiu arrived before the ancestral temple, questioning the emergence of a new emperor. The moment Yu Tianxiu appeared, he commanded the scene with an undeniable presence. The Prince of Yong's expression flickered. He recognized Yu Tianxiu, yet remained oblivious to the fact that Yu Tianxiu had transcended into the realm of Tianyi. The thunderous punishment had not dissipated, signifying that its purpose had not been fulfilled. Qin Ming was still alive. Subsequently, as the dust settled in the area ravaged by the storm, a figure emerged, standing tall and unyielding, even in the face of heaven's fury. This individual was still alive? Morong Han's eyes unexpectedly glistened with moisture, and she found herself at a loss, unable to comprehend her own thoughts. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. This audacious declaration escaped the lips of the figure, sending a jolt through the hearts of the onlookers. Qin Ming was indeed alive. I knew it. His Majesty is blessed with divine fortune. Mere thunder cannot harm him. Yu Tianxiu chuckled, recognizing the indomitable strength of their sovereign. Zhang Zhouquan's eyes narrowed, his icy demeanor faltering as he was shaken to the core. The realization that Qin Ming had survived the onslaught of the heavenly tribulation left him trembling. Was this truly defiance against fate? Cough, cough. Yet, Qin Ming was not unscathed. His body was drenched in blood. Upon seeing Qin Ming's condition, Yu Tianxiu rushed forward to assist, but Qin Ming restrained him, cautioning that the tribulation was not yet over. However, Qin Ming let out a long howl towards the heavens, his aura surging at that moment, causing a tremor in the hearts of all present. After enduring the thunderous onslaught, Qin Ming not only survived but seemed to have become even more formidable. At that instant, within his dantian, the spirit elixir shattered under the impact of the colossal thunder axe, yet it had not completely disintegrated. Qin Ming activated the true martial emperor's cannon, remarkably reintegrating the fragments. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to forcefully break through the barriers that had long restrained him. Since arriving in this world, his path of cultivation had been exceedingly smooth, heavily supported by the system, preventing him from truly savoring the essence of cultivation. The genuine path of a martial artist often confines them within a particular realm for many years, necessitating profound understanding and experience. Otherwise, the martial way would become overly monotonous. Yet, Qin Ming could not afford to waste time. He yearned to genuinely relish the martial experience. Thus, he chose to transcend into the dantian realm without relying on the system. Only in this manner could he attain true strength. As he felt the roar of the dantian within him, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Dantian realm, here I come. Chapter 79, The Thoughts of Princess Han. The heavenly punishment could not deter Qin Ming. Rather, it allowed him to harness the might of thunder to shatter the shackles of his cultivation, breaking into the dantian realm. This revelation took everyone by surprise. Should the heavens discover that Qin Ming was merely utilizing their power to refine himself, they would likely go mad. With a long exhale, Qin Ming felt an unparalleled fullness within his dantian at this moment. As if tumultuous waves were crashing against the shore, his entire being brimming with power. Moreover, he felt his body had become remarkably lighter. Having entered the realm of Danfu, his essence was abundant, sufficient to sustain a warrior's brief flight through the air, albeit with limitations on the height he could achieve. With a sudden flash, he soared into the sky, akin to a fledgling rock, ascending with an indomitable spirit. His gaze fierce and unyielding, as if challenging the heavens themselves, asking, "What can you do to me?" In ancient times, those prodigies who broke through would invariably face the tribulation of thunder. Only by overcoming such trials could they be deemed true geniuses of the world. Now, in the absence of thunderous tribulations, he would consider this lightning retribution as his trial, aiding him in sanctifying his physical form. A sharp glimmer flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. Those who had endured the thunder tribulation not only gained augmented combat prowess, but the most immediate effect was also manifested in their corporeal bodies. Having been tempered by heavenly lightning, the resilience of their flesh was beyond imagination. There exists a notion of achieving sanctity through the physical form, wherein one relies solely on their bodily strength to vanquish formidable foes, transcending the myriad paths of existence to attain the esteemed status of a sage. Of course, this is but an exaggerated assertion. Whether true sages exist in this world is debatable, and the path to achieving sanctity through the body is exceedingly arduous. Furthermore, within the 3,000 realms, there exists a class of martial cultivators whose physiques are terrifyingly robust, referred to as body cultivators, whose pursuit is the path of sanctity through the flesh. Should they learn that Qin Ming intends to refine his body with the power of thunder, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment at his audacity. Is the thunderous retribution not yet concluded? In the distance, upon the palace, Morong Han stood, her garments billowing in the wind, complemented by her unparalleled beauty, resembling an exquisite landscape. Empress Han. At that moment, a figure strolled through the void, descending beside Lady Han. Morong Han cast a casual glance at the individual and then revealed a gentle smile, realizing it was the Marquis. How delightful it is that he has taken a moment from his busy schedule to visit me. The Emperor is only concerned with the affairs of the Empress. Thus it is only fitting that he pays close attention to the esteemed Zhongxiu Palace. The Morong family has never engaged in political matters, seemingly focused solely on commercial endeavors. However, the Marquis of Zifeng is acutely aware that this is a colossal entity, verging on a commercial empire, due to its vast wealth. Numerous formidable individuals are eager to serve the Morong family, their influence spreading throughout the entire Tianhua Dynasty. Even the peak powers within the Danfu territory are willing to work under the Morong family's banner. After all, in this world, solitary cultivators comprise the majority. Those who can access the Morong family's resources for cultivation are naturally inclined to offer their allegiance. As for the head of the Morong family, Morong Qianqing, although he has never been reported to have taken action, no one dares to underestimate him. The resources at the disposal of such a massive commercial empire are nothing short of formidable. It would not be particularly challenging to cultivate a martial monarch of the Tianyi realm, would it? Without such power, commanding the heroes of an entire empire would not be a simple feat. Furthermore, within the imperial city, there exists a rumor that the Morong family is of great antiquity, tracing its lineage back to a time before the establishment of the dynasty by Emperor Qin Wu. Moreover, the Morong family's ancestral home does not lie within the Tianhua Dynasty, as their enterprises extend across the 3,000 realms. The Marquis of Zifeng has never ventured beyond the dynasty, leaving the veracity of this claim unverified. Nevertheless, it is sufficient to illustrate the formidable strength of the Morong family. He is truly a fool, as the Emperor. Is it not his prerogative to summon his consorts to his side? Morong Han mused silently, yet she maintained an impassive demeanor. It is the first time I have heard such a statement from the Lord. However, I had a delightful conversation with His Majesty that day, and it should not have provoked him. Surely, the Prime Minister has misinterpreted the matter. Lord Zifeng was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the esteemed concubine Han was indeed formidable. It was clear that Murong Qinqing's decision to place her within the imperial palace was not made lightly. This woman is exceptionally astute. Your Highness speaks truly. It is I who have misconstrued the imperial will. A person of His Majesty's caliber is certainly beyond my comprehension. Lord Zifeng seemed to jest at his own expense while subtly elevating Qin Ming's stature. Observing Murong Han's expression, it was evident that she harbored no indifference towards Qin Ming. As long as there remained even a sliver of hope, he would strive to foster their bond, keeping Murong Han close to Qin Ming. A figure of unparalleled greatness? Might the Lord be overestimating His Majesty? Murong Han smiled, radiant as spring. Perhaps he may not yet be deemed extraordinary, but what of a year, 5 years, or 10 years hence? In the entirety of the empire, who could possibly be compared to His Majesty? Lord Zifeng sighed, his words heartfelt. For a martial artist of the Yuanwu realm to ascend to such heights is indeed a feat not easily accomplished. The Prince of Yong and the Prince of Jin are also remarkable figures, yet much of their present success is rooted in the strength of their maternal clans. In contrast, Qin Ming's current position is a result of his meticulous strategy and efforts. By comparison, is it not true that Qin Ming outshines them? Who can foresee the events of 5 or 10 years from now? Will he be able to withstand the impending divine retribution? Murong Han spoke with an air of nonchalance. Yet a glimmer of concern flickered in her eyes. The tribulation of the Danfu realm was indeed far more terrifying. Since the unknown loomed ahead, it was perhaps wiser to place trust in our sovereign, who has consistently managed to perform astonishing feats. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Marquis Zifeng had developed a certain blind faith in Qin Ming. His audacity to confront the heavenly tribulation suggested careful consideration rather than a mere impulsive decision. If the Marquis expressed such confidence, it would be remiss of her to harbor doubts about the Emperor. Murong Han offered a faint smile, gracefully descending the steps provided by Marquis Zifeng. Had she been born a man, her prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of any elder by 1,000-fold. The Marquis could not help but marvel once more at Murong Han's exceptional talents. She was astute enough to fathom his thoughts and skillfully seized the opportunity to step back. Although she harbored a growing fondness for Qin Ming, she cleverly used him as a pretext. Such a remarkable individual would be a loss to governance if she chose not to pursue a political career. Meanwhile, Qin Ming soared through the air, the Danfu realm roaring with vigor akin to an unfathomable ocean. With the might of the heavenly dragon fist, he struck at the heavens, contending against the relentless barrage of formidable lightning. Each bolt rendered his body momentarily rigid, yet his blood surged with vitality, revitalizing him anew, unyielding in the face of adversity. Was it truly possible for him to endure this trial? The onlookers trembled, the divine punishment intensified, each strike emanating the power of a peak-level Danfu realm cultivator, sending shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned mid-tier martial spirits. However, amid such fierce assaults, Qin Ming stood resolute, radiating an aura of unparalleled strength. As if affirming the words of the Purple Maple Marquis, towering over the mountains and rivers like a legendary figure, delivering blows to the myriad realms. Perhaps his future indeed holds the promise of becoming an extraordinary individual. Murong Han's emotions were intricate. She discerned Qin Ming's intentions, realizing he harbored no fear of divine retribution. On the contrary, he seemed to relish it, as if genuinely treating it as a tribulation, aiming to be reborn through the purifying flames of calamity. He was not as detestable as she had once imagined. Murong Han, embodying the tender nature of a woman, found a semblance of security in the fact that Qin Ming was, in name, her husband. The thought of being together with him sparked a fleeting notion. What was she even contemplating? Shaking her head, she noticed that the Purple Maple Marquis had departed, allowing her to exhale a relieved breath, grateful that no one was present to witness her moment of vulnerability. Could he truly persevere through this? The young king gazed at the charred yet unyielding figure of Qin Ming, a shiver coursing through his heart. In the face of divine punishment, Yang Zheng had faltered and fallen with a single strike, yet Qin Ming had endured far longer. This highlighted the disparity between them. It was inconceivable as the divine punishment intensified. Calamity would surely follow, and he could not possibly prevail. The esteemed concubine Yang recalled the records she had perused, her eyes sharpening with determination. Qin Ming could never survive. Chapter 80. The thunder-devouring beast concubine Yang spoke with a calm demeanor, causing hearts to race among the onlookers. The notion that divine retribution could manifest and engage in battle was astonishing. If what concubine Yang asserted were true, then Qin Ming had no hope of survival. As if to corroborate the words of the noble consort Yong, mere moments later, the revered Thunder Master's hand trembled, and in an instant, it transformed into a prison of lightning, ensnaring Qin Ming within its confines. Your Majesty, the onlookers gasped in astonishment, as the laws of heaven and earth seemed to resonate with an otherworldly spirit, effectively imprisoning Qin Ming. Do not worry about me. Qin Ming waved his hand, signaling the crowd to remain calm. Could this heavenly punishment truly confine him indefinitely? Indeed, Qin Ming felt little threat from the lightning prison. However, within the River of Thunder, there appeared to be an ominous turbulence, as if something dreadful sought to emerge from its depths. A sharp glint flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. It seemed that the lightning prison was merely a temporary restriction on his freedom, while the true intent of the divine retribution was annihilation rather than confinement. A fearsome roar reverberated from the River of Thunder, shaking the stars in the firmament and causing the hearts of the onlookers to tremble. Soon, they beheld a violent thunderous beast emerge from the river, its ferocity sweeping across the heavens and earth as it advanced menacingly towards Qin Ming. The lightning prison was utterly incapable of hindering this colossal creature. It effortlessly stepped within, its gaze malevolent, radiating a palpable intent to kill. The very existence of this beast was to eradicate Qin Ming. How could its murderous intent be anything but overwhelming? With the head of a lion and the body of an ox, Qin Ming gazed upon this thunderous beast, his heart quaking with trepidation. This appeared to be the legendary devourer of heaven, a creature known in ancient times for its insatiable appetite, capable of consuming anything in existence. Once revered, it had become a mere myth in contemporary times. Yet here, the laws of the universe had conjured such a formidable fiend. Yu Xianqiu's expression shifted, filled with concern for Qin Ming. It was not only Yu Xianqiu. Everyone from Qin Ming's lineage shared the same apprehension. This was the devourer beast, whose presence, albeit emanating from a low-tier Danfu realm, was suffused with a fierce menace that had long instilled fear. Even the most formidable low-tier Danfu realm martial spirits would find themselves consumed by this beast. Without a moment's hesitation, the devourer beast opened its gaping maw upon encountering Qin Ming, unleashing a terrifying force of absorption that surged forth with wild abandon. The space surrounding Qin Ming seemed to morph into a black hole, as swirling vortices of devouring energy emerged, ensnaring his form and threatening to obliterate him. Furthermore, within these voracious whirlpools lingered strands of thunderous power, paralyzing his body and rendering him unable to escape. The overwhelming force of absorption tugged at Qin Ming, drawing him inexorably toward the devourer beast, whose immense jaws sought to engulf him completely. In that moment of peril, the bloodline power within Qin Ming surged forth. A regal might ascending with the semblance of a true dragon, tearing asunder all constraints and striving to eradicate the consuming whirlpools. A roar erupted as the thunder devourer beast reacted violently to this display, amplifying the force that ensnared Qin Ming. The tempest of absorption morphed into a sensation akin to tendrils, relentlessly pulling at him, seeking to draw him into the belly of the beast. Spectators felt the very fabric of space tremble, realizing the terrifying nature of the thunder devourer beast, which was unrelenting in its intent to annihilate Qin Ming, disregarding the toll on its own power as it unleashed its formidable might. Indeed, the formidable power of the thunder-devouring beast emanates from the River of Thunder, rendering any concerns of depletion utterly unfounded. At this moment, Qin Ming finds himself enveloped by an overwhelming force of thunder, intertwined with the powers of devouring and disintegration, relentlessly gnawing at his very being. He lets out a piercing howl towards the heavens, his bloodline surging, yet it remains insufficient. The thunder-devouring beast is simply too terrifying. The heavens and earth tremble as if an infinite essence converges upon him. Qin Ming appears to be breaking free from all shackles. The air filled with the crackling sounds of his struggle, sending a shiver down the spines of onlookers. Nevertheless, Qin Ming remains undeterred, his fists gathering a tremendous radiance akin to that of a dragon, propelling him skyward. In an instant, he cleaves a path through the chaos. However, amidst the maelstrom of thunder and devouring forces, he is already drenched in his own blood, a sight that horrifies the spectators. It is merely a heavenly tribulation. Qin Ming continues to utter four audacious words, stepping forth with confidence. He thrusts a finger forward in a horizontal strike. This is the most fearsome technique of the heart-shattering finger. A beam of death, piercing and radiant, erupts forth, aimed directly at the thunder-devouring beast. In a frenzied charge, the beast advances towards Qin Ming, its massive jaws agape, intent on swallowing the deathly beam whole. The finger, imbued with lethal power, plunges directly into the maw of the thunder-devouring beast, contrary to the expectations of the onlookers. This strike seems to have no effect on the beast. Rather, it continues to close in on Qin Ming, imparting an illusion that a mere stomp from the beast could easily obliterate him. At that moment, Qin Ming sprang into action, unleashing his dragon fist with tremendous force aimed at the thunder-devouring beast. His figure appeared diminutive before the colossal creature, akin to an ant striving against a mountain. To everyone's astonishment, the power of Qin Ming's punch reached an unparalleled zenith, as if a golden dragon roared forth from within him, lunging towards the thunder-devouring beast. Under the immense weight of this terrifying strike, the beast's devouring force was rendered ineffective. When a certain force reaches its ultimate peak, it becomes nearly insurmountable. With a resounding crash, Qin Ming's fist swept through the air, causing the thunder-devouring beast to explode into countless shards of thunder, scattering in all directions. Caught off guard, Qin Ming was struck by several fragments, which sliced into his body, causing him to bleed profusely. He coughed up blood. Realizing that the final punch was the ultimate move of the celestial dragon fist, given his current cultivation level, he should not have been able to execute such a formidable technique, for the celestial dragon fist was a divine power of the esteemed level. This devastating strike drained all the elemental energy from his dantian. Had the thunder-devouring beast been vanquished? The crowd's expressions flickered with uncertainty, at a loss for words. Qin Ming was undeniably formidable, having directly slain an ancient beast born from thunder. What could he not achieve? Their hearts raced with trepidation. This individual was exceedingly difficult to contend with. He had merely just entered the dantian realm. Yet if he were to face a formidable opponent at the third level of the dantian realm, he could very well crush and annihilate them. What astonished everyone even more was that, despite reaching this critical juncture, the celestial tribulation had yet to dissipate. This left Qin Ming with a bitter smile as he ingested a pill, swiftly recovering his energy. Taking advantage of the absence of other beings in the Thunder River, he prepared himself for what was to come. Chapter 81. Battle against an emperor of the same rank transformed by thunder. Emperor Qin Wu emerged from the Thunder River. Though not his true form, the authority emanating from his gaze sent shivers through the hearts of onlookers, as if a genuine emperor had returned, capable of plucking the sun, moon, and stars with a mere wave of his hand. At this moment, whether among Qin Ming's kin or those harboring animosity towards him, expressions became momentarily frozen. Emperor Qin Wu was an immortal legend. Even the upper realms trembled at his renown. Despite the knowledge that this could not be his true form, they could not suppress the instinctual urge to prostrate themselves in reverence. An emperor. A piercing light radiated from Jing Xiang's eyes. As a top prodigy of the Holy Yuan sect, he naturally yearned for the strength of an emperor-level figure. Achieving the status of an emperor was a monumental honor, revered across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, immortalized through the ages, and unrivaled in an era. Within the upper realms, sects flourished and powerful beings abounded. The Holy Yuan sect, although claiming to be a first-tier sect, was well aware of its deficiencies in supreme power. A sect lacking an emperor-level figure at its helm inevitably fell short. True emperors seldom made appearances, which meant that while the Holy Yuan sect could superficially stand shoulder to shoulder with other first-tier sects, the absence of an emperor would starkly reveal the disparity in the event of a catastrophic conflict. Thus, the Holy Yuan sect fervently sought to uncover the legacy of the Qin Wu emperor, aspiring to cultivate an emperor from this inheritance, or at the very least, to elevate a quasi-emperor. Should he succeed in obtaining the Qin Wu emperor's legacy, the unparalleled geniuses within the Holy Yuan sect would undoubtedly yield to him. In that eventuality, his status would transcend that of a mere top genius, enabling him to suppress rivals from other factions and emerge as the most formidable candidate for the position of sect leader. The vast Holy Yuan sect could not possibly be governed by a single lineage. Rather, it comprised multiple factions that vied for dominance while also cooperating, ultimately forming the colossal entity known as the Holy Yuan sect. Jing Xiang envisioned a scene of universal allegiance. However, at that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that, not far from the imperial city, a rift in space had been torn open, through which emerged figures exuding an extraordinary aura. Their eyes sparkled with an insatiable defiance as they regarded the imperiled imperial city, a hint of disdain gracing their features before they stepped into the city. The quest for the Qin Wu emperor's legacy was not solely the ambition of the Holy Yuan sect. Within the confines of the thunderous void, Qin Ming observed the Qin Wu emperor, who had transcended to the third realm beneath the Danfu realm, advancing step by step. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end. Although he considered himself exceptional, he was confronted by an emperor of the same realm. Even if he fell short of a fraction of the emperor's peak prowess, the terror was palpable. Which emperor had not swept through their contemporaries? Battling to the pinnacle of power. In the realm of the same tier, an emperor is invincible. This notion is nearly a universal consensus. An emperor embodies not merely a realm, but also a title of honor, bestowed only upon the supreme of humanity. An era typically gives rise to but one great emperor. While there may be formidable sovereigns who endure through the ages, they no longer belong to the time in which they originally flourished. Ancestors and emperors, I must beg your pardon. In terms of bloodline, the great Emperor Wu of Qin is indeed an ancestor of Qin Ming. Thus, within Qin Ming's heart, there exists an innate reverence, not merely due to the other's imperial status. Unbeknownst to Qin Ming, and unnoticed by the onlookers, a subtle gleam flickered across the statue of the great Emperor Wu of Qin, accompanied by a faint aura that soared into the heavens, reaching the ninth sky. Confronted with the great Emperor Wu of Qin, who had stepped into the thunderous cage, Qin Ming's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Suddenly, he boldly advanced, launching an assault against the emperor. Has he lost his senses? This was the collective thought of all present. Even Qin Ming's subordinates were taken aback by his audacity. After all, this was an emperor. His combat prowess, even below the realm of Danfu, far exceeded that of the previously encountered thunder-devouring beast. Radiating an extraordinary aura that could extinguish the hearts of men with but a glance, Qin Ming's assault faltered significantly, losing its earlier fervor. However, at that moment, the great Emperor Wu of Qin struck with overwhelming force, his formidable energy surging forth like a tempest. A celestial blade, forged from the power of thunder, descended upon Qin Ming with lethal intent. Although the laws of heaven and earth could conjure countless extraordinary figures and unparalleled beasts at their core, they remained fundamentally shaped by the essence of thunder, differing greatly from their original forms. The laws of heaven and earth have engraved the images of those most astonishingly talented individuals. Behind Jingxiang, a martial sovereign spoke, his white beard flowing, a testament to his long existence and accumulated wisdom. With a resounding crash, Qin Ming abruptly regained consciousness. Though his movements remained sluggish, he unleashed a formidable dragon punch. The power of his bloodline surging and roaring within him, each vein trembling as if unable to withstand such a violent force. Thud! Qin Ming's fist collided with the heavenly blade, which shattered upon impact. However, he was violently hurled backward, crashing against the thunder prison. The devastating force of lightning relentlessly eroding his being, threatening to bring about his demise. Your Majesty, the courtiers gasped, astounded by the unparalleled might of the great Emperor Qin Wu, whose terror remained palpable even at the Dan Mansion realm. Qin Ming's combat prowess could be deemed exceptional, yet it paled in comparison to that of the great Emperor Qin Wu. Nonetheless, there were dissenting voices, even though the emperor had always been invincible among his peers. This battle was inherently unequal, considering that Qin Ming had only just stepped into the Dan Mansion realm. As for this so-called great Emperor Qin Wu, while his realm remained ambiguous, he undoubtedly surpassed Qin Ming, and coupled with his innate ability to fight beyond his level, the extent of his offensive capabilities was truly formidable. The laws of heaven and earth converged to manifest the thunderous avatar of the great Emperor Qin Wu, intent on annihilating Qin Ming, and it was entirely capable of doing so. Morong Han instinctively clutched her garment, her heart heavy with concern for Qin Ming, for this was the great Emperor Qin Wu, the most powerful figure in the lower realm for millennia, without exception. Qin Ming's garments were shredded by the blade's aura of the celestial blade. And after colliding with the thunder cage, his attire caught fire and his skin suffered burns. Yet, he remained unyielding, drawing a new outfit from the system to clad himself anew. Once more, Qin Ming rose slowly, undeterred. On the contrary, a faint smile graced his lips, as if to provoke the Emperor Qin Wu, daring him to come again. In the depths of Emperor Qin Wu's calm gaze, a flicker of murderous intent reignited. He swung his arm, and in an instant, a fearsome thunderous handprint surged towards Qin Ming, shaking the very fabric of space, as if the myriad realms were trembling. Instilling a sense of dread, even a mid-tier martial spirit would perish under such a strike. Faced with this colossal thunderous handprint sweeping toward him like a manifestation of the heavens, Qin Ming retaliated with a punch. A true dragon surging forth with a roar that echoed through the skies. However, the might of Emperor Qin Wu's palm was unparalleled, shattering Qin Ming's punch with ease. the ferocious power of lightning descending upon him once more, rending his garments anew. Qin Ming's body was scorched red by the lightning, and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his complexion paling as if he were on the brink of collapse. Yet, his resilience shone through as he stood firm, changing into another outfit. Kill! Qin Ming, as if possessed by madness, charged forward with fervor, his heart-shattering finger and dragon-piercing fist erupting simultaneously. The entirety of his essence surged within his dantian, roaring forth as he unleashed his power to its zenith, colliding with Emperor Qin Wu. Nevertheless, the emperor struck again. Obliterating all of Qin Ming's assaults, the terrifying force crashed down upon him, rendering him in a state worse than death. The scene was utterly devastating. As the onlookers beheld the tragic figure of Qin Ming, they could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Even the ancestors could no longer bear to witness his continued reign upon the throne. Truly, heaven was aiding them. A flicker of ecstatic joy danced in the eyes of Prince Yang. A monumental event was at hand. Yet, he sensed something amiss. Jing Xiang discerned a subtle discrepancy. While it appeared that the laws of heaven and earth were tormenting Qin Ming, why had they not struck him down entirely? Was it truly due to the insufficient might of Qin Wu the Great's assault that he remained alive? If Qin Ming were to perish in this celestial tribulation, would he still be deemed the key to unlocking the Emperor's hidden vault? Or perhaps, was his very blood and demise the pathway to the Emperor's secrets? Having endured countless ravages, Qin Ming could change his garments, yet his flesh and blood could not heal instantaneously each time he donned fresh attire. It was soon drenched in crimson, eliciting a bitter smile. However, the observant would notice that with each clash, Qin Ming's expenditure of primal energy diminished increasingly, relying more on the resilience of his corporeal form. Fortuitously, his cultivation of the true martial emperor's scripture, a technique of imperial caliber, endowed him with a physique far surpassing that of ordinary beings. Otherwise, his injuries would have been but a prelude to utter annihilation. The heavens roared as Qin Ming and Qin Wu the Great clashed repeatedly. One might say that Qin Ming was being relentlessly tormented. Yet, he reveled in the struggle, for this was precisely the zenith of his aspirations. Chapter 82. The Transformation of the Statue in the Void. Ensconced within the thunderous cage, Qin Ming engaged in a fierce confrontation with an ancient emperor, Qin Wu the Great. Though they were merely rivals of equal rank, Qin Ming's indomitable fighting spirit was sufficient to astonish many. In ancient times, great emperors were invariably unmatched within their realm, sweeping away all competitors of equal rank with remarkable swiftness in their cultivation, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of power and reigning supreme. Only then could they truly be called a sovereign of their domain. It is utterly astonishing that Qin Ming was able to endure several dozen strikes beneath the hand of Emperor Qin Wu. At this moment, Emperor Qin Wu emanated an aura of power, unmistakably at the third tier of the Danfu realm, surpassing Qin Ming by 2 levels. Yet, he refrained from extinguishing Qin Ming's life. To the onlookers, it would seem that Emperor Qin Wu could effortlessly slay warriors of the 5th or 6th tier of the Danfu realm, for an emperor's combat prowess was unrivaled among equals, and overcoming opponents of higher tiers was commonplace. However, when confronted with the 1st tier of the Danfu realm, Qin Ming, he faltered in his attempt to deliver a fatal blow. Furious bolts of lightning relentlessly struck Qin Ming, staining his garments with blood and shredding them repeatedly, only for him to replace them in an unending cycle. His body bore no unscathed skin. It was charred black from the infernal onslaught of the lightning. And in certain areas, flesh had been entirely obliterated, revealing stark white bones that sent chills down the spine of any who beheld him. How could he endure such an assault and still remain alive? Prince Yong clenched his fists, marveling at the sheer vitality of this individual, who, despite being ravaged by the emperor's thunderous wrath, had not yet perished. Even in his precarious state, Qin Ming could still rise to his feet and launch his own counterattacks. The torment of the lightning was excruciating, yet he resolutely pressed on, determined to survive this harrowing ordeal. Enduring such assaults is undoubtedly excruciating. Yet Qin Ming comprehends that if his flesh can withstand this intense tempering, his physical prowess in the future will be tremendously formidable. The strikes of an ordinary 3rd-tier Danfu realm cultivator would become ineffectual against him, and he would be capable of overpowering low-tier martial spirits without even resorting to his elemental energy. Such an extraordinary ability is undeniably enticing. To cultivate the body to its utmost limits, could this not be considered a transcendent path of cultivation? Ding. The system has detected that the host's body is in a state of extreme peril. Would you like to purchase and consume the spirit body pill? Note, The Spirit Body Pill is an exceptionally expensive and intricate body cultivation elixir, capable of rapidly mending a martial artist's injuries. The prices. Before the system could finish its explanation, Qin Ming decisively interjected, "Give me several of them." The elixirs offered by the system were undoubtedly a timely boon for Qin Ming, leading him to disregard the cost of the Spirit Body Pill for the first time and opt for the purchase without hesitation. He was well aware that such miraculous elixirs would command an astronomical price. Otherwise, their extraordinary effects would be unexplainable. Indeed, the moment Qin Ming finished his request, he immediately felt a significant depletion of his storage space's elemental stones. Even as an emperor, he could scarcely bear such expenditure. Nevertheless, Qin Ming had faith that, despite some drawbacks, the system always provided high-quality elixirs, and their efficacy had never failed to meet his expectations. The first Spirit Body Pill was consumed. Qin Ming radiated an ethereal glow, his damaged skin mending at a visibly rapid pace. His flesh, skin, and bones shimmered with brilliance, akin to a wandering star. Resplendent in its luminosity. Was his injury healing swiftly? Upon witnessing this spectacle, unease rippled through the crowd. What was once deemed a fatal predicament for Qin Ming now revealed a flicker of hope. He was recovering, indicating he could endure a while longer. However, Emperor Qin Wu had no intention of idly waiting for Qin Ming to regain his strength. Although the Spirit Body Pill possessed remarkable efficacy, it could not restore him to pristine condition instantaneously. With a sudden tremor, Emperor Qin Wu's colossal hand unleashed a terrifying radiance of thunderous wrath, manifesting as piercing thunder spears that sought to impale Qin Ming, aiming to pin him within the confines of a thunderous cage. In fury, Qin Ming roared, unleashing the celestial dragon fist, which surged forth like a true dragon dominating the seas, roaming the heavens and earth, colliding with the onslaught of thunder spears. Despite the formidable might of the dragon fist, it paled in comparison to the deadly barrage of thunder spears. Soon, these lethal projectiles descended upon Qin Ming, piercing through his body, yet failing to claim his life, for these spears, forged from concentrated thunderous energy, were not tangible. Nevertheless, his garments fell to tatters once more. His skin torn by the spears, even sustaining injuries to his vital organs that nearly incapacitated him. Gritting his teeth, Qin Ming understood that success was imminent. All he needed was to persevere. Both his kin and the feudal lords, including Prince Yong, observed intently as Qin Ming grappled with the divine retribution. In a certain sense, Qin Ming is the very core of the entire battlefield. His ability to successfully navigate through the heavenly tribulation will determine the fate of the entire conflict. Therefore, during the time Qin Ming is ensnared within the Thunder Cage, no one dares to take action, for engaging in battle at this juncture would only result in unnecessary casualties. Qin Ming is acutely aware of this reality, which allows him to remain unperturbed by the external turmoil, focusing solely on confronting the great Emperor Qin Wu. Should he succeed in transcending this tribulation, his combat prowess will become extraordinarily formidable, adorned in the infinite heavenly armor. Even a martial monarch of the celestial realm would find himself challenged. As the heavens roared, it seemed as though boundless streams of luminous energy converged. The gaze of the thunder sovereign above the thunder river sharpened, sensing an impending oppressive force that caused the entire river to convulse as if on the brink of annihilation. Boom, boom, boom. This time, the great Emperor Qin Wu unleashed a barrage of thunderous orbs, each crashing down upon Qin Ming with ferocity that left the onlookers breathless. How could Qin Ming still survive under such relentless assault? He had lost count of the blood he had spat forth. His body, submerged in lightning, quivered slightly. He could feel that the flesh and blood nurtured by the Spirit Body Pill had grown more resilient. Yet even so, it was still torn apart by the explosive force of the thunderous orbs, underscoring their immense power. Nevertheless, Qin Ming remained undaunted. He firmly believed that this was the final trial, and if he could endure, his physique would surpass all previous limits. For a martial artist, strengthening the physical body is far more arduous than ascending in rank, as the price to pay is exorbitant. The method of enduring the strikes of heavenly thunder is not something that all can bear. Qin Ming channeled the essence of the true martial emperor's scripture, allowing the force of thunder to circulate throughout his body. The agony intensified 100-fold. He bit down on his lip to stifle any sound, sweat refusing to bead upon his brow, for not a single inch of his skin remained unscathed. It was not merely scorched, but reduced to ash. In such dire circumstances, Qin Ming ingested a Spirit Body Pill. The moment it dissolved within him, A relentless surge of vitality coursed through his veins. Yet, the speed of his healing paled in comparison to the devastation he endured. Often, just as new flesh began to regenerate, it would be extinguished in an instant. The onlookers could scarcely discern Qin Ming's form, entirely enveloped in a cocoon of lightning, devoid of any power to resist. Even those adept in ocular techniques sensed that he had lost his human shape, a tremor of unease rippling through their hearts. Qin Ming, destined to be a sovereign who towered over the ages, had met this tragic fate due to his transgression against the oaths of heaven and earth, inciting the wrath of the divine, a poignant reminder of his fall from grace. Great Emperor, is this truly how you wish to obliterate your own descendant? The Duke of Zifeng gazed upon the thunderous manifestation of Emperor Qin Wu, then turned his eyes toward the statue of the emperor, murmuring to himself, his heart heavy with sorrow. Qin Ming, you must endure. Morong Han's eyes brimmed with concern as she stepped forward, almost unconsciously, traversing the void until she stood before the ancestral temple. What a beautiful soul, remarked some men unacquainted with Morong Han, unable to suppress their awe at the existence of such an unparalleled beauty. Indeed, said Zhang Juchuan with a detached tone. Jing Xiang gave a slight nod, refraining from further comment as he continued to observe Qin Ming within the thunderous confines. Your Majesty, a loyal confidant of Qin Ming lamented, tears welling before the emperor's effigy. Must you truly afflict your descendants so? Why subject Qin Ming to such torment? Indeed, Your Majesty, would you truly extinguish your own lineage? Have you forsaken the dynasty you established? An aged courtier cried out in anguish. Qin Ming is the beacon of hope for the Tianhua Dynasty. How can he be allowed to perish in this manner? Without him, the dynasty shall only grow stronger, Prince Yong declared callously, his gaze haughty and frigid, a smug smile playing upon his lips. Perhaps, at this very moment, Qin Ming has already met his end. Nay, the sole individual capable of guiding the dynasty to resurgence is His Majesty. Yu Qianxiu's voice resounded, drowning out the dissenting opinions. Faced with this martial sovereign of considerable might, the crowd dared not utter further objections. Rumbling reverberated through the firmament as the river of thunder erupted in a frenzy. With a wave of his hand, the Thunder Venerable caused the very fabric of space to tremble, igniting a glint of anticipation in the eyes of many. Had the Thunder Venerable finally succumbed to the urge to personally deliver the coup de grâce to Qin Ming? Indeed, the Thunder Venerable, embodying divine retribution, was poised to administer the final, decisive blow. Boundless lightning converged, coalescing into a thunderous blade of unparalleled ferocity aimed at Qin Ming's location. At that very instant, the statue of Qin Wu the Great emitted a radiant glow of immense proportions. The earth fissured as a colossal hand reached out, seizing the void above in a breathtaking display, leaving onlookers in utter astonishment. Had the great emperor been resurrected? Chapter 83. Resurrection. The Thunder Sovereign above the Thunder River prepared to unleash a lethal strike upon Qin Ming. The Thunder Sword, resplendent and overwhelming, vibrated with a resonant hum, shaking the very heavens. Should this blow land, even the mightiest cultivator at the pinnacle of the Dan Palace realm would surely perish. This was an intent to obliterate Qin Ming entirely, disregarding the customary rules of combat. At the moment when all believed Qin Ming was destined for annihilation, a colossal hand, seemingly woven from sacred runes, suddenly emerged from the statue of Emperor Qin Wu. It radiated an endless and holy brilliance. A sharp glint flashed in Jing Xiang's eyes. The statue of Emperor Qin Wu had indeed made its move. The emperor was invincible. In that instant, countless individuals knelt in reverence before the statue of Emperor Qin Wu, their expressions filled with piety and fervor. The gaze of the emperor, the strongest of the 3,000 realms for millennia, looked down upon the heavens with a pride that transcended time. To glimpse the grandeur of the emperor was the lifelong aspiration of innumerable men. Now, that dream had returned. The mighty arm of the emperor ascended like a celestial rock, soaring into the clouds with unparalleled bravado, shaking the very foundations of the world. This was the emperor, formidable and unmatched. Faced with the Thunder Sovereign above the Thunder River, he remained undaunted, ready to unleash a terrifying blow to challenge the sovereign's might. With a thunderous crack, the void trembled, and the entire Thunder River began to collapse into the chasms of the abyss. The Thunder Sovereign's eyes suddenly sparkled with consciousness, filled with a domineering will as they regarded the statue of Emperor Qin Wu. Do you dare to defy the forces of the heavenly laws? A divine thought emanated from the Thunder Sovereign's eyes, piercing into the statue of the emperor. The voice of the Thunder Sovereign resonated with fury. Apart from the statue of the great emperor, No one could perceive that the Thunder Sovereign was initially but a mere shadow of an incarnation. Now, however, the Thunder Sovereign had evolved into a true embodiment of intellect, representing the laws of heaven and earth, intent on annihilating Qin Ming. The thunderous form of the Qin Wu Great Emperor emerged from the River of Thunder, signifying not the will of the heavenly laws, but rather the manipulation of the Great Emperor's statue itself. Were it not for this, Qin Ming would not have been able to undergo such formidable trials, and would have perished in an instant. Even with the array of treasures from the system at his disposal, survival would be a matter of sheer luck. To defy the will of heaven is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Throughout history, those who have evaded divine retribution are but a rare few. This youth is a descendant of this emperor. Were he weak and inept, the emperor would not intervene. However, the emperor recognized the youth's exceptional talent and resolute spirit, deeming him a worthy candidate for greatness. How could he allow the so-called heavenly punishment to extinguish such potential? Within the statue of the Qin Wu Great Emperor, there seemed to linger a faint essence of his true self. Even if only a mental dialogue, the skies above roared with thunder, sending tremors through the hearts of all present. He has violated his own oath. Let him be punished, the Thunder Sovereign declared arrogantly. As the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth, destined to enforce justice and eradicate all who breach heavenly oaths, practicing martial arts is to act against the heavens. And the emperor cherished the youth's words, "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Not subject to the heavens, nor can the heavens dictate his course." Qin Wu Great Emperor bellowed, "Whoever I choose to protect shall not be obstructed." Upon reaching the realm of the formidable Qin Wudi, a figure standing at the pinnacle of the human domain, one may be regarded as supreme, capable of unraveling the mysteries of the cosmos. And engaging in dialogue with the very laws of nature becomes an ordinary affair. The greater one's cultivation, the nearer one approaches the essence of the universe. Thus, let us annihilate together. The Thunder Lord, expressionless, vanished in an instant, with a brilliance surging forth from the statue, akin to an ancient ferocious bird, tearing through the void and igniting a fierce battle with the Thunder Lord in the boundless heights above. Boom! As Qin Wudi arrived, the Thunder Lord unleashed a terrifying chain of order, forged entirely from the laws of thunder, capable of rending apart martial emperors. After the separation of the upper and lower realms, the laws of nature became fragmented. Did you truly believe this chain of order could restrain this emperor? The chain descended upon Qin Wudi, attempting to bind him, yet he reached forth with his hand, effortlessly severing the chain with an overwhelming display of might. However, in the next instant, the Thunder Lord's assault surged forth once more, astonishingly powerful, as if capable of bringing down stars. This was undoubtedly a battle of superlative strength, erupting in the infinite heights above, where even the mightiest of the Tianhua realm could not witness, only hearing the echoes of tremendous terrors emanating from the void, resembling the tumult of galaxies and the shattering of space. Should they have known that it was Qin Wudi himself engaged in combat with the Thunder Lord, they would surely be astounded, unable to close their mouths in disbelief, as this unparalleled powerhouse battled against the laws of nature with his invincible imperial techniques. The onlookers remained oblivious to the truth, their gazes fixated solely on the thunder cage where Qin Ming resided. The esteemed Lord of Thunder and the River of Thunder have vanished. Yet, the Emperor forged from lightning continues to relentlessly strike at Qin Ming, as if he were destined to disintegrate into dust, scattered by the winds of the cosmos. To perish at the hands of such an emperor is, in some measure, a worthy end. The King of Yong scoffed, his gaze radiating an inexhaustible sharpness, anticipating the demise of this youth. The ensuing dynasty shall belong to us. The esteemed concubine of Yong revealed a smile, for she and her son had conspired for so long, and at last, this day had arrived. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted in the direction of Qin Ming, akin to the light of annihilation. At this moment, the Emperor Qin Wu, manifested from thunder, vanished, transforming into a streak of luminous energy that ascended into the heavens. Jing Xiang sensed that something was amiss. It was inconceivable for Qin Ming to simply return to dust without a trace. After all, the impact this young man had previously imparted was no less than that of a peerless powerhouse, and his sudden demise was difficult for him to accept. Young Master Xiang, please take a moment to rest within the palace while I quell the rebellion and then attend to you, the King of Yong proposed, recognizing Jing Xiang's esteemed lineage and opting for alliance rather than enmity. He understood that Jing Xiang hailed from a secluded sect and would not meddle in the internal strife of the Tianhua Dynasty. unless they sought to sever ties with the sacred Yuan sect's influence. At this juncture, the king of Yong extended his goodwill, wishing to have Jing Xiang observe from the sidelines. No need for that. I shall remain here for a while, Jing Xiang replied with a smile, resolved to stand guard and await the revelation of Emperor Qin Wu's clandestine truths. He was always struck by the peculiarities of the day. Even at his first encounter with divine retribution, he sensed something amiss. What secrets lay buried within the statue of Emperor Qin Wu? However, Jing Xiang would never dare to dismantle the statue of Emperor Qin Wu on his own. If the statue truly possessed a spirit, it would be tantamount to courting death. Should the formidable hand that once dared to clash with the Sword of Thunder reemerge, it could annihilate everyone present. Ding! The system detected that the host still exhibited vital signs and automatically delivered a spirit elixir. A voice resonated in Qin Ming's mind, and in an instant, an enduring force coursed through his remnants, causing his body to radiate anew. This time, the spirit elixir seemed even more refined than the previous one, its effects astonishingly profound. At the very moment the spirit elixir began to take effect, Qin Ming awoke, his gaze ablaze with a brilliance that could rival the heavens. He activated the true martial emperor's cannon, allowing the boundless vitality akin to an ocean to surge swiftly through his limbs and bones. In that moment, his body once again emanated light, hovering in the air like a resplendent sun, basking in the energies of myriad realms, oscillating uncertainly. He had already died. Was it truly possible to return to life? King Yu's expression was as dark as water as he stepped into the air. Though anxiety gnawed at him, he still sought to bolster his own resolve. Approaching the lifeless form of Qin Ming, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. For some inexplicable reason, within the deceased body, there seemed to emanate an unceasing life force, so vigorous that it astonished even him, a living being. Could this be a resurrection? King Yu's countenance faltered, and he soon realized the dire implication. Not yet fully dead. Having spoken, King Yu's palm was enveloped in a fierce radiance as he aimed to strike down Qin Ming, intent on delivering a fatal blow before Qin Ming could regain consciousness. Although King Yu's cultivation level was not particularly high, merely at the 4th stage of the Danfu realm, it still surpassed that of Qin Ming. Observing Qin Ming's rapidly healing form, he resolved to take lethal action. Yet, in that very moment, Qin Ming's eyes flew open, and he retaliated with an equally powerful strike, resulting in a thunderous collision of forces. In an instant, King Yu was sent reeling, blood spurting from his mouth as a torrent of overwhelming power surged into his body, infused with a potent thunderous energy that threatened to subdue him entirely. Chapter 84. The Pursuit. King Yu could scarcely fathom that a being who had seemed on the brink of death would resurrect at this moment, exuding an aura so vigorous and formidable, akin to that of a peak emperor. The terrifying force of their clash felt as though it could obliterate him. To slay a sovereign is a grave transgression. A smile curled at the corners of Qin Ming's lips as he gazed at the staggering King Yu, propelled backward by the immense force. He took a step forward. Although merely at the 1st stage of the Danfu realm, he emanated an extraordinarily terrifying presence, advancing upon King Yu as if determined to crush him on the spot. "Your Majesty, spare me." King Yu was engulfed by fear, unable to comprehend that such a monumental divine retribution and unparalleled assault could fail to extinguish Qin Ming's life. Was it possible that he was destined to be an emperor, destined to reign over Tianhua? Not only King Yu, but the onlookers below were equally astounded, rendered speechless by the unfolding spectacle. The vassal kings and feudal lords, along with royal relatives, stood agape, as if witnessing the most astonishing spectacle in existence. Indeed, it could be deemed one of the most incredible occurrences. Having endured divine retribution, his body marred and nearly lifeless, he now awakened, restored to his former self. To spare you? That would render the world devoid of order. With a single, forceful punch, Qin Ming struck without employing any elemental power, relying solely on the strength of his physical form, aiming directly at King Yu. In response to Qin Ming's formidable blow, King Yu, despite the torment within, managed to counter with a palm strike, attempting to match Qin Ming's might. Yet he ultimately underestimated Qin Ming's combat prowess. The earlier attack was not merely a stroke of surprise, but a true display of his current strength. The sheer power of his physicality bore down upon King Yu, threatening to shatter his very essence, leaving him on the brink of collapse, as if he would plummet into the abyss. "Who are you?" The expression of King Yong swiftly transitioned from shock to cold indifference as he regarded Qin Ming, disdainfully uttering 3 words. "You do not even recognize me?" With one hand gripping King Yu, Qin Ming fixed his sharp gaze upon King Yong, Impossible. Under divine retribution, you cannot possibly survive. You are not Qin Ming. Who are you? King Yong felt a surge of madness. If even divine punishment could not subdue Qin Ming, what means remained to counter him? The vassal kings and feudal lords, witnessing Qin Ming effortlessly lifting King Yu as one would a mere chick, felt a profound despair. For King Yu lacked even the strength to resist. Was this assembly truly prepared for the confrontation ahead? They believed that Prince Yong held a greater chance of success and could assist them in their escape from the imperial city. Thus, they chose him. However, now, the divine retribution did not slay Qin Ming, but rather rendered him even more formidable. Before him, King Yu was but a feeble foe, easily dispatched. Prince Yong, do not deceive yourself. The throne of this emperor is not meant for you. Qin Ming stated indifferently, casually casting King Yu at Prince Yong's feet. A cold smirk gracing his lips. Prince Yong howled at the heavens. Impossible. This cannot be. Was this truly fate's design? At that moment, his aura surged uncontrollably, as if he had succumbed to madness. He could not comprehend, nor accept, that years of meticulous planning might dissolve into nothingness. I have not yet lost. In that instant, Prince Yong regained his composure, fixing his gaze upon Qin Ming, his resolve solidifying. Within this city, I command an army of 100,000. Outside the walls, there are 500,000. With support from both inside and out, the imperial city shall surely fall, and I will reign over it, aspiring to dominate the realm. If you perish, all shall be in vain. What of the countless legions then? With a single command, Prince Yong summoned all the formidable warriors of the Danfu realm, who immediately took to the skies, fleeing into the distance. As for those in the Linwu and Yuanwu realms, their escape depended solely on their fortunes. Kill, Qin Ming commanded, launching a relentless pursuit against Prince Yong's faction. At his behest, figures surged forth, racing towards the subordinates of Prince Yong. In the realm of the Danfu, those who possess the strength of martial spirits can effortlessly ascend into the air to flee, whereas the martial masters and disciples of the spiritual and elemental realms find their escape markedly slower. During the pursuit led by Qin Ming, the martial spirit practitioners often wield their hands with casual grace, capable of slaughtering entire groups with a mere gesture. As a result, those of lesser cultivation quickly capitulated. They were but soldiers, and Qin Ming had no desire to impose hardship upon them. When they surrendered, he chose not to press the matter further. With a tremor of his palm, it was as if a sharp blade of light erupted, and in an instant, the massive palm imprint was torn asunder. The radiant sword light sliced through the body of Lord Zhu Yan, extinguishing his life on the spot. Witnessing this, the vassal kings and lords felt an icy dread settle in their hearts. Indeed, after enduring the tribulation, Qin Ming emerged with enhanced combat prowess. Even those at the second and third tiers of the Danfu realm appeared feebly fragile before him. He has slain my lord. In that fleeting moment, a chilling glare surged forth. Qin Ming's expression hardened as he dashed out of the imperial palace, only to find a figure lunging towards him with reckless abandon. This individual, a seventh-tier practitioner of the Danfu realm, wielded formidable power, a tempest of ferocity tearing towards Qin Ming. Could this be one of the formidable warriors brought by Lord Zhu Yan? Qin Ming's gaze flickered as he momentarily forgot that these vassal kings and lords had indeed summoned some powerful allies into the imperial city. Presently, Qin Ming was capable of vanquishing those at the fourth tier of the Danfu realm, yet when confronted with a fifth-tier opponent, he would need to rely upon the Blood Emperor sword. As for those at the sixth tier or above, he found himself lacking the means to triumph, save for the use of the infinite celestial armor. In a fleeting moment, the boundless celestial armor enveloped Qin Ming's form. He took a single step, leaving an imprint upon the void, as a tempestuous whirlwind surged towards him, only to be quelled by the mere strike of his palm, dissipating like a gentle breeze. The seventh-tier martial spirit seemed to perceive an anomaly. Qin Ming was unexpectedly formidable. In the turmoil of his thoughts, he resolved to retreat. With their master deceased, there was no need for him to take unnecessary risks if he lacked sufficient strength. However, Qin Ming would not permit such an easy escape, with intentions to kill him. Allowing a retreat would be a blow to his pride. Boom. Qin Ming pressed forward again, causing the very fabric of the void to tremble as if a terrifying force descended upon the seventh-tier martial spirit. The spirit let out a muffled groan, and its body exploded into fragments. Chapter 85. The tremor of the upper realm within and around the palace, the battle raged relentlessly. The morale of Qin Ming's faction soared as they pursued the Prince of Yong and his followers, advancing toward the city gates. Flames of war engulfed the royal city, and amidst the chase, Numerous subordinates of various feudal lords joined the fray, predominantly high-ranking practitioners of the Danfu realm, exponentially amplifying the scale of the conflict. Clad in the celestial armor, Qin Ming moved with astonishing speed, compelling the high-tier martial spirits to evade him. Ultimately, the situation spiraled beyond control, with Qin Ming single-handedly pursuing all martial spirit experts. To the common folk, this was utterly astonishing, yet it was entirely reasonable. At that moment, Qin Ming possessed the combat prowess of a martial sovereign, and even the pinnacle of martial spirits could not withstand a single blow from him. If my true self were present, I would reconstruct the laws of heaven and earth. The words of Emperor Qin Wu exuded an unmistakable air of dominance. Should the laws of the universe conflict with his ideals, then they shall be remade. Are you mad? The Thunder Sovereign was meant to reign above all beings. Yet he sensed a formidable threat emanating from the individual before him, as if the very order of the cosmos was poised to alter at the utterance of this person. Has your true self ascended to that realm? A brilliant gleam flickered in the Thunder Sovereign's eyes. If a breakthrough to that level had indeed occurred, shaping a new world would be quite feasible, and altering the order of the lower realms might not be impossible. Both the upper and lower realms suffer from significant deficiencies in their laws, and though barriers exist, if one's strength reaches a certain pinnacle, these barriers may not withstand the force. If even an emperor-level powerhouse cannot breach the barriers, then what of those above the emperor? A sudden wave of dread washed over the Thunder Sovereign. What transformation had Emperor Qin Wu undergone after departing from the 3,000 realms that granted him the power to amend the laws of the universe? You are but an avatar. What is the value of your knowledge? Rather than calling you an avatar, it would be more fitting to refer to you as a law enforcer, wielding authority in place of the laws of heaven and earth. Emperor Qin Wu replied with a faint smile. Even if your true self were immensely powerful, you are now merely a wisp of divine thought, still yearning to overturn the heavens? The expression of the Thunder Sovereign flickered. While it was true that the opponent's true self might be exceedingly strong, it was impossible to defy the heavens and return. The upper realm finds it challenging to descend to the lower realm, let alone after departing from the 3,000 realms, making the return even more arduous. The Thunder Sovereign had firmly resolved to strike once more, unleashing a multitude of thunderous chains that swept across the cosmos. He possessed the authority to wield the laws of heaven and earth, and his formidable strength was indisputable. Boom! The great Emperor Qin Wu also launched his attack, causing the very void to seem as if it were collapsing, shaking the heavens and the earth. The radiance of the Emperor illuminated the skies, as if it aimed to resonate with the entire realm. The notion of one achieving enlightenment and suppressing the universe was manifested in this very moment. As a powerful emperor, he could harness the strength of the entire cosmos for his own purposes. With a mere thought, all laws could be obliterated, and the Grand Tao would resonate with terrifying intensity. However, this approach carried immense risk, attracting countless gazes. Yet, great Emperor Qin Wu understood that without such measures, he might not be able to save his descendant. Qin Ming's actions were indeed perilous, yet they aligned perfectly with his inclinations. Thus, the statue of the long-silent great Emperor Qin Wu sprang into action today to confront the heavenly retribution. The Thunder Sovereign's onslaught grew increasingly ferocious, darkening the heavens, casting an ominous shadow over the entirety of the 3,000 realms. Yet amidst this foreboding sky, there shone an emperor's light, resplendent and vibrant, illuminating the universe as if weaving a bizarre celestial tapestry. The number of powerful beings in the lower realms was scarce, and they did not fully grasp the magnificence of the shifting heavens. However, this disturbance faintly resonated with the upper realms, igniting tumultuous waves of chaos. In the boundless demon domain, demonic energy swept across the cosmos as a legendary divine rock streaked through the void like a bolt of lightning, its proud gaze seemingly capable of piercing the upper realms. The surging energy churned wildly, evoking an involuntary sense of dread. A colossal ape, shimmering with the luster of the earth, roared towards the heavens, each step it took resonating through the void, threatening to shatter the very fabric of existence, a sight both terrifying and magnificent. Concurrently, the formidable beasts from the boundless demon realm began to stir. Their sensitivity to the shifts in the natural order heightened. They could sense the tumultuous energies of combat at play. Is he still alive? From the depths of the upper realm, buried miles beneath the surface, a sharp, piercing aura suddenly erupted, slicing through the layers of rock, followed by a fleeting figure that seemed to surge forth from the abyss. Instantly, the entire upper realm began to tremble, sending shivers down the spines of many. As fearsome ancient beings assaulted the boundary, seeking to breach it and descend into the lower realm. While there exist alternative methods to transition from the upper realm to the lower realm, such avenues prove futile for entities above the Tianhua realm, or rather, the costs associated with such endeavors render them unattainable. Hence, the only recourse is a forceful assault on the boundary. However, without taking that initial step to attack, no effective results can be achieved. With unparalleled power targeting the boundary, how could the great Emperor Qin Wu, deep in the upper realm, remain oblivious? Yet, he held an unwavering confidence that this barrier would not succumb so easily. Time was still on his side. "It seems you have no shortage of enemies," remarked the venerable Thunder, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "What I relish most is their inability to eliminate me, despite their disdain." The great Emperor Qin Wu laughed heartily, unleashing a brilliant imperial radiance that resembled a cataclysmic torrent, capable of obliterating all the oncoming chains of order. The Thunder Sovereign gritted his teeth, for he too felt the indignation brought forth by the great Emperor Qin Wu. Qin Ming, who should have been annihilated by divine retribution, now faced insurmountable odds due to the intervention of the great emperor. "Alas, my time to endure is dwindling." The great Emperor Qin Wu gazed upward, his profound eyes reflecting a glimmer of imperial radiance, as if piercing the heavens below to behold the entity assaulting the barrier of realms. Suddenly, that formidable presence ceased its onslaught. Sensing the imperial light directed towards it, a cold smile crept across its lips, for it was merely a strand of divine consciousness. "No matter, when the time comes, I shall send someone to eradicate it from the lower realm." The upper realm ceased its tremors, and the leaders of various factions vaguely perceived fragments of the truth. However, for the common populace of both the upper and lower realms, the unfolding events remained shrouded in mystery. Han Mao led his followers to intercept Prince Yong and his entourage at the city gates. Figures flickered forth. Although their combat prowess may not rival that of the high-ranking martial spirits like Prince Yong, they managed to delay the inevitable. Once Qin Ming arrived, with a sweeping strike, he would be capable of slaying numerous high-level martial spirits. Yet at this moment, outside the city gates, several figures descended, among them terrifyingly powerful beings. They cast a glance at the towering walls of the royal city, showing no concern for the battle at the gates, and with a mere wave of their hands, they obliterated the city entrance. Chapter 86. Three young men. The city gates of the Tianhua Dynasty, adorned with intricately inscribed peak third-grade runes, remained remarkably steadfast, unaffected even by the fierce clashes of numerous peak martial spirits. However, now, the city wall that had stood for 1,000 years was shattered by a single blow. One could only imagine the realm of the person who did it. Celestial realm, martial lord. The sound of the city wall collapsing resounded, and everyone's gaze froze. Countless soldiers on the city wall fell to the ground. Qin Ming's expression flickered, and he quickly took action, casting a radiant and gentle curtain of light to catch everyone under the city wall. Subsequently, a sharp light emanated from Qin Ming's eyes. Daring to directly blast open the imperial city wall, the opponent was clearly not a kind person. Prince Yong and the others also stopped, not daring to rush outside the city wall casually. If they were killed by a martial lord-level expert with a flip of their hand, it would be a great loss. Dong, dong, dong. A sound like a drumbeat came, and the crowd heard a powerful figure walking in the void. Each step distorted the space, as if endless Tao ripples filled the air, making people tremble. Finally, the smoke from the collapsed city wall dissipated, and the group that had arrived appeared in everyone's sight, exuding an aura of mystery and power. 3 young men and 3 old men, all with extraordinary temperament, exuded the majesty of suppressing everything. "Is this the mortal realm?" One of the burly young men spoke indifferently, a hint of curiosity in his arrogant eyes, instantly making Qin Ming and the others understand that these people were from hidden sections. Could they be here to support Jing Xiang? Qin Ming activated the true martial emperor scripture, and faint golden radiance flickered in his pupils, allowing him to see through the cultivation of this group. Among the 3 young men, the one on the far left appeared quiet, with a cultivation level at the 2nd level of the core transformation realm. Standing in the center is a swordsman at the 3rd level of the Danfu realm, exuding an aura as if a transcendent sword intent were poised to unfurl. The last young man, who also speaks, is at the 1st level of the Danfu realm, his body shimmering with a rock-like luster, evoking astonishment. As for the 3 elderly figures, they stand behind him, each possessing low-tier strength in the Tianhua realm, casting a substantial weight of pressure upon Qin Ming. Although he can currently contend with a first-level Wujuan realm expert, he has yet to successfully cultivate the spiritual entity within the Danfu, leaving the intricacies of the Danfu realm unexplored. Engaging in combat with these seasoned Wujuan masters, who have immersed themselves in the Tianhua realm for years, would undoubtedly put him at a disadvantage. If these three Tianhua realm experts hail from a hidden sect, they must have accumulated years of foundation and experience, making it exceedingly difficult to defeat them even at the same level, let alone with Qin Ming merely relying on external forces. The secular world is chaotic and tumultuous. Were it not for the task at hand, he would have no desire to be here. A cold voice emanates from the peculiar young man, causing Qin Ming to furrow his brow. If unwilling, why come here? Who speaks? The strange young man raises an eyebrow, directing his gaze towards Qin Ming's position. Are you opposing me? Opposing? Qin Ming suddenly bursts into laughter. This is the Tianhua Dynasty, and I am its sovereign. You indiscriminately bombarded the walls of my dynasty yet accuse me of opposition? Had it been when he first arrived in the 3,000 realms, facing individuals whose powers far surpassed his own, he might have chosen to retreat and endure. Yet now, with his subjects standing resolutely behind him, any display of weakness towards these hidden sects would inevitably dampen their morale. Thus, he resolved to deliver a resounding blow to those who trampled upon his homeland. The sovereign of the dynasty? The enigmatic youth smiled, a mocking glint evident at the corners of his mouth. Even the disciples of the sacred Yuan sect would not dare to speak so freely before me. Do you, a mere sovereign under the aegis of the sacred Yuan sect, deem yourself worthy to converse with me in such a manner? If you feel unworthy, then begone. Qin Ming's gaze blazed with intensity, exuding an aura of dominance that momentarily stunned the representatives of the hidden sections. They had not anticipated encountering such an assertive individual in this mundane realm. Intriguing. The robust young man grinned, clearly surprised that the enigmatic youth was provoked by someone from the secular world. In truth, though these three had arrived together, they hailed from different factions, and their relationships were far from harmonious, particularly between the sturdy young man and the enigmatic one. As for the swordsman, he remained silent. Yet every strand of his hair radiated a sharp energy. Intriguing? I perceive a lack of awareness regarding one's own limits. The enigmatic youth scoffed, his gaze fixated on Qin Ming. At your age, you ought to be a martial sovereign. In this world, nothing is impossible. You are not as formidable as you believe, and this mundane realm is not as wretched as you imagine. Qin Ming's countenance flickered as he locked horns with the enigmatic youth. The Prince of Yong and his retinue were at a loss for words, unsure whether their sovereign was genuinely audacious or merely reckless. The adversary before them was clearly a prodigious talent from a reclusive sect, his status no less than that of Jingxiang. Yet, the emperor engaged him in a vitriolic exchange, undoubtedly straining their relations. It appears his armor is the source of the issue, the Prince of Yong interjected, addressing the peculiar youth. I am Qin Sheng, the Prince of Yong, a vassal of the Tianhua Dynasty, and the Emperor Presumptive. The Emperor Presumptive? A sardonic smile graced the youth's lips. No wonder there is conflict here. It seems the throne is about to change hands. You jest, Qin Ming retorted, taking a measured step forward. Suddenly, a surge of untamed power swept towards the Prince of Yong, with a formidable foe at hand. The Prince of Yong was still attempting to court favor with the reclusive sect, displaying a distinct lack of discretion. The Prince of Yong paled, never anticipating Qin Ming's sudden assault. His body stiffened, ensnared by Qin Ming's terrifying aura, as if his very life hung precariously in the balance. Indeed, Qin Ming contemplated regicide, poised to execute the Prince of Yong then and there. What skill is there in assassination by treachery? Such a base character is unfit to rule a nation. Perhaps this Prince of Yong would be more suitable. The enigmatic youth gestured subtly, and in an instant, the elder behind him strode forth, his presence akin to a rampaging great blade cleaving downwards. The Prince of Yong was freed from his confinement, while simultaneously a frenzied blade hurtled towards Qin Ming. In a fleeting moment, a glimmer ignited in Qin Ming's eyes, and a myriad of radiant hues erupted from his palm, swiftly descending upon the frenzied blade. With a sharp crack, the wild sword shattered. Displaying remarkable prowess, the elderly figure behind him unleashed 3 formidable blades, which shone in the void like celestial stars, exuding an overwhelming aura that seemed capable of crushing all in its path. With a thunderous roar, the imperial energy erupted from Qin Ming, resembling a sovereign emperor standing tall amidst the ether. The auras of the 2 martial titans clashed violently, resonating with a cacophony that compelled onlookers to flee in trepidation. fearing the repercussions of their confrontation. The three fierce blades quivered, summoning the essence of the heavens and the earth into a swirling tempest, as if conjuring a cataclysmic torrent intended to ensnare Qin Ming. With a tremor in his hand, Qin Ming summoned the Blood Emperor's sword, slicing through the encroaching deluge with a surge of crimson radiance that soared into the firmament, illuminating the cosmos and instantaneously rending the catastrophic wave asunder. Observing this, the elder with the wild sword felt a surge of brilliance emanate from his blade, yet at that critical juncture, the elder swordsman behind the young swordsman intervened, asserting the gravity of the situation and admonishing against quarreling with a junior, lest he lose his dignity. The wild sword elder, upon hearing this, let out a disdainful snort, refraining from immediately subduing Qin Ming. He was taken aback. Such a brash youth was not supposed to be his match. As the wild sword elder retreated, Qin Ming secretly exhaled in relief. Engaging in a battle with the elder would necessitate an exhaustive deployment of his limitless heavenly armor, a burden of immense magnitude for him. For now, I shall spare your life. The enigmatic youth spoke coldly, prompting Qin Ming to respond with a mocking smile. Were it not for the individuals backing you, I could easily extinguish your life with a mere finger. What grounds do you have to flaunt your power before me? Without that armor, I could slay you as one would a mere dog. Suddenly, a wild aura emanated from the mysterious youth. A tempest of demonic winds surged, and his eyes glimmered with a blood-red light, exuding an air of murderous intent akin to that of a supreme being among demons. Utterly arrogant and ignorant, Qin Ming's presence was equally formidable, radiating an imperious royal might that demanded respect. Enough. The sword cultivator, who had remained silent until now, could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed, "Yin Ziyu, do not forget the purpose of our journey." The youth known as Yin Ziyu's expression flickered momentarily, his murderous intent retracting. "Once this matter is resolved, I shall come for you," he declared. "I am ever ready." Qin Ming replied nonchalantly with 4 words. Having endured the tribulations of Emperor Qin Wu's thunderous trials, his physical prowess was formidable enough to contend with those at the 3rd and 4th levels of the Dan Mansion realm. Even the geniuses from hidden sects posed no threat to him. "Young Master Yin," the King Yong approached Yin Ziyu with a genial smile. "I possess a residence in this imperial city. Should you and your esteemed companions not mind, you are welcome to rest at my abode." This King Yong was indeed a formidable figure. He understood that only by allying with the geniuses of these hidden sects could he stand a chance against Qin Ming. If this group of hidden sect geniuses were willing to take refuge in the Yong residence, it would undoubtedly hinder Qin Ming's intentions to act against him. Yin Ziyu harbored a deep aversion towards Qin Ming, yet he found solace in the overt attentiveness displayed by the King of Yong. After all, one should not strike a smiling face. He cast a glance at the sword-wielding youth and inquired, "What does Brother Hanyu think?" The young swordsman, Hanyu, remained silent, while the burly youth expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Having arrived in the imperial city, should we not pay a visit to the palace instead of retreating to the so-called prince's residence? That seems rather petty, does it not? If you wish to come to the palace for a brief respite, I would be most welcoming. However, some individuals may not possess the qualifications to enter." Qin Ming responded to the burly youth with a smile, "It matters not. If some wish to go to the prince's residence, let them do so, for they have not seen much of the world." The burly youth clasped his hands and introduced himself. "I am Zhao Jian." "Qin Ming," he replied, reciprocating the introduction. A hint of displeasure flickered across Yin Ziyu's face. Zhao Jian had seemingly allied himself with Qin Ming. Just as he was about to speak, a brilliant beam of light suddenly shot down from the heavens, blinding everyone momentarily. In an instant, Hanyu stepped forward, declaring, "No more squabbling. The target has appeared." Chapter 87. The Fall of Imperial Light. Qin Ming's figure also sprang into action, yet an ominous premonition stirred within him. For the place where the Imperial Light descended was none other than the palace. These reclusive sect members were about to set foot in the Imperial Palace. One Jingxiang was already a source of considerable headache. Now, 3 more had arrived, indicating that this battle would not be easy. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Qin Ming's gaze. However, he understood that among the talented individuals from these hidden sects, the most formidable adversaries remained Jingxiang and Hanyu. What has descended upon the royal palace? The thoughts of Prince Yong flickered. On one hand, he longed to depart. Yet on the other, he harbored a lingering concern about the potential opportunities that might arise within the palace. Should he miss them, it could lead to an enduring regret. Sheng'er, this is the opportune moment. The imperial concubine Yong, more resolute than Prince Yong, recognized that now was the best chance to escape, as Qin Ming was preoccupied with other matters. Within the vast Tianhua Dynasty, although the number of martial lords at the Tianyi realm was scarce, a few could certainly be found, particularly among the feudal lords who had governed their territories for centuries. It was certain they could cultivate a martial lord of the Tianyi realm, provided that the top tier could stand against Qin Ming. The combined forces of the feudal lords at the Danfu and Lingwu realms would easily suppress him. Kill. Just as Prince Yong and the others plotted their resurgence. Not far behind them, Han Mao led his army in a frenzied assault. Arrows shot forth like streaks of meteors. In mere moments, a lord of the Danfu realm fell victim to Han Mao's forces. Sensing the impending doom, the lords began to flee, abandoning their plans. Han Yu, Zhao Jian, and Yin Ziyu. Jing Xiang coldly uttered these three names, his expression icily resolute. If my memory serves me right, this is still the territory governed by my sacred Yuan sect. I wonder what brings the three of you here. Brother Jing, why be so stingy? We are merely strolling about, seeking some experience, and inadvertently trespassed into the territory of the sacred Yuan sect. We hope for your understanding. However, I surmise that with your demeanor, Brother Jing would graciously allow us a cup of tea, wouldn't you? Han Yu smiled faintly. Jing Xiang observed Han Yu, a cold laugh bubbling within him. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have feigned generosity and invited these individuals to stay. However, the present moment was ill-suited for such gestures. The imperial legacy was on the verge of unveiling, and the intentions of these three were all too apparent. He had no inclination to entertain them with cordiality. Qin Ming's pace was slightly slower, and upon his arrival, he overheard Han Yu's words, which stirred a wave of disdain within him. Although Han Yu appeared taciturn, he spoke falsehoods with unabashed ease. It seemed that these reclusive sects were not to be underestimated. Brother Jing, it appears you are displeased with our presence. You repeatedly assert that the Tianhua Empire is a vassal of your Shenyuan sect, yet the ruler of this empire shows us no sign of reverence. Is it a matter of lax discipline from the Shenyuan sect, or do you simply disregard the power we wield? Yin Ziyu's eyes gleamed coldly as he cast a dismissive glance at the arriving Qin Ming, seemingly eager to utilize Jing Zhang to eliminate him. Upon hearing these words, Jing Xiang chuckled, interpreting Yin Ziyu's comments as indicative of Qin Ming having bested him. This emperor truly exuded a domineering aura. Yin Ziyu's family had long enjoyed supremacy in the upper realms, rarely facing challenges, and only Qin Ming dared to defy such conventions. Though the Tianhua Empire is indeed a subordinate state of our Shenyuan sect, it is an established consensus that reclusive sects refrain from meddling in the affairs of lower realms. Surely, you are aware of this? Jing Xiang had no intention of aiding Yin Ziyu in blaming Qin Ming. On the contrary, he secretly reveled in the thought of Qin Ming besting the talents of these sects, his heart brimming with joy. After all, given his status, it would be inappropriate for him to openly confront figures like Han Yu, as such actions would jeopardize his future prospects. However, if Qin Ming were to handle these matters, it would undoubtedly be much simpler. I once believed that the talented individuals within the sect were remarkable figures, only to discover that they merely engage in slander and seek to use others as instruments for their own ends, which is truly contemptible. Qin Ming cast a cold gaze upon Yin Ziyu, emanating an icy aura that enveloped him like a tempest. Brother Qin, your words are misguided. There are distinctions even among the sect's geniuses, Zhao Jian remarked, exhibiting a keen interest in Qin Ming, as if wishing to forge an alliance. His statement elicited a faint smile from Qin Ming, who replied, "Indeed, it was a slip of the tongue on my part. It is merely a select few who tarnish the reputation of the hidden sect." This remark nearly revealed Yin Ziyu's name outright, and he harbored a desire to eliminate Qin Ming on the spot. Yet, he could not decipher Jing Xiang's stance and refrained from acting impulsively. At that moment, a flash of sword light crossed Han Yu's eyes, followed by a look of astonishment on his face. No wonder your realm is only at the first level of the Danfu stage. It appears you are not the true body. Upon hearing Han Yu's words, the entire assembly gasped in disbelief. Even Qin Ming's followers were taken aback, as they had witnessed Qin Ming subduing Jing Xiang and taking him as a guard. Although they were aware that this arrangement likely would not endure for long, they had not anticipated that this Jing Xiang was not the true entity. For Qin Ming, this revelation was not unexpected. He knew that a powerful being at the Danfu stage could nurture a spirit body within the Danfu, leading him to such conjectures about Jing Xiang. Truly exceptional geniuses of the sect must possess an immense pride. How could one genuinely be willing to serve as his protector? Jing Xiang's ready acquiescence stemmed largely from the fact that he was not the true body. Otherwise, Jing Xiang would not have needed to spend so long in the imperial palace to break through to the Danfu realm. Qin Ming had already stepped into the Danfu realm, and the Danfu scroll of the true martial emperor's scripture had been imprinted in his mind, giving him a general understanding of the method of nourishing the spiritual body. Generally speaking, in order to enhance their strength, the spiritual bodies cultivated by the Danfu realm martial spirits are often comparable to their own realm, with slightly inferior combat power, but generally not much different. However, there are also exceptions. When cultivating spiritual bodies, martial spirit experts deliberately cultivate spiritual bodies with lower realms in order to complete a certain task on behalf of the true body. With Jing Xiang's status, there was no need for the true body to come to the secular world to experience, and besides, Yin Ziyu, Han Yu, and others were accompanied by martial sovereign experts. Jing Xiang at that time did not have such protection. All of the above led Qin Ming to speculate about Jing Xiang's identity long ago, but he did not reveal it. Some things are better left unsaid, as revealing them diminishes their allure. Just how strong is Jing Xiang's true body? Qin Ming wondered to himself. His cultivation speed is no slower than that of the geniuses in the sect. But if he were to fight a true top genius in the same realm, could he win? Brother Han Yu comes from the Heavenly Walk Sword sect and is a top genius with superb swordsmanship. Yin Ziyu comes from the Yin family, a prestigious family with the blood of ancient demon beasts flowing through their veins. As for me, I am from the Zhao family, also a prestigious family. Overall, our three major forces are on par with the Holy Yuan sect. I see. Qin Ming felt a profound sense of wonder. It seemed that the upper realm was indeed vast and thriving, with numerous powers of the caliber of the sacred Yuan sect. Previously, the Emperor Guang had fallen to this place. He pondered what might have become of him. Brother Jing, are you aware? Han Yu surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sharp as if it could pierce through all. They were all present within this statue. Jing Xiang understood that such matters could not be concealed, and he promptly pointed to the statue of the great Emperor Qin Wu. Little did he anticipate that with this gesture, the statue would suddenly erupt with myriad rays of resplendent light, illuminating the heavens as though a spectral image of a great emperor had manifested, exerting an overwhelming pressure upon the mortal realm. Chapter 88. The Emergence of Legacy. Whether by design or coincidence, as Jing Xiang pointed, the statue of the great emperor radiated an astonishing brilliance, with endless patterns of light swirling around it. A faint imperial might permeated the air, causing the hearts of all present to race as if an emperor from antiquity had returned. The very heavens trembled. A beam of imperial light soared upwards, piercing the sky and rending the firmament. In a fleeting moment, the onlookers seemed to witness a formidable being treading upon the void, intent on subjugating all worlds beneath their feet, their hearts shaken with awe. Emperor. Qin Ming softly uttered these two syllables, his eyes filled with reverence. Although he had battled the same-tiered Qin Wu emperor, he had never truly grasped the extent of his power. At this moment, he genuinely felt the boundless force, as if that figure's mere thought could alter the very fabric of existence. Through the ages, amidst the ebb and flow of time, they had finally arrived at this day. A profound voice reverberated across the heavens and the earth, causing the hearts of all present to tremble wildly. Was this the voice of the great Emperor Qin Wu? Did he still exist in this world? The legacy of the great Emperor Qin Wu was finally poised to manifest. The prodigies from the four great hidden powers bore a subtle smile, for although their factions were considered among the elite in the upper realm, they had never birthed a formidable figure of imperial caliber. Among the sovereign forces of the upper realm, those hidden powers that had once produced emperors shone even more brightly, with some imperial clans whose names became synonymous with immortality. Thus, the Sacred Yuan sect and the Skywalker Sword sect harbored a particularly fervent desire for the inheritance of the great Emperor Qin Wu, should they obtain it. The strength of their entire sect would be significantly enhanced. With the destined individual now present, the inheritance would unveil itself for him. The voice of the great Emperor Qin Wu resonated once more, intensifying the fervor in the eyes of the crowd. Even the mighty martial lords could not conceal the glimmer of sharpness in their gazes. Yet, these martial lords managed to restrain themselves, for they were advanced in years. And even if they were to receive the imperial inheritance, achieving greatness would prove exceedingly difficult. As for the length of the entrance, none could discern its extent, as both the entrance and its terminus were shrouded in chaotic energy, obscuring the view within and suggesting unfathomable mysteries that eluded comprehension. Only the descendants of the Qin clan could enter, and through the trials set by the evaluators, they might obtain the inheritance. The rules for acquiring the legacy were straightforward, yet for these prodigies, it became a formidable barrier. Master, the forthcoming situation may prove to be rather intricate. It is imperative to maintain stability in all circumstances, particularly in the reconstruction of the imperial city walls. As I venture into the realm of inheritance, the duration of my absence remains uncertain. The Prince of Yong and others are likely to resurge shortly, at which point I shall rely on you to fend off formidable adversaries. Upon my return, I shall quell all rebellion and transform our dynasty into a flourishing empire. Qin Ming instructed you Tianhua, knowing he must enter the inheritance realm, rendering him unable to oversee external matters. Hence, all affairs would fall to you Tianhua. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly, replied Yu Tianhua, recognizing that the Emperor's inheritance presents a unique opportunity. Should Qin Ming succeed, the revival of our dynasty would be all the more promising. Jing Xiang and the three great prodigies stood in a standoff, yet none had made a move. At that moment, Yin Ziyu's gaze suddenly fixed upon Qin Ming. If the bloodline of the Qin family were required, it would be more advantageous to eliminate this young emperor and utilize his blood to gain entry. No sooner had Yin Ziyu spoken than a glimmer of light flashed in Han Yu's eyes. This notion was not without merit. However, Zhao Jian, sharing a kindred spirit with Qin Ming, naturally opposed Yin Ziyu's proposal. Yet, to their surprise, Jing Xiang interjected, suggesting that the idea was feasible and proposing that Qin Ming provide a sample of his blood. The seven martial lords paused, realizing that if this were the case, there would be no need for battle. Absolutely not, Qin Ming stated resolutely. As a monarch, he could not permit himself to be slaughtered or to shed blood frivolously. If you refuse, I shall take matters into my own hands. As Yin Ziyu stepped forward, the fierce blade martial sovereign rushed in, emanating an overwhelming aura of pressure directed towards Qin Ming. Do you wish to engage me in combat? Qin Ming's gaze shimmered with a chilling smile. Take another step forward, and I shall shatter this statue. No one shall claim the inheritance. Chapter 89. Threat. Qin Ming's words caused the advancing blade martial sovereign to pause, his eyes flashing with a fierce intensity as he glared at Qin Ming. You dare? You may try? Qin Ming abhorred being threatened. I may not be able to kill you, yet you cannot harm me either. Even if you all join forces, you cannot prevent me from destroying this statue. Do not act rashly. It is the statue of your ancestor. Jing Xiang, understanding Qin Ming's temperament, feared that he might indeed destroy the statue of the great emperor. No one could guarantee that if the statue were to be destroyed, the entrance to the inheritance would still remain. I cannot even protect my own life. What use is the statue of my ancestor to me? Qin Ming scoffed coldly, finding a hint of humor in the situation. This was clearly the statue of his ancestor. Yet Jing Xiang and others seemed to care for it more than he did. The allure of the inheritance of supreme power was truly enticing. You dare to destroy the statue of Emperor Qin. Do you not wish to remain emperor any longer? Yin Ziyu's gaze was icy, filled with a wild intent, as if he wished to swallow Qin Ming whole. If you seek my life, why the pretense? Just act. I will render your sex millennia of planning to naught. Are you prepared to bear the weight of such a crime? A mocking smile curled at the corners of Qin Ming's lips, as if a true dragon encircled him, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. His words undoubtedly struck a chord with these talented individuals, causing their expressions to darken. Indeed, if the statue of the great Emperor Qin Wu were to be destroyed, the legacy would be severed, and the elaborate schemes that their factions had cultivated over millennia would dissolve into nothingness. Could they bear such a burden? I do not believe you dare to carry out such an act. Yin Ziyu stepped forward, unleashing a fierce, oppressive aura reminiscent of an ancient demon, seemingly intent on pouncing upon Qin Ming. With a cold, dismissive glance, Qin Ming regarded him as one might a fool, then raised his hand to unleash a terrifying palm strike aimed directly at the statue of the great Emperor Qin Wu, as if he sought to obliterate it entirely. Hold on. At that moment, the martial lord of the Tianqing sword sect's expression shifted, his palm slicing through the air to conjure a sword curtain that severed Qin Ming's palm strike. Had it not been for that narrow margin, the strike would have crashed into the statue, leading to its destruction. No one doubted Qin Ming's ruthlessness any longer. To provoke him would mean risking everything in a deadly confrontation, leaving no victor in the end. Fool. The martial lord of the Tianqing sword sect spat, the target of his ire unclear, whether directed at Qin Ming or reprimanding Yin Ziyu. The latter's countenance soured. for he had not anticipated that Qin Ming would truly dare to act. Should that palm strike have landed, he would forever be remembered as the ancestral sinner of the Qin family. Even if he managed to slay Qin Ming, it would not absolve him of the blame. Everything is negotiable. Jing Xiang had not anticipated that Qin Ming would be so resolute, initiating an assault without hesitation by striking the statue of the emperor. Did this man harbor no reservations in his heart? You may deliberate at your leisure. I have no objections. However, should you contemplate directing your schemes against me, I assure you it will result in mutual destruction, he declared. Qin Ming offered a serene smile, yet no one dared to dismiss his words. They all tempered their thoughts and sought alternative approaches. Even Yin Ziyu chose not to further entangle himself with Qin Ming, knowing that once the inheritance was secured, he could decide Qin Ming's fate at will. If he could not obtain the pure bloodline of the Qin clan, he would settle for one from the collateral branches. A glint flashed in Yin Ziyu's eyes as he set his sights on the three from the Zifeng marquee. The imposing steps of the Mad Blade Martial Sovereign reverberated, causing the three marquises to feel an immense weight upon their shoulders, as if a colossal mountain bore down upon them. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a crimson glimmer surged forth, causing Yin Ziyu's hair to stand on end. In an instant, the Blood Emperor's sword was poised at his neck, with life and death hanging by a thread. If you dare to harm a single hair on anyone from my royal city, be they of noble or common blood, I will not hesitate to end their life. Qin Ming warned, his anger ignited. The members of these hidden sects were excessively reckless. Not only did they seek to usurp the legacy of his ancestors, but they also wished to use their blood to aid their own entrance into the realm of inheritance. An affront too great to bear. Hold on. The Mad Blade Martial Sovereign immediately retracted his overwhelming pressure, allowing the three marquises to catch their breath. The gaze of those from the upper realm quivered with trepidation as they turned to Qin Ming, their eyes filled with apprehension. This individual exhibits madness, showing disregard for everything, even ruthlessly destroying the statues of his ancestors. Should the Mad Blade Martial Sovereign truly offend Qin Ming, he may indeed succumb to a frenzy and attempt to slay Yin Ziyu. Furthermore, Yin Ziyu can acutely sense the murderous intent, as he is in close proximity to Qin Ming. How he yearns to eliminate Qin Ming. Yet the latter possesses a formidable armor that grants him the battle prowess of a martial sovereign, an unparalleled weapon that even the dominant forces of their realm cannot lay claim to. Across the vast expanse of the 3,000 realms, it seems only those of emperor rank could forge such a weapon. It is precisely due to Qin Ming's possession of the infinite heavenly armor that these upper realm powerhouses are further convinced of the extraordinary legacy of the emperors. Otherwise, after a millennium of decline, how could Qin Ming have acquired such an immensely powerful weapon? It may be said that these martial sovereigns do not fear Qin Ming himself, but rather the armor he wields. According to the speculations of certain martial sovereigns, activating this armor must surely deplete significant amounts of elemental force, yet Qin Ming appears unfazed, much to their frustration. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Ming has been secretly consuming medicinal pills, allowing them to enter his body directly from his storage space, enabling him to maintain his peak condition and utilize the infinite heavenly armor for extended periods. Release our young master, the Mad Blade Martial Sovereign directed towards Qin Ming. His expression frigid. However, Qin Ming merely responded with a cold smile. You think simply saying release me will suffice? What do you intend to do? The expression on the face of the Mad Blade Martial Lord was as grim as it could be. Although he did not hold a position of great power within the Qin family, his origins from the upper realm instilled in him a sense of pride, leading him to look down upon the denizens of the lower realm. Yet now, he found himself threatened by an individual from this very realm. In the presence of Qin Ming, the Mad Blade Martial Lord possessed no leverage whatsoever. Employing these insignificant beings from the lower realm to intimidate Qin Ming might seem a plausible strategy, but to do so in front of other dominant powers would render him a laughingstock of the upper realm. It was profoundly ironic that a genius and martial lord from a prestigious force needed to rely on mere practitioners from the Yuan martial and spirit martial realms for self-preservation. Moreover, while Qin Ming publicly professed concern for the royal family and the populace, did he truly harbor such sentiments deep within? The common folk were of little consequence to him. Perhaps their lives and deaths meant nothing to him at all. However, the fate of Yin Ziyu was of paramount importance to the Qin family, which made such a scenario implausible. Thus, there was little more to discuss. Do you possess any alternative means to access the place of inheritance? I would suggest that you collaborate and utilize that decree to enter the place of inheritance together. As for who ultimately claims it, once inside, it will be determined by strength and fortune, and it is of no concern to me. Qin Ming cast a meaningful glance at the mad blade martial lord, who, in turn, revealed a flicker of understanding in his gaze, indicating that this was indeed the most advantageous proposal for their side. Are you certain that this decree permits everyone to pass through? Han Yu also considered this method viable. If they were to dispute the ownership of the decree, it could lead to a protracted conflict lasting 3 days and nights without resolution. After all, who could predict when the place of inheritance would vanish? They were unwilling to waste even a moment. If they can manage it, adding a few more should pose no issue. Qin Ming cast a glance at Jing Xiang and the other 5. While the eyes of the representatives from the remaining 3 major factions flickered with intrigue, acknowledging the merit in this statement, the bloodlight from the edict could envelop them, allowing their collective entry into the realm of inheritance. The legacy of the Emperor, evidently, is not easily attained. Ultimately, it will become clear who will emerge victorious once they enter the domain of inheritance. Would you truly possess such benevolence to assist us in accessing this sacred space? Yin Ziyu harbored deep mistrust towards Qin Ming. Even with the Blood Emperor's sword poised at his throat, he remained impassive. If you doubt me, you may choose not to enter and stay here to play chess with me instead, Qin Ming replied with a slight smile. As the bloodlight on the sword seemed poised to erupt in an instant, causing the mad blade martial sovereign's gaze to sharpen. Let us converse calmly. There is no need for agitation. To devise strategies for us, would you genuinely be so magnanimous? I too find this question quite intriguing, Jing Xiang remarked, an expression of sardonic amusement crossing his face. Having been in the imperial palace for such an extended period, he was well aware of Qin Ming's character. He suspected that Qin Ming would rather see them perish here than extend a helping hand for their passage into the realm of inheritance. Do you think that entering the realm of inheritance guarantees your survival? Chapter 90, Arrangements. Amidst the suffocating aura of chaos, a brilliant celestial blade materialized, radiating an overwhelming intent to kill, locking onto them and causing Han Yu and Jing Xiang to change countenance. Only Zhao Jian had the foresight to evade in advance. By the time the others perceived the threat, they had already felt the chilling presence of murderous intent descending upon them, leaving them no refuge. Is there a flaw in that edict? Even if he were merely a spirit entity, Jing Xiang was reluctant to squander his resources. Thus, he still prepared a means of escape, knowing that even when faced with an insurmountable martial sovereign in the lower realm, this shield would suffice to withstand a barrage. With a deft motion of his hand, Han Yu summoned a flying sword that hovered above him, its blade exuding an aura of ominous brilliance, rapidly transforming into a protective curtain of swords that shielded both Han Yu and the martial elder behind him. The heavenly blade howled as it descended, seemingly intent on cleaving through all in its path. With a thunderous crack, Jing Xiang's shield was rent asunder by the blade's edge. He seized the moment, stepping forward with great determination, plunging into the chaotic mists, resolved to fight even if it meant his demise. As for Jing Xiang's actions, Qin Ming was hardly astonished. After all, he was merely a spirit entity, and his sacrifice bore little consequence. The most unfortunate were Yin Ziyu and the frenzied blade martial sovereign. The martial weapon. The Golden Bell was a 4th-tier armament, yet it was not primarily defensive and certainly not among the pinnacle of 4th-tier weapons. The strike of the heavenly blade obliterated the Golden Bell entirely. Simultaneously, the blade's edge was not fully mitigated. The frenzied blade elder unleashed 3 frenzied blades to confront the heavenly blade, only to witness it slice through as effortlessly as one would peel a potato. Intent on slaying both Yin Ziyu and the frenzied blade martial sovereign. In a moment of peril, the frenzied blade martial sovereign gritted his teeth, making a resolute decision to push Yin Ziyu into the realm of inheritance, while he himself delivered a desperate strike, only to have his arms severed by the blade's fury as he too entered the sacred space of inheritance. At this juncture, the 3 formidable factions have entered the realm of inheritance, yet the cost they incurred was substantial. Their respective powers would not furnish them with adequate defensive weaponry, which is detrimental to the growth of prodigies. Consequently, should they encounter peril again in the future, death may be the only fate awaiting them. Thank you for the reminder. Brother Qin, Zhao Jian said, clasping his hands respectfully. The Zhao family is adept in petrification abilities, yet they cannot guarantee a complete retreat from the onslaught of the heavenly blade. On the side of Jing Xiang, they suffered the loss of a martial monarch, while the faction of Yin Ziyu lost an arm of their martial monarch. Had they been any slower to react, only death would have awaited them. There is no need for formality. I merely hold admiration for your character, Brother Zhao. Unlike Yin Ziyu, I am genuinely inclined to befriend you. And thus I cannot stand idly by while you face demise, Qin Ming remarked with a smile, discarding all airs of superiority. Even relinquishing the title of Your Majesty. Does this imply that Brother Qin was already aware of the issues surrounding that decree? Zhao Jian's expression flickered as he inquired. He had suspected as much when Qin Ming urged him to withdraw, surmising it was likely a trap laid by Qin Ming himself. It was merely an earlier jest. I initially intended to play a trick on the Holy Yuan sect, never anticipating it would ensnare Inziyu. Truly gratifying. Qin Ming chuckled heartily. Zhao Jian could not help but offer a wry smile. The Tianhua Dynasty is ostensibly a subordinate force to the Holy Yuan sect, and as the sovereign of the dynasty, Qin Ming should have shown utmost reverence towards the sect, aspiring to one day enter its ranks for cultivation. Yet, Qin Ming's thoughts diverged sharply from this notion. He felt no reverence for Jing Ziang, embodying an innate rebellious spirit, yet not one of baseless arrogance. As if everything that was about to transpire lay firmly within his grasp. This only fueled Zhao Jian's curiosity towards Qin Ming, intensifying his desire for friendship. Very well. I shall befriend Brother Qin, he declared. Now, shall we proceed? Zhao Jian extended his hand, clasping it firmly with Qin Ming's. Please wait. Qin Ming turned to face Yu Tianxiu, who, without requiring further explanation, nodded slightly, assuring Qin Ming of his confidence. Qin Ming smiled, and then addressed the three princes of the Zifeng Marquis. I kindly request that you restore order in the imperial court. Your Majesty, rest assured, replied the Zifeng Marquis with a bow. With the Grand Master and the three princes, what else do I have to worry about? Qin Ming chuckled, confident that Yu Tianxiu was capable of reinstating order within the palace. As for the intricate affairs of the court, the three princes, being chancellors, would certainly navigate them with ease. Han Miao had departed to pursue the various feudal lords and princes. Otherwise, Qin Ming had matters he wished to convey to him. After all, while this was indeed the legacy of their ancestor, Emperor Qin Wu, as Qin Ming had previously articulated to Jing Ziang, no one could predict what would transpire in the land of inheritance. Beyond the formidable trials, there existed threats from other prodigies. The heavenly blade had spared no lives, and the envious would undoubtedly conspire to ambush him in the domain of inheritance. This marked the first occasion for Qin Ming to embark on an endeavor fraught with uncertainty. The realm of inheritance was shrouded in mystery, replete with unpredictability, eluding his grasp, yet his resolve to enter it grew ever more resolute. In the absence of absolute certainty, he chose to embrace unwavering faith, convinced that this legacy would ultimately be entrusted to him. My lord, Qin Ming addressed the purple maple marquis, presenting him with a precious elixir, and whispered into his ear. The soul-cleansing pill possessed the extraordinary capability to purge impurities from a warrior's body, refining their sinews and marrow, thereby solidifying their foundational path and enhancing the probability of transcending boundaries. Previously, Master Yu had relied on the efficacy of the soul-cleansing pill to rejuvenate his vitality and expand his meridians, akin to a return to youth, enabling him to break through to the celestial one realm. Now, the purple maple marquis stood at the pinnacle of the pill mansion realm, his foundation firmly established. Although the soul-cleansing pill was indeed of considerable value, the prospect of cultivating another celestial one martial sovereign rendered it an invaluable treasure. Your Majesty's grace is beyond repay, the purple maple marquis mused. He was well aware of the rarity of the soul-cleansing pill, a treasure so precious that ordinary warriors could scarcely acquire it, save for formidable fourth-tier alchemists capable of its refinement. The purple maple marquis cast a profound glance at Yu Tianxiu, beginning to discern the reason behind Yu Tianxiu's remarkable breakthrough despite his advanced age and internal injuries. The generosity of this monarch was indeed remarkable. Qin Ming nodded at the purple maple marquis, beginning to grasp why the profession of alchemist was so esteemed within the realm of the 3,000 worlds. With their alchemical prowess, they could undoubtedly amass countless formidable warriors through the concoction of elixirs. Even some of the most elite figures would seek their favor, willing to pledge their allegiance or owe a debt of gratitude. However, Qin Ming harbored no aspirations of becoming an alchemist within the confines of the system. He had access to everything he could desire, and as long as he possessed spirit stones, he would never find himself lacking in elixirs. In contrast, he preferred to devote his time to the study of formations. After entrusting the elixirs to the Marquis of Zifeng, Qin Ming pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the hands of Zhao Jian and the martial lord of the Zhao family. The two men were momentarily taken aback. Recalling Qin Ming's earlier defiance against Yin Ziyu and his associates, which seemed to present a stark contrast to their current situation. Do not concern yourselves, should I choose to. I could offer my very lifeblood, but I have never succumbed to coercion, Qin Ming stated with a faint smile. Thank you, young Master Qin. The martial lord of the Zhao family replied with a respectful bow. He hailed from a dominant lineage in the upper realm, a world apart from the imperial dynasties of the lower realm, making the title of your majesty unnecessary. The concept of an empire was rather tenuous in the upper realm, and Zhao Jian shared a similar sentiment. Let us proceed. With a decisive step, Qin Ming entered the chaotic mist without further pleasantries. Though he wished to bring his trusted confidant into the realm of inheritance alongside him, he recognized that his own safety was paramount. Diverting his attention to protect his confidant would likely complicate matters further. Moreover, given the current instability, it would be more beneficial for them to remain within the dynasty. Once he emerged from the realm of inheritance, he could reward them with elixirs as a token of appreciation. After all, the presence of more martial lords would only serve to strengthen their position. Young master, will it not reflect poorly upon us that we left behind the prodigies of several other dominant factions, as they were about to enter the realm of chaos? The martial lord of the Zhao family spoke, deliberately refraining from directly addressing Qin Ming, clearly not wishing to offend him. It matters not, after all. They have never been united with us. When confronted with interests, they will inevitably turn against us. Can't you see this? Zhao Jian remarked with a smile. The Zhao family's martial lord nodded in acknowledgement, understanding this point. However, he noted that they were now almost positioned in direct opposition to them. This aligns us with Qin Ming, and thus we can sufficiently ensure our own safety. Furthermore, I have an innate sense that this young man is extraordinary. He is a descendant of the ancient emperors of the Qin lineage, and his chances of inheriting their legacy must far exceed ours. Chapter 91. The trial space at the entrance shrouded in chaotic energy. A blockade had been ordered by Yu Tianxiu, with powerful inner palace guards stationed to deter any who might dare approach. Any intruder would be swiftly subdued. Yu Tianxiu himself, however, had no time to linger here. The vast imperial palace required thorough reorganization following the recent upheaval. Just as Qin Ming was about to take a step forward, a force of nearly law-like dominance descended upon him, as if to confine him, yet it felt as though nothing truly restrained him. Upon entering the domain of inheritance, regardless of one's cultivation level, all would be suppressed to the first level of the Danfu realm. A voice resonated from the depths of the inheritance site, ethereal and elusive, its origin indiscernible, causing Qin Ming's heart to tremble. Yet, he soon burst into laughter, realizing that the intended suppression of his realm was futile, as there was no need for it at all. If Qin Ming is willing, he could undoubtedly ascend to a higher realm swiftly. However, there is no necessity for that here. This place serves as a trial space for inheritance, divided into 3 tiers. Only upon passing all 3 trials can one gain entry to the ultimate realm of inheritance. The ethereal voice continued. The trials of the 3 tiers, is it? Qin Ming's expression flickered. It appears that seizing the inheritance will not be an easy feat after successfully navigating the 1st and 2nd tiers. One will receive rewards and can directly advance to the next tier. Yet, should you perish along the way, it would be a final demise. You may still withdraw now. The voice, indifferent yet laced with a chilling intent, conveyed the gravity of death within this realm. Having come this far, the notion of retreat was never in Qin Ming's mind. He had never entertained the idea of emerging unscathed from the land of inheritance. If the legacy of the great emperor were so easily attained, it would not have remained elusive for centuries. For millennia, people have speculated about the whereabouts of the legacy of the great Emperor Qin Wu, yet its location remains a mystery. Who could have imagined that the legacy of the emperor is, in fact, conspicuously enshrined within the statue of Emperor Qin Wu? This statue, a symbol of the Tianhua Dynasty, also encapsulates the inheritance itself. Why, then, has no one claimed this legacy throughout the ages? Qin Ming began to grasp a faint answer. The inheritance is revealed only to those fated to receive it. It awakens only when the statue discerns a potential heir to the emperor's legacy. Thus, this inheritance is bound to be far from easily attained. A genius born once in 100 years requires relentless honing to achieve the supreme path. In the shadows, a pair of all-seeing eyes surveyed the entirety of the trial space, including Qin Ming's performance. Qin Ming's conjecture was almost half correct, yet he could not be certain that this inheritance was open solely for him. Within the trial space, he would receive no assistance, should he perish here. His life would extinguish, and the inheritance would close. Qin Ming's expression was grave, for he faced not only the challenges of the trial space, but also the covert machinations of hidden forces. Those martial lords, even if their realms were suppressed, wielded exceptionally profound techniques and possessed exquisite control over their power. Even when constrained to the first level of the Danfu realm, they could likely slay those at the third level. Furthermore, since they had all entered the trial ground simultaneously, it was probable they would remain together, making any potential alliance exceedingly difficult to confront. The first layer of the trial commences. With the proclamation, the space surrounding Qin Ming illuminated instantaneously, revealing a vast and desolate expanse, devoid of life, where not a single blade of grass thrived. Instead, an overwhelming aura of death permeated the atmosphere, suffocatingly oppressive. Only upon being engulfed by the cluster of tombstones did Qin Ming realize the considerable distance between each pair as he gazed out. It seemed an endless realm of the deceased. He approached the nearest tombstone, which had initially appeared blank, but as Qin Ming drew near, it became densely inscribed with lines of minuscule characters, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. The revered Master Qixia, having refined the three heavenly fires of the universe into his own formidable power, has cultivated for 1,700 years, amassing immense strength and having vanquished several peers of his rank. Now, he lies suppressed here, awaiting the moment when the seal shall shatter, allowing him to re-emerge into the world. The epitaph recounts the life of Master Qixia, stirring a profound admiration within Qin Ming. The heavenly fire is the most ferocious flame in existence. Even a single strand could obliterate a warrior. Yet, Master Qixia's ability to harness this celestial fire into his own essence marks him as an exceptionally fearsome entity. Is the title of Master a mere honorific or a true realm of existence? Qin Ming suddenly recalled his own cultivation, the celestial dragon fist, which seemed to correspond to the mastery of a revered being, suggesting that the title master denotes a level above that of a martial sovereign. If the preceding accounts filled Qin Ming with trepidation, the final line ignited a spark of fierce determination within his gaze. Such a powerful figure as Master Qixia remains suppressed here, and the one who subdued him claims to be the true master. Could it be that Emperor Qin Wu, in his own time as a revered being, was the one to subdue this formidable opponent? The thought lingered in Qin Ming's mind. When shall the seal be broken? Suddenly, a terrifying and sharp aura erupted from the gravestone, shattering it in an instant, leaving Qin Ming aghast. Could it be that the moment of the seal's breaking has arrived? He instinctively retreated, acutely aware that this is a revered being who has been suppressed for countless ages, harboring an unfathomable amount of resentment. He was not eager to confront such a being. To be slain on the spot would be an unfortunate fate indeed. However, Qin Ming's aspirations did not come to fruition. In an instant, a terrifying pressure enveloped the surrounding area, extending for dozens of yards, rendering Qin Ming's steps exceedingly heavy, effectively trapping him. At last, the true form has escaped this damned seal. A furious roar resonated, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. The temperature of this space suddenly soared, and Qin Ming felt as though he were immersed in a raging inferno, relentlessly scorching him. Had he not endured the tribulations of thunder, this overwhelming heat would likely have incinerated him. Soon after, Qin Ming beheld the figure of an elderly man breaking through the earth, soaring into the sky, enveloped in flames and radiating myriad rays of light. I have encountered the esteemed elder, Qin Ming said, bowing respectfully to the esteemed Qixia. This was a figure of great renown, one who had once dominated an era. Who could fathom the depths of his power? In such a moment, it would be wise for Qin Ming to adopt a humble demeanor. Elder? The Qixia Venerable turned his gaze towards Qin Ming, and in an instant, a robe of flames enveloped him, the burning fire seemingly dispelling all traces of death, rendering him akin to a divine being, resplendent and shining with an immortal radiance. The Qixia Venerable appeared not as old as one might expect. After a slight adjustment, he seemed to be merely in his 50s. Qin Ming was uncertain how long a venerable being could live, but since this figure had been sealed by Emperor Qin Wu, it would not be surprising if he had existed for millions of years. Did you call me elder? The revered Master Qixia strode down towards Qin Ming, causing the very void to tremble violently, as if a tempest of raging flames were sweeping towards him. However, the glimmering light in Qin Ming's eyes revealed a diminishing fear of the master. He sensed that although the ferocious flames were formidable, their true power was merely that of the third tier of the Danfu realm. Moreover, the aura emanating from Master Qixia appeared surprisingly feeble. Had he misjudged the situation? Feeling considerably more at ease, Qin Ming remarked with a smile. I intend to end your life, so addressing me as senior might evoke a twinge of compassion within me. However, only by eliminating you can I attain my freedom. Your titles are of no consequence. Master Qixia's malevolence surged, yet upon observing Qin Ming's lack of trepidation, a flicker of confusion crossed his countenance. Soon, his eyes turned icy, and he could not help but unleash a thunderous roar towards the heavens. Qin Wu, you have summoned me from the grave, yet why have you bound my very essence? Do you believe that within the same realm, I am incapable of vanquishing him? Even if you suppress my law intent, with sheer force, I can still bring him to his end. I demand your disciple perish without a trace. Chapter 92, Master Qixia. The blazing imprint of his palm radiated an intense heat as it swept towards Qin Ming, accompanied by a multitude of fireballs forged from molten lava, each one remarkably condensed, akin to weapons of war, sending shivers down the spine. Before Qin Ming, flames surged forth like a tempest, as if the very fabric of space trembled under the unbearable heat. It was almost inconceivable that such power could emanate from a mere first-level Danfu realm cultivator. It was truly astonishing. Indeed, even a suppressed elder with only the strength of the first-level Danfu realm could unleash such terrifying might. A third-level martial spirit of the Danfu realm would find little hope of survival against such an onslaught. Qin Ming murmured softly, then stepped forward, unleashing a ferocious dragon fist towards the front. The true dragon roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. The Yutian dragon fist was, after all, a divine ability of the elder level, possessing boundless might. As it surged forth, it seemed as if myriad dragons bowed in submission, causing the very space to quiver. With a resounding crash, a fierce and intense dragon might swept forward, extinguishing the fireballs in its wake. Qin Ming emanated an overwhelming imperial aura, resembling an ancient emperor returning to the mortal realm. With a single punch, the space itself appeared to be on the verge of collapse. As the Yutian dragon fist collided with the blazing palm print of the Crimson Cloud Elder, an immense force erupted, causing cracks to appear in the space where the light burst forth, as if it might be crushed under the pressure. Qin Ming's eyes flickered. The space here seemed markedly different from the outside world, particularly unstable in this place of inheritance. In the outer realms, even an attack from a martial lord of the Tianhua realm could not rend the very fabric of space. However, here, regardless of how fierce their attacks might be, they were still merely martial spirits of the Danfu realm. How could they compare? Indeed, there is some prowess. The Red Cloud Elder was astonished that his strike failed to annihilate Qin Ming. He had no intention of merely testing Qin Ming or striking casually. He had employed a supreme divine technique befitting a venerable being, yet it did not yield the expected result, leaving him utterly surprised. He had not anticipated that a mere youth from the lower realms could possess such a formidable divine ability. Had not the lower realms already fallen into decline? It was indeed exceedingly rare for anyone to cultivate to the level of a venerable being in a realm where martial sovereigns were so scarce. How could a power surpassing the realm of martial sovereigns possibly manifest there? Old man, it appears age has caught up with you, Qin Ming remarked with a smile. Although his opponent was a venerable figure whose power had been suppressed, he was not to be underestimated. You thought yourself assured of victory with just 3/10 of my strength? The Red Cloud Elder's voice was tinged with indifference. Only by eliminating Qin Ming could he truly liberate himself from the shackles of Emperor Qin Wu. This was the fate of those who had been subjugated, and thus he harbored no intention of showing mercy to Qin Ming. In an instant, the Red Cloud Elder unleashed another palm strike, akin to a volcano surging forth to crush Qin Ming. Just the proximity of the attack made Qin Ming feel as if he might be melted away. Flash. The force of this strike was indeed far more formidable than the last. Utilizing the Celestial Dragon Fist, Qin Ming realized he had no hope of contending with his opponent. Clearly, the Red Cloud Elder had a profound comprehension of venerable divine techniques and could unleash their myriad subtleties freely. Even though he currently possessed only the first level of the Dan Mansion realm, it did not hinder his ability to channel the power he had mastered. Crack! A crimson arc cleaved through the heavens and the earth, as that volcanic imprint of a palm was unexpectedly torn asunder by Qin Ming. The Blood Emperor's sword manifested in his grasp. Although its might was somewhat restrained, its sharpness was undeniably formidable. What a magnificent blade! Indeed, once I extricate myself from this cursed place, I shall require a weapon of great merit, and your sword I shall gladly accept. The Master of Red Mist displayed a grotesque grin, entirely at odds with the majestic figure Qin Ming had previously envisioned. He was nothing more than a somewhat deranged old man. Yet, Qin Ming could comprehend the man's state of mind. After being suppressed for so many years, any individual's psyche would inevitably undergo a transformation. And the master's mentality had become somewhat warped. A colossal hand, imbued with overwhelming dominance, descended upon Qin Ming, akin to an erupting magma giant intent on subduing him with a single strike. What appeared to be a mere gesture concealed within it the essence of myriad divine powers. In that moment, Qin Ming perceived ancient mythical beasts, the fire phoenix and the qilin, soaring forth from the palm, all rushing towards him. With a tremor of his hand, Qin Ming thrust the Blood Emperor sword forward, piercing through the fiery phoenix. However, the qilin lunged at him, and the terrifying force of its flames surged into his being, igniting his very blood in an excruciating blaze of agony. With a swift motion, Qin Ming wielded his sword, cleaving the qilin asunder. The immense imprint of a magma-laden hand descended upon him, and in that fleeting moment, his bloodline power erupted with unparalleled vigor, surging like a tsunami. Behind him, a majestic spectral figure of a sovereign emerged, radiating an overwhelming presence capable of sweeping through the heavens and the earth. The blood-red light emanating from the Blood Emperor's sword blazed with intensity, conjuring an illusion of a sword extending dozens of feet, instantly shattering the oppressive magma handprint. This time, Qin Ming was no longer on the defensive. His bloodline power surged forth, as if the very essence of the universe coalesced into torrents swirling around him. He let out a piercing roar, unleashing a terrifying brilliance, while simultaneously, the Blood Emperor's sword shot forward like a streak of crimson light slicing through the serene expanse. The arrogant elder Qi Xia, unconvinced of his potential defeat at the hands of mere Qin Ming, regarded him with the disdain reserved for insects. Even though his cultivation was stifled, with a resolute stride, he transformed into a resplendent sun, illuminating the surroundings. In an instant, 3 colors of flames materialized before him: red, blue, and purple, each distinct, yet harmoniously intertwined in perfect unity. The tricolored flames quivered violently before morphing into a roaring fire dragon, barreling toward Qin Ming with ferocity. Were these the 3 celestial fires he had subdued? Qin Ming's brow furrowed slightly, yet his assault did not falter. The Blood Emperor's sword pierced through the dragon of flames, annihilating it. However, the sword became suffused with a fiery crimson hue, rendering it immobile for the time being. A fine sword, indeed, now regrettably compromised. The eyes of the Red Twilight Sovereign glimmered momentarily. His celestial fire was exceptionally formidable. Although the Blood Emperor's sword possessed a high rank, it would likely falter under such relentless forging, and the inscriptions upon it would undoubtedly be damaged, rendering it incapable of restoration in the near term, unless a highly skilled artifact master could be found to revive it. Qin Ming sighed, stowing the Blood Emperor's sword away. He then propelled himself forward with great vigor, unleashing both the heavenly dragon fist and the heart-shattering finger simultaneously. He had already faced the formidable Qin Wu Emperor of the same tier. Would he truly fear a suppressed sovereign? The power of his bloodline roared, and his vital essence surged. His assault appeared utterly invincible, sweeping away all in its path. He resembled an unparalleled deity descending upon the earth, radiance enveloping the skies, causing even the Red Twilight Sovereign's gaze to tremble. This youth was extraordinary. He reflected that at such a young age, his combat prowess had certainly not reached such heights. Moreover, with his discerning vision, he could ascertain that Qin Ming had only just stepped into the Dan Mansion realm, having yet to cultivate his spiritual body. Yet, the ability to contend with him to this extent was undeniably remarkable. Confronted with the onslaught of Qin Ming, a confident smile curved the corners of the Red Twilight Sovereign's lips. He then unleashed his fist, enveloped in celestial fire, hurling it towards Qin Ming. The entire space seemed to tremble in response, producing a resounding clash that sent both combatants staggering back several paces. Truly, he was a sovereign figure, even when suppressed. He remained exceedingly tenacious. Qin Ming's gaze was sharp. Throughout his cultivation journey, the most challenging opponent he had encountered was none other than the Qin Wu Emperor of the same level. And he had not truly triumphed over him, but had merely withstood his trials. Aside from Qin Wu, the Red Twilight Sovereign was undoubtedly the most formidable adversary, and he felt that he was nearly out of tricks. If it were possible, I would gladly take you as my disciple. Alas, fate plays cruel tricks. Should you perish, it would be only due to Qin Wu's relentless pursuit of your life. The esteemed Master Qixia inhaled deeply. There was no doubt regarding Qin Ming's exceptional talent, his combat prowess reaching astonishing heights. Having traversed the upper realms for many years, he had yet to encounter anyone of comparable caliber. Undoubtedly, Master Qixia harbored a deep appreciation for talent, yet for the sake of freedom, even such sentiments seemed trivial. Boom, boom, boom. The air above the cluster of tombstones resonated with the thunderous sound akin to war drums, signaling the fierce clash between two combatants. Their close-range confrontation resembled a breathtaking duel, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Surrounding them, lightning crackled and thunder roared, while gales howled and whirlwinds buzzed, as if two shooting stars had converged, igniting an explosion of brilliance. In the distance, two figures approached rapidly, one old, one young. Their gazes turned toward the scene, revealing profound astonishment. How could this be? Previously, we had barely escaped from the hands of a single venerable being by joining forces. How could he stand alone against one? The elder's pupils constricted, fully aware of the formidable strength harbored within the tomb. It was evident that, despite their origins in a hidden sect, they stood little chance in a one-on-one confrontation. As I have stated, he is no ordinary individual. The young man bore a smile. These two were Zhao Jian and the martial sovereign of the Zhao clan. Upon entering the trial space, they had encountered a frenzied, venerable being who pursued them relentlessly. And it was only through the use of secret techniques that they had narrowly escaped. Brother Qin, we have come to assist you. Zhao Jian called out to Qin Ming in the distance, only to see Qin Ming cast a glance at the two of them and urge, "You must leave at once." "Young Master Qin, why must you reject our goodwill?" Zhao's martial lord chuckled, as both of them advanced toward Qin Ming, intent on assisting him in subduing this formidable being. The prospect of vanquishing a revered entity with the prowess of the Danfu and Tianhua realms sounded exhilarating. Yet, at that moment, a tombstone on the ground suddenly shattered, and a figure erupted from the earth, disrupting the very fabric of reality. It seemed as if he could unleash blades of wind from his mouth, tearing everything asunder. The two from the Zhao family realized they had unwittingly turned a well-intentioned act into a grave misstep. Rather than aiding Qin Ming, they had inadvertently summoned another powerful adversary. "By eliminating you, I can finally depart." The revered being, ensnared by the tempest, with eyes gleaming like stars, lunged toward Zhao Jian and Zhao's martial lord. Chapter 93. Harnessing the power of heaven and earth. The figure, enveloped by the raging winds, charged ferociously at Zhao Jian and Zhao's martial lord. His directive was clear: eliminate the two, and upon success, he would attain true freedom from this spatial confinement. For all the powerful entities entombed here, this place of inheritance was, in truth, a site of curses. Their once mighty era had long passed, and they had been forgotten by the world, no longer basking in their former glory. Thus, the resentment festering within them was palpable. The Emperor Qin Wu had ascended to an unfathomable realm. They were not foolish enough to seek revenge. Yet, fully aware that the Emperor Qin Wu was utilizing them as a means to assess his successors, they would unleash their pent-up grievances through battle, hoping fervently to annihilate the descendants of Emperor Qin Wu, thus quenching their thirst for vengeance. The newly emerged formidable being, known as the Wind Slayer, exuded a tempestuous aura, fierce and unrelenting. With claws of wind descending upon the two members of the Zhao family, he, despite being merely at the first level of the Dan House realm, radiated immense power. His initial strike was a lethal one, aimed at swiftly dispatching his adversaries. Consequently, two astonishing battles erupted simultaneously in this locale, the chaotic force reverberating through the heavens and the earth, unleashing the full potential of a first-level Dan House cultivator. "Your two companions are likely to perish before your very eyes," remarked the Crimson Cloud Sovereign, engaged in a fierce clash with Qin Ming. Casting a sidelong glance at the alternate battlefield, he was acutely aware of the Wind Slayer's prowess, which was not at all inferior to his own. Should they engage in combat at the same tier, the outcome would be uncertain. Even when united, Qin Ming's friends appeared somewhat inadequate to contend with the Wind Slayer, as if they could be swept away by the raging winds at any moment. "I believe you shall be the first to meet your demise," Qin Ming replied with a smile, his fists and fingers becoming increasingly ferocious. The imperial might surged forth, transforming him into a sovereign emperor, powerful enough to instill trepidation in others. The Crimson Cloud Sovereign, growing increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed, observed the flicker of apprehension in his eyes. This young man he faced could very well be a potential heir to an emperor. Even Qin Wu, in his prime at the first level of the Dan House realm, could not have exhibited such astonishing combat prowess. Evidently, Emperor Qin Wu was not merely in search of disciples to inherit his legacy. He sought successors capable of surpassing him, individuals who, from the very beginning of their journey in the Dan House realm, displayed unparalleled brilliance and continued to conquer until they reached the pinnacle of greatness. The Dan Mansion of the Red Twilight Sovereign radiated a luminous glow, as if myriad beams of dawn light surged forth towards Qin Ming, each ray resembling a keen-edged sword, exuding a murderous brilliance, cascading forth like the relentless flow of mountains and rivers. Qin Ming unleashed the heavenly dragon fist, regal energy surging forth, the pinnacle of imperial radiance overwhelming all, dispersing the approaching beams of light. Regardless of the strength of his adversary, he was determined to crush them beneath his might. Initially, even upon entering the realm of Dan Mansion, Qin Ming would not have stood a chance against the Red Twilight Sovereign. However, having endured heavenly tribulations and withstanding the thunderous assault of Emperor Qin Wu, his strength had ascended by several tiers, rivaling the most formidable prodigies of antiquity, rendering his combat prowess truly fearsome. I had thought it unnecessary to wield this power, the Red Twilight Sovereign murmured. Then, with a tremor in his palm, a colossal blazing handprint re-emerged, sweeping towards Qin Ming with an intensity that seemed capable of melting the very fabric of space itself. This was reminiscent of the Sovereign's initial strike, yet the sensation it imparted to Qin Ming was strikingly different, as if an intangible force was bearing down upon him. It was neither oppressive aura nor elemental energy. He could palpably sense this oppressive force, but struggled to articulate its essence. Why did this strike feel as though the entire heavens were at his command? Qin Ming felt as though an entire realm was descending upon him. The force of that strike magnified to an unimaginable extent, its potency enhanced beyond measure. His fist, infused with brilliance, was unleashed, yet appeared minuscule in comparison. The terrifying power crashed upon him, sending him hurtling backward. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, rendering victory a mere illusion. With a resounding thud, the esteemed elder Qi Xia stepped decisively toward Qin Ming, and in that instant, Qin Ming once again sensed the overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. As if the very fabric of existence could not accommodate his presence, intent on suppressing him to death. This was not a force that should be wielded by one of the Danfu realm, yet to refrain from doing so would indeed result in his demise, a troubling conundrum. Elder Qi Xia smiled faintly, finally witnessing Qin Ming at a disadvantage. Qi Xia, you are a dignified elder, yet you require this level of power to defeat him. Are you not too old for this? Elder Shafeng remarked, feeling the might radiating from Qi Xia, a smirk gracing his lips in mockery. Shall we switch places? Then you would truly understand the tenacity of my opponent. Why ask so many questions of a dying man? Once you perish, remember not to blame me. All of this is orchestrated by Qin Wu, and you shall fall by his hand. Elder Qi Xia approached Qin Ming with caution. Fully aware that a prodigy like him might possess formidable hidden cards, vigilance was paramount. As the specter of death reverberated through the void, Qin Ming appeared utterly unfazed. His gaze was both astute and bewildered, as if grappling with an unfathomable dilemma. That force, undeniably emanating from within you, feels as though it originates from the very fabric of this realm. How peculiar. Qin Ming's musings caused the footsteps of the Crimson Twilight Sovereign to falter, and his gaze upon Qin Ming was imbued with a greater degree of astonishment. Should you survive, it is likely that the legacy of Qin Wu would indeed fall into your hands. Such keen perception is exceedingly rare at this level of mastery. The Crimson Twilight Sovereign lamented, having spent a millennium in the realm of sovereigns, not to mention the Danfu realm's martial spirits. Even the martial lords of the Tianhua realm appeared as mere insects in his eyes. Yet, in this moment, he found himself compelled to admire Qin Ming, this insignificant creature, who surpassed his expectations. Even the perception of a peak martial spirit paled in comparison to his own. May I implore you, esteemed elder, to enlighten me? Qin Ming inquired with a smile, eliciting a bemused expression from the Crimson Twilight Sovereign. You wish for clarity from me while I contemplate your demise? We harbor no enmity towards each other, yet I am fated to perish at your hands. For this reason alone, would you truly withhold your wisdom? Qin Ming maintained his composure, instilling a sense of astonishment in Zhao Jian and his companion from afar. Faced with an invincible being, Qin Ming's serene demeanor was indeed extraordinary. Your reasoning bears merit. Very well. It would be a disservice to converse endlessly. Before your demise, it would be beneficial for you to glean some of the profound mysteries of martial arts. The Crimson Twilight Sovereign conceded. As his once twisted mindset appeared to gradually restore to normalcy, the emotions suppressed for a millennium beginning to settle, revealing faint traces of his former spirited brilliance. Then I shall extend my gratitude in advance, esteemed elder. In the face of the formidable assault from the Red Cloud Master, although Qin Ming may not necessarily triumph, he possesses no doubt about his ability to protect himself. However, he is profoundly intrigued by the power emanating from the Red Cloud Master, which resembles an entirely novel realm of martial arts, stirring a deep yearning within him. Ultimately, Qin Ming has not spent much time in this world. Even with his rapid cultivation, he remains somewhat unclear about the intricacies of the martial arts system. While the system offers various techniques, divine abilities, and an array of martial weapons and elixirs, it cannot fully elucidate the path of martial cultivation for him. Thus, when presented with the opportunity to seek enlightenment from the master, Qin Ming's heart is filled with excitement. Above the Dan Mansion realm lies the Tianhua realm, where heaven and man become one. You should be aware of this, correct? The Red Cloud Master inquired. Qin Ming nodded, acknowledging the unity of heaven and man. A seamless integration is indeed known to me. Red Cloud, why are you wasting time with this boy? Quickly eliminate him, and let me see if Qin Wu's words hold any truth. Can we truly escape this wretched place? From a distance, the victorious Killing Wind Master could no longer restrain himself and urged the Red Cloud Master, unwilling to remain trapped here after vanquishing the Zhao family duo. I am not in a hurry. Why are you? The Red Cloud Master, being an extraordinary figure, would not be swayed into action by the urgings of the Killing Wind Master. He genuinely harbors a fondness for Qin Ming, yet alas, he cannot take him as a disciple. Instead, he must face demise at his hands. The unity of heaven and man significantly extends one's lifespan and grants greater power. However, for a martial artist, one's innate strength is ultimately limited. Even with the unity of heaven and man, how then should one harness the power of heaven? Once again, the esteemed Master Qixiao posed a question that stirred something within Qin Ming. Could it truly be possible to harness the power of heaven and earth at will? Borrowing momentum, Master Qixiao uttered two words that caused Qin Ming's heart to leap. Indeed, one's own strength is limited, so one must seek to borrow the might of the cosmos. Human power is finite, whereas the forces of heaven and earth are boundless. My flames possess the essence of fire, their attacking potency can be exponentially enhanced. This is the grand force bestowed upon me by the heavens. Should one grasp the essence of fiery momentum to its utmost, the outcomes would indeed differ. However, you are no longer capable of reaching such heights. Now, I shall send you on your way. As he spoke, Master Qixiao moved, and a tempestuous blaze surged forth. Resembling a roaring fire dragon, its fierce roar shaking the very air, intent on annihilating Qin Ming. Chapter 94, Self-Detonation. Yet, achieving such a feat is not a trivial endeavor. A martial sovereign at the celestial realm, having entered the state of unity with heaven and man, undoubtedly holds a distinct advantage. However, the vast majority struggle to comprehend the power of momentum, highlighting the formidable challenge that lies ahead. It can be said that this peculiar domain is the aspiration of countless martial sovereigns throughout their lifetimes, and at this moment, Qin Ming is attempting to commune with the cosmos, seeking to harness its forces for his own benefit. Should he succeed, he would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark upon an entire era. Boom. Just as Qin Ming was lost in thought, the terrifying power of flames thundered toward him. The momentum of heaven and earth surging tumultuously, relentlessly crashing against his body, engulfing him in a blaze of light. Brother Qin, Zhao Jian cried out suddenly. Could it be that such a prodigious talent would perish without a trace of resistance? I shall escort you to accompany him. The malevolent wind sovereign declared with a sinister grin, as the tempestuous winds howled through the heavens, transforming into a terrifying force that surged towards Zhao Jian. Be cautious, my lord. The martial guardian from the Zhao clan, upon noticing Zhao Jian's momentary distraction, instantly positioned himself before him, bravely absorbing the full brunt of the wind sovereign's strike. His garments were rent asunder, and deep gashes marred his chest, indicative of severe injury. Blood gushed from his mouth, yet he resolutely stood in front of Zhao Jian. My lord, I shall shield you. You must flee. No, Uncle Wang, I cannot abandon you, Zhao Jian bellowed. Though this martial guardian was affiliated with the Zhao clan, he was not of their bloodline. His true name was Wang Hai, a former solitary cultivator who ascended to the Celestial One realm with Zhao Jian's father's assistance. Grateful for this benevolence, he was willing to sacrifice himself to repay the Zhao family's kindness and protect Zhao Jian. to those from the lower realms. The reclusive individuals belonged to the upper realms, leading them to perceive the upper realm as diminutive. However, in truth, the vastness of the upper realm was comparable to that of the lower realms, unless one was an apex powerhouse. Traversing the entirety of the upper realm was a daunting task. The heart of the Red Cloud Sovereign seemed to be filled with visions of the blissful life awaiting him beyond this place, where the ocean was vast enough for fish to leap and the sky high enough for birds to soar. Yet, as the seconds trickled by, he sensed something amiss. Qin Ming, is he not dead yet, or has Qin Wu deceived him? One still recalls the promise made by Emperor Qin Wu when they were suppressed beneath the gravestones. Should they succeed in vanquishing the one who unbound their seals, they would be liberated from this cursed land. Now, with the esteemed Master Qixia having accomplished this feat, why are they still unable to depart? The ancestral emperor did not deceive you. Rather, it is simply that you have not fulfilled your task. At that moment, as the flames dissipated, a gaunt figure re-emerged into the gaze of the crowd. His garments were tattered, his skin somewhat charred, yet his eyes shone with an even greater brilliance. How could this be? Masters Qixia and Shafeng were left astounded. They had spoken disrespectfully of Emperor Qin Wu because they believed Qin Ming to be deceased. Assuming that Emperor Qin Wu had breached his original promise, who would have thought that Qin Ming was still alive? Under such a relentless assault, how could he possibly have survived? Your fiery might is indeed formidable, yet your cultivation level is lacking at the first stage of the Danfu realm. What does it matter if your attack power is doubled? My physical form has withstood the tribulations of heaven. Such flames cannot harm me. Qin Ming chuckled softly, retrieving a set of garments from his storage compartment, which he donned in an instant. Celestial punishment? Are you jesting? Master Shafeng scoffed. In his era, the heavenly tribulations were non-existent. This young man dares to claim he has endured such trials, even if his talent is truly exceptional. There is no need for such brazen boasting. You referred to Qin Wu as your ancestral emperor. Does this imply that you are a descendant of Qin Wu? Master Qixia had previously known Qin Ming to be an exceptionally gifted youth, likely favored by Emperor Qin Wu. But he had not anticipated that he would be a true descendant of Qin Wu. Indeed, I am a descendant of the great emperor. Do you have any objections? Qin Ming chuckled. If I were to kill you, I assume Qin Wu would be quite heartbroken, wouldn't he? With a sudden stride, the Windslayer Elder intended to strike at Qin Ming. What are you doing, Shafeng? The Crimson Cloud Elder cast a glance at him. We have been trapped for so many years, and it is all thanks to Qin Wu. Now, with his descendant before me, I shall personally end his life, causing that old fool immense grief. The voice of the Windslayer Elder was laced with cold disdain, his resentment surpassing that of the Crimson Cloud Elder. Perish, old thief. Just as the Windslayer Elder was about to make his move, the Zhao family's martial sovereign suddenly lunged forward, seizing the Windslayer Elder and urging Zhao Jian to retreat. In that instant, the sound of an explosion erupted as the Zhao family's martial sovereign self-destructed. Damn it! The moment the Zhao family's martial sovereign charged, the Windslayer Elder sensed impending doom. He struggled to escape, but it was too late, and he could only watch as the radiant light enveloped him, taking him along to the afterlife. No, the Windslayer Elder had never envisioned such an end, perishing in a mutual destruction with a martial sovereign. He had aspired to return to the upper realm and reign supreme, yet his fate concluded thus. Uncle Wang, Zhao Jian cried out in desperation. Had it not been for the blinding brilliance and the violent fluctuations of the explosion, he might have rushed forward. However, there was no way to intervene now. Wang Hai's self-detonation unleashed a cataclysmic burst of light, and in that moment of explosion, he transcended the confines of his Danfu realm, channeling the strength of a heavenly one martial sovereign to achieve the detonation. Otherwise, it would have been insufficient to vanquish the Windslayer Elder, a generation's martial sovereign. The Windslayer Elder has fallen. Qin Ming's heart trembled slightly, feeling a genuine admiration for the loyalty and valor of the Zhao family as martial lord. If only the Tianhua Dynasty had more loyal subjects and righteous heroes like him, the unification of the realm would be but a matter of time. At the same time, the death of the revered master had altered Qin Ming's perspective. The revered, lofty figures who gazed down upon the masses were not invincible. Even if one's cultivation was inferior, one could still bring them down. You cannot extinguish my spirit. Your overwhelming power may amplify the flames, yet it cannot harm my corporeal form. Qin Ming possessed unwavering confidence in his physical body, believing that even a mid-tier martial spirit would struggle to shake his flesh. Having been tempered by heavenly thunder, what could the heavenly fire at the Danfu level possibly do? While the attacking power of the Crimson Cloud Master may have been enhanced by the fiery force, it could hardly be compared to that of a high-tier martial spirit. That would be too monstrous. Yet, at this moment, Qin Ming had indeed achieved the impossible, remaining unscathed under his assault, even able to stand in equal measure against him. Truly astonishing. What if, after you kill me, Senior, you find yourself unable to escape? Qin Ming smiled as he looked at him. What if the ancestral emperor truly deceived you? Is it required for you to eliminate the next prodigy you encounter until, one day, a being even more extraordinary than I emerges, wielding unparalleled power to slay you, Senior? Only then can this all come to an end? The expression of the Crimson Cloud Master shifted. Qin Ming's words had undoubtedly struck a nerve, presenting him with his greatest fear, that he would kill Qin Ming. Yet Qin Wu would have violated his promise. Alternatively, it was possible that Qin Wu had no intention of breaking his vow, but had already fallen, making it impossible for him to be freed. If that were truly the case, what then? Senior, what do you think of this arrangement? We can coexist peacefully for 3 days, and once I acquire the inheritance, this trial space will be at my disposal, at which point, I shall grant you freedom. Qin Ming smiled faintly, causing a spark of light to flicker in the eyes of the Scarlet Cloud's elder. Freedom? Chapter 95, Multiple Spaces. This trial space was established by the great Emperor Qin Wu to select a successor. If Qin Ming were to become the heir of the emperor, would this land of inheritance not belong to him? Should Qin Ming truly gain control over this realm of legacy, the power to suppress or release would rest solely within his thoughts. Moreover, given Qin Ming's innate talent, the likelihood of obtaining the inheritance from Qin Wu is quite substantial. The eyes of the Scarlet Cloud's elder shimmered with boundless brilliance, as if he could faintly glimpse a fragment of the future. Yet, he remained hesitant. It felt akin to a wager. What if he miscalculated? Missing the opportunity to eliminate Qin Ming could result in his continued suppression by the great Emperor Qin Wu, prolonging his wait for another millennium. Alternatively, if Qin Ming were to become the emperor's successor, this land of inheritance might vanish entirely. What then? Qin Ming understood the elder's indecision. He recognized the gravity of the choice at hand. If the Scarlet Cloud's elder were to agree too readily, Qin Ming would find it hard to trust. The elder commanded formidable fire energy, amplifying his combat prowess multifold. Yet even so, he could not slay Qin Ming, for the latter's physical form was exceedingly robust. Unless the elder comprehended the powers of multiple elemental forces, he would not possess the capability to vanquish Qin Ming. Similarly, given Qin Ming's formidable prowess, breaching the defenses of the revered Qi Xia would prove exceedingly challenging. Should their confrontation persist, the most probable outcome would be a stalemate. Rather than engaging in a mutually destructive battle, it would be far more prudent to cultivate an alliance with this esteemed figure. Securing the assistance of a revered individual in the future would undoubtedly be a significant boon. Even though Qi Xia had previously harbored intentions of ending his life, Qin Ming could afford to overlook such past hostilities, for there existed no deep-seated enmity between them. The favor of a revered master holds far greater value than the fruitless act of avenging oneself against one. Transforming a friend into an adversary is a simple endeavor. Yet converting an enemy into a friend presents a far more formidable challenge. Though Qin Ming lacked certainty, he was inclined to make the attempt. Should he succeed, the ensuing 3 days would unfold with far greater ease. Even in the event of failure, it would merely entail a return to combat. If I choose to spare you, granting you freedom for 3 days, it would mean placing all opportunities upon your shoulders, for our fates would be entwined. We rise together or fall together. After considerable contemplation, Qi Xia revealed his thoughts. His destiny would be interwoven with Qin Ming's. Only through mutual prosperity could they avoid mutual ruin. Moreover, should the elder harbor concerns regarding unforeseen complications, Qin Ming requested a modicum of assistance during these 3 days, enabling him to venture further. With a smile, Qin Ming remarked, prompting Qi Xia to chuckle, "You young rascal, do you wish for me to act as your enforcer?" "I would not dare," Qin Ming replied, his thoughts laid bare before the venerable master. He could only offer an awkward smile, as he indeed harbored the notion of enlisting Qi Xia's aid to eliminate those elusive forces operating in the shadows. "I may choose not to take your life, yet I shall not offer my assistance either. For the next 3 days, you must rely solely on your own abilities to navigate through this ordeal. Should other esteemed figures emerge, your fate will ultimately depend on your own fortune. The esteemed Qi Xia has ultimately decided to entwine his destiny with that of Qin Ming. having recognized the latter's extraordinary talent and potential. Even the higher realms cannot produce a peer to match his remarkable prowess. As long as he survives and thrives, his accomplishments will be unfathomable. Neither martial monarch nor martial sovereign will likely mark the end of his journey. However, merely the brilliance of Qin Ming's innate gifts does not necessitate Qixia's intervention. If Qin Ming cannot overcome this challenge through his own strength, he shall not attain the legacy he seeks. When he finds himself on the brink of collapse, Qixia would not hesitate to deliver the final blow to ensure the completion of his own mission. Upon hearing Qixia's words, Qin Ming refrained from further discourse. Understanding that conversing with such a formidable entity requires a certain brevity, the more one speaks, the more one risks inciting disdain. To engage in a dialogue of equals, one must be forthright. The fact that Qixia has chosen not to kill him signifies a baseline of respect. There is no obligation for him to act as a guardian without cause. "Thank you, Senior," Qin Ming expressed with a respectful gesture, aware that his time in this realm has been fleeting and that he requires stability. Qixia's decision not to intervene grants him the necessary time to solidify his foundation. "Do not thank me. I am not one to perform acts of charity. Your talent is indeed formidable, and I lack the assurance to suppress you reliably. Moreover, with this young lad's assistance, your future may indeed surpass that of Qin Wu. Should the opportunity arise, remember to venture into the higher realms. The lower realms are too constricted to contain the might of dragons and tigers. Above all, do not forget the promises you have made." The esteemed Master Qixia spoke softly, and in an instant, his figure flickered and vanished, retreating into the earth as if returning to a deep slumber. "Rest assured, esteemed Senior, as long as my abilities permit, I shall never forget the grace you have bestowed upon me today, and I shall repay you with freedom," Qin Ming remarked with a smile directed towards the depths of the soil. Turning around, he found Zhao Jian staring in astonishment. Having overheard the exchange between Qin Ming and Master Qixia, Zhao Jian's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. How extraordinary it was that Qin Ming had managed to persuade a revered master. What kind of prodigy must he be to achieve such a remarkable feat? "Brother Zhao, what troubles you?" Qin Ming inquired, noticing Zhao Jian's dazed expression. "Since our arrival, I have remained in one place with Uncle Wang," Zhao Jian replied with a nod. "Then it follows that those individuals are also together." Qin Ming's eyes glimmered with insight. Zhao Jian's heart trembled. Those individuals undoubtedly referred to Jing Xiang, Han Yu, and others. Should they be united, they would form a formidable force capable of overwhelming even masters of the same realm. Zhao Jian elaborated for Qin Ming's understanding. Qin Ming's expression shifted. He had indeed observed that the stability of this space was questionable. The clash with Master Qixia had evidently caused fissures in the very fabric of space, indicating a significant issue. In the external world, he could not shatter space in such a manner. Once one reaches a certain level of power, the ability to carve out new realms becomes possible. If one possesses an extraordinary affinity for spatial energies, could they potentially forge a complete world? Qin Ming's heart skipped a beat, for the notion of creating a world from nothing, once deemed impossible in his previous life, was indeed achievable within the 3,000 realms. This led him to ponder whether Earth, too, was a creation of supreme powers. The thought momentarily distracted him until he heard Zhao Jian continue, asserting that in order to sustain this space for an extended period, the Emperor must have established multiple overlapping dimensions, each supporting and expanding the spatial realm. Although Zhao Jian possessed remarkable insights, he held great admiration for Qin Ming, the young warrior who had risen from the lower realms with formidable combat prowess that commanded respect. In Zhao Jian's heart, there lingered a notion of deference towards Qin Ming, a sentiment intertwined with his own mindset and Qin Ming's regal demeanor. "Let us remain here for 3 days," Qin Ming decided. "Should any further trials present themselves, they will surely come to us." Casting a glance at the surrounding expanse, he settled into a meditative posture, his eyes shimmering with brilliance as he commenced his cultivation. Observing Qin Ming's calm demeanor, Zhao Jian couldn't help but smile wryly. It was apparent that Qin Ming exuded confidence. Even if he could not inherit the Emperor's legacy while in Zhao Jian's company, he would not find himself at a disadvantage. Subsequently, Zhao Jian began his own cultivation. Though their realms were suppressed, it did not hinder their practice. The moment their techniques took effect, a layer of stone-like armor seemingly materialized around Zhao Jian's body, enveloping him in a protective embrace. Qin Ming was deeply immersed in the cultivation of the Jinwu Emperor's classic. This imperial-level technique was bound to provide him with endless benefits. When the Danfu scroll unfurled before him, the method for nurturing the spiritual body also emerged, leaving Qin Ming in quiet astonishment. After meticulously perusing the method for cultivating the spiritual body, he could not help but marvel at its simplicity. Indeed, it was worthy of being an imperial-level technique. The spiritual body cultivated according to the teachings contained within possessed 90% of its original's combat power, making it equivalent to two individuals striking simultaneously when confronted by an opponent. If there were to be any deficiency, it would be that the spiritual body required the consumption of the original's yuan force, yet this was a common flaw shared by all spiritual bodies, one that could not be remedied. Chapter 96. Blood Sky Sect. As a day and night passed, Qin Ming remained seated in meditation, the Jinwu Emperor's classic operating fervently, as if it were oblivious to the passage of time. Within Qin Ming's Danfu, a diminutive yet majestic figure sat upright, bearing an appearance identical to his own, exuding the same aura and might. This small body housed a terrifying power, with Qin Ming's extraordinary combat prowess. Even a spiritual body possessing merely 90% of his strength was sufficient to annihilate an ordinary first-level Danfu realm cultivator. If 3 days were to pass in such a mundane manner, what purpose would the trial space serve? In the first layer of the trial space, at the edge of the gravestone cluster, 2 figures appeared rather disheveled. One of them had even lost an arm. Though he had staunched the bleeding and changed into clean garments, the empty sleeve was strikingly conspicuous. Young master, we have finally reached the edge of the gravestone cluster. This place is exceedingly perilous. Had it not been for that Zhao lad's timely appearance, diverting the calamity toward them, we might not have survived to this moment. The figure, missing an arm, spoke, revealing that one of the 3 fierce blades behind him had been shattered, clearly indicating a recent, brutal battle. It is likely that Zhao Jian has perished here. I wonder if that young emperor has entered as well. If he could be sent on his way, it would truly bring great relief. Another youthful figure coldly remarked. As a prodigious individual from a dominant upper realm family, being constantly confronted in the lower realms was naturally disheartening. Regarding Zhao Jian, although they were not on amicable terms, their backgrounds were similar, and their relationship was predominantly competitive, devoid of any murderous intent. Were it not for the need to preserve his life, he would not have directed the wrathful elder toward Zhao Jian and his companion. We should leave this place. This graveyard is exceedingly perilous. How many martial sovereigns did Emperor Qin Wu suppress in his time? Even a dominant force would struggle to unearth such a multitude of sovereigns. The young figure stated, an aura of demonic energy enveloping him, revealing him to be Yin Ziyu, a prodigy of the Yin family. Beside him stood the one-armed man, his protector, the once fervent but now subdued Huangdao Wujuan. The upper realm is vast. Even a dominant force cannot fully govern it, and the number of formidable individuals that arise within it is indescribable. The quantity of rogue sovereigns is undoubtedly significant, and I suspect that here, there are not only rogues but also powerful figures from some dominant forces. The words of the Mad Blade martial sovereign caused Yin Ziyu's expression to flicker, as if he grasped the profound implications behind the other's speech. This time, the legacy of the great emperor was unlikely to fall into his hands. After all, the talents and strengths of Han Yu and Jing Xiang were evident and not mere boastful claims. The difficulty of seizing the inheritance from these 2 formidable figures was, without a doubt, immense. Yet, Yin Ziyu could not passively observe their rise to become supreme sovereigns. If the Emperor Qin Wu indeed suppressed the forces of overlord caliber in the past, then those forces must surely be aware of it. Their lack of retaliation was simply a manifestation of their fear of the terrifying prowess of Emperor Qin Wu. Now, with the whereabouts of Emperor Qin Wu unknown, should those overlord forces learn of his successor, they would likely not let him escape unscathed. Jing Xiang and Han Yu. Even if the legacy of the great emperor were to land in your hands, what then? Unless you can ascend to the throne of emperorship in a short span. Even the Holy Yuan sect and the Heaven's Walking Sword sect would be unable to protect you. A cold, sinister smile emerged on Yin Ziyu's face as he anticipated who the true victor would be. You wonder if that young emperor of the Tianhua Dynasty might have a chance at the inheritance, considering he is a direct descendant of Emperor Qin Wu. The Mad Blade martial sovereign recalled that arrogant youth, a hint of wariness flickering in his eyes. What of the possibility? Ultimately, he hails from the mundane realm. Devoid of that layer of armor, how long can he endure here? I believe that Emperor Qin Wu selects his successors based on talent. If it were solely lineage, it would not have taken until this generation to appear. Yin Ziyu spoke softly, expressing his belief that Qin Ming was hardly a cause for concern. After all, Qin Ming's cultivation level was not particularly high. Though he had nearly killed Yin Ziyu in the outside world, it was solely due to the armor he wore. Without the infinity armor, Yin Ziyu was confident that he could vanquish Qin Ming with a single strike. Thus, in Yin Ziyu's eyes, Qin Ming, as a legitimate descendant of the great Emperor Qin Wu, lacked the qualifications to seize the legacy. As the two of them stepped out, they walked for quite some time, gradually easing the tension in their hearts until they finally distanced themselves from the cluster of tombstones. However, just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, the eyes of the Mad Blade Martial Sovereign suddenly narrowed, revealing an expression of terror as if he had witnessed the most horrifying sight imaginable. "What is it?" Seeing the unusual expression on the Mad Blade Martial Sovereign's face, Yin Ziyu followed his gaze and was momentarily frozen in place. Taking a deep breath, the Mad Blade Martial Sovereign articulated his speculation, causing Yin Ziyu's heart to tremble violently. It was something he should have anticipated. The space constructed by the Great Emperor was designed for stability through overlapping construction, which was not difficult to comprehend. This also implied that no matter how they attempted to flee, they could not escape this cluster of tombstones, giving rise to ominous thoughts in their minds. Since escape was not an option, they would have to resign themselves to fate. Upon discerning the truth of this trial space, Yin Ziyu no longer evaded the reality. After all, this was a trial ground set by the Great Emperor. Could he truly escape from the Emperor's grasp? Suddenly, as if a gust of wind had swept by, Yin Ziyu's expression changed dramatically, and the Mad Blade Martial Sovereign's body trembled slightly. Their gazes were drawn to a rapidly approaching figure in the distance, sending chills down their spines. He had yet to depart from the trial grounds. Could it be that Zhao Jian and the others had not met their demise at his hands? Yin Ziyu muttered a curse under his breath, and in an instant, he and the Mad Blade Martial Sovereign turned to flee. The figure in the distance moved with astonishing speed, akin to soaring through the clouds. Clad in a blood-red robe and wielding twin hooks, his gaze icy and indifferent, radiating a chilling murderous intent. "At last, I have found you. Surrender your lives. Before long." The blood-robed sovereign had closed the gap, hurling his iron hooks towards Yin Ziyu, seeking to claim his life. "Young master." The Mad Blade Martial Sovereign's other two great swords soared into the sky, cleaving towards the incoming hook, their chaotic powers sweeping through the heavens and earth, forcing the duo to halt their escape and engage in battle with the blood-robed sovereign. A low growl escaped the blood-robed sovereign's lips, as crimson light cascaded forth, enveloping the area like a torrential tide, as if numerous blood-colored apparitions flickered into existence, instantly ensnaring the Mad Blade Martial Sovereign and Yin Ziyu within their midst. "Predecessor." Yin Ziyu attempted to speak, but the blood-robed sovereign offered him no chance, as countless blood-colored figures lunged towards him, leaving him with a grim expression.